the worst thing about him. And even with BKB, like we have heroes like Earthshaker and Nyx who will just jump you instantly and kill you before anything happens.
Yeah, Merlini, what in your eyes are some of the big hero plays that you have been seeing throughout the group stages?
Hero-wise?
Oh, yeah.
I think Ancient Apparition is going to see a lot more play.
Yeah,
We've seen a lot of Doom, and I think AA does very well versus Doom, and Doom has just been all the rage because LFY and LGD have been picking them constantly.
Yeah. And I also want to ask about the big all-stars in terms of the most picked heroes. Right now, Puck, Bat Rider, Night Stalker, and Nyx Assassin have all been picked or banned in 80% of games. And so these tend to be the defining heroes in terms of that early stage. Also, we've been seeing a lot of Bat Rider, a lot of Sven. And I'm wondering if you can talk to me a little bit about Puck specifically. About what is it about Puck that is making Puck such an important pick, even early picks for a lot of these teams?
Puck was popularized a lot by EG. They picked it first, and then they often run it in the 3 or the 2 position. And what I think was most important about it is that they could sneak in a Drow 4th or 5th pick and just end the game really, really quickly in case teams weren't prepared for
They've
it.
also played, Crit has played it as a 5 as well.
Oh, really? The Puck
Really?
Yeah. Because they'll first to it because they like it so much, and then it's like, oh, they pick a bunch of heroes that are good versus Puck.
He's been playing
Crit, you can play it now. SumaiL's like, I don't want to play Puck this game.
I'm actually surprised that they put Bat on support, but it has been working a couple of games, right? But
it went disastrously in a few games, too.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Bat first pick. Because, like, give it to your 5 position, and he just, what does he do? Now he's just like this hero that doesn't really have a place in the game.
It's also been interesting to see Sand King getting picked quite a lot. And, of course, he tends to be a very common, safe pick. You know, you've mentioned that he's got a stun. He has pretty good wave clear. He can participate well in team fights. But it was close to a 30% win rate over the first 3 days of group stages and has only just recently risen up close to 40%. And I'm wondering if you can talk to me a little bit about the Sand King man.
Well, I'm not a big fan of stat numbers just because maybe bad teams just pick Sand King. But a lot of these heroes that are really popular and getting a lot of play is because they have options. They're very safe first 2 picks, which means they're going to get picked in a lot of games, and you can slot them into support, off lane, like Shaker. We see him even in mid. Sand King, he fills less roles, and I think he's just a little underwhelming compared to other guys.
And, of course, I want to get one more comment from you, Ake, because you see that countdown. There's 30 more seconds left until this first game pops in. What do you think is going to be the most important key to winning this match?
I think IG has to ban Wisp and Coddle because GH is just a beast on those 2 heroes. And that actually opens up the draft a lot for Liquid because they probably know that they're going to ban these 2 heroes. And if they don't ban them, they're going to pick it. So.
Yeah, I mean, I especially know the Wisp ban against Team Liquid is something that has come up time and time again because of the skill of GH. And with just a few seconds left remaining, it is my absolute pleasure to let you know that Team Liquid versus IG is about to be underway. This is a match that I've been excited for since just seeing them slowly climb up in the group stages, imagining if they would wind up fighting together first round.
Team Liquid versus Invictus Gaming. Game 1.
And the draft will be beginning now. Of course, Kuroki, legendary. Q, legendary. Who has the edge? Merlini, who's going to have the edge in the draft?
I think Kuro has the edge in the draft because of GH's support pool and how they have to ban it out.
I think Kuro's got a better team around him. I think he's got better options. Makes drafting a little bit easier. Makes you look a little smarter than you actually are.
Yeah.
That being said, Kuroki's had some disappointing TIs in recent years, so who's to say?
I think this could be the year that he's actually going to get his top placement. Maybe not win the whole event, but...
It looks like it. And starting in the winner bracket's definitely a good place to begin.
It's a very good start, for sure.
And they got to pick their opponents, and I think they... getting IG in the winner bracket to guarantee like a top 6 placement, right? That's pretty opportune. I would
Would
have a hard time believing they could.
Would either of you guys change any of the pickings if you were any of the teams?
No.
No, I don't think so.
I think the first place team definitely picked the weaker of the 2.
What about the 5th place teams? What about lower bracket?
What about them? Oh,
was it Infamous versus Empire?
Infamous is versus OG.
I know. Would you pick Infamous or Empire if you were OG? I was just curious about that.
I think everybody kind of picked
the right guy. Okay.
Picked the right guy. We'll see. We'll see if there's upsets and we can do some Captain Hindsight kind of thing.
We actually see here that Invictus Gaming isn't banning the Coddle, so maybe Liquid is just like waiting with it, or they want to get something other, like another hero first, because they have been picking Coddle a lot before, but...
Yeah, Caudle left open. We saw the first pick Tusk. And no Night Stalker in preparation, perhaps, for that
Especially
Caudle.
now, Caudle is not as good.
Yeah, maybe that's the idea. Is, yeah, I don't know. Lycan as well.
So, I mean, at this point, I do want to ask a little bit about Lycan because he has been a extremely regular pick, especially in carry. What's making Lycan strong these days?
Howl helps their entire team. It's a better Chen heal. It's ridiculous.
That's insane.
I think he heals for like 20,000 a game, usually.
Howl's great. Lycan also one of these heroes that provides you a lot of vision on the map with the invisible wolves that can scout around. Night Stalker as well, reducing the vision of Team Liquid. So IG's got a huge advantage in the vision department, and also they can force objectives and push buildings and not have to worry about slow is one of the great things.
We've also seen like more heroes actually build the book on Lycan, and that wasn't as popular before, but
it fell out of favor. Lycan started going for armlets and earlier BKBs and bashers, and
he seemed much more like a right-click hero before.
Yep, and we've kind of seen the reintroduction of heroes with summons this event. A lot of Brood Mother. We've even seen some Lone Druid, Lycan, Furion's really popular, and I really, really do like Lycan actually versus Visage, because Visage is just this hero that kind of stands in there and tries to fight, and he wants to like slow people and kite them with the birds and his grave chill, but Lycan doesn't care about that.
What do you think the reasoning is for picking the Visage over a better Lycan counter?
I think Visage can be pretty solid, like building siege. You can push buildings. You can fight early. You can group up and kind of force IG to deal with him.
Fnatic is also quite okay to actually stop the Lycan when he's coming in with his summons as well.
You can protect yourself or your teammates with a couple of bird drops. And once you have like 3, then you're wasting a lot of that Lycan form.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, at this point, I do want to ask about the Tusk first pick from Team Liquid. Is this just going to be a well-rounded, safe first pick because of his ability to roam and support various lanes? Is this just he's an all-around solid pick at this point?
I think it's a comfort pick for, I would say, KuroKy, right?
It's KuroKy.
And it's a hero that's very neutral. It doesn't, he doesn't tell a lot. And with the first pick, they wanted to keep their draft pretty open, which is why I would think they would go for it.
It's the hero that they usually always pick when they pick Wisp as well. So KuroKy is very, like, he's been playing it a lot.
I love the fact that we are seeing Broodmother banned 3rd from Invictus Gaming. Just absolutely does not want to let Matumba Man have that option. Yep. I'm also interested by this Monkey King ban from Team Liquid first as well, given that Monkey King has not really shown up too much.
That's the Baboka special. That's his hero. He invented that hero. He arguably put OG in the lower bracket with that hero.
So at this point, how would you describe just the qualities of these teams in terms of their first 2 picks? I mean, tell me a little bit about TL.
Team Liquid, pretty solid starter. I'm a little bit surprised by the early Visage. I wouldn't have guessed that out of them. I thought with Wisp and I guess Caudle was still in the pool, but Night Stalker being there really deters that pick. I would think they would go for the Shadow Shaman, but really, really bad against Lycan throughout the game. So this, they're just adapting to what IG is doing, and I think they're making some good decisions so far.
Yeah, Batrider has been a super common pick throughout the entire group stage. Often picked 1st or 2nd. Oh, Bristleback, interesting.
The thing that I just like doing here is that they're gonna have the wolves to scout people, and they have Bat to be able to catch them when they find them, and NS can also reduce the vision from the enemy team with his ultimate. So they're gonna have a lot of vision advantage on IG.
Yeah, I mean, having 3 excellent vision heroes is going to help in terms of all sorts of positioning. The Bristleback pick is very interesting to me. I mean, just in terms of statistics, which again, I know we distrust PPD.
Don't you bring up stats around me.
Here it comes. Here's a stat. Lowest win rate of all heroes in 5K and up games.
Yeah, but how has Team Liquid been doing with him?
Team Liquid is not one of the lowest win rate teams at TI, Peter.
Ah, well, there we have it.
There you go.
Stats don't lie.
I think Bristleback is... Oh, sorry, you can go ahead.
Oh, I just think he's a great tool for Team Liquid to group up and really just kind of force objectives and not have to worry about the vision disadvantage that they're definitely going to be at.
IG won't really want to jump in and grab the Bristleback if the team is behind them. Then it's a very good...
Yeah, they can send Bristle in, and they can kind of hide behind them and wait for IG to initiate, and then they can look to counter-initiate. What I'm looking for from Team Liquid is how are they going to deal with this lasso? Arguably, every fight is going to begin with IG's Batrider blinking in and grabbing somebody. All the vision in the world to hopefully get a good selection and
Problem
not have
here
to
is
choose
that
back.
they also pick their 2 support heroes, so they can't really fill in an Oracle or Venge or any other hero that can stop
Visage
it.
could be core.
This could be core, yeah.
It could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
I mean, Kunkka has been a very popular pick against Bat Rider to try to X your heroes back.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, what other heroes has GH played besides Wisp, Caudle, and
Shaker.
Shaker? I think he's played maybe Nightstalker a little bit. I'm trying to think. I'm not
Sand
sure.
King?
Sand King? Yeah. I don't know if I like any of these heroes for him though. Maybe
Does
IG's in a
Matumbaman
good
play
spot right
Visage
now.
though? Have you seen Matumbaman play Visage?
I don't. He
He's
has.
played in pubs a lot.
Yeah, I
So
would
I know.
imagine so.
So
A lot of 1 positions came here ready to play Visage.
Yeah.
Because EG is the team that I've been seeing him, like picking him the most on
Yeah.
position 1.
We got AA here. I actually really like it. They're lacking in control a bit, but whoever Bat grabs, you know, they're arguably not going to be able to save him anymore. Maybe does GH play Oracle?
Does he play Tusk?
I bet he plays Oracle.
Yes.
Oracle ultimate, nice ability to save whoever winds up being lassoed.
Not my favorite hero versus Lycan, but it can work.
So at this point, Invictus very much so is in need of a strong mid laner, unless they're going to do something unbelievably kooky with this lineup. AA mid.
Do they even have enough damage to kill the Bristle? Can he just build Hood and just kind of walk at them?
Yeah, actually, what would you highlight as like the biggest weakness of each team that you're seeing with these given picks, Merlini?
Well, I don't think Team Liquid have any way to really stop them from initiating. There's like no way that Nightstalker, Lycan, and Bat aren't going to be able to get the jump on this team. Like Tusk and Visage aren't very, like these heroes aren't very good at protecting their supports. Like you can stand in front, but you can't actually do anything about it.
And how would Team Liquid want to try to overcome that in their last 2 picks?
I think have a really strong team fight, like like get a pipe and kind of dare them to go on you, where they might not have enough damage, and then you just get counter-initiated and destroyed.
Now they actually have a way to stop the lasso if Weaver gets Aghs, but it's probably gonna be a position 1 Weaver, so Aghs is not the first item that he's gonna buy.
Yeah, I would guess the Visage is probably slotting in for GH as the support, and Weaver is a hero that naturally builds Lincolns. That's something that I really like against Bat Rider. Kind of shuts down and limits everything that he can do. Also, Weaver can pretty much solo in a 1v1 matchup versus Bat Rider in the early game because of Shikuchi allowing him to move at max movement speed. And it's very easy to like remove all the stickies, and you have infinite mana to spam when you purchase a magic stick.
That's actually a really great point. The fact that picking a hero that can easily buy a Lincoln's in order to respond to the Bat Rider.
Yeah, ideally against Bat Rider, you want almost all your cores to be able to have access to that item, or someone to save them in case they do get lassoed.
They could still get Drow on Liquid, right? And put Weaver offlane and Bristle mid.
Drow? They could do Drow. People have kind of liked Lycan against Drow, but everything else is not great against Drow. And IG's, I think that what they're really lacking is team fight, and they can be really susceptible to Team Liquid grouping up and pushing down a lane. But they do have the last pick, which will be a very powerful mid hero, I would guess, that they think can win them the game.
Yeah, and I mean, there's already hints that Invictus Gaming is setting up for that, banning Ember Spirit, which is one of Miracle's strongest heroes. Seeing him go 20-1 in games in group stages was really remarkable. And a ban on Templar Assassin, and the instant pick Invoker or Miracle.
Okay.
A signature strong mid.
I don't know. I'm kind of liking where IG's at right now. They got Lycan, he can build a BKB. Nightstalker can silence up the Invoker. Invoker and Weaver will both probably have Lincoln Spheres by the end of the game to help manage themselves against Bat Rider, but they really don't have a great counter for Lasso. Any of these, Bristleback, he might be fine if you get Lassoed, but with the right amount of focus and AA there, they could put him down.
And Alchemist.
Big bad Alchemist. That is
what an interesting pick.
It's a lot of damage. No team fight. I would really worry about Liquid grouping up and pushing down a lane.
Yeah.
So in terms of these lineups, what's going to be the path to winning for Invictus?
Liquid needs to group up and not worry about split push. Just push with your heroes down a lane together.
Well, I have great news, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 is underway. It's done for us at the analyst desk. Let's head down to the casters for the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live here from the floor of Key Arena, getting ready for a matchup of 2 old Dota organizations. But Lumi, they've got some fresh faces. Liquid, they've delivered spectacular moments at the old Benaroya Hall. Of course, IG, is a former TI championship team. None of these players were there for that, but they have a legacy to uphold. Coming in, I think most viewed them as underdogs. Do you share that sentiment?
For IG, for sure. I think they're the team that they won DAC as a major tournament, and since then they've been slumping. And I think PPD used the correct term when he said they squeaked into the winner bracket. They were just one win higher than VP. And honestly, they got chosen by the top-seeded team, Team Liquid, being viewed as the underdog.
Yeah, there was that great reaction shot of No Tail, like, oh, where they thought they would have a shot at tiebreakers. Didn't end up being the case, so of course OG, they'll have the tough road through the lower bracket, but they've done it before. And with that, the teams enter the field of battle. So I want to talk about this Alchemist pick. Alchemist, a virtually forgotten hero. He was only picked 7 times in the group stage, and he actually had a pretty good win rate, 57%, but very small sample size, and certainly a hero that you're not going to pick early in a draft.
In terms of the playstyle, I think Alchemist provides a lot against Team Liquid. Team Liquid likes to group up and push as a lineup, and you throw down that acid spray, well, the push is going to get weakened, it's a lot easier to defend. And also, having an Alchemist on your team just gives them the impending clock. You know, if you don't beat me in 20, 25 minutes, Alchemist will take over a game. And we'll see if IG will have that game plan working out for them. But as the panel pointed out, I think they were favoring IG's draft, and I think you and I also favor IG's draft.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the Alchemist fits into it exactly. Obviously, this hero is very annoying if he gets farmed. So what will the build be? Are we going to see that, you know, the traditional nowadays Radiance build? Do we see that old school super combat build? I think SumaiL went for it one time on EG. You know, how do they look to play around this Alchemist? That really will be the big question that defines the overall way the teams match up.
Yeah. My initial guess is you go for the armlet, you go for the Radiance, and you just stack armor. Because look at the other side, you got the Exort Invoker that's going to be dishing out a ton of physical damage. You got the Visage Birds, you got the Weaver, you got Bristleback. All of this is physical damage, so it would not surprise me if you see Shiva's Guard and Assault Carriers coming out here from Alchemist, or just from the entirety of EG.
Yeah, for me, looking at Team Liquid as we talk about the way they're going to match up, GH is probably the player that I have my eyes on most. He only played, I believe it was 6 heroes in the group stage, and the vast majority of them were either Earthshaker or IO. So yeah, the Keeper of the Light was usually banned. They didn't want to go for it this game. Oftentimes it's Kuroki who takes up the Visage, but of course his Tusk is fantastic. So GH, curious to see how he can contribute as a hero that we haven't seen much of him at this event.
Honestly, I don't think he will be able to contribute too much this game because he's played as a 5 in this game. Look at Kuroki, he's essentially roaming, playing as a 4. And as a result, Visage is also a hero that it takes a while to come online. You know, he needs at level 6 to be active over the map. So I think the superstar that the panel is looking for in the form of GH, I don't think he's going to show up, at least not for the first 10 minutes.
Maybe Kuroki gave him a few pointers as he makes his move on mid here. So we are going to see some early 2v2 action skirmish in the mid lane. Otherwise, looking at the overall drafts and strategies as we have a bit of back and forth here, how do you feel the two teams match up? On the side of Liquid, you've got that Miracle Invoker, which single-handedly has won countless games that looked almost unwinnable. Is that what Liquid is relying on this game? How does IG look to play against that? And what are the team's overall game plans moving forward?
Well, when Miracle goes off, it's generally because his team is setting him up for Sunstrike kills. What are the Sunstrike set up in this game? You got Ice Shards, you got Snowball, and perhaps the familiar stuns. None of these are super reliable, so I think Miracle just needs to outscale his opponent and land raw Sunstrikes, which can be extremely difficult against great players.
And early on, 3 CS. He is not having a great time now. Generally, Invoker reps up a lot, right? As you get extra points in Exort, you get your levels, it gets a little bit easier to CS, but this Alchemist is really taking it to him early. OP dominating this mid lane.
For sure, and his allies are doing an excellent job stacking the jungle, getting a couple of denies in here, which is critical against the Alchemist, but you're absolutely right. I think OP just handling it to him.
Oh, they're hanging on every creep last hit right now. The bounty runes are going to spawn. We'll see that illusion picked up by Baboka. Of course, this isn't Monkey King, probably the hero that he made his, staked his name on, but I think Night Stalker fits that mold as they're going to make a move on Mind Control, trying to force him off this bottom lane. Obviously, Bristleback was the beast of Dota for the last 3-4 months, but do you feel like he's still the same hero he used to be? Have teams gotten better figuring him out? Have the nerfs finally caught up?
I think so, and also IG is very well equipped to deal with it. They have a little bit of minus armor in the form of Acid Spray. They got that Ice Blast. If you land it on the Bristleback, it does make him taking down much easier, because during a team fight, he generally has a ton of regen, and Ice Blast says no to all of that.
early days here, but IG off to a good start. So see Miracle starting to get back in the game as bottom lane, the action heating up. Mind control slowed down, not quite enough for the cold feet to take. He was almost there. He sticks around, he's ready up. He wants the solo kill, but not gonna happen. Q scores a crucial first blood for IG. And that is the game of Bristleback, right? You have an IO there, you have a healer like a Dazzle, all of a sudden you probably get 2 kills instead of dying.
Now, I do want to mention, because this is somewhat of a kind of an unstandard build for Bristleback, whenever Liquid plays Bristleback in the off lane, he loves to go soloing into mech. Not often that you see mech being purchased on Bristleback, and the reason that Team Liquid likes to do this, they like to group up in 10-15 minutes and start pushing and applying pressure. But again, I think IG's lineup is well equipped to deal with that. They got the Acid Spray to slow down the push, and they got the Ice Blast. You know, if you want to buy that mech, sure, a single Ice Blast will ruin your team fight. So I'm looking for Mind Control to get that mech, and perhaps it won't be as effective as usual.
Yeah, of course, we have been keeping an eye on the stacks here, as there's quite a few heroes that can take advantage. The Alchemist, the Bristleback, potentially Batrider. Lots of flash farmers in this game as XXS continues to apply pressure top. Traditionally, Weaver, one of the stronger laners to try and deal with the Batrider, and he's going to make his move. Matumba Man going in deep for a potential solo kill as the Swarm takes him down. That minus armor is substantial. He's low, sticking up, but right into the clutches of GH. Liquid looking to strike back here. Sakuchi, and they will get the kill. A long committed chase does the trick, but at the same time, IG able to grab a kill of their own bottom. They take down Mind Control again, and one thing I wanted to mention, Newbee, is it's not even nighttime yet, and IG are already winning the lanes. Now, ideally, is the time where Baboka can really shine.
You know, both carries getting a kill or helping the team to get a kill, but Burning didn't have to leave the lane, you know. Matumba Man chased like halfway across the map for that kill. Burning's like, yeah, I'm right back to the CS. So slight lead for me, for IG here as well. Again, I feel like I'm painting this story where IG is, you know, doing super well, and they are, but you gotta keep in mind they are coming in here as the underdog. And this is really surprising to me that they're able to do this against one of the top teams at this TI.
Well, Miracle has caught up very nicely here. Now down only 6 CS. It's not the stomp that it was at the start of the lanes, and not really being pressured during this nighttime. Baboka, critical to see where he chooses to invest his time and resources, and it will be on bottom for now. Moving on to Kuro. Mind Control there to shard him in. Good trap, but flap, flap, fly away.
He is out.
Batman with the easy escapes. Still though, Liquid not giving up kills, and that is good news for them. It's always darkest before the dawn. I guess for IG, Lumi, aside from this Night Stalker, anything else that you think is gonna... Oh, they're finding openings here. Bottom lane, Kuro getting picked off. Went a bit too far and does punish. But the Night Stalker, really the playmaker for now, right? Because you've got an Alchemid who needs to farm. The Batrider who has gotten his levels okay top lane, but is not really farming a whole lot. So the Blink Dagger or the drums, that initiation tool, will be slow. Thus, they're super reliant on Baboka having this kind of start to be in the lead early.
Yeah, and I think they're okay with that. If you look at IG's lineup, to me, they look like Team TSA. Like, look at how much vision they have. They got the night vision, they got the Batrider vision, and of course, the Wolves will be coming out to just scout everywhere. To me, this is one team with like global satellites, night optics, and then Mind Control is playing blind on this bottom lane.
Double damage room, but Baboka chewing through him. Those spines don't phase him. Cold Feet not going to set in. The Quills are stacking up, but the DD rune gets the job done as Baboka continues to rampage through Liquid. This goes back to that IO ban where the Bristle just feels like a completely different hero if GH is able to back him up. Not something a Visage can really do. Not at this stage of the game anyway.
A large part of Kuro's ineffectiveness in this game is also due to the fact that there are a couple of heroes that could just get out of Ice Shards. We saw Night Stalker just flying over it. Guess what? Batrider can do exactly the same. So I feel like Kuro is feeling a bit stranded at the moment. He wants to poke in these lanes, but it's just hard. I think the easiest lane for him to kill was OP's mid lane, Alchemist, but now that he's got level 7, as well as a Helm of Iron Will, I think that kill is also not going to be likely. What is this level 2 Kuro Tusk going to contribute on the mid game? I'm not sure.
Yeah, historically when we've seen Kuro on the Tusk, he often finds those early kills, but watch out mid lane, Miracle. Baboka's got your number, trying to slow him down with the Cold Feet coming in. They'll TP it, but it's a measly Visage. What can he do here? GH down. Or sorry, Miracle down. GH trying to respond with Matumba Man joining the fray. Chases on with the Sakuchi. But Baboka's away to safety. They force out multiple TPs and still easily gets away. And oh, by the way, top lane, XXS getting some free space now. It's level 6, can cut this wave. Precious farm time wasted here for Team Liquid. From bad to worse.
Yeah. But Puppey forced to TP mid to hopefully get a kill for the team. Unable to get it. Like you mentioned, XSS getting the freedom to catch up on the farm. I'm not gonna lie, LD. Oh, so we have a roll in.
Big roll onto Q. They want to catch him out here. The shards come through. The Sunstrike will connect with the Cold Snap. Miracle.
Magic
He
wand?
turns around. All right. Just a quick 360. It will take him down in the end.
Good catch on the Ancient Apparition. Alchemist in the jungle gives up the lane to the AA, and good critical pickoff to prevent that level 6. Meanwhile, simultaneously, we see Puppey chasing down Liquid, showing some sign of hope here.
And you notice when they made that move, right as it hits daytime, they're already ganking mid. They're looking to pressure the Weaver with the Weaver. So this is the time for Liquid to get aggressive. One thing I do want to point out, Lumi, they have not stacked really much at all for this Bristleback. No Ancient stacks as of yet. So Mind Control off to a rough start, only 2k net worth, and won't have an easy comeback. He's going to need to skirmish more than just be able to freely farm stacks to get back in this game.
I think when you're losing this hard in the early game against an Alchemist, there is a danger point where you stack and Alchemist just waltz into your jungle.
Kuro just went for one, actually missed it. The Ancient Prowler Shaman not cooperating. He also didn't quite aggro the creeps the first time. So perhaps they've been trying to stack, just not timing it right. But the economy game suffering here for Liquid. Normally one of their strongest attributes as a team.
So LD, I gotta get your opinion on this. On the bottom lane, we see Burning queuing up for the Necro 3s. As the panel mentioned, one of the standard build is going for that Mask of Madness armlet build just to get in the physical right-click damage. How do you feel about him kind of adjusting from that and going for the more traditional Necrobook build?
They're so physical damage focused, right? You've got a Visage, they're likely building a Medallion. GH already has it in the quick buy, the Swarm, throw a Blightstone in there, the Invoker right clicks and goo. Like, you don't want to have minus armor, and you also don't really want to run into this team without a BKB. So I like the Necrobook pickup a lot. It allows him to keep his hero a bit safer and still apply pressure as Liquid move in. They want to go on this bottom lane. They're going to commit forward onto Q, catching out the Ancient Apparition. One more attack scores the kill. A very successful daytime here for Liquid, and all the while, Miracle trying to play catch-up in the mid lane, but this Alchemist is far ahead. 7k net worth, almost halfway to the Relic as XXS gives GH pursuit. Diving deep behind this top tower. There will be a rotation for Purge, but in addition to that, the Big Bad Wolf is coming in hot and heavy. He wants GH, looking to munch him up. Snowball keeps him alive. Miracle joins the fray. Burning can do naught but watch and now commits the familiar summon. Jukes away. So far, not too shabby for Liquid.
Uh-oh, this Wolf is somewhat confused. He's where'd I go? Just runs around the corner, still maintaining that really high movements.
And they can pressure bottom because this Lycan left the lane. Will there even be a rotation? Still,
they're going to just get a tower here.
No level 6 for Baboka. Doesn't have the point in darkness just yet. And with that, tier 1 down. First blood as far as the towers go is actually Liquid's, opening up the map for a team that sorely needs it. And with that, still keeping this game pretty close.
A very strong recovery for Team Liquid, at least handling some of the other heroes. But I think the biggest hero that isn't really tracked up right now is the Alchemist. 108 CS in 10 or 11 minutes rather. The birds, save the birds. All right, but this Alchemist, back to the main point, is once he gets Radiance and he's just gonna farm up the map, I don't think Team Liquid could keep up with OP.
They're not particularly good at killing the illusions once they get farmed enough, right? They don't have a Hex. I guess they have decent damage, but nobody on their team is particularly amazing at dealing with them. So those split pushing illusions can be a nuisance. As far as mobility goes, they're okay there. Great late game once the Invoker gets his farm and his points and whacks the BOTs, but not there yet. Look at Burning top lane though, pressuring this tier 1 tower. It's uncontested because Liquid are on the move, trying to pressure IG in the jungle, but as it is nighttime, Baboka able to easily dodge that gank. So IG will respond. They get this Liquid tier 1. They open up that jungle a little bit. Let's see what their next move is. Batrider Blink still about 500 gold short. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, Radiance coming soon. And with that, the Radiance and the Blink, there's going to be a big power spike for IG.
Yep. Let's not forget that Q is about to hit level 6 as well, so it really combines nicely into a timing. You blink in, you lasso, you Ice Blast. Even the tankiest heroes such as Mind Control's Bristleback will just fall very, very quickly. Looks like he's working into a hood.
Oh, they're aggressive, Lumi. They're already going for this tower. They're doing it at nighttime. They're doing it with a Bristle who's not particularly farmed in front. But here come the familiars. Batumba Man getting onto Q. The Swarm not going to connect. Don't know if he actually needs it. Stun number 1. Stun number 2. If there were any questions about GH's versatility, well, they're getting answered now. This tier 1 now well under siege, but Birdie continue to pressure at the tier 2 top. Kuro wants to make a move. He could be getting trapped.
Nice stalker on the back line,
in too, looking for the flank, revs up the snowball, then tries to retreat. The shards are there, but not going to keep burning away because he's running in. Munches up the tusk. Little snow cone for dessert, and bottom lane XXS being pressured here. Batrider almost down. Miracle pumps the damage in, scores the kill, and the tower denied top. Still Liquid losing more and more map control, but they are responding well in terms of kills.
They are, but I think the map control will be a big factor moving into this mid game. Again, Team Liquid is a lineup that lacks vision to begin with, as we do watch that Batrider kill open things up with a cold snap into a meteor. But back to the main point is that once Team Liquid, especially when they lose this mid tier 1 tower, they are going to be absolutely blind, especially during nighttime against IG.
And the analysts talked a decent amount about the vision game. I just want to emphasize it. You have obviously Nightstalker Batrider already very strong, and then you have a Lycan with the Wolves. So combine that with H Apparition, like there is absolutely no way Liquid should have the vision advantage unless they win multiple fights, get a gem. It's expensive even to invest in that. And here comes the Blink debut. They killed off the bat, but he comes back with a vengeance on the mid lane, pushing mind control in, controlling him nicely. IG score the kill. Can they transition for an objective, Lumi? They want to try straight to the pit. No hesitation from IG. Is there any way Liquid can contest this? Do they have the firepower?
I mean, Matumbaman could port back to the tower, maybe throw in the swarm. They could maybe send some birds in, but IG is just doing it way too quickly. They will take down the big rock man and claim the agent.
Fighting into this is so hard, right? The Radiance is up. That missed chance is going to be absolutely huge against all this physical damage. So Liquid just don't want to risk it in a 4v5.
I do want to point out one tiny thing in the gank that we just saw. We saw the lasso coming out, and Bobuka cast a silence on the Tusk. And the idea behind that is he wants to prevent the snowball save. So we're going to keep looking out for that in these upcoming team fights. The Nightstalker will try to shut down the Tusk, and then the Batrider will get to do his thing.
It really is the only reset that Liquid have, right? Barring
and it's a very unreliable one.
Yeah, barring a very farmed Invoker, but likely he's going to be the target for those lassos. You don't have Avenge, you don't have the GH, Earthshaker or Io, both of which are fantastic defensively. In particular for interrupting that chain of initiation. As the move happens on the top lane, they look for mind control, trying to deal with him, and he will be shut down again. That is death number 5 for the Bristleback. He is just not a factor this game.
It's always a bad sign for your team when you're dying to a Batrider who's not even ganking you with Flaming Lasso. That means you go back to the base, he gets mana, and he can smoke up and gank you again. I feel like IG is winning this game so hard that Team Liquid needs to do something amazing to make a comeback.
They have good wards here. They might be able to set up something on Burning if he sticks around, but you can see the Wolves marching in, scouting out Liquid, and so all of a sudden it's IG who could potentially get the jump here. Lasso available, XXS coming back and Burning, juking away to the north, dodging the gank. And I mean, we've talked about the vision. We're going to continue to do so as GH gets stunned up here in the woods, but nice familiar micro. Gets him back safely from OP, who is fearing rather fearless. Lumi with that Aegis picked up and the Radiance. Just these Wolves constantly following Liquid. He's been using them to farm. It's just purely about getting the jump and trying to find pickoffs. IG
going for a smoke gank. They have the vision right on this ramp. They can go for the GH for the quick kill if they want. I think they're seeking for a bigger kill.
They see Miracle. This is the hero that needs to farm. He can't afford to die, but he's at the neutrals. And Miracle trapped down. No mercy from the Vigilante Bat. He'll take him down again.
And this ward is just seeing so much. Kuro now is detected. He's only level 5. His raindrop is not going to save him as it's being burned off. Okay, nice snowball here. Alchemist is going to stun himself, but there's just way too many heroes. Kuro will also go down. 5K net worth lead here, 17 minutes in. And just for a second, take a look at that net worth bar in Alchemist. It is ginormous.
And IG making the right calls here. They get the kills and then they transition straight into a tier 1 tower. They want to further eviscerate Liquid's ability to get out on the map. So now only the tier 1 mid left standing as far as those outer structures go, and they get the jump here. You can see, like, when that happens, Liquid just, they don't really ever reply. They're constantly getting caught off guard, especially when it's nighttime. It will now be day. They'll maybe have a little breathing room, but I mean, Lumi, does Liquid have to change something? Can they afford to give up these kills, just try to farm, turtle up for late game? Do they have to take some risks of their own? Is there an item they're waiting for? What sort of adjustments do you want to see out of Liquid?
I think they just have to keep taking risks. They are so far behind, and they have a lineup that needs a ton of items to operate. You know, Miracle Invoker takes a while to get online. I think the adjustment is going for those Lincoln spheres that the panel has mentioned. Miracle is going for it right now. Weaver, I think, needs to go for one as well. You just need to make sure that you're surviving against these Bat Rider lassos. Miracle, though, Sunstrike kill, I believe, in the base.
Yeah, almost killed one off Matumba Man solo and catches Baboka on the TP out. Sick play, and now looking for OP. He does have Aegis here. They'll have to kill him twice or get out, and they do. Kill him once, look for more. Mind Control joining the fray, but has to be careful. Look for the familiar stuns, trying to lock OP down, but the Ice Blast is there. Connecting on 2, blast him back in with the Flame Break. XXS, oh, OP, he even finds Matumba. Ends the killing spree, but the combo comes through. Miracle roasting up the wolf and donning his hide as a prize. 3 do fall for Liquid, but they get the Aegis. They do manage to kill off the Lycan. They keep their Invoker alive. So again, not the greatest fights for Liquid, but definitely could be worse.
I think it looked pretty good for Team Liquid at the beginning, but as soon as they took down the Aegis, I think they just needed to get back. Even with the Invoker coming in, they ultimately don't have enough firepower to take down OP a second time. And speaking of OP, he is BOTs. He's working on the Manta style, and that split push that you keep referring to is coming, and it's coming very fast. What is the answer for the split push? I have no clue. I mean, Invoker could help with Forged Spirits. The Weaver could take down some of these illusions, but I think OP will just be absolutely everywhere.
What I love about this build in this particular game is that they can take advantage of those lanes being pushed in, right? They have a lot of heroes that scale well with farm. Heroes like Ancient Apparition, Night Stalker from the support role. Obviously, the Lycan, the Bat Rider can certainly use the farm. And they have really good map control to follow up on towers falling, on waves being pushed in, and punish it with the vision game and with pickoff. So it's not just split push without a follow-up, it's split push with a purpose.
Yes. Currently
looking for the jump on the mid lane again. It's XXS, and he catches the save. Kuro, no escape. Silent stuff dealt with early. Good familiar stuns by GH. But still, the chase is on. Can they follow this up with another tower? They look for more. Hounding GH from the side. XXS blinks in. The swarm descends, and IG keep the ball rolling. Multiple kills at nighttime. More towers claimed. I do want to point out that they managed to get a deep ward down while that was all happening far behind this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. So again, they're not just getting the kills, they're following it up with crucial objectives and setting up for the next fight.
Yep. All the meanwhile, their economy game is going strong. Boboka is constantly providing vision. Speaking of which, Matumba Man thinks he's safe, thinks he's farming, and the gank is coming fast.
Well, you wanted a Lincoln Sphere for him. The lasso is still cooling down, so they need to get up the silence or time-lapse out, but it's on cooldown. Flame Break back in, with the silence coming through. The cold feet, Ice Blast. The bug is squashed. IG making it look easy versus Liquid.
Again, another gank without Flaming Lasso. As Team Liquid, what do you do against this? You can't farm. They have to take these risks. They have to get out there and farm, because that's how their lineup operates. But right now, IG is just giving them absolutely no breathing room. One thing I do want to revisit is the question I brought up with the Necro books. As the game moves on, you can see that these Necro 3s are so effective. There are 2 Invis heroes on the side of Team Liquid, the Sakuchi from the Weaver, as well as the Ghostwalk from Invoker. And with the pop of the book, both those abilities are out of the window in terms of effectiveness. So really good choice here from Burning. I like the fact that he itemized back into a Vlad's, a very standard build, but again, the name of the game here for IG is about armor stacking. Make sure that you just don't give away any easy kill, and every piece of armor you stick on your heroes is going to make that happen.
OP with his 2 pairs of boots, shoving in this middle lane, looking for the tier 2, but here comes Liquid on the wraparound. Mind Control, stacking up the quills. OP's the man in front. They want to find something a bit tastier on the backside, so they sneak around. They try to get the jump on IG, but that's damn hard when they can fly. The bat jukes away, and OP rushes in, straight onto the bristle, nails him with the Ice Blast, and to his cross, where he dies. Now looking on the other side of the fight for Miracle, they take him down too. IG completely overrunning Liquid, and now
this could be Rex right here.
Might even be
60
more.
seconds before Miracle comes back. What are they going to do against this?
They can go top Lumi. They can maybe get 2 without the Invoker. Can they cut the wave? Can they slow this down? Where are the answers for Liquid? Where is the Liquid from the group stage? IG are absolutely astounding in this game, number 1. Good stall, though, by GH with the familiar stunt, but they keep on smacking here. Melee racks dropping. Will go down. Familiar's being farmed up. Still no Invoker. 25 seconds without Miracle. But IG, content with their one-lane advantage, won't push it further. They back away. They know the next Roche could be up now, and if not now, very soon. So they're going to wait for that next stages.
Matumbaman trying his best to get the creep wave pushed out on the top, but quickly answered back as the Alchemist ports back. LD, it might be too soon to talk about game 2, because Team Liquid do have a chance to hold for a late game comeback if IG starts to make a mistake, but let's assume that IG does take this game. Is there anything from the draft that you might want Kuro to change? Because I do feel like Kuro got somewhat outdrafted here.
I liked the bans from IG in Phase 2. There was a game that Liquid played against EG where they went for like mega push. I think they had like a Visage, Broodmother mid, 5th pick, which caught their opponents a bit off guard. I want to say there was like a Lycan or a Lone Druid in that game as well. So I think IG definitely watched that replay. You saw their second stage bans were very targeted, but hold that thought because IG, they know this game isn't over yet. They want to secure the victory. The snowball, good. Retaliation from Kuro, but now he's being controlled by the Night Stalker. Baboka's in through the rear, the Ice Blast comes through. Another connection with the Flame Break. That teamwork making the dream work for IG.
Okay.
They will shatter too, and now again, continuing pursuit. Liquid will keep the Invoker alive. And Matumbaman hanging on by a thread, but the chase is on. If they can keep the vision, Matumba's in trouble.
Yes, they can.
No time lapse. Lock him down and finish him off. IG putting a bow on it here, and now Shrines on the menu.
Roshan is back in about 5 seconds or so IG could just swoop in, check it with the Wolf, and take it after that as well.
So yeah, I mean, if it goes to that game too, I would like to see GH on something where he can have his impact. You know, a playmaker, maybe he takes on the Tusk. Obviously, Kuro is a fantastic Tusk, and ever since the departure of Jerax, he's really stepped up, but you know,
yeah, I mean, you were asking about GH this game, and I said, you know, I don't think he's going to show up because of the lineup and how it is. We're going to watch this team fight one more time. At the beginning of the fights, looking pretty good for Team Liquid, especially with Batrider wasting the lasso on Miracle's Lincoln Sphere. But as the fight dragged on, they just figured out, we can't kill this Alchemist. Alchemist is chasing us down with these Necro Books. Once again, IG just flexing their muscle.
I will say, never sleep on a Miracle Invoker, but that said, this ward, Lumi, this ward, going to make life very difficult for Liquid. IG in perfect formation here to anticipate this Liquid expedition. Kuro leads it boldly forward, and the smoke is revealed by the least gankable hero on the team. They're going to try anyway. OP does get locked down by the shards. He actually gets pushed away from his team about as good as it gets, but they can't focus him down. He just waltzes away. All the while, the rest of IG weren't really doing anything, but now they make their move. Lasso, Ice Blast, connecting on 2, and in a song of ice and fire, Liquid are overrun. Kuro gets brought down. 3 hit the deck. Now back for mind control, turning him into Chop Suey. They will kill him off. Chat wheel being spammed, and now Roche is next. IG putting on a clinic here to open up this TI.
True thing about this draft for Team Liquid, it's not their group stage draft. Group stage draft, they always have some mega push. Yeah, sure, you got Visage, you got that Invoker, but I don't think it's enough push, at least not the same standard as Team Liquid showed.
It's a slower push. It's a push that takes a lot of time and farm to come online, and IG have not given them that time.
Second thing about this draft, 2 games that Team Liquid lost out of the 3 games that they lost in group stage was to a Batrider. I think looking into the game 2 draft, I think you might want to take out the Batrider, especially against one of the best Batrider players in China. XSS has been absolutely spectacular in the hero.
Or have a counter. You know, they picked both of their supports to open the draft. And I think IG did recognize that. They didn't expect that mid-core Visage that sometimes no-tail runs, and as a result, they've been able to punish with the bat pick. So IG move in. Looking for the flank is Matumbaman, but already the base is in shambles. 2 lanes down. From bad to worse for Liquid. IG gonna retreat now. They've been systematic thus far. Still have some time here with their Aegis, their cheese. Any reason not to just walk down bottom lane and go for the megas?
Maybe wait for natural nighttime, just to make sure that you have a very, very long team fight. The one thing that we haven't really mentioned at all, hold that thought here as Q. We'll go down, but we'll do some damage to Matumbaman before he dies.
Uh-oh, not worth it if he gets caught out.
No Lincoln Sphere, just
no time lapse. He already used it to try and get out of there safely. And IG pursue him. They see him Sakuchiing through the wave. They expect him in the trees. It looks like he's juked it. He will TP out. So a little space created, but they're going to need a lot more of that. IG still hunting for him. Now maybe just going to back away and wait for all 5. Wait for that Ice Blast, and like you said, wait for that natural nighttime coming soon.
Also, OP is very close to finishing a Shiva's guard, so having that extra bit of armor allows him to tank in the front. Although it doesn't feel like he even needs it. He's been pretty much immortal throughout this whole game.
Liquid hanging on by a hope. Probably a prayer as well at this point. They do have the gem to try and deal with IG, but now the issue is going to be, like, you might even see them coming. Doesn't matter. They're getting to that level of farm on IG where they don't have to catch you off guard. They don't have to necessarily have the vision advantage. So this gem will help, but will it be enough? And now there's a BKB. BKB lasso, your only counter initiation is what? A snowball save? That's basically it.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You know, you pray on the Lincoln Sphere, you pray that the snowball gets there. The BKB just makes the life a little bit easier for XSS, but the overall game plan hasn't changed for either team.
IG just gonna start battering down this bottom lane, it appears, as they congregate. Burning looking to join the squad. Assault Cuirass completed for him. He has been the siege engine to back up the Alchemist as the frontline tank. Now the Shiva's coming out and gets aggressive. Charging in, lobbing in the stun, going for GH even through the pipe. The damage is substantial. They try to slay the beast, but the Alchemist shrugs it off, forcing Liquid on their heels, chewing through the Bristles HP. I'm the real tank now, says OP. This is not your bristleback of 3 to 6 months ago. GH now taking the stun again and Burning racing onto him. They turn back for mind control. Miracle sounds the retreat with the deafening blast, but Kuro is caught in the crossfire. A second hero down, the support duo of Liquid that has been so instrumental in their run to first place in the groups has been very quiet in this game. 1, 2, and 13 combined.
The true support player to me was they had no role in the early game. They had no good lanes to gank. They weren't able to win their own individual lanes when they weren't ganking. They weren't stacking like you were mentioning. I just felt the effectiveness wasn't there, and Boboka spamming them Giles as IG about to take mega creeps.
Boboka showing that he is not just a Monkey King player. 4, 2, and 15. He might overextend here, but it's okay for IG. They've already gotten the megas. We have seen some mega creep comebacks, but down 30k gold. You'll probably need 4 or 5 fights to turn it, and Liquid do lose one. They'll sound the GG. IG dominant to open up TI. What more is there to say? There were a lot of question marks around this team, Lumi, but I think Valve recognized, we all knew they were capable of greatness. Some questioned the direct invite, but they, I think, show here, and they showed it in the group stage. They are a solid squad. They are not a one-patch team. And now Liquid has to go back to the drawing board heading into that game number 2.
Yeah, it's just the way that they did it this game. I don't think they made a single mistake. And something that PPE brought up in the panel is that when they win as a unit. And we saw that everybody showed up and played, starting from Q's first blood on the bottom lane to OP, all the way carrying the game. I felt like all of IG showed up, and they played super well.
So I think Boboka probably the standout player here, and along with that, the overall strategy around it. Like, he individually did more in the laning stage than, and even through the mid game, than pretty much anyone else.
I say if I have to give the MVP, I'll give it to Q for his draft.
All right, well, with that, we'll see what the analysts think. It's back to day 9 and the rest of the panel.
That was possibly the most one-sided game Team Liquid has been part of this entire tournament. Everything went perfectly for IG, and their draft created this beautiful combo of Ancient Apparition finishing off the Lasso Night Stalker hero. I mean, PPD, what a powerful draft to build Alchemist around.
Yeah, they showed up. That last pick, Alchemist, Liquid had no answer.
Yeah, that was remarkable. I mean, you know, you even mentioned the importance of having an answer to Lasso, and I feel like that really highlights how much it hurts to not have that answer.
They also didn't have a good way to invade the jungle. Like, Alchemist had a, 13-minute treads, armlet, radiance. That's an incredibly good timing. Yeah, they played the Alch strat to perfection. I also love how clowny Boboka is. They were like pushing Hurricane. I was like, that just happened. Fight under the tower.
He would not stop using the chat wheel all game long. We're going to look for that in game 2. And Aka, I want to ask, was there something Team Liquid could have done once they entered the match, or was it just the draft for IG was so strong?
I think they got a bit behind from the lanes, but they tried to catch up, but they couldn't have, they didn't get the space for it. The Batrider was finding you, he was getting kills all over the place. and the supports were dying, and Liquid, like, they really needed the Bristleback to be like strong for them to fight, but he like never really got to that point even.
Yeah, I mean, the Bristleback had less net worth than Batrider for most of that game. I mean, in your eyes, Merlini, do you think if the Bristleback was able to get that farm and be an effective front line, that it would have been an appropriate answer to the Batrider lasso?
Certainly, but I don't really think it was possible given their lineup. They have an Invoker who they need to protect in the mid lane, so parts of their draft didn't allow certain heroes to shine.
I mean, I want to once again come to IG's draft that I feel like had such a nice, clean picture to it, with the fact that with Nightstalker, Batrider, and Lycan, you already have some great vision control, some great pickoffs, some very strong pushing capabilities. And Alchemist just slotted itself so nicely into that 5th pick. Do you think that this was just a natural response of what they wound up seeing, or do you think that this was a plan that wound up emerging all the way from the early?
I think they might have had the idea to last pick the Alchemist. That's like a hero that we haven't seen too much, where a lot of teams have been able to grab some easy games.
I was actually afraid that it was going to be a bit too greedy, but I mean,
Liquid had their. I really think Liquid's draft really fell flat. They picked like 4 pretty much just like all damage heroes between Invoker, Bristleback, Visage, and Weaver. No control at all. And then Tusk was their 5th hero. Like, he offers some control, but pretty limited. And IG just got to do whatever they wanted the entire game.
Yeah. And I think the real question is, can Liquid establish a draft that will give them the appropriate answer to what IG is bringing to the table? Because as we've heard before, a lot of the Chinese teams are remarkable at playing well as a unit. And so the entire draft has to be key for Team Liquid. Now, before we go into Game 2, we have a very special, clever individual to introduce to talk a little bit about the newcomer stream. It is your favorite weatherman, Purge. What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, man. How you doing?
I'm a TI. Are you kidding me? I'm amazing. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. TI is great every year. Happy to be here. And there's a lot of good stuff that you guys can tune into. There's the newcomer stream that's going on right now. So if you guys are new to Dota, or if you're an experienced player and you're watching with somebody else, you can tune into twitch.tv /Dota2TI_newcomer. And you can watch the same main feed with your favorite Crystal Maiden cosplayers, Day 9 hosts, and all of that other good stuff with some helpful pop-ups, things like this. Tell you a little bit of info about what kinds of heroes are being played, what their skills do, and things like that. So same good experience and a little bit more info for you. And that's all. It's pretty good.
I mean, I gotta say, it is super cool, the fact that the stream literally is the exact same experience that you would get at the TI main stream. Same commentary, same camera angles, same everything. And you know, I'm curious, again, what do you think is perhaps some key bit of information that all new players should know if they're tuning in for the first time ever?
That's tough.
TI is the greatest event ever.
There it is. There you have it.
This is a great event, and I think that everybody who wants to check it out deserves to have that full experience. And putting the newbie stream and the mainstream together into this like combination, I think it's really great because everybody gets to see the main show and feel like they're a part of this awesome, awesome event, but then also learn a little bit about Dota so they can understand what they're watching.
Yeah, and personally, I'm super honored to be here. This is my first event working at Dota 2. And a lot of you know that I just started last year. You know, I kind of got things started off just trying to play because I thought TI was cool. And thanks to the help of Coach Purge, I've now become someone who is a little bit above mediocre. And I really just want to say it's been such... What is happening, Pyrian Flax?
Coming with me.
I think we're supposed to cut.
Well, look who it is. If it isn't Day 9, huh?
Hey, Sir Action Slacks. Hello, I'm gonna...
Then your research, I see. Good to hear.
That's right, I know your name.
You think you can just waltz into this community without a little bit of an interview, huh? An interrogation, if you will? Yours, huh?
Wow, damn. Holy shit. Wow, we lead with that?
No, all right. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot. Here, have a snack. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Dota players don't feed, Sean! All right. Question number 1.
Yes.
What happened to the other day, 1 through 8? Where are days 1 through 8, Sean? Sean, you ever been Shiva ravaged?
Maybe, but I wasn't aware.
Nobody has! Don't look at him, you look at me, okay? That guy knows more about you than anybody else in this room. Ain't that right? Oh, what do we have here, huh? Real clean behavior score you got here, buddy.
That's right.
That's right, real positive stuff. You ever been a low priority, huh? Never? No. A real clean slate, huh? Care to, explain this? That don't look like no radiant or dire symbol to me. What's this? What's on your shirt right now, Sean?
This is Dimir in Magic the Gathering. It's blue-black.
It's a what? It's a what now?
It's Magic the Gathering.
Dota players don't know any games except for Dota, Sean. Next question. Okay. Whoa, this is interesting here. Recognize this? Yeah, look at that. That's your Dota profile. Seeing not a lot of versatility
if
there.
versatility's ever up here,
Yeah?
it's not mine. It's not mine. I can confirm that this is mine.
Why don't you name 5 heroes you can use in a no-leg strat?
A no-leg strat. But most of the heroes have legs. No.
5 that don't?
Name 5 heroes with no legs.
I'm not gonna tell you how to answer the question, Sean.
Well, I believe that Slardar doesn't have legs. That his long, dangly tentacle
That's
body
one.
doesn't count as a leg.
More?
Possibly Venomancer also
That's
kind of has
two.
the same tentacly thing going on. There's a skin where Zeus is on a cloud and does not need his legs. He is simply guided through the air.
Yeah, let him in. All right. Welcome to Dota, buddy. You're gonna do great.
Oh! It is an honor to be here, and of course, the most important thing to note is during all of that, Slack's facial muscles were fighting the entire time. He was giggling and smirking and trying to be serious, and it was great. And thanks to Piri and Flax for coming over and bagging my head in the most staged abduction ever.
High production value here.
Yeah, guys. What did you think of me?
What was the intro part that got cut off?
I don't even know.
I know.
I heard it was just a little too inappropriate for the
Yeah.
children at home. Slacks comes in a little hard. He needs to tone it down every once in a while.
That's true. Actually, the one part that was cut is a Hotbid. Many of you may know him as his brilliant videos from Beyond the Summit. He was underneath the table, and at one point he tried to grab my legs to surprise me, but he couldn't fit his hands around my giant calves. They just kept slipping off like he was a buttered lobster, man.
Just take.
A buttered lobster.
Yeah, that's right. Hotbid, that's who you are now to me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so sounds like the teams are in their pods. We're going to be getting ready for the second graph, so let's sharply transition from Lobster into talking about Team Liquid versus Invictus Gaming. Now, Team Liquid, we've talked about before that often they'll build their drafts around a player like Miracle or occasionally swap Miracle in Matumba Man's position. Is that what they need to do here, Aka? Is that they need to have an even more focused lineup around their mid player? Or is it they need more versatility, they need to spread responsibility?
I don't really think they need to focus more on him. He got his Invoker pick. That is a hero that he really likes to play, and he's super good on it as well. I think they just need to make sure that they won't end up with the same draft against the draft that IG had again.
That'd be a great strat, I agree. Don't do the same drafts, guys.
Yeah.
That'd be very, very
It
bad.
didn't succeed, and it didn't look like it would succeed at a second attempt. I mean, Merlini, are there specific picks that you would be expecting Team Liquid to go for to center around here?
Think different heroes on GH. We talked about him a lot before the draft. They banned out 2 of his heroes, and they gave him a Visage, which he didn't really do anything with.
He usually makes a lot of space for the team, but Visage is not the hero you make space with early on.
I mean, we talked a little bit about Bristleback. Do you think that Bristleback was perhaps the big issue in the game, that he wasn't able to get the appropriate amount of farm in order to be that front line for the team?
I don't know. I think that last pick Invoker was not what they needed at all. I think they really needed some control, you know, whether it be like a Puck or maybe you put Bristleback or Weaver mid and pick some other offlaner like Axe or something else. Like they needed some control and they just had none on their lineup.
It's just a big problem when Alchemist has like these items early on and the other heroes are farmed as well. Then it's very hard to get back for the other team. And we could just see it that the game ended at like 24 something.
Yep.
So, you know, it was funny for us because, you know, we get off, we take our headsets off, we head to the room, and then we immediately had to get back out and put everything back on again because IG was doing such a one-sided performance. And I'm curious if both of you also think that Invoker was probably the concerning pick in the draft.
I think it was the last pick, but I think a hero that we haven't really talked about was Night Stalker. Night Stalker's, I think, first.
So good.
He's the highest banned hero, and it's very difficult when we're spectating. You see all the vision, but if you could see from Team Liquid's perspective, it's terrifying playing against that hero.
Yeah, and I mean, he has such strong level 1 abilities. The fact that his slow is 50% just right out the gate just makes him very intimidating at those low levels as well. And having no vision, I feel like the better you get at Dota, the more you want vision. The more that vision is like the most important thing.
Information is what you're always looking for in Dota.
Right.
You communicate with your teammates, hey, what's going on with you? So that way you can, you know what you should be doing next.
Communication in pub matches.
Communication is everything.
Ping, 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 ping. Nightmare guy, ping, 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 ping.
But Boca just uses the chat wheel. It works.
Too easy. Yeah, I love that you stress the word information because something that is really common, low-level matches is a player makes a mistake, but there's really no one there to punish it. There's no instant reaction time on those 1-second timing windows, but it seems like every single time you watch that Night Stalker Batrider AA combo, they immediately punished anyone who was even slightly out of position.
They're just like very fast to punish things, as you said, and you can also see that they see like straight away when they can't kill someone and they like back off. So it's not like they are like chasing someone for too long.
Yeah, they would just back off and Batrider would firefly around and eventually just snag somebody and they're like, hey, AA, follow up on this Batrider lasso.
Every time.
4v5 fight.
Well, the game 2 is about to begin between Team Liquid and IG. The winner will advance to the semifinals and the losers will drop to lower.
Team Liquid versus Invictus Gaming. Game 2.
Hiroki once again, his team centered around him.
GH still has a smile after that game. It was just day one, game one.
That is important. It cannot be understated the crippling pressure of being a game away from elimination. And this is not that match. These two players are in the winners semis. The winner will advance to the winners finals.
Top 6 guaranteed if you win.
And one thing that's so fantastic then is that, yeah, you lost that game, but you got a cushion, right? At the very least, if you lose, you don't even have to play today. You have a full day to recuperate.
Unlike tomorrow, or unlike later today, where if you lose that first game, you're done.
That's it.
It's over.
I think like these teams have been on so many events that they don't really get, let this get to them that they get like pressured after just only this game. They know that it's a long event, and as you said, they can go to the lower bracket as well and have a good run from it.
That's really impressive to me. I would have assumed that a lot of people get stage fright, especially given that Key Arena has that circular crowd and you can feel them in the booth when they're cheering.
I think maybe new teams has it, but at least in the beginning of the tournament, you're very calm.
Most Dota players are pretty chill.
Yeah.
In my experiences, everybody really just kind of, it takes a second. I think when you sit down at TI for the first time, and the crowd's super loud, and you hear them announce your name and your team, you get some.
That can affect you.
Yeah, you get a little anxiety going on, but once you get into the game and start playing, it's pretty easy at that point.
Now, right away, this is an interesting set of picks out of Invictus Gaming. I mean, typically, especially if you were looking at times of past, there would be a long wait to pick mids and carries. I mean, here we have Lycan and Alchemist as the first 2 picks. You think this is Invictus saying that they have a particular strength here? Because now they have the vulnerability of just being counterpicked by Team Liquid.
Well, they're forcing Liquid's hand. They have a game cushion here to lose. They say, hey, you did an awful job of dealing with Alchemist last game. Maybe you can do a little bit better this time.
Usually he's not that good to pick in the first 2. Like most teams don't, because then it gives him the opponents actually 3 picks to counter the hero. But Liquid actually picks the Coddle this time, which is a comfort pick for GH, and the Bristleback as well, which is a very good partner with the Coddle. So.
And I want to touch a little bit on the idea of counterpicking Alchemist. What are the types of techniques that you would be looking to use to destroy an Alchemist farming?
You want to pressure him early on. You really don't want to let him jungle or get a good lane mid as well. And all of that happened the last game, so I really think that Liquid is going to look out for that.
There's 2 hero-specific counters. I think Ursa 1-on-1 versus Alchemist is just terrifying for Alchemist. And then AA, I also think is really good at shutting him down. You have to like reconsider building the armlet, and you're extremely easy to kill.
What do you like about Ursa versus him?
Just the lane matchup. Like he can't come up to creeps at all.
So you just lane Ursa mid against Alchemist, and Alchemist would have like a slow start?
Yes. I've also seen Meepo occasionally, but I don't think Liquid are Meepo players. No.
Yeah, and I think that it was really just amazing to see how Invictus Gaming was pushing so hard, largely in part thanks to the Lycan, that Alchemist was always so far away from where any of the other players were on the map. I mean, it was just clean farming from him start to finish. And the Nyx ban.
Timbersaw is one of those mid heroes that does pretty well against him as well. Oh, they actually did go for AA. I thought maybe they wouldn't go for AA since they already had Coddle. It's kind of a weird support duo.
Yeah.
It's so good versus Elk, though.
Yeah, but it's pretty far from what we've seen throughout the rest of the tournament. There's also a Bristleback, so I'm kind of wondering what these next two heroes are going to be. Are they going to have a little bit more catch? You know, once again, we have a Team Liquid lineup with no disables.
They might just get like Sven or something with the AA on the safe lane to make sure that
Ooh, Sven.
the cold feet
Yes.
wears off. But
I like that. Sven Coddle AA. It's a solid tri-lane. And Sven destroys
and also
Lycan.
that they can put Bristol and Coddle off lane and AA plus Sven safe lane.
So would that be a Miracle Sven, you think?
It could be.
He's been kind of playing like the one.
Yeah, for sure.
So we've been talking a little bit about Team Liquid's lineup. What are the huge pieces that are currently missing from IG?
Oh, so IG. Team fight, I guess. and
Obviously,
Alchemist
generally
as well.
speaking,
I think
supports.
flexibility.
Yeah.
I think when you pick Alchemist, he's so rarely put in that support position anymore that you're kind of pigeonholed into protecting him and getting the Radiance online. I don't really think they can like veer too much from their draft.
That's a great point. I mean, we've been seeing teams do things where they'll pick an Earthshaker early, and it's unclear, is this going mid? Is this going to be roaming? Is it just going to be, you know, traditional off lane? But here the Alchemist kind of puts the hand face up. I mean, is there any other way to play him other than just hard farming?
Not that we've seen recently.
You could do something crazy and irresponsible and make him play support. But I'm sure Baboka would be up to the task.
I would love to see that.
Ooh, Ricky. Okay, okay.
Baboka Ricky.
I was thinking about Enchantress for IG. How do you feel about that, Ake?
It would be super good. They
Yeah.
have Keeper of the Light and AA, which is like two of the worst heroes against Ench. So
Yeah, you have a lot of experience with that hero. I kind of identified that trend last year at TI6.
Oh,
when
really?
I started playing. Well, I started playing Ench and Chen a little bit because I saw, I think it was Navi, who was doing really well right before
They were,
TI.
yeah.
And they were crushing it with art style playing Chen and Ench. And it's because these two supports have no way to deal with the creep that Ench or Chen brings to the lane.
that's a like really trigger point when you want to pick Ench. When you see
Exactly.
these,
You can take Ench can go to any lane at this point with a creep, and Liquid can't really do anything about it except get out of his way.
Yeah.
So that's a free lane one for IG if they decided to go that route.
They did get the Ricky though, which is I guess
There it is.
Baboka's hero who's gonna play the Ench otherwise. I guess since he's the 4.
Q. I
Did
mean,
they
Ench.
play? Yeah, I
Ench
guess.
could be a 5.
Yeah,
It's
true.
gonna win you a lane. You know, it's similar to like Lich, which is not banned or picked.
It's just that you end up with both Ricky and Ench, which maybe isn't the best support combo because both of them really want to roam, so you don't really have a lane support.
Maybe Lich. I feel like maybe Lich would be nice for the Lycan. Give him some ice armor in the early game
Sure.
to help deal with the bristleback quills, and also make his lane a little bit easier, because I imagine he's going to be pretty pressured with bristleback and Coddle in his face in the early game.
It's very good against both Bristol and Ursa, especially since they're physical damage, so the Lich Armor is going to be very good against them.
So I feel like Alchemist is still going to be a large centerpiece for Invictus, and obviously you've mentioned that Ursa can wreck Alchemist early in lane. Do you think this will sort of pigeonhole Ricky or Lich?
We're killing it, man. Look at us
Nice.
go. This is game 2.
Do you think that like Ricky and Lich will almost be a little forced to address the Ursa Alchemist problem, or do you think that this is exactly what Invictus wants? They're happy to dedicate a hero in order to help the Alchemist Ursa matchup.
That's what Lich does.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lich is definitely going to have to help out the Alchemist mid.
They're very happy with that as well. I mean, when you pick Alc first too, you know that the like other heroes like really needs to fit well with him because he is, as you said, the center of the draft.
I'm a bit worried about the Lycan and the Alc. I think they're both going to have a hard time in lane, and maybe Ricky and Lich can help them, but I don't know how much help Ricky's going to be versus any of these heroes. Maybe
Just
Ricky...
support-wise, Ricky is good against Keeper of the Light and AA. They don't really want to fight Ricky as well, but I think they're gonna stay close to their cores, so Ricky won't really find them in the jungle.
So we've talked a little bit about some of these specific lane matchups and the concerns. What about just big game-wide strategy? Again, Invictus is going to be very centered around, during this game, giving Alchemist the chance to get as much farm as he can before engaging in massive team fights and pushing down. How would you evaluate the existing, just broad team goals of Team Liquid?
I'm not sure where Team Liquid's going, to be honest.
They want to pressure them at the least. They want to have the Bristleback in front with Coddle and pressure towers early on, and Ursa as well, maybe getting an early Blink dagger to make sure that they can kill Alk.
I mean, do you think it's safe to say that perhaps this is a lot focused about specific early hero matchups and trying to gain an edge there for mid and late game?
What they want to do is get Bristle really nice and fat, take that on the T1s, do Roach with Ursa, and then just have Bristleback sit in the front and have these two, Lycan and the Alchemist, just very, very poor, and then they won't have enough damage. Their lineup on Invictus Gaming side cannot do any damage. Like, especially if they last pick a Sven, God forbid, anyone with Warcry, they're done for.
I'm worried that Liquid's going to be split pushed this game by Alchemist Manta Radiance and Lycan Summons.
And Ricky scouting.
And Ricky, you know, putting deep wards in, finding out where hopefully Liquid's initiator is. These heroes really need somebody to lock somebody down in order for them to connect on their damage.
Sand King, again, we're seeing some hints of similar wishes to have good pickoffs, and actually, I mean, Sand King seems to fill a lot of nice gaps. Again, the super reliable stun for Sand King.
Sand King's nice, gives them a bit more team fight. Hopefully Ricky will be able to find his targets for him so he can connect with his stun.
It's also quite okay against Ursa on the lane if he actually can get some levels, but probably Ursa's going to have A with him.
Yeah, Sand King probably not the best laner in this game. I think that's going to be the biggest struggle for IG, but Lich should hopefully help at least one of the lanes, perhaps two.
So I feel like the big story for IG is that they obviously primarily want Alchemist to get lots of farm this game, and secondarily want to make sure that Lycan doesn't get dumpstered in his early game laning. So it's really going to be a lot about how these supports get allocated in order to protect those two big goals in the early game. For Team Liquid, their last pick's coming in now. Monkey King.
Miracle Monkey King, man. There it is.
Armor is king.
Okay, all right. I have no idea what Team Liquid's primary path to victory is. Okay, you have any thoughts?
Well, they're going to pressure the lanes. They're going to go Roche with Ursa, and they're going to just hope that they can find the Alchemist and kill him, but it's going to be hard since they have Ricky and Lycan to scout. So
it's almost as though their primary goal is just to not let IG achieve theirs. Well, I'm very excited to see if Team Liquid can pull it together in this game. They lost game one in a convincing fashion, and IG is looking amazing. Let's throw it to the casters for game two.
Lumi, if there's any team that should know what a Monkey King can offer and how to deal with him, you'd think it would be IG with Baboka. And I have to say, while sadly we won't be seeing QO on the main stage here, he did perhaps leave a legacy with his mid Monkey King, which we got to cast in the group stage.
Yeah, the mid Monkey King, or Monkey King in general as a core, has been talked a lot, you know, behind the scenes, backstage, rumors, and whispering. Yeah, it's here to show up. As we get into the game, I'll talk about how it matches up against Alchemist, and I'll tell you, it's a pretty good matchup for the Monkey King.
Yeah, get excited, guys. We've got a mid Monkey King and none other than Miracle's hands, Liquid on the ropes. Now they've got to take 2 games to avoid getting dropped early to the lower bracket.
If there's one team that could do it, though. #1 team in the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the tougher group, some would say.
Now that said, you know, Liquid, they do have one big notch in their belt coming into this TI. That is, of course, their epicenter victory. But overall, you look at the last year, they have struggled to close out tournaments. Obviously, Star Ladder, which was lacking some of the big names, they also did well at. But historically, this team is always in the running and a tough takedown, but rarely do they make it all the way.
They were always #2, second place in some of the recent majors. I mean, even if you go back all the way, talk about history, Kuro, second place at TI, you know, like just going way, way back. So I feel like Team Liquid has put in time. They really just want to come in with a big win.
And on the other side, you know, you've got Burning. I don't know that there's a player who's been at the top level longer than this guy.
Destined to win a TI.
So many legends, like you look at like Fear, for example, finally stepped back from being a player this year. There's few players that have played as long as Burning, and fewer still who have not won a TI out of that list.
You know, I like how we talk about these big names, but some of these players that hasn't been to TI, this is their first TI. GH, a superstar for Team Liquid. And of course, the 3 playmakers of IG, think about OP, XSS, as well as Boboka. This is their first TI as well.
And arguably, they are the most important players
most reliant
on their team.
Players, yeah. Both teams rely on these players so much. So it just shows you that experience is one thing, making these deep tournament runs, but all of these new organizations and teams need new blood to kind of make things still function.
So many storylines at play here as we get ready. The teams entering the lanes and the battle about to begin. Liquid going to set up with the offensive dual lane, and I think the good news is for Liquid, they do have a GH comfort pick. So we see Baboka early trying to get that rune steal, but instead Liquid, slight little advantage for them. They'll have the triple bounty rune grab. So thoughts on the laning setup, Luby? We're going to see Matumba Man going mid as the Ursa, someone who can, so it won't actually be the Miracle mid Muggiekin that we thought. He's going to head safe lane. And this is something it feels like could put a lot of pressure early on this Alchemist.
In fact, when Miracle played the other Monkey King game in the group stage, I do believe that was a safe lane as well. They're going to give the matchup of Ursa, something that Ben Wu touched up on the panel, is one of the most amazing matchup. Look at OP's position right now. Hasn't even seen a creep, just watching as Ursa denies.
Yeah, Ursa with Chilling Touch, you don't want to be trading at this stage. So
also, one quick thing I want to mention, look at Lycan's item choice here. Normally, as a safe lane carry, you start things out with a stout shield or the makings of a poor man shield. You get up a lot of stats, a lot of regen. He's got boots first. He knows he is going to be sacrificed in this position. They're sending Lich bottom. In their mind, it's more important for IG to win Sand King's lane than to win Lycan. So right from the get-go, you have two cores of IG that did the heavy lifting of last game, being completely sacked from the laning stage. This XSS Sand King better come up huge.
And Liquid are already trying to really take advantage of this pressure opportunity as GH is dragging the creeps at the top lane, allowing Mind Control to get aggressive on burning, but the early boots are certainly helping limit the damage. Still creeps already hitting the tower, getting that early attrition in. So IG, as you mentioned, it's really all invested in the Sand King here. He has to have a good start. He has to get a fast blink or at least some items that allow him to rotate, and he needs to go and salvage the other lanes. Because as the lanes stand right now, OP actually doing all right in the farm department, but always there's a threat that he just goes down and gives up kills to this Ursa, especially if Kuroki is in the neighborhood.
And the big difference between this game and the last game is that I don't think IG is going to be able to give as many stacks to the Alchemist. Ricky is just not a good stacking hero because he just goes in Viz and the creeps lose his vision and then the creeps just go back. And then Lich, he's going to be sitting in the lane pretty much 100% of the time, so he's also not going to be off the jungle too much to stack. So.
I really want to focus on this. Like what Baboka, I was going to ask what can he do, and he gets a haste through and he gets a courier kill. Oh man, this guy. So many plays at DAC to win what was basically, I think most would agree, like the third major of the year, just in terms of the stiff competition at that event and how grueling of a format it was. But yeah, what can he do? Like aside from that courier snipe, Bristleback is not an easy gank early. Obviously, the Ursa mid is not going to be a possible kill without a 3, maybe 4 hero gank. So is the Riki just purely here for the vision? Is there anything else that you could expect Baboka to get accomplished?
I think on paper, during the draft, you look at these heroes like the Ancient Apparition, the Keeper of Light, as we have a Burrow Strike happening on the bottom side. Miracle takes a couple of nukes here, and they might be able to right-click him down. XSS, though, will get iced up. One more right-click here from Q. They will get the kill.
They're gonna
and
get
here
more.
comes Baboka. You asked what he's going to do? He's going to give you the second kill of the game for IG. They have disastrous
Meanwhile, top lane, Burning gets blown up as Liquid just get off that Illuminate in time. So they answer back, but the early aggression, again going IG's way, even in a game where it looks a bit harder to pull off at this stage.
Yes.
The rotations have just been so good. Let's see, Miracle trying to get that tree dance off, but constantly taking damage. Earlier wasn't able to. As Baboka sneaks around, there's a sentry here. Kuro is going to deward him. So they are starting to fixate on this bottom lane with 3 heroes congregating as perhaps their best location to make those hero kill plays.
Yeah, one of the things that Monkey King struggles as a hero is that he doesn't do well when you're running a bunch of heroes at him early on. And I think that's the reason why that IG has sent the Lich to the bottom. Again, they're sacrificing 2 of their cores just to shut down the Monkey King. There's a lot of value placed in that. But back to your question about what is Baboka ultimately going to be doing. He's quite good against heroes like Ancient Apparition and Keeper of Light because they don't really have a way to repel the Riki when he's chasing after you. But as such, like I don't think Ancient Apparition or Keeper of Light has really left the lane too much.
It's an awkward support duo, right?
Yeah.
While GH's Keeper of the Light is certainly one of his strongest heroes and very frequently ban worthy. At the same time, normally they pair it with Kuro being a more of a playmaker. Like the Tusk probably comes to mind as the big one.
Here we go. Baboka.
They're going to set up mid, trying to look for Matumba Man.
No, he's looking for the couriers.
Or
and,
maybe
hey,
the curve.
It's alive right now. Okay, it gets bursted. That means on the way back, it's not going to get bursted.
He does not have vision, though, so Baboka doesn't realize it's happening. Might try to turn his attention towards top. Go assist Burning, but again, Britzel not a hero that Riki can offer much against, so really it's the Keeper of the Light they're going to want to kill, and they've decided to move Q off the lane as well. Q is going to finally make that journey. You know, the panel mentioned perhaps the Lich can win 2 lanes. Well, this is going to be the start of trying to salvage one of them at least. He will complete his rotation, but immediately Mind Control gets the go on and forces the TP. Lane not salvaged.
Yep. An obvious synergy between this Liquid top lane is that you put the Chakra Magic onto Bristleback, and he gets to machine gun Quill Spray back to back. And that's actually pretty important in terms of the mid-game team fights, as well as the early game laning harass against Burning.
They're getting out CS really hard, but the nice thing for IG is they have Greevil's Greed, so they're actually not behind at all. With that in the courier snipe, technically, they're leading. Of course, you'd like to be farther ahead with the Alk, but it is allowing them to stay in this game, and with the Lich denies as well, experience is just fine for IG. So despite Liquid's strong lanes, they don't have that huge advantage you'd like to see.
I mean, I think yes or no. You're right that the Go graph shows that the 2 teams are pretty even, but you got to keep in mind that IG's timing comes in a much, much later. Like, the Alchemist takes a long time to ramp up. Burning also will take a long time to ramp up. The difference is that Ursa, you get phase on this guy, you get blink on him, and he's just ready to go.
And
so right now,
have those phase.
Yeah, right now it looks cool right now for IG, but give it 5 minutes, Liquid is going to be all over IG, and I don't think IG can handle that kind of pressure.
Baboka continues to roam during this nighttime, looking for openings. Kuro does get a ward down.
I think he has an idea where the ward is, actually.
Yeah, I believe he did see it in the inventory, and he will be instantly dewarding him. So while the kills have not been raining in, still doing his part here to lend some assist to the Vision game. Early objectives were claimed. Liquid took down the Tier 1 top. Obviously, a big part of their strategy is the Bristle is their main siege engine, and later on it gets a lot tougher once IG start to actually look to defend those towers, throw the Frost Armor on it. GH, again, just going for these wild dusts, just kind of hoping he finds the Riki, and again, he's not there. Now maybe tries to poke GH a little bit. No teleport scroll on him. Some early harass is possible. Might even be a kill. We'll see.
Owl gets activated.
Back to safety. They're going to blink forward. Heavy damage now the Cloud, but not enough slow. He's going to need a little more to take GH down, and Matumba is there to lend some support. Still though, pressure's there. That's already 2 just charges expended, neither of them effective, and what I like to call the support tax Lumi is certainly rearing its head as Matumba Man moves in mid, clapping onto OP, forces out the ultimate. Chemical Rage down. Pretty decent downtime at these early levels and without the Octarine. So it might be an opening when this ends.
Yep. Q making the first stack of the game for his team, just what a difference, you know? Like, 1 ancient stack right now at 8 minutes compared to, I don't know, the 45 billion that OP was able to farm last game, which is such a difference in the way that lanes were done as well as the pressure that IG is feeling right now.
I'm pretty sure if he farmed 45 billion, there'd be like lava pits opening up.
A slight exaggeration
in the arena or something. Mind Control now, TPing out. Baboka trying to find that opening, can't quite catch him, and no point in the Chain Frost yet for Q to try and cancel the TP. But for IG, everything really is going to hinge on XXS. He's done a good job at not dying.
He is farming really well.
He's farming quite well. He is rushing the Blink. If you're Liquid, you'd love to try and maybe make a move on him before he gets it, but he's just playing so defensively, and they really do lack the reliable kill potential here. You know, Ursa, no Blink Dagger, no real disable to speak of, so while they'd maybe like to punish him, doing so is not easy.
Yeah, something that was brought up during the drafts is that these 2 support duo for Team Liquid is just awkward. You don't have a good initiator. They're both kind of playing the same position. You don't have a leading disable. You don't have
Mind Control. Oh, never mind. Lich looks like he wants to go. Actually coming back in. Does have the Chain Frost available. OP seems like he wants to fight this, but has no points in Unstable Concoction. And meanwhile, at the top lane, Burning is able to run down GH, gets the kill. Mind Control looking to contest these Ancients early.
Oh, Burning, look at the item he's queuing up. He's going for a Hannah Midas on Lycan.
All right, the gold strat for IG.
Hey, man, if you need to recover,
also,
I guess that's how you do it.
I want to point out, Lumi, as these Ancients are being stolen by Mind Control, trying to limit that Alex economy. XXS wants to come in, contest this perhaps. He might have to burrow out to ensure this Cold Feet doesn't proc. He Sandstorms for now, juking away. Meanwhile, Baboka being hounded, but he drops the Cloud. He continues retreat. Miracle there to cut him off. Early 5-man Dota from Liquid. Nets the Mariki kill. Probably lets them take down these Ancients as well. But look at this out. He's not actually going Armlet. He's trying to go straight into the Relic. I don't know if Liquid is expecting this. Let's see, can they punish? They do deny the Ancients. They can slow him down a little bit, but it's still going to be a very fast Radiance for him.
One of the strengths of the Radiance is the ability to toggle and just gain like a lot more HP during a team fight, but you have Ancient Aberration, so it's you can't toggle, you can't gain HP. So I think this is actually the pretty standard response to what what you're up against.
But like no durability items at all. You know, we often see like a Vanguard or maybe at least a Casual Cloak as top lane. GH is being hounded a bit by Baboka.
His durability item this game is to not get hit by the Ice Blast. That's all really he could count on. And you know, compared to last game, there was a Flaming Lasso into Ice Blast, so it was pretty much guaranteed every single fight. This time around, again, there is no delete disable, so if the positioning of the Alchemist is good enough, if he's fast enough, he might be able to just run away from the Ice Blast.
We talked a lot about him at the very start of the game. We haven't really said much since then. What are you expecting out of Miracle on the Monkey King? So far, he's been quite content just to farm in this bottom lane. Hasn't really made any rotations, has not been able to shut down the Sand Cane. Like, what is the game plan with him moving forward?
Get Blink and get on top of heroes and kill them. Very simple plan, but as a Ursa,
no, I'm sorry, for Miracle, not for Matumba.
Oh, sorry, for Miracle, yes. He is going to be the secondary damage dealer.
Epicenter, here we go. Straight onto Miracle. Cloud's going to follow this up. A quick kill for IG. The Blink debut, a resounding success. Here comes the push.
Yeah, you just don't expect Sand King to pick up a Blink so early, and right now, Kuro's hanging around a Chain Frost to say what's up, and Kuro will just die under the tower. Level 9 Lich, and the reason why he's so high level, he's been maxing Sacrifice. This is the build that you don't see too often outside of Puppey.
Carry Lich.
Yeah. Well, not carry Lich, but most of the time you just want to pick up a level of Ice Armor, or even 2, just to make sure that whoever you're laning against have a good time. But the greedy Lich, he is one of the highest levels in the game.
So while that was happening, OP continues to farm. Radiant's basically done. Just needs about 300 more gold here for the recipe. The Blink is online for the Sand Cane. Burning's looking to catch up with this Midas. He has not died since that early moment. Getting very close to the recipe. And with that, IG's going to kick into high gear as far as net worth goes, unless Liquid makes some moves, Lumi. The Blink on Matumba Man you wanted to see is now about to be picked up, but Mind Control getting caught out here. The burrow to start. Can he TP out quickly? The Cloud comes through. He tries to run. Stacking up the Quills. He's going to man fight his way out of this. Mind Control takes down one, and that's it.
No
Bristle feeling very mortal in this TI.
Running for him again. Shapeshift about to end. Burning recognizes that as well. We'll just turn back. Hannah Midas, though, is online.
And now wants to retreat away successfully. Matumba Man does have his Blink Dagger. TP cooling down. Can he make this committed jump forward? He can, but with the Frost Armor, it's not the easiest kill. Burning into the trees, and GH in pursuit. They maul the Wolf. The Bear wins the duel. Bottom lane, Miracle caught out by a burrow. IG with the response. Radiance online.
I think that's a great trade.
Let the farm begin.
Yeah, for IG. I mean, they traded a Lycan for, that just got a kill for the safe lane Monkey King. Here's the thing, there is a Midas on the Lycan, so he gets to catch up, whereas I think the Monkey King is struggling right now to farm. He's working towards the Echo Saber. You were asking what his role is going to be for this game. He's going to be up in the front line, helping the siege, helping to dish out some AoE damage, but as the game moves on, I think that role he will struggle to find and be able to fulfill, because this game will move into a phase where Alchemist will send illusions everywhere. And I don't think Team Liquid has the heroes to deal with that kind of gameplay.
Another mechanic to keep in mind is like this Radiance Rush, in addition to AA making the armlet less useful, the early mischance is huge against Liquid. They have like okay magic damage from the supports, even quite good, but finishing heroes, you really want the Ursa to be right-clicking, same for the Bristle. The Monkey King as well, super reliant on it, and we will see Matumba Man getting aggressive. As the Radiant Courier sniped again, Baboka smoking Liquid with his early movements, but Liquid They're just going to stay committed here. They start to work on this tower, but they're pushing into Frost Armor while the Lycan is rapidly split pushing in the bottom lane. Burning happy to avoid these engagements. This is a bit uncharacteristic for Liquid to be so all in on this 5-man aggression. Normally you've got like that Miracle kind of insurance plan farming away.
Oh no, this has been Liquid's playstyle. I kind of mentioned it last game when Mind Control plays Bristleback. He loves to go for the mechanism. He's starting that right now. He didn't go for it last game because he was up against the AA. Look for Team Liquid to 5-man up and go for engagements here. Oh, Ice Blast
need this kill.
trying to cut him off.
XXS does get clipped, but now the Chain Frost ushering Liquid away. OP's on the chase. Matumba Man
Invisary
potentially in danger here. Baboka trying to drop down that cloud and Burning revving up. Shapeshift. And off to the races. The Wolf hunting him. Mind Control on the retreat. Can they isolate this Bristleback, bring him down? Good staggered retreat here, but at the same time, still the pursuit continues. Mind Control getting control, but not being finished off rapidly. If Miracle gets a position, pouncing down, sprints in from behind. This chaotic fight favoring Liquid, it seems, on the second round of engagement. A 1-for-1 thus far. Committing onto Mind Control, but the GH save! Huge plays, Gandalf to the rescue. And now Miracle's sprinting up into the trees again and away to safety. Can they cage him?
Yes, they can.
The Burrow's there, the Epi to follow. He sprints out, but XXS with the prediction, Blake! Unbelievable!
I think I just tuned into an episode of Naruto. I just see ninjas jumping everywhere, following each other, and great play by XSS. Getting that last laugh with the Blink Dagger, good stuff. He's working towards a 4-staff. But like you said, I think there is a sense of desperation coming out from Team Liquid. They are trying to group up and push.
And trading doesn't work, Looney.
No,
you're up
trading
against a
does not
Midas,
work.
you're up against an Alchemist with a Radiance, you're up against a Lich, constantly sacrificing creeps. You are, in an even trade, you are losing this game. Liquid need more.
Ursa, he is trying his best to hunt for these hero kills, but I think IG are doing an excellent job just staying spread out, or when they are together, they're making sure that supports are well hidden within visions in the trees.
They do find Baboka, and they wrangle him though. Again,
He's so fast with the face
commitment from Liquid with the sentries, the dust, like even if they kill him, he's already really done his job, and then you throw the courier snipes in. Mind Control now, in pursuit a bit here. IG, as you mentioned, spreading the map, really pressuring these supports and preventing Liquid from going for that group up play, even if they might want to. Is there a plan B for Liquid? Like, are they all in on this kind of early fighting, this early aggression? Can they try to slow the game down? And
Baboka steals the creep.
okay, cheeky little poker.
Baboka? All right, still alive.
Another dust. I mean, he's forced out.
All right,
how many now?
For those that's new to Dota 2, that play, that was not really worth getting the Centaur for his life. But
he forced out a
getting
dust.
into their mind, though, that is...
the psychological warfare, I think in the context of what they're doing, like those deaths are going to happen. He is there to space crate, he is there to drop wards. As long as the team is farming,
that's
they're
really
still coming out on top.
Just like feeling himself a little bit, perhaps a little bit too much.
Yeah.
But... you know, like...
Can't fault him. 2 courier snipes, he's had a hell of a start as XXS continues to make plays, finding GH and cutting him right off of his mount. Now, Liquid start to group up. They want this tier 1 bottom, but they're not really all that quick on sieging. Ursa not really the best building hitter. You don't get the benefit of the Fury swipes there. They don't have any minus armor for structures. They're fighting into the Frost armor, so like when they try to convert kills into objectives, it's slow going.
I think the big thing for me is, where is Miracle's farm? He's been working on this Echo Saber for, you know, a long time now.
Even when it comes online, like,
it
how much will it do? There's Frost armor, there's an Alk who's well on his way to a Manta.
I feel like if there is one major item that he would like to pick up is probably the Desolator. Really helps out during his Wukong command, and of course, like you've been mentioning, the Frost armor. They need some answer to that. That
was what we saw out of QO. And granted, QO had an IO constantly just pocketing him in the mid lane, but they had that really early Deso timing where all of a sudden he dropped Wukong's commit, and they, like 3 heroes basically just died almost instantly to the
Exactly. Well, the difference is that QO had farmed that game. Right now, Miracle's like first in the line to the food bank, like for food stamp. He has nothing.
This is big. Liquid do claim an Aegis, crucial for them. They grabbed that objective, and now they want to chase for more. Miracle leading the charge, springing in to action, but already IG sensing something's not right, and they're away. And you could see Baboka just mirroring their movements across the map now, planting down those aggressive wards, Maybe looking for another courier kill. Constant guerrilla warfare here. He might even find a third. Lumi. A little Ice Frog smile on him. He's barely down, and looks like he won't find the opening. Burning getting called out now. He knows Matumbaman's onto him, but he will shapeshift. But Matu wants to commit. Burning. There's just not a whole lot of
Wait, is he going back in?
It looks like they want to commit here, but meanwhile, top lane, GH could get called out. Matumbaman getting that Q kill, but they're going to lose the Keeper again, so IG do retaliate. Liquid now chewing through the Frost Armor here, trying to work on that tower. Objectives are essential, but the split push is there. The Alkalusions, granted, not very quickly, trying to take down this tier 2 in the bottom lane. Liquid do seem to gain the edge here when it comes to that oh-so-important map control as they knock the tower down.
So you were asking what is plan B for Team Liquid, right? Like, you know, right now the group up plan A is sort of working, but not to the degree that they would like it to. You were asking whether they could scale. I think trying to scale against an Alchemist lineup is always very dangerous. Lycan's got that Midas as his first major item, so he's building up for a long time. Yes, they can scale, but I just don't think it's a very good game plan. I think Liquid still definitely wants to just mow down towers after towers, get the next Roshan. That's the one thing that their lineup is super good at. You got the Nasal Goo, you got Ursa, obviously, to just go into the pit. So I think Liquid needs to bring down the outer towers, get the next Rosh, and look to finish the game in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
A crucial part of that game plan will be this Aghanim Scepter that GH is trying to complete to sustain the team during pushes, but problem is, he's constantly being forced to buy all this extra detection.
No, Kuro's been buying that. Like, Kuro's being very, very self-sacrificial. I think the bigger problem is that Sand King is hunting him. He's just died twice.
Well, and the Ricky. Ricky's been all over.
And guess where XSS is? Right next to GH, about to hunt him down again. He understands that this is a big part of the push.
Bottom. Q maybe wants to go here. The Epi comes through. Connection on Miracle. Can they finish him? He manages to jump away. One hit from Dead. He's not out of there. Just shoves himself in and gives him the old Scorpion Claw. Now Baboka hunting for that follow-up. He moves on to GH. Again, just continuing to shut down his farm, force him on his heels. He does have the TP if need be, but the bait is there, and the tricks of the trade still may go down, though. The Ice Blast setting up the timings right from Kuro. The trap has been sprung. GH staying alive thanks to help from an old friend.
And I think that's again, like you mentioned, even though he died there, it's absolutely fine. We're going to watch this team fight one more time. XSS identifies that Monkey King is the target that he wants, quickly goes on it. The Force Staff almost saves him, but XSS, again, the Ninja coming in.
They're down a lot, Lumi. 10,000 gold. Granted, it is an Alk lineup and there's a Midas, so you don't fully feel the effects in terms of combat, but it's getting far enough ahead that IG have basically made up for that greed early, and now are really starting to dish out the damage. Liquid still holding the Aegis for a wee bit longer. They'd love to find a couple of follow-up kills, maybe make a play, but in the bottom lane, it's IG who gets the jump. They burrow in, commit for this Bristle. Can he stay alive? Tries to retreat with the Solar Crest, the mech. It's not enough. IG throw the kitchen sink. And
here comes Ursa.
It will clip him for now. The Frost Armor keeping Q alive. Nice follow-up there. XXS with the save. The off-lane Sand King buying time, creating space. Liquid cannot reply.
I think if Ursa was there earlier with the Ice Blast, he was going to be able to pick up like 2 to 3 kills. Unfortunately, just lacks the vision to prepare for any kind of IG gank. Speaking of vision, Boboga has picked up a gem as well, so he's going to be able to walk around the map and give even more trouble to the Liquid supports.
Meanwhile, it's starting to feel like that's something Liquid are going to want.
Oh,
to do with the Lycan Wolves.
If they could kill Ricky,
that's a big kill from Matumbaman. Yep. Again, the bear proves his supremacy.
I mean, here's the thing, though. You were asking, what is this Ursa going to do in the mid-game? And I said he needs to jump in and get hero kills. How many times have we actually seen that? Like, that's maybe his second, third solo kill. And I just don't think that's enough to carry Team Liquid out of the hole that they're in. I feel like the Sand King has perhaps done that job better than he has so far.
They have 13 kills, and he has been in on 11 of them, so...
Well, hold that thought here as Matumbaman jumps in again, looks for Q. We'll find another solo kill. All right. But he gets Yule Scepter up.
Oh, not worth it if he dies. Matu in trouble. Does manage to get off the Enrage. No more Aegis for him. He's gone in deep for this. The Ice Blast coming in, but nothing to combo with it. The timing was not right for Matumbaman. Just forcing it too far and costly death.
I think this is a good time to actually toggle between the Radiant and Dire Vision and just look at the big disparity between the two teams. Radiant, only one war up on the map, much thanks to Boboka's gem. Dire, wards everywhere, deep into the enemy jungle. And this is not counting in the fact that, hey, there's a Riki running around. But I think the answer has finally come here in the form of the Keeper of Light, Aghanim Scepter. During daytime, he will have flying vision around him, and if he could pick up a gem.
Mind control on his own bottom, does have that AA behind him, but no real save. In comes Alk to start the fight, gets the stun up. They're gonna follow this up. Burning racing forward, they do have the Chain Frost to cancel TP. Curl locks in the Ice Blast, but do they really want to fight? More are coming as Liquid Stream and Baboka scouts out the rotation.
He can't die, he has the gem. Oh, no, he dropped the gem, just kidding. He's fine.
And so crucial, again, the Riki is allowing them to choose their fights wisely.
Yes.
Otherwise, Liquid likely get into position with 4 or 5 and might just overrun IG. But they do take the tower down. Give him 3. Baboka continues to add to the coffers of IG. Liquid, alarmed, are going to force the issue, but with the Frost Armor and all their tower damage just being these melee hitters, it is fairly slow going. They'll take the tier 2 down.
I think this is a group of push. They have mech, they have daytime with the Aghanim Scepter. They're going to just look to try to win it or get some big, big damage coming in.
They do not have a pipe, though. They have 1 hood, so Epicenter could be huge.
Yeah, well, if they could land it, that's a question. Matumba Man down to about half HP. They're going to go right on Matumba Man. The heal coming in from Keeper of Light with the Chain Frost bouncing around. Ultimate committed by Matumba Man. Can he make the retreat? It looks like he'll be fine for now, but already very low HP. Again, Keeper could juice him right back up. And I don't think Liquid is going anywhere. That's Chain Frost down.
Chain Frost down. What more will follow? Lycan not split pushing. Meanwhile, Burning's trying to get out of the jungle and into the top lane, but it's going to take him a while to get there. While for Liquid, this journey is rapidly taking form. Mind control whacking away, just poking, prodding, staying out in front. Matumba Man lurking on the side, wants to find the opening here. Did just have vision for a moment of XXS. Not actually hidden. Liquid, no, he's in the neighborhood. He's going to try for the epicenter, but Matumba Man's there to interrupt this initiation. Great presence of mind from him. The burrow coming through, connecting on 2, but look at the heals. GH, the engine that keeps the push going. Now they deploy the Monkey King Wukong's command. Still, though, IG get the AA kill. They stay alive, but Boka's in through the rear. He blinks out. He will get decapitated. Liquid, not getting objectives.
Coming
they want
in.
to cage the Alchemist,
From the
though.
back.
They
Like
hit
it's
with
coming
the
in.
blast, looking for more, but XXS with the rescue plays, the triple burrow. Liquid still committing. They will bring him down. This push just won't stop. Finally, Burning gets a follow-up kill. It was 1 buyback already for Liquid. They need this tower. They might need more. IG know its importance. They won't get it up freely. They don't want to lose their shrines. They're going to get the follow-up kill. That's a dieback on the Ancient Apparition. Huge commitment from him to try and take this tower down, and now the chase is on. They can route them in the rear by control. He gets up the quills. Matu with the assist. Can they bring the bristle down? He's also tanky him, but Boka continues pursuit, but it's slow. They need damage. They need control. He keeps on running. The wolves come in. They get him from the front, and IG
needs
will
to
slay him.
Go into the Roche right now. They cannot give away Aegis on top of Team Liquid. Did you see how brutal that push was? Sure, it was a slow push thanks to the things like Frost Armor as well as Acid Spray, but like you saw, the Illuminate just kept healing them up, and there was no answer for IG. It wasn't until the Lycanthrope came back and just backstab on the back line. They need to kill Keeper of Light before the fight actually happens, or else there's no way that IG, despite their net worth lead, could actually beat Team Liquid right now. I think it's important to take away the Aegis.
Another thing that Liquid had in that fight is vision. They did not have vision advantage in the first game. This time it's different. With the Keeper of the Light, you have the flying vision during daytime. They also have the ice vortexes, so IG have not been able, at least in that scenario, to get the clear jump. Like last game, they always had vision supremacy with Lycan, Batrider, and Night Stalker.
Yes.
This game, not the case.
And we saw what Monkey King was able to do in that last team fight. Sure, he's very, very underfarmed, but his big contribution in that team fight was just drop his Wukong command. Once the command's out, there's 2 things that happen. First, your PC lags. Second, it also makes it super hard for IG to actually go into the area and defend their building, despite Acid Spray, despite Frost Armor. So Team Liquid now working on the Aegis. This one will come with Aegis and Cheese.
IG want to fight it, though. Matu taking it down fast. The Roche about to fall. Indeed it will. Blasting XXS up to the high ground. He's forced to retreat. IG are going to fight into this Aegis, and I think this time, Lumi, it'll come when Liquid are at their door, not just Ursa running in solo looking for kills as it's about to expire.
There's about 2 minutes left for IG because I think Team Liquid will definitely wait for daytime. So do what you can, OP. Split push as hard as possible and get whatever item that you deem necessary. It looks like he's working towards a Shiva's guard. He's likely going to be able to finish it before the push comes, but it depends if he wants to retain buyback.
Big Shiva's game, especially when you start stacking that attack speed slow and and the move speed with the ice armor. Liquid, basically, to finish kills, they're relying on 3 melee heroes right-clicking. Granted, Monkey King has pretty long range with the Jingu, but nonetheless, it will be a potential counter. Sprinting through the trees with a double damage rune and a freshly completed Desolator. Miracle could be a huge damage dealer in this fight. He does drop down into a camp while the flank takes form. Matumba Man coming in first, the TP onto the Wolves, and now blinking into position. Miracle trying to bring down too early, lobs up the chain frost. It's a bouncing beautifully. Massive damage from the Lynch, and now Miracle standing his ground, fighting out that Lycan. The Wukong's command will end. The pain might begin now. Matu on the run, very low, but has the Aegis. Second life also for Mind Control with the cheese. Can they win round 2? It doesn't seem like it. The follow-up now begins, but the kiting, XXS still alive, burrowing onto the Ursa. Bear being dealt with for now. OP low, not dead just yet. GH salvaging, they get 3. Liquid prevail, but they had to spend a lot there, Lumi. They blew the Aegis, they blew the cheese, they did it outside the base. So they won't be able to threaten high ground with their full complement. At the same time, there's no out buyback
Center
here.
coming in from the back line
for him, and now the Epi onto Batu from the rear. They get the Ursa. That might force Mind Control back. The wheels might have just come off of this push. Mind Control slow to retreat, but the Caustic is going to make this a bit trickier.
I don't think they can win that fight. They're going to try. It's going to be close here as Mind Control.
Purge hit him from the front. Poca with the tricks, looking for the clean trade, and now
still a
thinking
bristleback. I don't know if you want to go in. There's so
they do.
Finally,
IG.
Caustic
it's
burns?
a spiky mouthful.
I don't know about this, man.
Still the commitment. Still the commitment.
Oh, here comes Monkey King. Get out, get out. You're not going to get the kill. Ice Blast comes in. Bubba gets strike. Jim hits the deck, and now Monkey King jumps forward.
IG getting sloppy, getting desperate. Liquid able to take advantage. Can they get more? They group up top. They want to end this game.
It's daytime.
Fast.
It's daytime. Here comes Team Liquid. What are you going to do against this? No Aegis, no Chiefs, whatever. They're going to pull back everybody with Global Recall, and they're going to just hit buildings.
Liquid laying into the tier 1 tower. Ice Armor slowing them down as best it can. But the siege is on now. Glyph gets forced out. The whole gang is back. They try to kite the bristle, slow him down. But Liquid are determined. The sun also rises as this melee Rax drops lower and lower. Liquid will take it. One lane now opened up. Range to fall as well.
And the big thing that during this push, Miracle has that Desolator, so the minus armor really ticking into and then basically counteracting what the Frost armor could do in these team fights. Instead of going mid, they will go to the bottom. The bottom tower is much lower and the shrines are more spread apart, making this defense here for IG much, much harder to come by.
Upper bracket lives on the line. Liquid are doing it, working on the melee Rex. IG must respond and they must do it soon. They look for the flag. XXS revving up the Epi, but what's he gonna hit?
They see him!
A swing, a miss, he gets nothing! Now Liquid chasing forward, IG racing in, they want to kill that keeper, but GH elusive, they finally get onto him, isolating him in the trees, goes for the TP out, where's the stuns? There are none! Away he goes, but still this does leave Matumba Man stranded. The Ursa in a bit too far is gonna fall. Now the Bristleback being overwhelmed, slowing him down with the Shivas. Miracle has to watch him as he slowly gets chipped away at. He's in the trees, hiding for what he can. Still GH back into the fray, keeping his team alive. Overextending perhaps, but Boca could be punished. A staggered retreat, but IG aren't ready to give up the chase just yet. They keep on pushing forward. They want more. Buyback again. Ursa looking for the punish. He gets the kill. The Riki's down. And Lumi, that's a dieback. No smoke cloud for this fight. Liquid are very close. That melee Rex a bit over half HP. Can they hold the line?
Lycan shapeshift down for 25 seconds. I think without the shapeshift and the Riki, they have no way to stick on GH. GH is the most important hero right now. In fact, it's going to be Radiant jumping in. They want the Sand Ice Blast coming in, and they bounce it back in. GH with the alley-oop play. Team Liquid going on the Raxus, and you're right, LD. They are doing it. Another set of racks. Miracle, man fighting up against OP.
Commitment from Mind Control. It's all about that melee. Slowly but surely, the mace does its work. One more swing. Down it goes. 2 lanes for Liquid. They are hanging on, keeping the upper bracket dream alive. Now back to the Sand King. They need the 3rd lane. IG are scrappy. They won't give up easy. But Liquid have the creep advantage now. 2 lanes shoving in. It's a 3-pronged assault. They keep the push going. Now the tower falls, 1 last lane remains. That's all that stands between Liquid and a game 3. Effigy's biting the dust, and now the fight breaking out. Matumba Man control, but he gets off the enrage. He takes through it all. The Chain Frost bouncing. Woo! Beautiful stuff from the carry Lich as Q keeps his team in the game.
Go for
GH being chased. They're gonna bring him down. IG not out of this yet. Pounding into the Ursa. He tries to fight it out, but the ice armor's there. The evasion is as well, and he can't get the kill. 3 fall for Liquid. Close.
Not done
but
yet.
Not over yet.
Sand King teleports in, finds Mind Control. You'll set up. Here comes Cavalry. All 5 still alive for IG. They isolate him. They bring him down.
Wants to help. He's waiting in position. Can Mind Control possibly get out of here? The Quills are stacking up. He's slow. He gets hit from the front. He will fall.
All right.
IG.
Damage control. Damage control.
Oh, they are in now.
Go back to base. Push out the waves. OP can't do that. He is an alchemist. Somebody's got to watch out for bottom. You see the key differences in these team fights is IG's ability to isolate GH, sorry. You gotta kill GH and you make sure that he doesn't constantly give him mana, give him HP through his Illuminate. He also makes buyback super crucial. Ursa bought back during that middle team fight and he was able to get recalled in instantly. You kill GH and you have a chance.
Yeah, they are definitely identifying him as public enemy #1. IG
Run him down,
chasing him out. There's the Glimmer. He's got the Ghost Scepter as well. The Wukong's command drop. Saving Private GH is the call. But in goes OP. Diving deeper for this. He turns back for Kuro. The rest of the team takes the Keeper down. He's got the buyback. Kuro does not. And pouncing away, Miracle retreats to the confines of high ground. The base slowly being chipped from north and south as Liquid's creeps are doing what the heroes can't right now.
Don't worry about it, LD. They regen. Tier 4 towers regen. They're okay. They're going to keep pushing.
They are killing out the buffer buildings, though.
That's true.
IG still trying to force the issue here. Miracle looking to slow them down in XXS with the pursuit. No jukes from you, Miracle, they say. The stuns get lobbed in. The blink forward. IG not out of it yet. Kill after kill coming their way. Towers are falling. Liquid perhaps feeling a bit overconfident. And onto your hats, folks.
IG could just force a Rax out. His Keeper is back in 5 seconds. Again, how much can he kite?
Whether they have the Ice Blast, Lumi. It's a lot of push from IG. Mauling this tower down. Mind Control gets in, but the Frost Armor protects them. Tower falls. The stall. It's all about GH now, it feels.
Well, Lycan in wolf form just getting completely stunned up by GH. They want to go and double force that, pushes him back.
Good kiting. Liquid stalling nicely here, forcing Burning Low. He may have to retreat. That leaves OP on his own. He's got the BOTs, Manta out. TP away.
And he bashes. Bash.
Oh.
There is a basher available in that Ursa. Unfortunately,
they're not done yet. They're still chasing Mind Control. Okay. Has the gem.
And you're right, LD, they need to start pushing out the base. I did say, you know, Tier 4 do regen, but
it's slow.
Yeah, it's slow.
They took some heavy damage as those waves kept on shoving.
But hey, that was a big turn of event for IG. You know, they got a couple of buildings, got a couple of extra kills, and more importantly, they got Team Liquid off their back for a little bit. But again, the third Roshan, I mentioned how important the second Rosh was in terms of taking 2 lanes of Rax. The third one just as important, and I don't think Team Liquid will be challenged here. Although, as I say that, IG smokes out.
IG love challenging. They rotate around XXS with an Arcane Rune, so the low cooldown stun and play in this fight.
Where's GH?
Finds GH. Oh, almost. There you go. Burrows in, still clips him, and now the connection is Baboka surges forward. GH stays alive. The Glimmer cape enough to keep him in fighting shape, but Bernie now and nipping at his heels. Ghost Scepter doing what he can. Finally, they will slay the beast. He instantly buys back. They know how crucial this keeper is. They know they can't afford to give up this Roche. Liquid are committing for it, and now it's the Sand King they want. The Sand King they might get. Burrows away, looks for the save with the Lotus Orb coming through. Will it be enough? They'd rather sack the Riki, but that is a gem down.
In fact, I don't think there are any gems available for IG, whether it's on their heroes or in their shop. So they're going to be playing without vision for a while. The buyback here from GH secures of Roshan, Aegis, and Cheese into the coffers of Team Liquid. And we are still in the same situation where IG is down by 2 sets of racks.
Somebody wants that cheese, surely.
Okay.
Here goes Miracle.
Fermenting does not work in Dota 2.
That is already moldy cheese.
Yes.
It can't get any smellier. But it still heals when you need it. And Liquid, they've got plenty coming from GH. Now, Lumi, if he dies in this push, that could be a big problem. Because we've seen how important he is to their team fight. Liquid are smoking in. They're just looking to dive. An early assault on this melee racks, perhaps finding kills to start it off. Let's see. The jump comes through, but the Sand King there with the kite. Bashing off the goals. XXS, he burrows back to safety. Liquid have gone really deep for this kill. Ice Blast streaming into the fountain.
Dodge that Ice Blast. Bang, he's gone. Sand King out for 100 seconds.
That might be it. Liquid just got to push these lanes in, but look at the waves. They're being cut by the Alk. Illusions denying these creeps. Buying time, but creeps are coming top. Mind control. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Continues to work. Miracle at his side.
Mobica going in on the back line. He's going for the kill on Kuroki. Kuroki forced that back out. He's jumping back in. He wants Kuroki. Miracle comes in though. They get Mobica. Chain Frost will finish the job of 1-for-1 trade.
IG are down both supports now. That AA has buyback. OP now comes in one at a time into the meat grinder. Commitment here, but that Bristle stays alive. Very tanky. They keep on nipping at his heels, but can they bring him down? OP driving him. Now Matu looking to bail out his buddy with the turnaround. Liquid once more under the breach, and they have done it. Game 3 awaits.
LD, you want a crazy statistic?
Sure.
IG was leading in gold the entire game. Just shows you that sometimes gold isn't everything. Just because you got Greevo Greed, just because you're farming well, the pressure from Team Liquid, that GH Aghanim Scepter was so key.
What a resilient showing here in game number 2 from Team Liquid. They were up against it. You could sense the urgency. The Alk was free farming, the Lycan was catching up. The Riki killed the Courier 3 times, constantly warding, slowing down their overall game plan, but Liquid shows their timings well, and they show a lot of poise here under pressure. With that, game 3 on the horizon, but first, to break it down, it's back to day 9 and the boys.
Thanks so much. What a match, especially after that draft as we stepped off stage. PPD, the draft hurt you for Team Liquid. Physically, there was pain because they didn't have any strong disables.
Yeah, but it worked out. Caudal Ag's got really good timing on GH as expected, as he always does when he plays that hero, and they used that timing to force IG to fight them, and IG didn't have the best team fight other than the Sand King.
I remember there was a moment in there, the big team fight around 20-25 minutes where the Alchemist fell immediately. I mean, that looked like the big turning moment. Was that in your eyes, Ake? Do you think Team Liquid was behind, or do you think that they won lanes enough in the early game?
They were behind, but they just played around the Caudalags, as PPD said. I think it was the fight on the right side at tier 3 towers where they were fighting for so long and just healing up and shipping that tower until IG felt that they just had to take the fight, and when they did, they just lost it. So,
a lot of Alchemists love to play greedy and push as far as they possibly can, but you were talking about the Ancient Apparition pick being one of your favorites against Alchemist, so Alchemist was constantly worried about dying, whereas before you would just regen it all, right?
I think XSS had such an amazing opening in that game with Sand King. There was a point in time where Alchemist was first in net worth, and Sand King was second above every other player in the entire match, which is really, feels a little unusual, but he was able to get so many kills in the early game.
And Burning, I don't know, he wasn't there the whole game. He was just, I don't know.
One last hit in like the first 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah,
they got shut down.
It just comes down to the Caudal and Bristle being super good against him in the early game, and then Ursa is good against him in the mid game as well.
The Lich used his early game time and his early game advantage in the lanes to help out the Sand King, which allowed him to get an early Blink Dagger, which had a huge impact on the game, allowed them to secure a lot of kills. But Lycan really just never really came online. He was just too far behind from the beginning.
To highlight some of the key moments in this match is the best weatherman the world has ever seen. His name is Purge. Kevin, what were your thoughts on the match?
It was a really good game, and one thing I wanted to focus on was the draft and some of the same elements that you guys were touching on. So in the first game, you guys probably caught it. It was an Alchemist running wild and pretty much just making the game look easy for IG. So as a result, Liquid wanted to deal with Ursa. That way the matchup was good. He could zone him from getting last hits in the lane, and that was really effective. But to deal with that, IG picked the Lich in their 4th spot, and that basically meant that no matter what, Liquid was going to have trouble getting as much experience in their safe lane. They tried to deal with this by grabbing a Monkey King, which was great and all, but Lich's big advantage is that he's removing 40% of the experience that the enemy carry is going to get about every minute, which is way more levels and gold for their lane. And it also has the other effect that it's going to mean that the lane's constantly pushing towards their base. So even if Liquid wanted to do something about this, they didn't have the space to do so because the lane was always going to be more shoved in towards them. And this ultimately culminated in a huge moment. I mean, if you look at the gold advantage at this point in the game, it's a huge advantage for the Alchemist team. Like, the net worth in the upper left is massive. The Alchemist has more farm than anybody else. And it really just all came down to this push. Was Liquid's draft going to work? And I really like what they did with the Monkey King. It was a hero that could still succeed despite being behind in farm, and Coddle Eggs definitely was an integral moment to making sure that they could get that Rax eventually.
Yeah, I'm especially curious about the Monkey King pick, because when it was first released, I know a lot of people in pub matches were going crazy about Monkey King carry, and then as time went on, a lot of people were doing roaming Monkey Kings, but I don't really know much about Monkey King in a carry role, as we saw with Miracle. I mean, what are your thoughts, Merlini?
We don't really see it that often. I think he did come in clutch a lot of time with a Boundless Strike. It's Shaker's banned versus them a lot of the time, so it's kind of a replacement for Shaker in that, but it also just does a ton more damage. Also, I think his armor on his ultimate is really underrated. I think you get like, what, 20 armor?
Yes, 20
later
armor.
on in the game, and then you're versus Alk and you're versus an underfarmed Lycan. So even though XSS was very, very farmed, he still died occasionally, but pretty rarely.
Now, with Game 3 coming up, obviously a lot of people are super excited that we are going to Game 3. Some of us were moaning that Team Liquid, who did so well in group stages, might just be out in 2 quick games. But coming up here in Game 3, I want to talk about shifting gears. Whether it's Team Liquid is trying to bring something new to the table, whether it is Team Liquid needs to change, because we've already sort of seen some patterns from IG focusing around Alchemist.
I think that anytime you can get GH on Whisper or Coddle, I think that they are the heavy favorites to win. I thought that was a pretty big mistake by IG to allow that to go through. We saw how much we saw how little impact he had on the Visage in Game 1. You know, one of these heroes outside his comfort zone.
I mean, it was the first picked hero, too. Just like straight out the gate. They did not want to risk getting GH on not one of his comfort heroes.
I think that they should be very comfortable and confident in first picking either Whisper, Coddle, and I think IG was smart to ban both of those in the first game.
Yeah.
They are probably going to pick something similar to GH. Like, if they ban a Whisper, Coddle, they're going to get something that he can actually do something with, like a roaming hero rather than Visage, who's just standing there farming.
Yep. Enable your best player to allow, like, he makes Liquid win games. So if you put him on a hero like Visage, he can't really do that from that position.
And I'm curious, Merlini, we've talked a little bit about Team Liquid because they were the ones that made, the really big shift in this game. Do you think that IG needs to adjust their strategy? Do you think that, I mean, Game 1 was such an incredible display of team coordination. What's your evaluation of them going into Game 3?
Well, we did like the draft from them in Game number 1 because it was Alchemist's last pick. And then when you pick it in the first phase, even though you won within the first game, they had counters to it. And they didn't even ban it out in the second phase. That's sometimes like the benefit of picking Alchemist in the second pick in the first phase. Like, oh, okay, we can ban out the counters. But they let AA and Ursa get through. And as we saw, they were 10K up net worth, pretty much all on the Alch, and he still got slaughtered.
So, I mean, do you think that the burden is then on IG to get the correct bans?
Just better draft, I think. They tried
just not Alch second.
the opening 2 was rough.
Yeah.
Lycan and Alch both are pretty susceptible to being punished in lane. And they were. And we saw the Alchemist get a little bit of help, but they left Lycan out on an island, and he was very, very far behind. You commented like 5 minutes in, like 1 CS, and they lost that tower super fast to Bristle Coddle. And
very proud of his CS. It was his favorite CS.
Bulldog was like, I'm going for couriers. Good luck, learning. Best.
Oh, that was painful to see right at the start of the game. It was when the courier died. I was like,
his Ricky was impressive. That entire game, I thought he played amazing. I thought they were going to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty critical to know that every time Baboka did die, he was deep into the enemy jungle with multiple heroes on him and several of the lanes being pushed in. It's not even the biggest win to pick him off at that point.
Exactly. Deaths on the opponent side of the map oftentimes don't lead to you losing objectives, so they're a little bit more forgiving than death's on your side.
And it's also a way for them to give space to Alk so he can find farm without being afraid.
Absolutely.
Space created.
Yeah.
Chat wheel.
I thought it was especially cool how Team Liquid really did do amazingly well in that lane against Lycan, and I feel like some of the big themes of the match was Ursa is really good against Alchemist, and we finally got to see farm on Bristleback. You know, the previous draft, it seemed like IG had a very, these four heroes are designed around the Alchemist, designed to protect them, but it seemed like a lot of individual counter picks on Team Liquid's side that led them to victory. I'm still trying to really figure out the Team Liquid draft in the last game.
It's also the thing that they last pick Alk the first game, so they did right, or was it? Yeah.
Yes,
so they didn't really give any space for Liquid to counterpick it that game. But as we saw here now, if you can counterpick the hero, it's not as good as it is as a last pick.
Yeah. I mean, even that said, I was amazed at OP's ability to just gobble up all the farms so quickly. He had so much money so early in that game.
That's what Alchemists do, but Ancient Apparition is a great anti-carry. You know, you can focus down somebody and you can really punish them, put them down.
Well, it is my absolute pleasure to let you know that Game 3 between Team Liquid and IG is beginning right now. Not now. It's not right now. I lied to you, and for that I'm very sorry. So let's just continue to talk about drafting. Now, guys, I want to hear your thoughts about some drafting. What do you think is the biggest hero that is a surprise not to see in this lineup? Because in the group stages, I felt like there were some of the traditional heroes that I know of, a lot of the various players.
Sure, neither of these teams are putting a ton of emphasis on Nyx Assassin. We're seeing it squeak through the first phase on both sides. It got banned in like the 3-4 bans last time, but really just an undervalued hero between these two teams, which is surprising to see. Also, I thought maybe Shadow Shaman would get a little bit of play from Liquid side.
Do you think it's worth giving Liquid Coddle if you can immediately respond with the Nyx?
I don't think so at all. I think you definitely just ban Wisp Coddle.
He's just going to get his
them Shaker
anyway.
first. They usually pick I think they first banned Wisp Shaker in the first game.
Yep.
And then they took the Night Stalker. But if they ban Night Stalker, then do you ban Wisp Shaker or Wisp Coddle?
I think you ban Coddle.
Okay. And then how do you deal with the Shaker? Do you just let them have it?
You just deal with the Shaker. Well, I think IG is going to have first pick this game, right? Like, say had first pick in the first. Or
Isn't it flip for the third?
Liquid had first pick in the first game, and then they had first pick in this. IG had first pick.
Isn't third game a recoin flip?
I think so.
It usually is.
Yeah,
so we'll see who wins the coin flip and who gets first pick.
You know, we've been talking a little bit about strategies relative to GH and his big picks. We've been talking about strategies relative to Alchemist, since he's obviously been the focus character for IG in these first two games. But who do you feel like are some of the signature heroes of players on Team IG that are important for Team Liquid to think about banning?
I mean, for Boboka, it's Ricky that is his signature hero for me, and he's been playing a little bit of Bounty Hunter as well. It's these like vision heroes that he can scout and just make space for his team. But I don't know other than that.
Magnus XXS. That's what put them on the map in the first place. Probably what got them invited to TI in the first place.
Yeah.
Just the XXS Magnus.
Yes.
You see him play for 5 minutes.
Completely honest about it.
I was like, bring him.
Well, that was.
When we see the rest of the game.
That was the event that IG won, was DAC.
Yeah.
And that was very much powered by XXS's Magnus. So they've been like one of the quieter teams coming into this tournament. They had a good group stage. They got into they squeaked into the winners bracket, but not a dominant group stage. They were pretty dominant at that DAC event.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people have talked about the fact that IG won an international a very long time ago. It's a new, fresh lineup, but DAC was a really impressive event to watch them play at. I mean, in terms of the Magnus, have we even seen that much Magnus in the group stages here? As you brought him up, I was just trying to think of all the group stage games, which there were tons and tons of, but I don't think I saw a single Magnus pick once.
I saw one game when S4 played it, and they won that game quite easy. I think he's one of the best Magnus players, so obviously he's gonna play good on it. But it's a hero that it's more of an offlane hero in a way now, because it's initiator, and it's not as good as like mid now anymore, because mid heroes tend to be more carry heroes now.
A lot of the 3-4 initiators we've been seeing are those versatile heroes that can slot into support or the offlane, and Magnus is a pretty tough support to pull off, at least.
And it's quite hard, like if he doesn't get space early on, and the jungle is a bit nerfed now, so it's, I don't know, it's quite hard to fit in, but OG did it once, at least.
Are there certain heroes that Magnus really needs in order to see full potential in the games? since he can't really use Empower to farm with himself as efficiently as before?
Well, he always wants at least one hero on his team that really benefits from the Empower. So
Peter's favorite troll.
Troll Warlord.
Yeah. Troll Magnus.
Hey,
It
you
works.
get some Troll Warlord Magnus, Peter. Isn't that awesome?
It's fine. Troll really struggles with wave clear. That's one of the reasons.
Do you
I
like your
him as a
Christmas
carry.
present, Peter? It's fine.
Well,
It's fine. Come on, Troll Warlord Magnus. Think about it.
it could be fine. I'm totally cool with it.
Well, I believe I'm about to tell you the truth. That it is my pleasure to let you know that Team Liquid versus IG Game 3 is about to begin. Who will advance to the winner's final? We'll find out after this match.
Team Liquid versus Invictus Gaming. Game 3.
I gotta say, Invictus has won a fan in me after that coordinated play in the first match where a lot of people, I mean, even me, I've been following Team Liquid since the Brood War days, always a big fan of them and their high-level performances in the recent tournaments. They've had a lot of first-place wins this year, but IG just looked so dominant, and I'm very curious to see who's gonna get the edge in Game 3.
Do you guys both agree that first pick is more important than side?
I don't think so.
In this game.
I don't know. I kind of like last pick, especially with the teams that aren't playing all these versatile supports / cores.
this was here exactly what you guys were talking about before, that they ban Wisp and Coddle, and then they first pick Shaker.
Yeah, that works.
GH haters, man.
That's what you got to do. GH, he might be the best player at this tournament, just like overall.
I agree.
I agree.
He's had a huge impact on that team this year, and he's been like a rising star for quite a while. He's like one of the highest ranked players on the matchmaking ladder as a support.
He doesn't get talked about on the team that
Just
much.
pretty unheard of.
Especially in that he's just like been starting to play with a good team like half a year ago when he joined Liquid. He wasn't on any like big teams before that.
All right, nice. We have A Void.
AA and Void.
Yes.
Now, Void has been one of the most popular heroes in the entire hero pool. Once again, of the 112 pickable heroes in Dota, only 4 haven't seen play, and Faceless Void is actually 8th most. 37 games he's played in, but his win rate has been abysmal, and I don't know if this is because of...
He needs Troll with him, right, Peter?
Hey,
Right,
there it
Troll.
is, synergy. Now you're
Definitely.
thinking with portals.
It's a very synergistic hero. He needs help.
Yeah.
He lacks...
But he has A for that now.
Yeah, he
at least.
generally lacks his own damage, especially in the early game. Voids oftentimes want to pick up utility items that will give them more reach to have better chronospheres.
Yeah, I know Mask of Madness has been a common pickup on him.
I mean, that could be great to help bolster your damage, but I think it's more important to land that chrono and allow your teammates to follow up.
Now, Earthshaker Disruptor is an incredibly fun combo, using Glimpse from Disruptor to rewind an enemy back to Earthshaker so we can totem smash him to death.
It's a lot of lockdown.
Disruptor is also mostly, I think, because they picked Void, so he's very easy to, like, he can catch him on the lane when Void is trying to use his time walk to get back, so.
Oh, that's a great point.
Yeah, that could be a nice way to kill Void in the early game. I guess
Yeah.
that could be...
Make sure that you kill him before he gets his ultimate off.
Yeah, he's a tough hero to manage in the early game, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, Faceless Void obviously has the great escape with Time Walk, but the cooldown at level 1 is something like 24 seconds, 30 seconds?
It's significant.
It's a lot, and so, I mean, watching good players play on Faceless Void, managing that very carefully, I mean, it'll get completely overridden by Disruptor.
All right, so I want to talk about how both these teams are headed towards pretty teamfight-centric lineups. A lot of teamfight coming out from both sides. I'm curious to see who's going to take the first step into having some vision. One strategy to play around a team that's building around teamfight is to have the vision to have the information to either fight your opponents head on or stay away from them until you're ready. Having vision will allow you to have that ability to make that decision.
So it's pretty much just one of those Invis heroes or Beastmaster?
Yeah,
There's not that many left.
There's a lot of options. You can do heroes like TA and drop traps everywhere. You could pick a Furion and just spread your treants throughout.
Bat Rider's a big pick that hasn't been banned or picked by anyone yet. Obviously, Night Stalker and Lycan.
I like Bat a lot against
knocked
Void.
out.
It's a Void's will build Lincoln Sphere, but Bat is a great hero to find Void before he does cast Chronosphere.
I think XSS usually plays as Shaker, though. I don't actually think they're as flexible as other teams when it comes to swapping to 3-4 Shaker.
And here we see that they pick GH hero.
Yeah, Slardar Troll. It's happening.
Yeah.
Troll.
One time.
I think they're gonna pick Invoker on Liquid as well. It's
Yeah.
a hero that's really good together with a Void to set up for all of the damage that he has.
Aki, I'm curious about your analysis of Slardar in relation to other just sort of reliable stun heroes. What would make him a better pick here than someone like a Sand King or a Nyx that can just get a nice stun off?
He's quite strong in the early game when he's roaming around to trade hits with people. So if he finds a disruptor, he's gonna win the fight. And his stun has a very low CD, so he can keep on stunning heroes and keep on chasing them. And the meta right now is also a lot about getting the bounty runes. So he has his sprint, so
really?
he can run around and try to snatch IG's runes and get out at the same time.
See, it's hard for me to know that the meta is about stealing bounty runes because I always have a jungler in my game.
They're taken straight away.
I really, really like Invoker for Liquid. I
Yeah.
think it's like the perfect hero. I think you pick this Slardar and this Void who are so anti-BKB. Nobody on IGs is going to want to buy a BKB to make them magic immune because of all the physical damage that Slardar allows your team to have. And putting Invoker there, Invokers are oftentimes countered by heroes that do build BKB. But if they cast BKB, you can just right-click them while they're in the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
So they've got.
And as I said, like both Void and Slardar are like perfect together with Invoker to make space for him in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking earlier about how Invoker really needs a lot of time spent in order to get all his levels, to get his items, to get the Aghanim Scepter, which reduces his cooldown. And now we have the big playmaker Earth Spirit getting snatched by Invictus Gaming.
Lots of silence. Potentially you can kill off or Void and Slardar before they get off their disables.
10 seconds.
It took a lot of reserve time for that, though.
Lone Druid, okay, okay. Lots and lots of physical damage from Team Liquid.
That is one of Matumbaman's best heroes, I think, in my opinion.
Is this a Maelstrom Lance game or a Radiance game?
Ooh, probably
Lance, right?
I think it depends on what Miracle goes for. If they're looking for more magical damage, they can go the Radiance route. If they're looking for more physical, I think the right-click build is probably best to match up with that Chronosphere.
I mean, they have Slardar, so they have the minus armor that really benefits together with the Lone Druid. So already there, you can see that it could be that.
And
there's some armor.
I mean, immediately you see 3 heroes for Invictus Gaming that are great playmakers in early and even mid-game, which would give plenty of time for Sven to run around jungle farming, much to his delight. What does Team Liquid need to round this out, and what does Invictus Gaming need to round this out?
In my opinion, I think IG needs a Vision hero. They need a way to track this Void, or else they're going to be constantly counter-initiated on.
Yeah, I mean, Earth Spirit benefits so much from Vision given his incredibly long range.
He rolls in, he can
roll.
kick a stun while he's rolling, and then he can instantly silence someone else, but if he doesn't have the Vision to do so, it's going to be quite the task, but I know...
Just charging into the dark boldly.
I'm sure Boboka's up to it. He's a fantastic 4-player.
Merlini, what about in your opinion, what does Team Liquid need in this last pick? They have already a lot of physical damage, some nice team fight with Ancient Apparition and Faceless Void's ultimate.
Just easy matchup for mid. You guys were talking about the Invoker. Still think it's a pretty good pick for them. I'm more curious as to what OP is going to play.
The only problem with Invoker now is, okay, they actually banned it as well, that Lone Druid is quite greedy. He like needs farm, and Invoker also needs space and farm, so maybe they want to pick something more active for mid.
Now, of course, one of the things to note, we've seen Alchemist get picked before from Invictus Gaming. This would be a little bit risky to do that in this spot because of the fact that Sven already is going to eat up so much of that farm.
Maybe Lina
himself.
Yeah, I like TA or Lina. I think both.
I would imagine some mid that is just great after level 6, just running around and blasting down.
What do we got?
Hey!
Perfect. It's going to give them some nice burst to kill the Void. Slardar too, takes a ton of burst damage from Lina, especially if he's got sprint active.
Does seem like
Scores like
Invictus
that,
Gaming's biggest problem, as you've highlighted, is the Vision. There's not any clear character that can step forward and
It's
stop.
tough to take
TA, I suppose. They could also just run Lone Druid mid and just pick something else.
At least for them, Liquid like it doesn't either have any like Vision heroes right now, except for the Bear. So
Pipe hero, someone to get pipe would be nice, right?
So right now, what's Invictus's path to victory? Merlini, what's your assessment?
They just need to stop Faceless Void from getting Chronosphere off in team fights. They have really strong team fight. They just need to make sure that Faceless Void doesn't get a good Chronosphere.
Yes.
And then I would say get mid off to a good start. If it's Lone Druid versus Lina, it's going to be a wash. But if it's a weak, someone like a weak laner that they can take advantage of, I think like TA they could actually take advantage of with the Earth Spirit. then it's a snowball OP. They go with the big like Jug. Jug's also, I think, pretty safe here. I think he wants magic immunity. He's pretty good versus Shaker, Disruptor, Spirit, Lina.
Probably see Shadow Blades from both Lina and Shaker at some point throughout this game, and that's going to be really important to find pickoffs on Team Liquid, because right now I think in a 5-on-5 setting, I think Liquid has a pretty major advantage, especially once they get BKBs.
So at this point, Team Liquid, you'll note IG actually was almost out of reserve time, but Team Liquid has been pretty scrappy with their time management up to this point. Been talking a lot about the Invoker pick for Miracle, but of course that was the last ban for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, you want something that's going to match up well against this Lina. I'm not totally
The benefits of having last pick now, that they can actually use the time to pick something that's good against Lina, and they're going to know that the Earth Spirit is probably going to be around mid as well, rolling in.
Who do you think are some absolute bad picks for Team Liquid? Oh, never mind. We have an Ember Spirit, a signature hero for Miracle.
Oh, wow.
That's tough.
I wonder if Ember Spirit will go mid. It doesn't seem like the best matchup versus Lina, but
Ember really needs a way to remove the like silence from Earth Spirit. Otherwise, if he goes in and he gets like silence, he's gonna die straight away.
Well, there is huge team fight potential on both sides with Earthshaker's entire suite of abilities, Sven's Cleave, but also Ancient Apparition's Ultimate, and Faceless Void's Chronosphere. Who will come out on top? It's Game 3, the final match of our first best of 3. Take it away, casters.
That's right, Lumi. A clash of titans here, going the distance to start off day 1 of the International 2017. Winner of this match already guaranteed $1 million. But it's not about that. It's about winning TI. These teams are teams that could go all the way, and you can tell they're confident going into this game. You wouldn't even realize what's at stake. We saw Mind Control yawning, Matumba Man laughing. You got to love that Liquid seem relaxed and are having a good time. How do you feel these two teams are going to match up?
I think it's much closer than a lot of people anticipated. You know, started the day, a lot of people said 2-0 Team Liquid or maybe 2-1 Team Liquid, but throughout both of these games, we saw IG as the underdog coming in here, giving Team Liquid a run for their money. And like you mentioned, I believe in last game, you know, Team Liquid is a team that has always made it relatively far in deep tournaments. They have made it to the major finals multiple times.
They
need that big win.
They rarely get knocked out early, but they also, up until the last few events, had not gone all the way very often either. So seems like that monkey is off their back. With that said, looking at the draft overall, do you give a clear edge to either team?
I could see both teams playing, winning this game just through execution. So no draft advantage either way. I feel like it is a little bit harder to play IG draft. They don't have the Vision heroes. Now they now have 2 heroes they need to lock down. They need to kill the Void and they need to kill the Ember. And without Vision, sometimes it's just tough to get the jump that you want.
So walk me through each team's path to victory. Like, what is the most likely or kind of ideal way that, you know, IG could go to win this game, or that Liquid would be able to pull off the reverse comeback here?
I think for Team Liquid, you make sure you have a good lanes. They have good heroes for that. The Lone Druid versus the Shaker matchup, I think that's a free matchup for Matumba Man. He'll walk all over that Earthshaker. Likewise, though, I think Lina is advantage in the mid lane, but it looks like both teams are making the correct rotations. It's going to be Matumba Man mid versus the Lina, like the panel pointed out, and then it's going to be Ember Spirit going up to the bottom lane against the Shaker. So back to the point, Team Liquid, good lanes for them, and they should do fine. Whereas I think IG, not only do they need a good lane stage of their own, they also need to get good, quick blink daggers on both Sven and Shaker. And in the team fights, they need to make sure that Chrono doesn't come out or Ember doesn't like stun 2 to 3 heroes in every single team fight. That's a lot to ask for IG.
Yeah, I'm hearing the list of conditions continue to kind of mount up as far as what they have to do to actually win fights. So let's get down to the lanes now and down to business. Game 3 has begun as the horn blows. The teams enter the field of battle. Winner of this into the top 6. Matumba Man going for the creep block mid now. So, and this is one thing that Liquid really do exceptionally well, I think, with the Lone Druid, is they're so versatile with the way they can lane it. We have seen Matumba Man go mid, Miracle to the safe lane, and I think specifically this hero, but we've also even seen the Broodmother surprise 5th pick go mid. I think that's something that a lot of other teams have not shown in the group stage, that willingness to mix up the lanes and put their, you know, their superstar mid player into a side lane.
I think the Broodmother tip moving forward, I think teams are going to be more and more prepared for that, as you saw here, IG banning out Brood multiple games. So I'm not sure if other teams will be surprised by that, but like you're right, it's definitely a trick that could pull out anytime they deem it's necessary.
And it shouldn't be too much of a surprise because they have done it a lot already, but still something that can keep you a bit off guard and minimize your chance of running away with the lanes. As we do see both supports here duking it out in the river. As far as these particular lane matchups go, I think, you know, the Lina, the Lone Druid, Pan already touched on it, likely a wash. As far as the side lanes go, though, for you, Lumi, which team has the better setup there in your eyes?
I think it's pretty even as well. Mind Control technically should survive, but there's also Glimpse for him to worry about, so he could definitely die there. And of course, Shaker, we've definitely seen him die a couple times in the lane.
Oh, big roll in from Baboka. Oh, just by Matumba Man. Trying to pressure him early. OP does not have a point on the stun just yet, so it's mostly just a harassment roll as they are setting up here on Liquid. GH wants to go. Also only level 1, but a crush into a cold feet, into a searing chains could be a first blood if GH commits. No dire vision of this, but the spidey senses are certainly tingling right now.
Yep. It's also hard to make a successful dive under the tower without losing one of your hero, should the tower oblige and help out XSS.
Baboka continues to roam. He is going to snag an Invis rune. No Radiant Vision of this grab either. Can he get his patented courier snipe? Oh man. Hide little thing. Hide little bug.
You would think this thing would go extinct by now, given how many times was hunted last time.
If I get bought as a courier against Baboka, I'm feeling pretty sad.
Oh, he's rolling in. Baboka, please! Not
and
like
he does
this.
it again! Baboka, the magician!
How do you even see the courier?
How does he know?
Saw over the cliff.
It's not just that, it's the willingness to go for that place, though. Like, I want to say Baboka might have the highest courier snipe rate of anyone at this tournament.
For sure.
I'd be curious to hear the stats on it. It certainly feels like it from watching the guy. So early first blood drawn in a rather unconventional way as IG will get off to a decent gold lead on the back of that. As far as the lanes go, Lumi, these lanes are actually turning out pretty well for them early on.
Yeah.
Mind Control being bullied top fairly heavily, and Q actually saving a skill point here. Does have the Glimpse, but still only level 1.
Yeah, level 1 Glimpse is very short cast range.
Once you get level 2, you can threaten the Void. Like in that situation, it might be a possible kill if there's a follow-up stun or silence. The bottom lane is probably the slight surprise here, where this Earthshaker, you know, we have seen this in the 1v1
he might die here, though.
Oh, this could be the real first blood. Change to start, follow-up from Kuro, Crush comes through, and, well, gets off a great fissure, but great ain't gonna get the job done. Miracle drawing the first blood, and meanwhile in the mid lane, Baboka having a fish again with the roll, but Matumba Man deftly dodges it.
Yeah, you were saying that, you know, the Shaker is perhaps getting a little bit more than he should, and I think that's more because GH is focusing, you know, his attention to the mid lane. XSS now giving up the first blood. Liquid's lanes do a lot better as they get more level. Miracle, of course, picking like level 4 or 5 is crucial. In the mid lane, once Matumba Man gets his level 5, I think he could start solo bullying OP should he be able to get those entangling roots.
Yeah, I do want to point out Baboka, he's been busy and not just with sniping couriers, does stack up the Ancients here early, and with the Sven, that will be very important. Seems to have good timing on a lot of his rotations, one of the hallmarks of a great 4 position. But perhaps more importantly here for Liquid, when we look at their draft, the one area where I see a bit of weakness is they don't take objectives that well except for the Lone Druid. So even though they get this kill bottom, like they can't really hit the tower at all. Not true for IG. They have the Lina, they have the Earthshaker Totem, and they have the Sven. 3 heroes that can hit towers hard. So while Liquid can maybe steal Roche rapidly with the Slardar, at least in this early stage, they won't be able to punish towers the same way.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those games where the fights decide it all, and that's probably one of the most entertaining way to watch Dota. It's going to be very different from the game we just saw, where one team just runs straight at you and just take your Raxes.
So many big team fight ults. Like,
yeah. Oh, it's going to be a beautiful game to watch.
Wombo combo doesn't even begin to describe it.
All right, the bear comes in. It's called El Doge. Just want to point that out.
It's a strange-looking bear.
Or a panda.
Or Doge, I should say. Yeah.
One thing I do want to mention is that both Q as well as Baboka are on some of their most signature heroes. Before Baboka was known for his, you know, Monkey King as well as Ricky, he made a name for himself in China playing Earth Spirit. Of course, that was at a time where Earth Spirit was, you know, much stronger of a hero.
Basically, like, the best 4 positions were all the best Dark Spirit players back.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then Q also has some lightning fast reflexes on his, static storms as well as glimpse. So I expect big things coming out from them.
It's such a crucial game for the Disruptor as well, like up against Void and Ember. If he has a good game, it's going to be really hard for those 2 heroes to have an impact.
Oh yeah, we're going to see a great dance between the glimpse of Q as well as Sleight of Fist as well as Fire Remnant dodges for Ember Spirit. Miracle's definitely a player that could pull those kind of dodges off.
Of course, for Liquid, they also don't have the best saves. Like, they have Chronosphere, the Ember has defensive tools, but on his own, inherently he's not that good against the Static Storm and potentially that Silence, as OP is being pressured a bit mid. We can see KuroKy creeping in, but they do have vision of this. OP going to try to usher those illusions away.
Yeah, the saves are going to be mostly coming in from the hero's innate abilities, using the Time Walk to run away or just Fire Remnant out.
And items.
Q on the mid
Itemizing
lane.
defensively, but OP gets caught out here. Cold Feet not going to tick in. Able to just walk away.
Tower.
Kuro taking the tower. They'll need to juggle this aggro.
Glimpse.
Evoca looking for the punish, then they wrangle him back. Ice Cream is a nice afternoon treat here for
They get
IG.
the bear too.
A bear kill as well.
GH.
GH charging in. He wins the stun. Uh-oh.
All right.
No way to punish this. The Glimpse on cooldown, a very long cooldown at these early first few levels, but look at the money shrine. IG are going to be enjoying this regen. All the while, Burning is farming. IG look to make their move. The Echo Slam commitment bottom. XXS finds the solo kill on GH.
I don't think GH expected that the skill build that XSS is showing. He's
Max
got one
Aftershock.
Yeah, he's got 1 point in Fissure, max Aftershock, and he went in and just got absolutely slammed.
IG having a solid start here. Again, Ancients were stacked. They've been a bit of a point of contention as Liquid dropped an Observer Ward down previously to try and keep chaps on them, did get dewarded.
Top lane, they're going to go for KuroKy. There is the backstab coming in from Bubblegum. They have Glimpse available as well. They will cast it.
There's a Chrono though. Does Mind Control want to take this fight? There's no backup coming. At least for now, it seems they'll get that clean kill. Now Mind Control walks away. Another death. These supports are starting to stack them up, and they might lose more. The Silence is there. Can they finish it? Mind Control walking away at the final moment, and in the mid lane, the dive onto OP. Remnant commitment, Miracle making his own rotation, so a core finally going down now. A big kill for Liquid.
A lot of trading involved, and in terms of who's coming out ahead of all of these trades, I think it's XSS. He gets the free lane to farm, and once he gets the Blink Dagger, especially with the build that he currently has, I feel like some of the even more elusive hero like, your Ember Spirit, your Void, I think they're going to have trouble surviving.
He has 53 CS in the off lane, and
That's
they've been
crazy.
ganking him.
Yeah.
XXS is crushing this game right now.
Remember, LD, the way that he played last game, at least for the first half, he was just
Mind Control might be caught out here. Big catch for Liquid, looking for the bashes. Now the bubble deployed. Huge commitment, allowing GH to hit him. I don't know if it's
He's still alive, though.
Burning
Okay,
with the
just
ward drive finally.
Good bash, good bash.
Go down.
It was very important for Mind Control to get those bashes in because the Warcry was out and a lot of the physical damage is mitigated.
Almost all of it at this stage with like very little in the way of damage items. For
Time Lock, however, does give you magical damage on bashes, so does have that little bit of nice synergy with Ice Vortex coming out from the A as well later on, but important there for that kill.
Burning goes down. Of course, like killing Sven here there is not a showstopper. This is a hero that will catch up quickly if given any sort of room to breathe, and they did have to commit the Chrono. So I don't think IG are overly upset about that. Now they're going to make their move top lane. Silence and Mind Control trying to bring down the Void. He doesn't score yet though. Mind Control gets up the time walking in the mid lane. A huge team fight breaking out. Q with the Glimpse back trying to keep Miracle away, but he's going to go down. Mind Control got out of there away to safety. And IG get outmaneuvered, and now with the Bear in position, they can begin their siege on mid. XXS has the Echo. He drops it on the Slardar. He gets off the follow-up.
Where's the Vision? They can't see him.
Have OP with the Laguna, and the Vision already rearing its ugly head is a bit of a concern here for IG.
Yeah, they committed a lot. The Echo Slam has a fairly long cooldown, and I think XSS is just about to pick up his Blink Dagger.
If he has a Blink there, that is so bad for Liquid, but Liquid choosing their spots well for now.
Yeah. I was just talking about the way that XSS has playstyle. He loves to sit in the trees and hunt for kills, and Shaker is probably the best hero to do
They're
so.
looking for KuroKy bottom lane. If they can just get this glimpse. It's only level 2 though. He's like 1 creep away from 5, so doesn't have the range.
I think what we're seeing right now is IG supports are really struggling levels. Like you said, Q just hit the level 5. Had he had the glimpse earlier, he would have gotten the kill on the Ancient Apparition. And remember, the 2 ganks in a row that Boboka has started on the Faceless Void, he just needed like half a second extra on a stun or a silence. Well, you'll get that half second if you're higher level, and unfortunately, he's only level 4, still roaming around.
So how do Liquid look to transition? They've had a solid save of the landing stage here these last couple minutes. Yeah, the Courier got sniped, or Shaker's gotten allowed, but they're ahead now. They get the Midas on Matumba Man. What's next for them? Do they just look to take it slow and farm? Do you see a ramp up in the pressure? What's the game plan?
I think the ability to ramp up in pressure is definitely there for Team Liquid. Remember the way that game 1 that the AA was played by IG? Whenever they had Flaming Lasso with a Bat Rider, they went for a kill. Same story here. Miracle would jump in with the Sleight of Fist and Searing Chains combo. Ice Blast will come in. Or you could start things off with Chronosphere. They have a lot of way to play this. And you just keep pressuring IG, and you make sure that the Lina doesn't get farmed, Sven doesn't get as farmed as he will be.
They're also about to open up the map here. Mind Control just slowly working on this tier 1 top. That's nearly dead. The mid tower's been brought low as well. And Mind Control will score the last hit. Void, not really known as a heavy pushing offlaner, but if you abandon the lane, leave it empty, and go to farm the neutral stacks as Burning, you do open that lane up.
Yeah, it's currently very dangerous for IG heroes to be alone, and that's why you can see them clumping in packets of 2s and 3s. But if you do that, you will start losing on farm and towers across the map.
XXS could
he needs a +1.
Open this game up. He's got the Echo ready. Mind Control does have raindrops, but I think with a +1, like you said, he's killable. But meanwhile, bottom lane Q in danger, brought down. They're going to look for the trade top. Mind Control any second, starting with the Fissure. They want to save that Echo Slam if possible with the silence coming through. No, they have to commit it, and they will score the kill. Just don't have the burst with those raindrops to save it, but definitely worth it here.
Still very, like you said, very important kill. Gotta stop that Void. But they are losing a lot of heroes to this Ember Spirit. One thing I like to see from IG is to start setting up smoke ganks with your Disruptor. Disruptor having Static Storm means you have an ability to actually kill the Ember Spirit as well as the Faceless Void over and over again. And they definitely have the burst damage to back it up. You got the Shaker, Echo Slam, you got the OP, Laguna Blade.
Who's been rather quiet, actually. I don't think we've seen a Laguna Blade yet this game. The one opportunity mid, but they didn't have the vision.
Right.
Now Liquid smoking up, Mind Control, moving
Chrono Ice
to
Blast.
the east and looking for the jump. Miracle can start the party, get off the chains of Burning, Remnant forward, commitment from him. Q is there. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Liquid, oh, those reactions. A thing of beauty as they go down to make it 3 with GH going home 4-fall. An absolute masterpiece of an ambush. You called it, Lumi. Q
Lightning fast reflexes. We're gonna watch it one more time. He might be an older guy, but look at this. As soon as they jump in, bang. And that's all she wrote.
The stun also came out from Burning there, which ensured that, well, they were held in position a bit longer, taking that extra damage. Then the Fissure finishes off fleeing heroes. IG, just such good coordination in these fights.
Instead of losing your Burning carry, they get 4 kills. Think of how big that is for the game. IG bought themselves, a minute or 2 of free farm just from that as well. A lot of times when we would talk about Dota, it's a very strategic game, but that is an instance that you saw just a single player with a technical play turning the tide of the whole game. Sick play.
And that is going to open up the map. Now IG start to get some extra tools. Burning completes his Blink Dagger. He wants to go straight into the BKB after this. Knows there's so much magic damage on Liquid. Even the Lone Druid, the Void, you kind of think of them as right-click heroes, but with, between the Bash and the Radiance, they're very heavily magic damage focused. So this BKB could be a game changer.
Yeah, the beauty of Team Liquid's draft is they got both. You talked about the magic side of it. Of course, they got the Corrosive Haze as well to amp up the physical side.
They have the Root, they do have the Bashes.
Yeah.
They're not all in on one type of damage or control. But IG are looking to make a move. I'm not sure if this Burning Blink has been scouted, but in any case, they have that good long-range initiation. Mind Control in danger now, could be caught out. Who's going to jump first? Oh, rolling forward, but Boca trying to scout, but they don't have the vision. They still get off the silence, and now smashing him through with the Static Storm. Laguna reigning in the pain. They get the kill.
Just like how GH was public enemy #1 last game, the shift has...
now mid, Echo, Fissure, see ya, Miracle.
Solo.
XXS, what a performance it has been. 3-1-2 in the off lane, 4th highest in net worth, often up against a duel, a tri-lane. Every gank has been on point.
Yeah, his Sand King was absolutely amazing last game though, too, even though they lost the game, so.
It was really the only reason why they were in the game.
Sure.
Like, Ricky killed a couple couriers, but as far as hero kills, as far as map, like actual team fights, he was all they had. GH, uh-oh, this is dicey. Now getting scouted out, but Boca's there as well, gets up the silence, rolling through.
Quick.
GH easily juking him.
Yeah, quick
swift
sprint.
sidestep from him.
And back they go. Probably need to pop the Shrine for mana if they want to go for more.
How do you see these teams matching up going later, Lumi? Because it seems like both teams, their cores are farming quite well, especially IG. Bloodstone completed on OP now. The Sven's going towards the BKB as mentioned. Meanwhile, I guess Miracle a bit under farm, but obviously Matumba Man doing
Kick
great.
coming in, finding themselves 1 kill, and now it's going to be Glimpse coming back. He
Static
jumps away!
Oh, a little bit early. IG didn't have that crucial silence.
Yep, Static Storm was lacking.
Still on cooldown, getting a bit overeager. But yeah, how do you see these teams matching up now that the cores are starting to get their farm?
The game plan remains the same for IG. You got to find the Void and you got to kill him before the fight happens. The problem is it gets harder and harder as the Void itemizes for it. He's going for a straight up BKB after the Mask of Madness. You rarely see that from a Faceless Void. And he could even pick up a Lincoln Sphere, because all I think he needs to do in this game is just land a good Chronosphere. Because his team will take care of it in the damage department. Ice Blast, you could dump it in.
Ember Spirit.
Triple Remnant. Yeah.
Heavy nuke damage,
Yeah.
plus you've got the Ice Vortex, so.
I guess the lack of synergy between the bear build that the Matumba Man's going for with the Chronosphere is...
Yeah, they're not really the best natural friends. Obviously, the Lone Druid gives you that ability to take a tower now that he's farmed.
Well, that's why the panel was discussing that maybe the Lone Druid goes for range form build this game.
That was what we saw that out of Arteezy in the group stage. Actually worked very well.
Yeah. Matumba Man really is known for his like bear build. He likes to, well, he likes El Doge. You know, he micros well.
Feed your panda.
And they like to push. You know, Team Liquid coming in today. One of the things we talked about is that they were pushing lineup, and this is definitely one of the better pushing builds.
XXS marching in again under cover of smoke. IG could be caught off guard because Liquid are coming from the rear. Up the ramp, Miracle gonna break that smoke, but already the trap's been sprung. They lock onto Matumba Man, they commit heavily, dropping damage in, but Mind Control is there, trying to save the day, doesn't matter. Magnetize will finish him off, and now he's on the run, surging forward. Miracle tries to get the damage out, but still this Void stays alive on the other side of the fight. Kuroki manages to get a double kill, finishes off Lean, supports the chaotic fight, favoring Liquid. Make it 3 for them, but now the Spin looks to get in. The crush is timely. Kuro's in trouble, being kited. XXS puts a dagger through the heart of Liquid, finds that crucial kill. The totems are coming. Burning if he has mana for a stun. It could be more. Miracle on the run
They don't have
out.
stun anymore on Sven. Yeah, it's not a matter.
That'll
of
be
fight.
it.
Yeah,
so
the fight's over.
A pretty back and forth exchange there.
The critical thing for me in that team fight is that Chronosphere was able to get cast. Great Ice Blast coming out here from Kuroki on the second half of the fight. And more importantly, OP was the first person to die, or one of the first few people to die, and as a result, he cannot collect all of the Bloodstone charge. In fact, he gave up a lot of Bloodstone charge. We're going to see this team fight one more time, but notice on the south half of the team fight, the Ice Blast is going to hit on multiple heroes, and that made it super hard for for IG to actually connect on the rest of the fight.
Yeah, Mind Control barely missing the Lina there. I believe Matumba dies anyway, but
yeah,
potentially they can kill that Lina a bit earlier in the fight.
And
it just shows you Liquid are very reliant on a good chrono, especially, I guess it changes a little now because GH does have this blink, but still, ideally you'd like this Void to be getting 3-4 heroes in upcoming fights, and it's tough until he gets the BKB. There's a lot of silences, a lot of chain stun, a lot of ways to interrupt that jump.
I mean, just the physical damage as well, right? We saw he turned on the Mask of Madness, and he just ate like an enchant totem hit, and it's like, oh my god, half his HP just like went away, so.
And that's, you know, you don't even have to really build damage as the Earthshaker. That's just something you get naturally.
So that's something that he's got to watch out for.
They're trying to get aggressive here. Still chrono on cooldown though, Liquid. They group up behind the bear. The Radiance is online. This is the time for them to take objectives. IG, no Echo Slam, no Sven BKB yet. Actually, as I say that, it is en route. This could also be a game changer. Might encourage IG to fight again. Burning, moving through the base, not detected as of yet.
In terms of the answer to the BKB Sven, they still have the Chronosphere. They could still get El Doge rooting him. So not exactly something you could count on, but it's there for Team Liquid.
Killing him, though, becomes a real problem if that BKB is active.
Especially if he has Warcry turned on, then it makes Corrosive Haze.
Physical damage definitely lacking at this stage, something Liquid will undoubtedly get more of as the game draws later. There is a dire scan, scouting out their trees. Won't find anything.
At the same time, though, there's a lot of pressure for IG to actually win those fights with the BKB. You know, as the game moves on, the BKB charge timer gets lower and lower, and suddenly the Burning Sven going from a very dangerous hero to something like, we could just kite you for the second half of the fight.
IG looking to spring a trap. They know that Liquid are in their jungle because they're not showing bottom, so they leave Burning to hopefully take that tier 1. The rest of the team setting up behind OP to protect him. It looks like IG, the creeps will likely take this tower down. Burning blinking in. 3 slices, down it goes.
They see Miracle top, they want it. Blink, Echo Slam.
Fissure, where's the Chrono? Mind control's there, he catches them, but too late! Miracle's down and now GH gets sapped! Oh, this is not good for Mind Control. Meet the Cleaver, Burning makes it 3.
Looks like Matumba Man was able to run down Q on the bear. There's nothing much that the Disruptor could defend himself. But great team fight here. The Chronosphere just was a tad too late, and unfortunately also catching the Slaughter in the Chronosphere, and Lina says, all right, fish on a skewer, easy kills.
That type of fight is borderline disastrous for Liquid. It's one thing to lose the heroes, but to commit the Chrono and then still lose 2 cores like that, those fights will really cost them. This next minute and a half, 2 minutes or so, IG can just freely farm out the map, get their next round of items. OP has picked up the Yule Scepter, Burning, now 1,300 gold to go with that BKB. Already Earthshaker, XXS, closing in on a Shadow Blade.
Yeah.
Which is going to make an already very impoverished Kuroki that much poorer, and where they haven't had to worry about that Ricky scouting them out, suddenly it's like a pseudo-vision hero. You know, you can run around in Viz and potentially catch Liquid a bit off guard.
The cool thing for IG in that last fight is that due to the nature of the fight, Sven didn't even have to use the BKB. So that's just another fight that you just like, freebie, don't need a BKB. I'm going to be that much more effective going in deeper into the game. So IG looking pretty well right now, but...
How do you feel about this from Matumba Man? Gets the kind of late Mask of Madness after the Radiance Might.
Interesting.
On the bear. Is this a tell that Liquid feel like pressured right now to...
Oh, hold that thought. It's going to be the initiation again. The chain stun's going to be there, and IG just dominates them.
Crushed. And now GH whipping his own crush. Liquid getting forced back. No, they did commit the BKB. Do they still want to fight? This Void could have buyback for all they know.
Every time that IG gets such a key pickoff on the Void, they feel like they should get something out of it. But with the Sven BKB down, they don't feel confident enough to walk up to the high ground to get the tower, nor do they feel strong enough to go into the Roshan pit.
They're playing it very patiently. XXS now Shadowblade complete. A second one, as mentioned by the panel, likely to be the case, is being built. OP halfway there, and now the Glyphs. They're going to catch up Matumba Man. This is a fight Liquid must take. The Void's got
Savage Roy,
a respawn soon, but doesn't matter. XXS already gets the job done. He will pay with his life, ending an unstoppable streak, but he just spent his gold, got that Shadowblade, got the crucial lone Druid kill. Liquid now, how do they respond? Chrono's online. Maybe they think about the Roche, but the lone Druid is dead for 40, so not really a lineup that's great at taking it without him.
Without him, I mean, even though with Corrosive Haze, it's not enough. I mean, Void could help out a little bit, but that's it. And now faces Void, instead of going for the BKB that he's queued up for a long time.
Diffusal.
What do you think about this? I feel like the BKB was more or less the right choice. It seems like with him going for Diffusal Blade and Matumba Man going for the Mask of Madness, Team Liquid believes that they don't have enough damage going into the mid and late game. And they might be correct in that assumption, but at the same time, if you just get initiated and you don't have BKB to back you up, then you also don't have enough damage, right?
There's so much chain stun on IG that I do feel if this Void ever gets jumped, he's not going to get to press the BKB. And
That's definitely true.
He's the save, right? Like, so he's the one that you know, he can't save himself when he's chain stunned. So in that sense, perhaps it's understandable for Mind Control.
Sure.
Ideally, you want the BKB, but also if you BKB and they can just run away, maybe you don't have that great gap close. So
yeah, it's really a tough spot.
It's a rock and hard place. Like, I don't think the BKB would be bad necessarily, but I can also understand where it's not the most appealing item. Here comes the smoke. OP out in front. They're going to make their move.
They stun him! They just stun him!
Mind control! What an anticipation play! Oh, that hurts. Now GH on the run. Magnetize bringing him low. He goes down. Miracle next. Pulled back in. Zippity doo-dah. See you later. But now IG, they can turn their attention towards this tower, and XXS, he's on the hunt.
Oh, okay.
Okay. The totem again. IG, they're not just getting the one kill, Lumi, they're getting the follow-ups. They are running roughshot over Liquid. This has to be a real concern that Liquid
They have a double
tilt.
damage for this Roshan. You know, OP just wanted to get extra attack speed by sunning the ground in front of the tower, and then the Void jumps in. The Void thought he had a good Chronosphere, and he got absolutely wrecked by that random LSA. You say prediction, but I think he just wanted the attack speed, man.
In any case, it hurts. That is for damn sure. Liquid.
Off of that one random LSA, they got 4 kills, Tier 1 tower, and the Aegis.
Again, fight after fight, and now we'll see it once more that IG getting the jump. It was such a big discussion point on the panel, like, oh, this Void can't get the jump. They have to be able to stop him. If he gets a good chrono, it's over for IG, but it just hasn't happened.
Have we seen a good chrono?
We saw one decent one top, but they
XSS?
still managed to get kills.
It's on the hunt.
A lot of pressure on mind control, whereas IG, it feels like many players stepping up. XXS getting jumps, huge clutch static storm from Q. OP with what you say, a very lucky stun into the trees. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
You know, the silences to initiate. IG have a lot of ways to start fights. I don't really feel like Liquid do. You don't really want to initiate with Miracle, and even if you do, the chains are not that scary on their own. Slardar blinks in and crushes. He's likely going to die before he gets out, so
I think the most impressive,
a ton of pressure on this Void.
The most impressive thing is that IG is doing it without any like superb vision heroes. Like they don't see the Void coming, man. Or they have to like
Double Shadow Blade, Lumi. That's your vision.
I mean, okay, I guess that's one way to do it. Like if you get to download this replay and watch it from IG's perspective, and the fact that they don't have as much vision as what you're seeing right now, it's just mind-blowing, mind-numbing how good these guys are. And now they are on the hunt. XSS, invis up as always.
Smoked up, XXS, as you mentioned, the man in front, Liquid, farming up the Ancients. Mind control just completed, but now might get caught. There's the roll, the fissure comes through, the chain stun not there, pushed away by the time walk back to safety.
A rare miss from IG. So far, every time we've seen them lead with the stun, they generally finish.
But the thing is, like, Liquid aren't confident to counterplay, and they're really starting to slip here in the damage and net worth department. Burning's now completed a Crystalist, grabs the Hyperstone. Daedalus not too far off after that for him, and again, an aggressive foray into the Liquid territory. They might catch one. Matu is there. The hits just keep on coming. Liquid are starting to crumble on the big stage.
The problem here for Team Liquid right now is that Void is the save, but IG has so much burst damage that by the time that the Void could react, likely your players are already dead. You know, when you have Laguna Blade, when you have Burning coming up with big
They
crits.
might find one. Disruptor cut out. Q is there. The follow-up chrono gets that Earth Spirit, but do they want to go? No, actually. He's punished. GH now might fall. Burning there, looking for the cleanup. 3 go down. Even when they try the chrono, it ends up haunting them.
And now Chrono's down. If you're IG, you're like, okay, let's just get an objective.
I mean, end of the day, it's a lone druid in melee form. It's 4 melee heroes with a Void. It's not the easiest game to find good chronos.
Yeah. Also, I feel like Miracle has unable to really, like, the fact that he's worried about getting killed so much that he's unable to freely go for solo kills of his own. That's generally one of the strengths of Ember Spirit. In fact, looks like he's going to get solo killed here again. Do they have enough? Oh boy, you bet they do.
IG making it look easy.
Jayo
cheering themselves on, and somewhere ROTK likely smiling for his old friend Burning. They are close, Lumi. This game is quickly slipping out of hand. And so I think it's time we ask ourselves, how do Liquid get back in the game?
Still same game plan. You need to get that Chronosphere. Like, Team Liquid to me needs to be on the offensive for once. Remember that smoke play? They went down, and unfortunately the Q Static Storm just got him. Remember when Mind Control jumped in looking for the 3-man Chronosphere, and OP just got him? I feel like a lot of these are just very unlucky breaks for Team Liquid, but the plan remains the same. You have to go in, you have to be on the offensive, you have to land that Chronosphere and make things happen. But
again, mind control is poor. Like as far as items go, he doesn't have a whole lot of options here. But if the Chrono is that important, it feels like it'll be harder to get one without either, you know, the BKB or a Blink Dagger, a Shadow Blade. So commonly big pickups on Void.
yeah.
Part of it is just a raw numbers game where in a better game, if those fights have gone differently, he has that mobility item, he maybe has the BKB or the Diffusal as well. But again, bottom, they jump in. This time they're ganking the bear.
That's...
And now they might give him a Tumble Man as well. He's in the trees. Can Q find him in time? No. He will make it out.
Kinetic Field does give vision.
How much does this bear really offer going later, though? It's one of the knocks on Lone Druid as a carry. He is very timing-based in melee form, especially against heavy physical damage, which IG have in spades, both the Lina and the Sven.
I think the timing has gone in pass for the bear to be really super effective. I mean, one way to play it in the scenario that Team Liquid is in, you could get an Aghanim Scepter on the bear and start relying on split push. But as we saw there, IG has no problem just ganking the bear themselves.
They have double Shadow Blade, they have a Force Staff, they have a BOTs on the Lina.
Oh yeah, they could...
Like, they have mobility to hunt that bear.
Yeah.
And they have multiple heroes who can kill it or at least force it away. But here comes Liquid on the smoke. Burning would be a huge catch, but the smoke breaks uphill. Burning gets away. He's still got the BKB ready. Do they commit? Liquid know this is a bad idea. Backup is there. Now the Yule Scepter trying to buy time. One stun, and he is done for. Chewing through it with the sword. Now the Echo Slam. The follow-up's there. XXS again delivers, and now onto a Matumba Man. Mind control in, mind control dead. No solutions, no hope. Glimpse on back, make it for Invictus Gaming. Absolutely slaughtering Liquid. Kuro likely the last man down. Make it 5. IG on the cusp, on the verge of top 6.
You could truly tell that IG are just super comfortable with these heroes. Some of these are their most played hero. Q has an 100% win rate with Disruptor so far in the tournament. I know some of our panel boys don't like statistics, but this is a good time to talk about it. Bubble got 80% win rate on the Earth Spirit in 5 games. And now we're going to watch this team fight one more time. Just look for XSS's positioning. He is cutting off the backliners, making sure that they can't do anything.
Interrupting the follow-up to the Chrono, which you see the Ice Blast come now. Fight's already over at that point.
Right.
Not once have they started the fight with a Chrono into a Crush, into an Ice Blast, into an early Ember kill. They're always playing from behind, and Matumba Man scratching his head now. How can the sailor in another life take his ship back out and find a safer harbor for the team? It is. The map is just getting very, very claustrophobic now, Lumi. Liquid have lost most of their outer towers. Anyone who's caught is basically just done for. Yeah, you've got the Yule Scepter, but they have so much chain stun, so much disable that you drop the Static Storm and there's just no solution for Miracle to get out. There's no solution for the Void without the BKB. And that's just the Disruptor. We've seen multiple Earthshaker solo kills. Those only get easier as the game goes along. IG continue their surge forward, and they're going to find Miracle. Ooh, close call. Up to the high ground. XXS not going to blindly blink up that hill, though he could. Now instead going to retreat towards the top lane. IG keeping the lane shoved in, knowing the next Roche could be nigh.
Yeah, I think at this point, Team Liquid needs a mistake from IG, and that's never really a good position to be in, especially on the last game of a best-of-3 series, but they are that far behind. However, if IG does commit a huge blunder...
Echo! Oh, he does it again.
All right, well, there's no mistakes to be had for IG. Like
11, 2, and 8 in the off lane against the duel.
They got him
Tri lane. They need that Void. He doesn't have buyback. Burning is chewing through Liquid. And more damage piles up. Now the bear, Panda down. They're already endangered. Burning, have mercy. But Boca says no mercy for you. This is our game for the taking. That happened indeed, and slicing forward carves up the AA. 4 dead again. Invictus Gaming prevailing here in a way they haven't at TI in a long, long time. Still a ways to go, but Liquid are about to be sent packing to the lower bracket.
What an upset. Team Liquid, the team that a lot of people thought will win the whole tournament, they chose IG as their opponent for this winner bracket, and IG just coming in strong. I mean, I thought it was going to be 2-1 Liquid. I was with everyone else.
A variety of picks, a bunch of different approaches to the game. We saw in game 1 heavy emphasis on vision. I think we've seen probably like 15 to 20 different looks from IG over the course of this tournament. They are not afraid to mix it up, and they're very deep as far as hero pool goes and seem to be getting deeper as the tournament goes along. So Liquid are now kind of left scrambling to figure out how to adjust.
The knock against IG coming in this tournament was that they've been failing a little bit in the last couple of events. People have been calling them a one-patch team. Ice Rock has nerfed them, but coming in strong here, showing that they are not a one-patch team. They could do a lot more than that.
Well, maybe they're a two-patch team.
Well, this is the right patch to be on if you're a two-patch team, because they are winning right now.
Daedalus complete. Even the Disruptor casually piling in the items, grabbing the Solar Crest. So now you've got Burning strutting around with 47 armor, BKB, and that's not even counting the Solar Crest being thrown on him. Gets basically unkillable, and that is before this Roach falls. Aegis and Cheese to be claimed. It'll be a desperation fight. Liquid need a miracle, and I don't mean the player. I mean the hero moment. Like, I don't even know what that would be, Lumi. Like, perfect Chrono, perfect Ice Blast, triple Remnant. That probably doesn't even bring some of these carries down to half HP.
At this point, I don't think a good Chrono is enough.
You need
something more.
You really do need IG to blunder in a major way.
You need IG to chase into the Tier 4, chase into the Fountain.
Use those buybacks, multiple hero crushes, some timely bashes, some huge rolls of the dice.
Just like I was listing out a lot of conditions for IG, now there's even more conditions for Team Liquid to actually, stay in this game.
And that's if IG even take risks about it. They're not right now. OP TP'd home. He pushes out the bottom lane. They don't want to give Liquid that freedom to like try and split push to maybe rat it out a little bit. They are going to keep these lanes shoved in. They are going to continue farming, and that is another concern for Liquid. IG have more room to scale. Lina can still get bigger. Your Sven is closing in on his level 25 talent. Like, these supports have room to grow. Even the Shaker could get more items, and all these heroes scale pretty well. So I don't even feel like you can say if you're Liquid, well, IG are on a timer. Time is our ally.
I mean, Sven as a hero does kind of go down in terms of effectiveness because, as the game goes on, people buy more Force Stabs to counter that, but because Team Liquid is so poor, I'm not even worried about burning.
It's like scaling. If there is a timer, it's been paused.
Right.
The hourglass has been put on its side. There's no sand flowing one way or the other. Now IG, they commit for the siege. All three lanes pushing in. They started with the crush. They'll need a lot more than that. Ice Blast coming through. Burning, shrugging it off. The Shivas ushering Liquid away. And with the Ice Blast down, IG, just wait for this next wave. They're going to come swinging.
Yep.
XXS.
Notice how they don't jump in. Notice how when the creep wave dies, they back off. There's just
patient,
super methodical.
And now, potentially decisive. Birdie does get stunned up. He's still got the BKB. The bear works on him, but the bear gets stunned. Controlled. OP pumping in the damage, pummeling it.
This is what happens again. This is what happens when you jump in. All they have to do is hit the buildings.
Now the Chrono, but XXS, the god, he somehow interrupts it again, forcing Liquid on their heels. Not even bothering for the buildings. IG are giving the business to Liquid now. They do force them back, but everybody's healthy. They need more damage. Where's it gonna come from? If Burning ever gets ahead, that's all she wrote for Liquid. Miracle stun once, dead for sure.
Ice Blast,
the buyback. Ice Blast is there. They do get one. That's a punch, don't deny. They don't even get the kill.
1500
buyback again. All 5 dead, and they're still trying to fight. Liquid are down. They're now a corpse that's being punched, kicked, and about to be put 6 feet under. IG have the buybacks if they need them. They've got the damage. They've got the control. The position is theirs. The game is theirs. The series is theirs. And top 6 is theirs.
Wow. Burning one step closer to that. Oh, there's a pause. One step closer to that TI champion that he so deserves as a player.
I don't know if anyone has been looking for that championship longer. It's a very short list. But IG, they're not there yet. A fantastic showing. Liquid, not quite a match for them. But we have seen this team can be scrappy, and they still have the lower bracket where they can look to bounce back.
The most impressive thing for me, again, is 3 of their players, XSS, OP, as well as Bubblegum. First-time TI player, first time on this big stage. And did you see the way they played?
They had great individual plays, but they also just played as a team. There weren't, here players trying to win the game on their own. When they needed to, they were patient, decisive under pressure. They might be a young team as far as TI experience goes, with only 2 players having been here on this stage, but they played like veterans in this series. Fantastic showing here. Liquid now down to the lower bracket. Invictus Gaming into the top 6.
Absolute domination in that last game. IG played phenomenally. In particular, XXS was insane throughout the entire game, getting kill after kill early game, getting amazing echo slams, getting great chain stuns. He was the MVP for me.
He had a fantastic early game, and I think everyone was pretty surprised at how great of a start he was off to. And Shaker's, one of the best heroes in the meta right now, and this game proves it. He dominated.
At the same time, I think Liquid kind of picked into it. Like they picked an Ember that's going to be against the Shaker on the lane, and as well as Shaker can get the lane back with his Fissure. So I don't know if Ember really was the best hero to draft. They probably needed something to be able to shut him down a bit.
They picked both Void and Ember, 2 heroes that rely on their mobility throughout the game, and Shaker's got tons of lockdown, and they built Disruptor, Earth Spirit, tons of stuns, Silence, Sven stun, Lina stun. It was impossible for Miracle and Mind Control to really do too much.
Do you have any other hero suggestions for what they could have picked in the safe lane?
I don't know about hero suggestions, but I really would have enjoyed them picking a Vision hero, finding something, giving them some more information for Void to actually get a good Chronosphere. A lot of fights he was forced to kind of make some really difficult initiation, and it led to him dying a lot of times before he was even able to get Chronosphere off.
And Ember was also forced to get the Yule Scepter, and that is not really something you want to buy that early, like in a game.
And honestly, there were a lot of huge plays that happened in that game, particularly Disruptor, and I'm really excited to hear Kevin's breakdown. Kevin, what the hell happened? How did that game go so well for IG?
It really was a story of XXS. He was the crucial hero in the laning stage a little bit, and definitely transitioned well into team fights. And the important part was really how the lanes matched up. If we take a look at the draft really quick, it's an offlane Earthshaker, and to deal with that, Liquid had a Ember Spirit as well as an Ancient Apparition. And Slardar was usually busy in the mid lane because he was trying to make sure that the Earth Spirit didn't bully his lone Druid too much, because it would have made the lane really hard. So what was really crucial that started off the game is that AA didn't feel very comfortable actually zoning out the Earthshaker, who's usually coming down this way, and then the Ember Spirit's over here. So AA just basically started by pulling, and because of that, it allowed Earthshaker by himself versus an Ember to easily make sure the lane went this way. And in the moment when the lane was actually pushing up towards the north, and AA was about to do a pull over here, all he had to do was pretty much show up and drop a little fissure to block off the creep, so that the big massive creeps ended up pushing into him, and he ended up getting a very fast level 3 by like 2 minutes, which is insane for the offlane. And you pretty much saw the results of this. He just continued to get kills throughout the early game. This is 12 minutes. He's already got a Blink Dagger, and because of this, he shuts down Mind Control on the Faces Void. This is not the only one. Pretty much every clip that I took was always XXS jumping in first. So the laning stage that provided him this big advantage was always what started the fights for IG, which always gave them the big upper edge advantage against Liquid, when it shouldn't have been like that. It should have been Chronospheres, Ice Blasts, and other heroes initiating to give Liquid the edge. But instead, it was just XXS, solo killing cores all game.
I gotta say, it was unbelievable how few Chronos did anything at all that game. Typically when Faceless Void hits level 6, we start to see a steady pace of pickoffs happening throughout the game, and there was never really a good opportunity.
There was one, but then he got stunned by a Lina stun. That was just to scout into the jungle, so that was a bit unlucky for them. But
he also had that Chrono top where he chronoed Ember and Slardar, and they all just died. That was not good.
Now we see that IG has stepped into round 3 in the upper bracket. This will put them in a nice, comfortable position.
How many bracket predictions are ruined now?
A ton.
Yeah,
that was a big upset for me. I genuinely thought Liquid was a much better team than what they showed today.
It must feel quite bad for Liquid, who actually wins the group stage, and then they get down to the low bracket straight away.
Yep. Now you got to battle and try and get out of top 12. Move on to the 8.
I think it's just a really important thing to note about tournament mentality. I mean, getting into the top is great. I mean, it's a really important thing to do. You want to do well in your group. You want to be in the winner's bracket. But there's the idea of that specific preparation for the game at hand. And I feel like that really shone through in Game 1. And in particular, just the beautiful coordination in Game 3. I think that only once or twice did it seem like IG was engaging in a fight alone. Every single instance of a Team Liquid player being caught out, there were 2, 3, or even the entire team of IG there to answer.
That's a trademark of their team and some of their some of the teams that play similarly to them, like LGD and LGD-FY, that are like always there for the fights. No man left behind.
So what do you think would have been the big play to change the outcome for Team Liquid? What should have been their path to victory in that game?
I mean, as we saw, as Purge showed, it was the Shaker that did basically everything for them during the game. So they needed to shut him down more than they did, like getting that early dagger to get the kill on the Void. So Void doesn't have a good game. It really does a lot.
Something happened in the safe lane for Liquid, which I wasn't sure about. I don't think the camera caught it, but they had like a triple Archer wave very, very early on, and Shaker was level 4 even before Miracle was. So he just like something happened, like maybe Kuro pulled and did a single pull where they got like a double wave, and
I think it was the thing that Purge showed that he was like blocking the wave, so he couldn't.
My bad.
Go to the hard hard camp, but yeah.
That was when he was level 2 though. He got level 2.
Yeah, that was early.
Easily. I'm not exactly sure what happened.
It was more times maybe.
Yeah, Fogged and I were talking about there, like, how is Shaker having such an amazing start when he was just left totally alone?
And he was dealing so much damage early game. Every time he got a kill, I was sort of taken aback because he killed so fast that the camera would pan to a corpse of a Team Liquid player.
GH was coming in from behind, and then he echo slammed and killed him straight away.
That was a demoralizing death for sure.
That hurt a little bit.
He's like, Miracle, Miracle, I'm coming to gank, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, that didn't work.
I wonder if you can talk to me a little bit about Lone Druid, because it's not a character that is very common in the games that I've personally played. I'm unsure even how to evaluate him as a player in mid, whether things went right or wrong for him.
He never loses mid.
Yeah, he's pretty good in the 1v1. Yeah. But Tomaman had a pretty good game overall. It's just there wasn't any follow-up from his teammates.
The thing that he just has to do is to get his Radiance, and then they take team fights with the Radiance and try to move on from there. But it just felt that they were behind from the Shaker again early on, and they didn't get any Chronos off, and the Void died, and everything just went wrong for them except the Lone Druid. I think he had quite a good game, to be honest.
It was a weird synergy, though. Like Slardar with no physical damage. They had a bunch of melee heroes with the Faceless Void, so they couldn't actually like execute their lineup, even if it were to be a perfect team fight.
Well, at this point in time, we now know the very first player advancing to the winners' semi-finals. And we'll have EG versus Newbee. They are currently now getting set up in the booths. And I wanted to ask, we've been talking a lot about how Team Liquid was one of the all-star teams that we sort of expected to be maybe even a winner of this event, and now they're in lower brackets. And there's been a number of teams that have also been showcasing and performing far higher than we expected. Who, in your eyes, are some of the big dark horse teams at this event?
I think if you look at all of the teams, they're super good. You look at the teams that are in the lower bracket, and you can feel some of them should be in the upper bracket. But then you look at the teams in the upper bracket, and it's like, there's no team here that shouldn't be here. So I don't really know if there's any dark horses for me.
That was the biggest upset of the day for me, I think. All the other ones make a little more sense, either team really winning. I thought Liquid was one of the best teams here.
For sure.
It's really remarkable to see the skill level of all the teams at this tournament and competition. And of course, dark horses do have a long history in the international, as we've seen, no matter how well you do in group stages, it can always turn out that you get sent to lowers in round 1. Let's take a look at some of the history of the unexpected teams at TI.
The concept of dark horse in Dota has always been a big thing, and I think there's a lot behind it, a lot more than what people think.
It's some team coming out of nowhere. People don't expect them to be there.
Someone that will upset the whole tournament and that will make everyone go like, wow, these guys did something spectacular.
For the team that's going as a dark horse, it's an advantage, for sure.
The thing is, nobody's looking at you. even though you're the one that has a really good idea how to beat this tournament.
They just enjoy game after game, whereas other teams, they're like thinking about all the pressure, all what's at stake.
就是如果被大家都看好的情况下，其实压力是挺大的啊。如果有一场表现不好，或者说最后的成绩不好，就是整个心态不一样嘛，会比较容易崩溃吧，我觉得。
Maybe OG felt the pressure. That's why we lost against TNC.
We had played TNC before, many times, and there was no doubt in our mind and in their minds also that we were the better team. But they have this fire going for them. It's scary. It's really scary to play these teams because they have nothing to lose.
You underestimate a team, you don't play your best just because you feel it's going to be, quote unquote, a free win. But that free win is a free loss. That's what happens.
我觉得黑马队的性质就是对当前版本有自己的一套独特的打法。
I think DC's what they were doing the most at TI was really focusing on split pushing.
I could count 5 teams or even 10 teams that would be ahead of DC, but they go to the grand finals.
Misery, congratulations. How does it feel to take down the TI5 champs?
Holy shit, dude. That was a crazy ass game.
I always learn a lot watching these dark horses. Usually people just go to them and like, how did you make that happen?
How are you able to do that up against them?
And they always answer like, we don't know, and then they say something, but they actually know.
So, yeah, I don't know.
And what they say right after the we don't know is usually the key to the success they just had.
We kind of pulled some tricks in the draft that made them believe that a core hero was a core, when in fact it was a support all along.
DC went on like one of those crazy OG loser bracket win streaks. Once a team gets in the booth and they get used to the feeling of winning, it's kind of hard to stop them.
These kind of teams, they have a flow going on. It's something very unique, and they just roll throughout the tournament.
像 CDC 这支队伍的话，我觉得它是历届所有就是 TI 系列赛中，我觉得是最大的一匹黑马。因为他们是从外卡赛杀进来的一支亚军队伍，并且这支队伍的5个人全是第一次打 TI。
They struggled in the wildcards. They did. They almost didn't make it.
We did play them even 1 month before TI, and we just beat the crap out of them. And then 1 month later, they go to the international and they beat the crap out of everyone else.
What a Winter's curse from Q demolishes 2 more. I don't know how, but they gave us CDEC again and again with the upsets.
It just caught every team off guard. And I think that's just like a perfect definition of what a dark horse is.
I think every year there's been an underdog that has impressed me.
One of the really hard-working teams from the open qualifiers just seems to surprise everyone. So I don't know what team that'll be.
Dark horses just play a different kind of Dota too. They teach you a lesson. They teach you 2 lessons. It's very inspiring.
It's like a Cinderella story. And when you get those teams starting to beat ours, we showed everyone in the world that everyone can do it.
And as you heard us say before, all 16 teams still here at the tournament are all amazing in their own right. So it's entirely possible we could see another dark horse story here at TI7. And of course, the first upset of the day, IG defeating Team Liquid. We have Casey with our winners from IG. Let's go ahead and say hi to Casey and Q.
Hello. Yes, as you mentioned, we're with Q, and we have Jack helping us with the translation. We've been talking about coming into this main stage event. Liquid placed first in their group for group stage. You came in 4th in your group for group stage. They picked you to go up against. You came out with a decisive game 1 and then just took the series. What was your approach?
就是谈起这次主舞台的比赛，上半场当然是液体在小组赛是拿第1名，然后他们最终是选择与你们当对手，然后你们第1场之后第2场失利了，然后最后是把他们给打败了所以想问一下你们进入这场比赛的策略和总体的战术和计划是什么？
计划就是看他们之前打过的一些比赛，然后分析一下他们所用的英雄和阵容，然后结合自己队伍的那种战术和那种使用的英雄，然后 具体的去制定一些策略什么的。然后太细的也不太好说，因为之后还是有比赛的嘛。
Our plan was obviously to take a look at the strategies and plans that they'd used before, and then based on that, we devise our own heroes and lineups. And obviously, I can't share too many details with you because we still have matches to play going forward. But yeah, basically, we studied them very thoroughly, and we crafted our own plan and used that to take this one.
Fair enough. So decisive games for games 1 and 3. What happened in game 2, and what did you say to your team when you went backstage before entering in game 3 to change things around?
那么当然，第1场和第3场你们是发挥特别亮眼，也获胜了。第2场比赛你们算是失利了。那么第2场比赛之后，第3场之前，你是如何鼓舞你的队伍，或者跟他们说，队员要做一些什么样的调整？
就是其实就打第1场之前都说了，就是一个胜组的比赛，就算输了的话，就还有败者组嘛，就是意思有2条命，大家都放松着打，就是每一盘过后都是新的一盘，我们都是这样说的，无论是第1盘赢了或者第2盘输了，所以我们心态都就是很放松。
I reminded them before the first match that no matter what happens, this is the upper bracket, so we have 2 lives. Just relax and play loose. Don't put the pressure on yourself. No matter what happens, whether win or lose, first or second game, we have more opportunities. So just stay relaxed no matter what, and we managed to keep that going forward.
Next up, you're going to be facing either EG or Newbee. You were captain of CDEC back in TI5 when you faced EG in the grand finals. I want to know what your thoughts are about the chance to face EG once again, and I don't know if it's a little bit of revenge or how you might be approaching that.
那么当然，下一轮对手有可能是 EG， 有可能是 Newbee。要是 EG 的话，当然是你当年 TI5 的队长，做队长是 CDEC 总决赛的对手。那么要是下一场要是面对 EG 的话，你们会觉得是有一个报仇的机会吗？
从队伍上面来看，就是每个对手都是一样的嘛。但是从我个人来看的话，我就是觉得会有这么一点心态在里面吧。毕竟就是这是一个竞技游戏嘛，所以我的那种竞技的心也是挺重的。
As far as teams go, you've got to treat all your opponents the same. But personally, yeah, there's a bit of that element here. Obviously, from my own personal perspective, there is a bit of that element. You want to compete, and you want to use that as kind of motivation and stoke the fires a little bit.
Awesome. Jack, thank you very much. Q, thanks for taking some time with us. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you play again this week. Thanks so much. Sean, back to you.
Thank you, Casey, and of course, thank you, Q. What an incredible first game, and of course, our second match is about to begin. It will be Newbee versus EG, and already ready to march out are the men who won TI5. It's Evil Geniuses. Zai is adorable, Merlini, but who's going to be the key players to look for in Evil Genius's lineup?
SumaiL, maybe. I was admiring his name change. I think he was like complaining about it for a long time. It's like, it's SumaiL without the one valve, and he was complaining about that for a while.
Of course, their big star player, SumaiL, and going up against Evil Geniuses will be also former TI champions, Newbee. Now, Newbee was famous for their unbelievably swift win when they were able to pull off the victory in the early TI days. And I want to ask, what is Newbee's style like now?
I think they're one of the most different of the Chinese teams. I think they actually play a little bit more of a Western style with a heavy focus on their mid player, SCC. They really build around him and enable him to have the best game he can have.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when I was first getting into Dota, you know, there's names like SumaiL and Miracle, and SCCC are these mid laners who are just absolutely dominant, who seem to get this insane amount of gold advantage early on. And I'm curious, how do you wind up building around that kind of player?
Well, I think you actually have a player that can take him one-on-one. I think it was very evident in TI5. There was no one in the mid lane from the Chinese team that could stand with them. Shiki got destroyed every single matchup, and the only one that was there was Maybe. And now you actually have a second player, SCCC, who solo kills them a few times, which is pretty much unheard of in that matchup, at least in the most recent memory.
Anaka, who are the big players that you're looking for on the Newbee lineup to make big plays in this matchup?
For me, I think Kaka is a very good player, and he's also one that I studied a lot when I wanted to play Phoenix. He was very famous for his Phoenix when it was out. So I really hope that they're going to bring out the Phoenix, even though I don't think they're going to do it. But
I'm curious if you can bring a little insight into when you're studying a player and trying to research and pick up moves. What are some of the things you identified as part of his gameplay?
Well, first of all, you want to find a player that's playing a hero when they're like winning the games a lot, so you know that he's a good player, right?
That is a good quality to have in a hero selection. You don't want to choose the guy who's 0-15 with Phoenix.
It's like, yeah, he's pretty good, right? No, but then it's this like skill builds, what is going, and then to understand when he's doing that skill build and why, because otherwise you can just see, oh, he's doing this and then he's doing that. Maybe it's so it's a lot of like thought behind that, because like Phoenix can be built in a lot of ways. You can max all of the, well, maybe not the first skill, but it was like, you can maybe choose to put 2 skills into it, and then you can put 1 into it, and you can focus on the Sunray and on the Fire Spirit. So,
well, I feel like in terms of edges, there's a number of different ways to evaluate where a team is managing to find them. There's the idea of making really huge plays. There's the idea of having small efficiencies in terms of itemization and builds. Where do you feel like the edges are for each team?
Wow, I'm not quite sure. Maybe someone will help me out with that question.
It's all you. No one helping. You're on your own now,
I guess
Peter.
I just didn't understand what your question was. You rephrase it a little better for me?
What I mean is that, like, where are each of these teams going to be able to find their biggest strengths? Is it going to be in terms of just big playmaking? Is it this sort of, like, you know, clever itemization and building that Ake's been referring to?
I don't know. EG's been playing like a pretty fluid drafting style where they oftentimes slot support heroes and they turn them into cores, or they turn the cores into supports at the end. So I think if Newbee has a good grasp of how EG is drafting, they might be able to keep up in terms of strategy. Yeah. I know Newbee has been doing, they're like one of the teams that I compare to EG, so they've been doing similar things as well. So it'll be an interesting clash between how they set up their lanes.
What EG has been doing that I haven't seen so many other teams do is that they go for heavy push lineups. They have their Prophet on the off lane, they have the Visage carry, and they had like in some of the games as well, like a lot of summons and just push the towers early. And it's something that have been working for them as well, but not other teams use it so much.
It's been really remarkable to see how fast they are at killing, especially tier 1 towers, where there'll be a little bit of rotation from the enemy team and suddenly, boom, there's 4 EG heroes all right there, all in perfect coordination, take the tower down. It feels like teams don't even have the opportunity to react.
I do feel like EG has how they want to play figured out, which I think is really, really important before you come to a major tournament like this, especially being in the winner's bracket. You just kind of want to stick with what got you there. And I think they're in a great position to do that.
Now, EG in the group stages did get 3rd at 11-5. But Newbee got 2nd with the same record of 11-5. The only person able to best Newbee in Group B was the outstanding LFY with their 14-2 record. And I'm wondering if there's any standout moments from you in that group stage phase for Newbee.
For Newbee?
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember back maybe a game that I saw of theirs.
I can't think of any specifically. Then it's more EG that's stood out for me with the Visage carry.
Yeah. I mean, EG is definitely, I don't want to keep coming back to EG, but gosh, their drafting was so interesting to watch in every single game. I mean, the fact that Earthshaker mid for SumaiL was such a common pickup, and regularly after 3 or 4 picks, it seemed like I had no idea who was going to be who. Mirana could be Universe, Mirana could be SumaiL. We saw Enchantress run on Zai, we saw Enchantress run on Universe.
The Batrider is also very often picked up by EG, like fast, maybe even first pick, and they actually put it on crit some of the times, which is also something we haven't seen many other teams do, to have it on support.
They have support Naga, they've had mid Pugna.
They like to pick 2 heroes like first that can be like both core and support, and that's very important, I think, for a team to be successful.
And do you think this is true for just specifically EG, or do you think this is sort of true across the entire pattern that we're seeing at TI?
I think more and more teams are doing it, but I think EG did it the most, I would say, in the first.
I think they had it figured out before they came here, and then a lot of other teams are learning and adapting to what EG is doing.
Do you feel like that's risky? I mean, Aki, you've been at a number of TIs. In terms of what you're preparing for going into the tournament versus what you're seeing evolve and bake out of the meta there, how do you weigh which one against each other? Because you don't want to give up what you've already planned for.
Usually, you like really don't want to copy other teams because they probably know it better than you do.
Yeah.
So the best plan would probably be to keep on doing what you've been doing, but maybe adjust it a bit according to what the other.
I think the best thing you can do is really analyze an opposing team and learn why they do what they do, and then say like, oh, EG's doing this because they're, it's allowing them to win games through X and Y ways, and then say, how are we going to combat that style of play in order to win ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, what are some examples of that maybe you've experienced in your competitive history where you're looking at a team, you're seeing a pattern, and you don't upend your strategy, but you shift it slightly?
That's a tough question. I think that EG is oftentimes, very much sticking to a formula for their drafts. And when they step outside that comfort zone, I think that's where they've struggled throughout the group stage. Having two initiators, having Universe and Zai both playing heroes that go blink and have stuns and disables, I think has gone really well for them. And when they don't have that, they've been able to put Universe on like a Mirana or a Furion, which allows that right click DPS damage, and then SumaiL will play a Puck or an Earthshaker mid to make up for that lack of control that they lose.
We've seen both of these teams very interested in picking up Lycan regularly. In terms of this draft, obviously only one team can manage to snatch that pick. Is this going to be a sort of critical key pick for one team to grab early?
I think it's higher priority for EG. I think that's a hero that Arteezy really, really likes right now, and it's a hero he's always
with it.
He's always been good at it. It's been one of his best heroes over the years, and when your best heroes are popular in the current meta, that's what
feels good.
Yeah,
feels really nice.
That's how you know you're doing good.
I think a hero that's more priority is Puck, because I think both teams play Puck, and both teams have multiple heroes that play Puck. I think like 4 or 5 of the heroes, or 4 or 5 of the players out of 10 play Puck. You usually don't actually see that. Usually Puck's just straight banned.
Yeah, Puck was banned in the BO3 all 3 games, and I would expect maybe similar things here. I think Nyx will probably see a little bit more priority.
Yeah, I'm really curious because we've been talking about teams and their personalities and heroes that are fitting the specific players, but in terms of just the heroes, Nyx Assassin obviously has been a huge pick and a huge ban throughout here. We haven't even seen him yet today. How does that factor into this sort of matchup? Is it the sort of thing that players you'd expect them to just continue to stick to the same format they've been doing?
I don't think that last BO3 is going to have any impact on this upcoming BO3. I don't think they were watching those games and learning really anything from it. I think they probably had their plans figured out last night, hopefully, and have come in today.
In theory?
Yeah, in theory, they came in today with a game plan and a strategy that they're going to stick to.
Nyx is also a hero that had been played a lot before, so if it actually goes through from the banning phase, the teams are going to know how to counter it and play with it.
The teams are definitely aware of Nyx's presence, and they will be prepared for it.
I think the mid players are a lot different in this matchup than the last matchup. We saw Lone Druid last time, and Alchemist. Nyx isn't particularly good versus either of these heroes, where I think the pool of mid heroes that we'll see in this game is going to be much different.
Talk to me about those pools. Who are you expecting to see in mid lane?
Puck, if it's not banned, surely. Maybe a lot more Queen of Pain. I think SCC and SumaiL both play a lot of Queen of Pain, even some Storm Spirit. Just these more flashy heroes that take a lot more farm, and the team doesn't revolve around them as much. Alchemist is the hero all 9 heroes in the game are focusing on.
It's a total gravity well. Everything gets bent around the fact that there's an Alchemist in the game.
Mm-hmm. That's a hero that EG is abysmal against. They just always lose against Alchemist. And I've seen SCC play it. He was one of the Alchemist players. And Newbee's had a good year overall. They've been consistent. I'm a big fan of KPII in the offlane. I know he's got this great personality, and he's just a real dedicated winner. And Newbee had kind of a disappointing TI last year, at least in terms of what they were expecting of themselves. And KPI decided to stick it out for a whole another year, and here he is again in the winner bracket.
Yeah, how much does just turmoil throughout the year come into impact when you're here? Is it just you're totally dialed in and just happy to be part of it? Or is it that big feeling of you have to prove yourself and there's too much pressure?
I think people are really committed to this tournament, and they don't really think about what's after. You think about what's right now, and once you're eliminated, that's when you kind of start figuring out what's happening for next year.
And as we've spoken before, that it doesn't really matter what you've done before. It doesn't matter if you won TI the last year or 2 years ago. You want to win again. If you won TI, you want to be the first one who wins TI twice. If you won majors, you still want to win TI. So,
yeah. Now, I just got a brief update. There is going to be a quick repair on one of the headphones, and I just got a second update. It's fixed. Look at that. How's that for efficiency? The game 1 will be starting in about 20 seconds time, and I'm unbelievably excited for this match because Newbee and EG are 2 names in Dota that have stood the test of time. Every single event, they keep showing up again and again, and it's time to see who will come out on top.
Evil Geniuses versus Newbee. Game 1.
I'm so happy we don't have to talk about the possibilities of what's going to happen in the draft. We just get to look at the draft.
It's the best part.
That is the best part.
It's probably my favorite part.
Yeah, it's really great. It's like, you know, it's like watching the new episode of your favorite TV show.
Some people aren't a fan of drafts, but I like it. I get to analyze teams and try and figure out what they're thinking.
Look at this. First pick right out the gate. It's Mirana.
Watch out for that Universe Void coming right around the corner.
These bans are a bit different from the last game, for sure.
Early Sand King. We have Puck Shaker bans from Newbee, and then Nyx Lich from EG. Wisp still in the pool. A hero EG loves, and they also don't really mind playing against too much. They've let it through with the first pick a couple times this tournament.
Mirana, of course, a notable pickup based on exactly what you were saying earlier, that EG likes to pick 2 characters that could be very flexible in terms of where their position is going to be.
Sean, you got to call them heroes, man. You're giving me a panic attack when you call them characters.
So sorry.
Might as well just call them champions at this point.
I've actually never played this game, PPD.
Well, they're heroes, so now you know.
Naga Siren.
Naga Siren, the anti-team fight hero.
Which fits perfectly against the Sand King and Disruptor.
Nice sleep into Arrow. Players are very talented. They can definitely land that combination 100% of the time, I'd say.
Has there been very much carry Naga at group stages?
Nope.
I think Enemy
one game.
Yeah, but that's a C9 thing.
Yeah.
No one else thinks that's good.
So Sand King and Disruptor. Sand King, a very reliable pick. Disruptor, big playmaker.
Do you think Naga Siren is still good even when there's not Faceless Void picked? I think most of the time I saw it was versus Void.
It was, yeah, I've seen it a lot versus Void, and I've seen EG comboed a couple times with Disruptor as well, which was you know, not taken from them, so they can't do that combination. But the Sleep Arrow is still pretty strong.
Sleep Black Hole?
Sleep Black Hole also strong.
In the last games, when Sai played it, he usually just waited for the opponent to use some heavy ultimates and then sleep and reset the fight and then arrow and then take the fight.
Definitely.
In terms of the bans, we see Newbee getting rid of Pugna, and if any of you caught day 1 of group stages, Pugna was an extremely popular and very powerful hero in almost all the games he was played.
Naga and Pugna in combination is actually a pretty strong combo. Pugna will allow your team to group up and push towers, and if the enemy team tries to initiate on you and start the fight while you're chipping away, Naga can save Pugna, just sleep.
Newbee bans Lycan. Big pick for Arteezy, and of course, a very common pick on the Newbee side.
And no Alk.
Yeah, they're worried about the push. Alchemist definitely banned. Smart thinking on EG's part.
Yeah, you said they really struggled a lot against Alchemist.
They just, whatever, that hero is just their Achilles heel. That hero's fallen in and out of favor by most teams, and they've just always consistently lost to it. So, ban it. It's a good decision.
So of course, looking at the Newbee lineup, Disruptor, I mean, some of the key combinations that we've seen, the Disruptor Earthshaker combo has been very common at this tournament, but not a possibility anymore.
Lots of disable, lots of team fight. It's very hard to split push and run away from a Disruptor. Your best bet is to go into the enemy team, so EG might want to pick up a little bit more team fight to bolster their lineup.
And in terms of that team fight, are you thinking someone like a Faceless Void?
Void's okay. I would really like somebody that can build a BKB from their side. Venomancer.
Venomancer.
Okay.
Awesome. I have no clue how to think of Venomancer in a lineup. Ake, hit me with it.
Well, he can be both support and he can be on the lane. He can be mid and safe lane.
Visage, right? For Arteezy here?
They could. I think Venomancer is usually safe lane now because he can bully out an offlaner very, very easily. So they might go for that.
Summons. Summons have been Venomancer's bane. So Furion, Broodmother, Visage. Those are my favorite 3 right now. What do you think, Ben?
All sounds pretty good. Think about if Naga Siren is going to just be like a medic this game. I think like a Scepter pipe. I don't know. I haven't seen the Scepter too much, but I think it could be pretty good versus lineup.
You know, Merlini, we talked a little bit about, you know, Mirana having a lot of possibilities and how she can be played. How do you think she'll wind up fitting into the EG lineup?
Likely core. I don't know. They don't really have any setup for her right now.
I think so too, that it's a core, and especially now when they pick Kunkka. But I mean, they could still go Naga carry, right, Peter?
They could. I would be
your favorite.
I'd be very disappointed.
Probably not. Sai has been playing the Naga before, so.
You don't want to see hour-long games?
I just want to see EG win. You know, I'm a very biased caster up here, trying to, you know, my best interest.
No problem. Got no shame. Wear it proudly.
All's well. Bleed blue. We got a lot of EG fans here today, I think. I can hear them from out here.
All right.
Impressive stuff in there, guys.
Well, hey, now it's my turn to pander. Any Newbee fans in the audience?
Less.
Good job. Good job.
China shows up for this tournament.
Ooh,
Abaddon is
Abaddon.
mostly against Mirana, I think, to remove the arrow.
Now, was this one of the heroes that had not been yet picked?
I believe so.
Yeah, I believe it was. Oh, no, he had been picked. It was Bane, Spectre, Tiny, and Wraith King. Abaddon, though, one of the most unpicked heroes in all of TI.
Abaddon's one of my favorite heroes. I like seeing him get played.
And it really fits the lineup. They have the Kunkka as well for X-Torrent into arrow, so they have a lot of arrow setups, so Abaddon really fits Newbee.
There's the Furion, so that's Universe Furion, SumaiL Mirana, probably Zai Naga, Crit Kunkka, last pick Arteezy hero. Getting some summons for that Venomancer that we talked about. I like that a lot.
Could be the Visage then, because they ban on Drow.
Yeah, Drow banned. They could still do the Visage. I'm still a fan.
So in terms of looking at the lineups right now, how would you evaluate Newbee as a team?
Lots of team fight and a pretty decent amount of catch with Sand King and Disruptor.
Fairly weak anti-push, and they need some ramp-up time too.
Yeah, definitely want to get some ultimates. They're a bit weak to BKBs, but EG's cores aren't.
They're not very,
And now the final pick for Evil Geniuses is Timbersaw.
Oh,
looks like a good OD game. I like OD here.
Now
versus Summons, which he's weak versus.
This is what I'm talking about, where I look at this lineup and it just takes me a minute to figure out who the hell is playing who.
I think, well, we'll see what Newbee decides to go mid. That'll definitely decide who takes the Timbersaw. It's going to be SumaiL and Arteezy on the Timbersaw and Mirana. And if Newbee picks a melee hero for mid, then I imagine SumaiL will take that Timbersaw to the mid lane.
So, Aka, again, I'd want to ask the same question. How do you evaluate Evil Geniuses' team lineup as a whole? What are their strengths?
I think with the Prophet, they want to take towers early, and I think Timbersaw can work with that as well, because he's very strong earlier with his reactive armor. But they don't have as much push as they've had the other games when I watched them play with the Prophet, so we're going to see how that works out. They usually have, as PPD said, like Visage or some other hero as well.
Outworld Devourer.
The dream OD game.
I like that OD.
Yeah.
It's
SumaiL's Mirana and Arteezy on Timbersaw.
There it is. Yep. Ranged hero mid.
Wow, what an interesting lineup for this very first game between EG and Newbee. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Day 9, and indeed, Evil Geniuses versus Newbee here on day 1 of TI7. We couldn't have asked for anything more, could we, Fog? This is going to be incredible.
I'm super excited. I was hoping that we'd get some like EG Newbee type of matchup in these type of upper bracket, because these two teams actually match up super well versus each other. Very similar kind of play styles. We'll see how it plays out coming in.
And the picks as well, as the panel said, something a little different. Arteezy on the Timbersaw, but what seems to be a very strong finisher from Newbee. They seem to love it. Do you like this as well? XCCC getting the OD.
I love the OD pick here. It's super good to disrupt the combos, very good for the pure damage versus Timbersaw as well, and one of his most comfortable heroes. So definitely looking strong for SCCC, which we've been saying on the panel. He is the one to focus on for
He
the
is.
Newbee team.
I mean, as
And
Ben
he
was
gets a great
saying, you
hero.
know, at the start of that section, coming into this, it's hard for teams to have a mid that's going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with SumaiL. But SCCC on the OD. SumaiL, of course, on the Mirana, as Peter kind of talked about, maybe EG shuffling things around just to try and get the favorable matchups. Is this a lane there where SumaiL can still, kind of flaunt himself and get the edge against SCCC?
Yeah, he should be able to do fine. And I'm assuming that we're going to have like Zai chilling around the mid area too, so he's going to put the extra pressure around. So I think SumaiL will be just fine in that matchup. It's probably slightly OD favored, but Mirana has the scaling factor where you get like the double Wraith, and your attack animation isn't the greatest, but you can at least do that when you have a secondary Naga there.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting ourselves into game 1 of this best of 3 series in the upper bracket. And my, oh my, what a game this has the potential to set up to be as we go through the lineup of Newbee. Faith, of course, supporting up on the Disruptor. And Arteezy building Pipe of Insight, taking a page out of Eternal Envy's book there, SCCC. On the mid, Mugi, the carry Venomancer. Something that Evil Geniuses himself, of course, will know quite well. We've seen in the past, was it back at Epicenter, pretty much every game Arteezy played Venomancer.
I talked to Jack
so
a little
he's
bit.
going to know how to deal with it.
Yeah, I talked to Jack a little bit before this game actually happened, and he was letting me know. He's like, yeah, Newbee, of course, they highly respect EG, but not only that, they've looked at them in the past, and they've actually taken a couple strategies, a couple heroes from them, and tried them out. So this shows it right away with this kind of draft. So the OD is really cool here, not just for, of course, like the save mechanic as we were talking about with the Astral, but the Essence Aura can put a big factor in with the Abaddon push with the Venomancer. You're going to have like that infinite mana sustain kind of going on. We have an early smoke coming out, it looks like Newbee. They're trying to get deep and aggressive onto that first bounty rune.
So they can get this as, at the moment, obviously, up in EG's own jungle, only Arteezy, all by his lonesome. So Newbee definitely have the chance to catch him if he does come too close to this top bounty.
We've got a double. Yeah, both teams actually smoked up and went for the opposing bounty rune. So we've some dodging action, it looks like, happening.
Yeah, EG having the chance of getting this connection, in fact, onto the Abaddon. They are going to spot each other out, and we'll see if they try and make a go. KP trying to man up. Between these three, quite hard to bring down the Abaddon. And he will be put out by the Torrent, and in fact, he's just got the 1 level in the Aphotic Shield. I don't know if it's going to be enough there already. EG chasing down KP, and that will be... No! Tries to salve up, not quite enough. Universe takes the first blood.
Don't believe he got the Stout Shield block there. He was hoping for it, of course, but yeah, nice play coming out. Beautiful Torrent. KP tried to juke it, but unable to do so.
Yeah, great start for Universe, of course, down on that bottom lane. It's going to be paired up at the moment with Naga Siren, and indeed, as you mentioned, looks like EG are going to have the focus of 2 towards mid. Try and keep SCCC on his toes in this matchup against SumaiL's Mirana.
So we didn't get to touch too much on it either. EG is running the dual melee supports, which we've been seeing kind of rise a bit more now, but this time around it's strange, right? Like when they've had the Naga, they've been tending to have like that Disruptor, as the panel was mentioning. This time though, getting the Kunkka, having that big AoE kind of team fight and catch, which they were lacking. I'm pretty sure that's just why they wanted having that catch, which they were lacking.
Bottom lane again, Zai looking for the body blocks on KP. They will be able to burn through the first shield. But again, this dual lane, not a lane that I'm too used to seeing really. Nature's Prophet and Naga Siren, but it seems to be doing pretty well at the moment against this solo lane KP Abaddon.
Arteezy is making his journey. He has walked from the top lane all the way down to bottom. He has now arrived. So he is going to be versus that Abaddon, and they're both just about level 1. So they're going to be able to trade right clicks with each other, and Universe is making the adjustment. They want to have that Timber versus Abaddon matchup.
With that in mind, as KP sees it, we'll see if they themselves want to make any sort of adjustment. At mid lane, though, that's going to be the ball into the setup. They're not going to follow through on it, just looking for harassment onto SumaiL. Didn't quite have the Burrow Strike back up.
They stacked the Burrow and the Astral there, actually, by accident. They could have put a little more harass. Not a kill, but slight little miscommunication coming up between the two of them. Bounty runes being exchanged.
As we can see, this bottom lane matchup, Arteezy, as you say, on this Timber Sword, being able to heavily nuke down the Abaddon. KP only sitting on 1 CS at the moment in this bottom lane. He has not had a fun opening because of the pressure and the matchups that EG have managed to find against him on this bottom lane. Elsewhere, of course, things looking quite nice for Newbee. You have this Venomancer, and at the moment, Mugi pretty much free farm up on this top lane. Not a lot that EG can do to slow him down. He's nearly level 3. He's got the backup of his supports. It's a scary lane. Universe and Zai have to be very careful.
Invis sinking.
Especially with Kaka coming in, getting the two-man burrow strike from Invis. Universe he's going for the TP out, but he's not going to quite make it. That'll be one. Zai will just get himself away. Mid lane, SumaiL and Crit at the same time, going in with the harassment. But as we're seeing, this top lane tri-lane, I mean, granted, the Sand King did have an Invis, but there's definitely kill potential here for Newbee. Oh, hey, Universe! He just finds himself a freebie. KP in the jungle. I don't know if he was trying to deny himself there. It was only to the small neutrals, but it didn't work out, and Universe was ready to go.
Yeah, picking up those phase boots when he TP'd back. This is scary for KP, because now he doesn't really have a good place to go. Bottom lane is impossible for him to actually stand toe-to-toe with the Timbersaw. He can get some trade farm, but he can't harass him, really. Like, in the nature of the matchup, if it's a direct 1v1, Abaddon versus Timber right at the start, Abaddon can deal with it, because you get your passive and you're able to right-click and harass. But now the Timbersaw has an advantage, which makes it super difficult for a melee strength hero.
Yeah, absolutely. Every other lane, you know, top and middle, looking to go fairly even for the time being. But yeah, that bottom lane, really a struggle for KP and Newbee. But perhaps that's the plan. Maybe they felt that always, you know, the Abaddon's lane in this draft, it was always going to be tough. He was always going to be in the lane that was going to be sacked by the team, and Newbee themselves will look to try and make up for it elsewhere on the map. I mean, he's still getting the levels, really. And as we've seen, he has died a couple of times, but you know, once he's sort of the level 4 point, he's got an extra point in the Aphotic Shield, he should feel a little safer.
Yeah, just a bit safer, for sure. He's always able to shield off the Whirling Death debuff, so he can't get two of them stacked up on himself, but Arteezy diving under.
They've got a lot of diving potential. Is he going to go down again? He does get the deny off with the mist coil. But the pressure really being put up for KP on this bottom lane. EG are not a fan.
Yeah, that secondary point in the Whirling Death. If anytime you go near the tree line, you get hit by that pure damage and the stat reduction. But yeah, he can shield it off, but it's still, yeah, that nature of the matchup is too hard when the Timbersaw is giving an advantage. He's got to still keep TPing down there, though, so he still has to be getting that experience. His job in this game, he has to be a bit farmed, so he has to watch him.
He had to be careful there. Came a little too close for the CS, and now there's the setup with the Astral Imprisonment coming in with the Burrow Strike. Faith there as well to join in the party. We'll get the value CS on the way down with the arrow, but that will be SumaiL taken out. Same time, though, up top, they realize that Mugi, he's left alone, and Evil Geniuses, as soon as they see an opportunity on top, they try and go, but Mugi, he's just a little too big. Tangoes it up, walks away. As Newbee certainly making the favorable trade there. Evil Genius is trying to make something happen as soon as they realize both supports are moved mid, but they couldn't quite get that Venom.
It's always the scary thing about laning versus that OD. Even though the CS is relatively close, the OD of course pulls ahead with some denies because you're Astral on the enemy and you get 3 last hits under it, but it's the threat. You Astral, you have to be very careful from those rotations coming in from Sand King Disruptor. And Newbee really needs to make sure that they do get those successful ganks because they're running an aggro tri-lane. So when you run this, your supports sometimes get under-leveled. You have to make sure to distribute your experience resources properly so you don't get behind.
Look at this mid lane again. So much attention being put. Universe trying to see if he can find the position to TP in. He's playing around with it.
Kaka's there. He's set up in the
He
back.
is prepared to turn if Universe does commit. And Universe will actually turn his attention up towards the top lane where, for the time being, he's hanging around there with the Naga Siren.
So we've actually got, it's 5 minutes, first catapult wave. KP actually pulls the lane bottom. So now Arteezy's got a full wave and a catapult going under the tower.
KP has to be so careful.
They're going to push this tower here.
He can easily dive this tower, especially with the help of Universe. KP looking to be in trouble again. The shield's taken down. They will sprout him up, trying to get Arteezy in position to get the burst damage through, but as it is,
right clicks are adding up.
Right clicks, he's just doing it here. KP, he's going to be going down again. The same time, though, in the mid lane, Newbee again with that tri-lane play, bringing in the 2 supports to get SumaiL.
Nice rotations from both teams. Universe recognizing that catapult bottom. The catapult actually dies though, so KP actually pulling them away from there lets the catapult go down and alleviates a lot of tower damage that would be coming out. But EG definitely communicating on all fronts. Arteezy's probably like, hey Universe, catapult wave coming down, we can dive this, and they do it perfectly.
For sure. I mean, we can see in the mid lane now, Crit is back there. It really feels like they need to put more into trying to protect SumaiL. Just having some sort of torrent for counter players. As we've seen Newbee get away with this Astral Imprisonment setup twice. Bottom lane, Arteezy will take the tower. KP and Kaka in the neighborhood, but of course Arteezy not feeling too scared at all now. He's level 6, he can pick up the Arcane Boots from the side shop, and he is top of the net worth.
Nice little surge of gold for their team. Top lane Mugi's been contesting this tri/quad stack that it was for a while with his Plague Wards. Actually claimed him at the majority of it, so a bit of a win coming there for him. Zai though now contesting it as well, and I mean Zai's doing incredibly well on the levels. Almost Arcane Boots, almost level 6 on Naga. Going to be very relevant in the next upcoming fights with that sleep for the setup.
Bottom lane, KP, I mean, he's back here trying to get what he can against Arteezy, but he has to be so careful at this point where he's still yet to hit 6 himself.
Newbee wants to use this catapult top. They still have, they smoke up. They're trying to put the pressure on Universe and that safe lane tower. They should be able to with their timing as well, but EG seems to know something's up. They're making the rotation with Zai and with Crit.
Do have the 2 points in Glimpse on Faith, so have very good catch potential. Depends how deep they want to go. Indeed, in fact,
he's trapped.
Oh no! He's just going to set up for the kill there with the illusion block, trapping the disruptor in. They'll see if they can play around for more. Torrent will connect onto Kaka. We saw just there the support Naga with the block, the Riptide and the illusions, just absolutely shred to pieces that disruptor.
They really wanted to go for that dive. They really wanted to get that tower. Match that aggression from EG toward bottom. So 2,000 gold lead right now going for EG, making slightly the better move so far. And they're actually the ones who are able to pressure towers a little bit better with that Nature's Prophet. Universe showing up to all those threats. With the drum now finished up, phase drum 8 minutes, pretty darn good.
Yeah, very good timing there for Universe. Same as well, sort of the build's going to be this game from Mugi. Looks like he's eyeing up the, okay, treads into the 4 stuff. Just so he has that extra maneuverability, because there is a lot of catch and chase down from EG with the X marks and such, but the same certainly to be said by Newbee.
4 staffs are very important in this game, too, because they already have the combo from EG, you know, the land the arrows. Of course, there's the batting shield to remove them, but making them further away like that. Arteezy bottom looks like they're making the move for him.
He's got to get out of there. SCCC and Faith both looking for him. They will get the glimpse back, but oh!
The Timber Chain all the way across.
And he goes for the TP out. Arteezy, the 10K madman, gets away.
That
what
was sick.
A cute little play there from the boy. Top lane, Mugi as well. He says I could TP out, but no! Zai's there! He
and the arrow.
6. The arrow's in. EG, take down Mugi.
They have detection, says Crit.
Destroy the barracks, then get back. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, SumaiL. There's still tier 1s to take down.
But that's impressive there. This is all because of how efficient Zai's being with his movements. He's level 6 pre-10 minutes, so that means without the tome, if he wasn't 6 there, that kill was not happening.
Arteezy looking for the hood build next and such.
Definitely.
Almost then, certainly going back for the Bloodstone afterwards.
Yeah, the hood versus like Sand King, Venomancer, Disruptor, it's just way too much magical damage.
Let's see if they can get a catch up top. Does have the backup. Here we go with the glimpse back. But look, the X to X-Way. Sweet little play. Very, very strong to have the Kunkka against this Disruptor.
Something we've talked about in the past, but this time around it was a little bit forgotten about how powerful that X can be versus Disruptor.
Absolutely, totally destroys.
Play.
Yeah, what Newbee is trying to do then. And you know every time that they go for that glimpse play, there's going to be numerous heroes there. So essentially, you know, a large amount of time wasted for Newbee and SCCC, who was in the neighborhood looking to get involved in the kill.
SCCC is like the big person they have to play around for the kills now. Venomancer, not really the greatest at going for these kills with everybody else now because of how much escape EG really does have. The Timbersaw, the Mirana, both very hard to kill heroes if they don't have that damage or that lockdown. Now they do have Disruptor 6 on Newbee, so they can respond with that Static Storm, but now EG making the move, looking for KP.
KP is level 7 now, of course, so with the Max Athletic Shield and the Borrowed Time, he is quite a tricky target.
That's not a great place either. There's tower, but now with Arteezy coming in and KP overextending a bit.
With him coming out this far, they definitely should have potential to bring him down twice. Here's the first setup from Crit, brings him back. This is Torrent. Borrowed Time out straight away. KP, he has got backup on the way. Faith TP's in. Athletic Shield's out again. KP should be fine. Now it's Evil Geniuses that have to be careful. Faith with the glimpse back onto Crit. SCCC in the neighborhood as well, trying to chase this down. Can he quite close the gap for the Astral? There's going to be the Torrent to create the space. And in fact, EG jump back in. The Starstorm for SumaiL. They take down KP, and they may even get more out of this as well. They walk out the Static Storm, and Evil Geniuses just turn around.
They had everything going for them there. Newbee in a place where it was a awkward location to fight. Arteezy able to delay it long enough for the backup to arrive. Universe with the Wrath of Nature. More than enough damage coming through.
And Newbee there really did feel that they had the chance to turn it. And to be fair, it did look like they did, but as you say, Evil Geniuses just turning up as a team, taking the fight, taking a tier 2 here on the bottom lane, 12 minutes
12 minutes in the tier 2. That gives them so many access points now into the Newbee jungle. And it makes it a bit awkward now. Newbee had to like park somebody bottom all the time to be able to deal with that push, because now Nature's Prophet has an avenue to be able to start chipping at that high tier 3 tower.
We'll see it again. And pretty much what the call here is made to turn as soon as Arteezy gets massive amounts of damage onto KP. after the borrowed time wears off, and as soon as you see the OD astraling himself as Newbee, you know the fight's over.
Yep.
He's stuck in the midst of it all, no way of getting SCCC out. And a very, very painful fight then. A little smile from Zai. It comes out just for the moment. Back to work, he says, as he gets back into the game. But 8 for 3, 5k gold lead at the moment for Evil Geniuses at this very early stage of the game.
Super good opener coming out for them, opening and laning phase. Kaka now trying to find that Blink Dagger. I think if they try to make those gank attempts happen from now on, they want to have the Sanking there for that hard lockdown. Because other than that, they don't really have anything. It's just the kinetic field with the Static Storm. So they really have to be playing around the Sanking and the OD if they want to make those plays. But very difficult when EG just playing a little bit faster, just making the moves happen. And during this, Zai's just been parked up in the top lane for quite a while.
Working
Level
on
7, working on mech, almost halfway there. It's going to make their timing for their push very nice. Maybe Arteezy will go for the Bloodstone and then into a pipe so that they can threaten that high ground eventually.
Definitely, as you mentioned earlier, the importance of these 4 stars for Newbee. Mugi and SCCC going straight for them. Relatively close to having them as well, and then at least there is that little bit of potential extra save to reposition their teammates.
KP finishes up his Midas, so that you know, the little bit of desperation Midas trying to catch up after that hard start that he did have. So very deep wards coming out from EG, since they know they already claimed the tier 2. They can now watch a lot of the early movements out of the base coming out from Newbee, so they will actually know. If Newbee does not smoke, they'll know a lot of where those rotations are happening.
See who is the next to move. I mean, at the moment, both teams seemingly content with continuing to just farm up, making sure that all lanes are covered.
They want to make a move on top. SumaiL making the rotation. So I was trying to get a net, but Kaka backs up and gets a little bit safer now. Rotation's coming out though. Crit draws the line. He wants to get a deep ward so that they can start another deep ward on the left side of the map. Because right now, a lot of EG's vision is all on the right side, so they don't really have a lot of information on that left side. So, and he does put one down.
Yeah, as we can see though as well for Newbee, the vision game very nice in the sense that Mugi consistently keeps this area just scattered with plague wards. So any sort of movement like that is going to be impossible from Evil Geniuses unless they come in with the smoke.
EG very content. They're very happy with the way this pace is going. They're just farming. They're farming more, and they're also able to threaten towers. Newbee's not. Does Newbee have Blink on Sanking yet? They're 400 short, so defending this tier 1 is going to be very difficult.
Don't even get the deny there as EG take the tower, looking for the torrent, but in fact, a sleep will mean that the torrent doesn't connect. Nonetheless, they want to go in for more. Here comes the boat straight away. SCCC will get the dodge off with the
the Static Storm!
And now the turnaround, 3 a trap. Massive ult from Mugi. Evil Geniuses, they have to get out somehow. Zai trying to run under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow from SumaiL, but it's not enough. Zai's down. They're going to lose both of them. Zai and SumaiL falling as Newbee come in perfectly with that turnaround. A great angle for Kaka to come in on the Sanking, hitting that Burrow Strike, setting up for a perfect combination from Faith.
That was, yeah, absolutely perfect. 3-man Static Storm on the exact heroes that he wanted to get. Newbee now able to actually turn it around a bit.
Absolutely.
EG with a little bit of miscoordination, but also that quick Astral coming out from SCCC. The boat combo with the sleep is very hard to pull off versus these heroes with those defense mechanics.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. I mean, the initial kind of to play with the torrent and the sleep messes up, but obviously EG feel they've got enough skills elsewhere to still go for it. But as you said, this timing, bam, just in time, and Kaka walked through. They just did. Yep. They did not have eyes on the Sanking. They let him go to work, and then all the ults come out. Epicenter, everything. Everything comes out from Newbee. I mean, I feel EG were lucky to only have lost 2 there. That could have got a lot messier, the way that turned around.
Trying to continue their aggression here down onto SCCC, but unable to connect the torrent. He's got his 4-staff out already, so we'll have that save. So SCCC building toward that BKB. It's going to be very helpful toward EG's lineup since they're like 90% magic damage. However, we haven't seen the Miranas build toward that physical damage in the recent months. Going for like the Manta, the Diffusal Blades, something along those lines, and that's what SumaiL does have queued up. Universe going for that Orchid, very good versus both the Abaddon and versus OD. OD, a hero that suffers a lot versus silences. Of course, Abaddon can shield it off if it's on him, so more than likely it'll be on the Abaddon in most of those engagements to not allow him to save people.
Look at this, Newbee smoking up, trying to make a play, maybe to catch EG off guard, as EG may not expect this, as they know that Newbee expended the majority of their big ultimates in that last fight. And Zai, indeed, he's wandering dangerously close to them here. We'll see if they can get the catch, and it looks like they should, with Kaka jumping in with the Burrow Strike, Static Storm to make sure there's no chance of a song or any sort of return play, as Newbee get a clean pick-off indeed.
Zai with the B right back. Recognizes. So, yep, Newbee making some very good reactionary plays, working with what they've got on the map so far. They haven't gotten to, they only got to claim one tower and almost a secondary one, but playing very defensive, very reactive to EG's movements.
Mugi continues to farm up very nicely on the top lane. I mean, we can see at the moment, in terms of the individual hero's net worth, it's only KP that's behind, and granted, as you mentioned, 30 minutes in, getting that Midas, he's going to start to close that gap if this game continues at this pace. So across the board, really, everyone in a very kind of equal position. There's a slight lead for Evil Geniuses, but now only being 2,000, it's really tailed off. It was a lot worse earlier on in the game, but ever since that turnaround mid and that pick-offs like as we saw onto Zai, Newbee recovering their position, and it's looking to be a close one coming out of the end of this early stage.
Yeah, EG now being a bit scared because they know that Sanking Blink Dagger is up. The threat of the big team fight is there. That's what the panel was talking about with the draft. Newbee has a very team fight oriented draft, while EG, they do have team fight, but they want to be able to reset and re-engage with that sleep at all times. So now Newbee able to pressure toward that top tower. They're going to get a lot of map control from this, getting the access points into the EG jungle. EG's not spending too much time in there though, but yeah, you see the lines already drawn out from Arteezy. He's like, there's going to be people around here. Zai already making the move up there, sending some illusions to push out the wave.
As the mech done now for Zai, so Evil Geniuses definitely a potential to group up and look to take these fights.
I wonder what KP's going to buy on the Abaddon. He's banking up gold, thinking maybe we might see
Midas
that Radiance, right?
I wouldn't
what
be
we
surprised.
Used to see. Yeah.
I would not be surprised.
He went for the experience, gained talent too, since he went to the Midas, so he's going to surge up and up that net worth and experience, of course.
I'm going to see if Evil Genius can get the catch here, but already Newbee aware to the happenings. SCC is already out.
They might get Mugi though.
Not going to quite get the initial X, and all that force out will mean he's out of range. Mugi getting himself out. Zai's continuing to chase if he can find anything, but now with Kaka in the neighborhood, impossible for EG to go for Mugi anymore. So nice escape there from Newbee after sort of, as you say, taking the tier 1 and starting to clean out EG's jungle.
This lull period for EG is actually very threatening because now it's OD. The OD is almost going to have a BKB finished up, and that's going to completely counter all of EG's threats that they have out on the table. So he's going to be super scary. The only thing they can really do is net him and kite him or sprout him, but of course he has the force step to kind of deal with that already. So that's probably what Newbee's waiting for next. To get that BKB online, then they can make a smoke play and get on the aggressive side. Because, I mean, they should be feeling quite comfortable with how much they've gotten, how much time they've gotten, how much of the map has opened up after that mid lane fight. I mean, KP's just been, KP's chilling. He's just been farming for a while. 3,000. He's on his way.
He really is. You know, as I said, he's going to be up there soon with the rest of them, and yeah, he's less than 1,000 really behind SumaiL and such on the Mirana. And talking about SumaiL, how is he doing on his next item? So Manta
building Manta.
Yeah, just a few hundred away. So yeah, very close to having that one done.
Crit gets spotted out in the jungle. There's no way to stun him or lock him down though, so maybe we'll TP away.
I mean, do you think this is an issue if you're Evil Geniuses and you are letting this sort of time pass where suddenly this Abaddon is going to pop out of the jungle and have a Radiance complete at this pace?
It's definitely scary, yeah. They're acquiring, you know, they're farming all over the place too. They're not, it's not like they're falling super far behind the map, but it's the fact that this OD now has BKB and Newbee actually has such a scary group up. They don't have great objective takers, but if they can group up into straight team fight, and if they win through that Song of the Siren, that's where it's going to be big wins for them. We now do see the Song coming out. They are on the prowl for some Newbee heroes.
See if they can get Mugi. He is going to head up to the high ground, very dangerously close to them. SumaiL has the DD as well. There's the X mark setup. Can he get himself out of this one? Well, Universe and the silence there. There's no way he gets out. Tries to shove himself away, but the damage is too much. EG will claim the kill.
SCC is walking right up on Crit right now.
He's trying to find some
Four shots him.
He gets it, jukes out the shard. And the damage coming in brings SumaiL incredibly low. Zai has to Song to make sure there's no chance of a Sanities or so turning around. They try and go for the arrow timing, but it's off. Evil Geniuses, they mess up Die. That mech play does keep him alive, but they turn for the bigger kill. Arteezy's turned up into a bit of a static storm.
They do not want to fight into this OD right now. 72 in stolen at this point. This is scary.
And Zai did end up ticking down as well. 3 gone. And now Newbee start to get the push on, and it's exactly as you said. As soon as that BKB's out in the OD, SCCC, he can do what he wants in the fight.
Did you see him? He just ran into 4 heroes. He did not care at all. Kaka was farming jungle as well, and he's just like, nah, I don't need you.
72 intel stolen as well. He didn't even have to drop the ultimate.
Did we actually see where Kaka's epicenter was?
I'm not sure.
I see it's on cooldown, and I didn't really see him in the area, so I don't know what happened there. But SCCC definitely just walking up, no fear whatsoever. And yeah, look at this instacked up. 72, if they're able to take a fight, it's probably going to be out by the time they will.
Yeah. If only it was level 25. Unfortunately, SCCC, even he cannot achieve that 23 minutes in.
Hey, we're talking about level 25. Of course, it's a long way away, but Newbee has some super threatening ones, be it the OD with plus duration and, of course, the Abaddon, which we've talked about is the strongest level 25 talent.
And that Radiance, yeah, it's about a minute away at this pace.
Wow.
As he is so close to having that recipe done.
This is a scary point for
yes,
you.
I think it really is. Bottom lane, crit. He's going to hold back Kaka. Universe is there as well, but he has to be careful. I mean, Universe is playing with this, but he also knows. He'll Shadow Blade him back off.
Kaka just blinks in aggressively. He knows.
They do have 4 of them here on Newbee, but it looks like EG will be fine as they hide in the trees, TP themselves out of there. 9 for 9 at the moment. Zai looking to get that Greaves complete. About 500 gold away, and the recipe will be out. And Faith going straight for the Aghanim's this game on the Disruptor.
Long ways away.
For sure.
His will probably not come, but it's like naturally through team fights, maybe we'll see him get a couple big kills. And that can be a way to actually deal with if the BKBs and such items come out for EG. They can just do the Astral combo into the Static Storm, one of the very strong combos we've seen in the past. Even though it's only isolates 1 target, but it can be used very effectively.
There we have it. Yeah, KP with this Radiance. I mean, KP, he has kept his composure and recovered absolutely amazing. We saw in that bottom lane, he was not having fun. Consistently getting dove upon. Newbee just absolutely leaving him alone. And this is why, because they felt that they could sort of hold the game off, get to this position, and you cannot tell that this Abaddon had a tough opening. Phase Radiance, 24 minutes in, you're fine with that.
Yeah. He's had a lot of freedom. He's literally been jungling for quite a long time now. Hasn't been needed to get involved into the engagements. After that mid-tier 1 fight, it's pretty much been all Newbee on the up and up. Had the experience as well as going 6,000 for Newbee, and the gold is just above about 2,000.
Yeah,
so
just being
momentum.
that little bit more efficient in comparison to Evil Geniuses across the map, whilst there's this passive state of gameplay.
And they're building for late game. They're building for that kind of tri-core scaling, because Mugi built a Maelstrom, and he's going to go for the BKB next. So he definitely wants to still be a damage-dealing force versus the Timbersaw, versus the Mirana, getting this extra, the magic damage that comes through the Maelstrom.
I mean, it's great there. It's great against, of course, the Nug's Illusion, the Treants from Nature's Prophet. Yeah, absolutely. Perfect time to burn it, as you say. Yeah, the speed that he's got is fantastic. Top of the network, Mugi.
They'll all be damage dealers. It's going to be an OD dealing damage, a Venomancer dealing high amounts of damage amongst his ultimate, which is already one of the higher ones, of course, and then Radiance Abaddon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You look at EG's lineup, if you can control the Timber, sort of move out of the way of Zai's spells, who's coming in with the punch? I mean, it's going to take still a bit of time, really, before SumaiL's got that much of a right click. He needs to have at least the Diffusal Blade done, and he's still working towards that.
And sometimes we see versus those BKBs, what's good is those instant disables, which EG does not have in this type of game. They don't have a Blink Echo Slam. They don't have a Blink Sanking Stun.
With this Moonlight, though, they will have eyes onto Kaka. He's actually just going to duke it out. They can't quite catch him. Now he jumps forward, looking to block them off, and that's going to allow SCCC to come in. They will Song, but that's going to mess up the boat combo.
They got SumaiL glimpse back already.
And they've got the kill with that one. That's the big one. SumaiL down for 55, and EG, I mean, it feels like they're getting sort of the jitters here on this main stage. They're making all these plays, but they're not very coherent, and Newbee, they're keeping it cool.
For sure, Kaka did there. Dodging 2 spells and getting a nice burrow strike. It doesn't hit anybody, but survives and they get SumaiL. That's all that matters there. And Song's on cooldown now for 100 seconds. Newbee had to expend nothing. they don't have the greatest Roche lineup, but they have the team fight around the Roche. So they might just be able to go in there and force EG to do something about it. EG used everything there. All of their ultimates were expended.
I mean, they probably hope that EG knows about this. This is just them dominating the game and saying, come and fight us, because they know that there's no way that EG can in the state that they're in. This is absolutely going to be a free Roshan for Newbee as they pick up the Aegis. And this is the point now where, with the items and the power that Newbee have amassed, they can start thinking about trying to push down tier 2s and maybe even getting up to the high ground.
And the Roche isn't even that slow because, the Curse of Avernus, the Abaddon's already starting to scale so heavily that it actually accelerates it that much forward. Big gain there for Newbee now, having that Aegis. And I wonder what KP's going to build next. With that Radiance, he's got another 3,000 already in stock.
My goodness. Radiance, is Octarine still the build on this Radiance Abaddon?
It's pretty damn strong if that's what they want to go for, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we know that obviously he's going to have mana for days. He can spam out those spells, as you mentioned, with having that Essence Aura, the OD when they group up and push. Looks like it's going to be the Aghanims as he picks up the point booster. That's going to be the next point of call, and I mean, that obviously brilliant as well. If they do want to try and do something about ending the game soon, it's going to be massive up top. We'll have the side of Evil Geniuses going for the play, and they'll purge
they actually curse him down before.
Very nicely done.
With the
He's
Silver
got the
Edge.
Silver Edge, hasn't he, Universe?
Silver Edge Orchid, unable to use that ultimate.
Nothing
from Abaddon
he can do. I mean, that's the combo. And that's him down for a minute.
Maybe now he'll change his item build. Maybe he'll switch up to a Lotus Orb or something along those lines. We'll see if he does make the adjustment. He did buy the point booster, but needs something to be able to remove that silence so that he can activate and trigger his ultimate through that Silver Edge.
Oh, yeah. And
does change it.
He does change it.
He
Straight
changed
for
it
the
up,
Manta.
right? Manta and stuff.
Going for the Manta stuff.
So more of a scaling kind of item. He wants to be a damage-dealing, transitioning core rather than getting these supportive type items.
So cleaning out the way. Crit, just sending the boat through. Faith hiding in the trees just in case anyone else was going to reveal themselves, but EG backing up. Not looking to stick around. As the diffuser blade finally done us a bit, but it really feels like this
far behind.
I was going to say, this is quite a slow game from SumaiL. I mean, you look at the net worth on the heroes, and this is not the position you normally expect SumaiL to be in, at the bottom of all the cores on the map.
They put a lot of emphasis on this,
True,
Mirana.
they did gank him a few times at the start.
They put free ganking on mid, and EG doesn't really have heroes that can save the Mirana that well. So yeah, SumaiL's definitely struggling in this one. Newbee with that Aegis.
It's all about that.
Making the play now toward mid, smoked up on the two supports behind the OD. They're showing the Venomancer top too, so EG might not be expecting this one.
I mean, SumaiL, we just talked about him having a tough game. It's about to get even rougher as they trap him in the static storm. Newbee again with these big pickoffs. And at this pace, I don't know if the SumaiL's even going to get the chance to catch back into this game. As Newbee consistently focusing him down, and it's absolutely working at this stage. It's so hard for SumaiL to be any sort of threat at all against Newbee's lineup.
It's such a smart way that they do it too. It's like they don't show many people on the map. The lanes are in a pretty decent spot. Then Mugi shows top. He starts like forcing the wave out a bit, and they smoke behind that mid lane with only 3 heroes, which EG just there's no way that they can see that coming with the Venomancer shown top.
Here we go, up to the high ground. Newbee ready to push in. EG, what can they do to hold this off? There's no SumaiL Mirana for 25 seconds. So KP can just afford to stand there, beat in upon it. We'll start to TP back at least the Sand King to try and clean out this bottom lane, as there's a bit of a split push coming in from Evil Geniuses. They themselves moving forward. Universe with the Treants starting to put some pressure onto the tier 3, and it looks like that's going to be enough to bring Newbee back off.
Oh, Kaka just causticing all that down. Cash money. SCCC building toward a Hex next, already level 20, so we were talking about those 25s a couple minutes ago, and it's approaching that point. Abaddon as well, getting level 20 soon. Once they get those level 25s, it just becomes absurd. But those two talents are super powerful for the long drawn-out team fights.
I mean, what's the plan here for Evil Geniuses? How do they recover from this sort of slump that they're hitting in the mid game? And with a lineup that it feels like it's going to be hard to come back against the size that SCCC is. I mean, you see SCCC
just going in.
Into the jungle of Evil Geniuses, popping the BKB. You know, he's had it with this passive play. He wants to fight. He wants to look for the action. I mean, he's now going to be a BKB charge down. I mean, we'll see if EG can capitalize on this. They've got Zai.
There's no BKB on the OD, but still Aegis. They don't want to try to make a play.
They get it out.
There. It's too scary. Abaddon's right there as well, so if you do get like the arrow combo or anything, he can just remove it off. definitely can't make an aggressive play onto the Aegis there.
I mean, that just goes to show, effectively how far Newbee feel they are ahead.
Yeah.
Your OZ can just blink into the jungle, BKB, and he's like, if I get a kill, I get a kill. If I don't, whatever. Feeling that confident at the moment with the situation.
EG pretty much, like you were asking before, they need to split the map up. They need to just keep splitting until that Aegis, once the BKB start getting lower as well, the fights start becoming a bit easier, but it still ain't easy. It's a very hard game for them coming to the further state because of those talents that we mentioned and just the nature of how Newbee's draft works for theirs. These BKBs, BKB on Veno, BKB on OD, majority of the threat from EG is just countered from that Magic community.
And there's no doubt that the split is being played. You see Universe, he amongst it all is still top of the second on the net worth.
They're trying to make a play.
Doing so much across the map.
When that Aegis expires, they're trying to make a play here. But the BKB is back online for SCCC.
I mean, how do they catch it? They have to get
Torrent
the
arrow.
Torrent. This is the combo. Torrent there, into the arrow, perfectly done. The Orchid the boat. Very, very clean execution from EG.
That's the only way they can do it is if he can't get the BKB up with the full.
I mean, and now that is an OD down for a minute. SCCC does not have buyback.
Yep.
This top lane, looking to be in trouble as EG are coming forward. Kaka tries with the epicenter, but he barely catches anyone. He gives a bit of a tickle to Arteezy, but EG stick around. The silence is down to KP. He's forced back. Mugi will
Storm on 2, on 3.
Has trapped 3 of them here. EG may have overstayed their welcome with the Purge strike as well. Newbee still fight back hard without their OD. They may even get more as there's the glimpse back onto Crit. Newbee say this is very much still a game we have a hold on as they bring 4 of EG down. And EG, quite like myself, maybe getting a little too excited off the back of taking down the OD.
I was just sitting there waiting for the fight recap to come up just so I can see how much damage the Venomancer did. 5,100 damage in that fight, getting everybody into the Poison Nova. Perfect follow-up Static Storm without the OD, as you were mentioning. Yeah. They get a lot of damage on that tower, though. It's down to 200 health, so it does give Universe a bit of opportunities and options to go there and pressure it, but you see how hard it is for EG to get the kills on the OD there. It has to be perfect, the torrent into arrow, because they don't have that instant disable for the BKB.
And look at this. I mean, this is just the dream here as well for Faith. Just waltzes in. Look how grouped up EG are. They got so set on trying to finish off KP.
The Force Staff.
Bam.
You know, we touched on it. We said the Force Staffs were so important in this game. They almost killed KP because of the Silver Edge Orchid combo, so he couldn't use his ultimate. But then Force Staff, he's out of range, and the fight, EG just gets put into a clumping position and get hit by multiple ultimates and suffer.
And we saw there, KP's life once again nearly was on the line because of the fact that he got Silver Edge hit and silence. Now he's got the Manta stuff. So they were close to killing him. Now it's so hard. There's very little they can do in terms of trying to kill him until at the start.
And even the Manta Radiance illusions are just obnoxious. It's not like they really have any hard right clickers on the side of EG. It's the Nature's Prophet and the Murano for that evasion, but it's just annoying that how farmed this Abaddon can be already. Level 22, getting closer and closer toward 25. Universe.
We'll see. Jumping in, has the setup, Sentry down. Zai will come in with the save. And straight with the glimpse. Oh no! Oh, Faith! He was there outside of the sleep radius, ready to set up with the glimpse back, and Universe is gone. I mean, Newbee, nothing goes past these guys. They will catch you.
And they're getting a lot of momentum. 8,000 gold lead now. We have a Disruptor's 3/4 of the way toward an Aghanims as well. That's going to be a really nice little luxury piece that he can pick up. And the siege comes out.
Yeah, now this is Newbee's turn to go. This is how you break a high ground. The boat will come through. It's going to be duked out, whether it be Yules or Astral Imprisonments to keep Newbee safe. Jump forward, SCCC just goes in. They jump forward with the bonus strike. Crit will be kept alive by Zai. Only just. The pipes out as well. Buyback from Universe as they do their best to hold here, EG, but already the tier 3 falling low. It will force the BKB out on SCCC. Newbee now looking to disengage. EG chasing down with the Moonlight. Can they actually get a catch onto anyone? At the same time, indeed, top lane. The rack came through. Universe did take the top melee racks. So EG, with this hold, with this split, they are paying very heavily with lives. Both SumaiL and Crit go down. They got the melee racks trade, but was it worth it? Because now Newbee are back in. They know there's 2 down on EG. Faith will end up going down in the base as Arteezy continues to put on the pressure, but Evil Genius's base looking to be in the bigger shambles as Newbee will clean up the middle lane of racks. Still 2 tier 2s in both of the side lanes.
They're going for tier 4.
They're going for the game.
At least.
There's no buybacks here for EG, only Arteezy and Universe. Can they actually hold this? I mean, Universe is TPing back down to try and rat again, but it doesn't matter if you're splitting the racks, if you're losing the base. One tier 4 almost certainly going to fall, potentially 2. Now the buybacks have just come back on. SumaiL can get back in, but already both tier 4s down. Newbee looking towards the base. There's the buyback. Can they hold? Arteezy with the Shiva's Guard trying to slow them down. The arrow connects onto the OD. Tora follows through as well. Here comes the bow, but SCCC dukes it just in time with the Astral Imprisonment. Newbee, they're focusing the base. They're looking for the game. Arteezy looks to cut down Moogie. Not quite enough damage. Moogie's still alive. BKB out by SCCC. Blinks in. Finishes off the game. Newbee take game 1.
Wow. Super impressive way that they stalled the game out. Letting one overextension from EG punish them so heavily. That one overextension in the mid lane just set them to a point where they could farm so many different places on the map. They let the Natus start kicking in. Radiance comes online. Once the BKB hits, that's when it was the big timing for Newbee.
Absolutely. I mean, the panel said at the start, this OD, it's such a smart final pick.
It was absolutely
It did
perfect.
so much.
It was perfect game.
But again, the support play from Newbee, we saw countless times. Faith on that Disruptor. I mean, I feel like you may even have to take this hero away from him. Half of the kills were because of his setups. He was there at the right place at the right time. We saw situations where normally you'd think you were safe. The sleep, the TP out. No, there's a Disruptor on the outskirts of it all, glimpsing you back. And, I mean, EG at the end, they did do, as you say, go and try for that split push play, but it was just a little too late.
Yeah, definitely too late. Newbee just putting those BKBs to work.
Absolutely. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 going to Newbee. I'm sure the panel's going to have a lot to talk about after that one. Back to you, Day 9 and the boys.
Thank you. What an incredible finish to the game. So close, almost getting to the point where they could defend the Ancient at the very end, but man, a lot of the big rotations from EG just didn't pan out in that match.
They had a pretty good early game. I thought they were off to a really great start. There was a ton of huge individual plays that we saw from all of their players, and then that one overextension mid that the casters were talking about led to Newbee's core, the OD especially, picking up his BKB, at bad and finishing his Radiance, and having a huge impact on the game. So it was it kind of just got out of control really, really quick there, and we saw that abrupt ending. EG was going for some split push, and Newbee was like, I guess we're just going to end the game.
What do you think about the Timbersaw last pick on Arteezy and the way he was able to play that out throughout the game?
I think they wanted a good lane matchup because they didn't have the last pick. They're like, okay, we can either pair him versus the Appa in a one-on-one, or we can theoretically put a mid if SCCC play some sort of weird mid hero. But the thing is, SCCC doesn't really play that many weird mid heroes. They last made the Bloodseeker, and then I was like, okay, OD, he's up against a bunch of summons, no heroes that build BKB, and an Appa that can back him up in case anything bad does happen to him. So I saw the OD, I was like, oh god, this dude is crazy.
You mentioned it right before it got picked. And to do a little bit of analysis on what went on in that game, we got Kevin. Talk to us about these rotations.
Yeah, I think EG's draft was really interesting, and the way they played the game was pretty cool as well. If we take a look at the minimap at the start, they put good matchups between some of their cores. Arteezy playing against a Abaddon is a good matchup. The mid lane was about okay, and the off lane was all right as well. And the important hero actually was most likely Zai up there because he's able to, or I'm sorry, Universe, because he can actually TP to other lanes and contribute to those. So we saw that a lot of times. Arteezy diving on the bot lane against KP, and Universe is able to TP in, assist in getting those kills, and by doing so, it gives him a lot of map control, and it forces the enemy team to move around a lot. He ends up getting this kill. Another example of this happening wasn't just Universe, it was Arteezy staying in his lane, forcing enemy heroes to come over. As you can see, Newbee heroes coming from the top lane to chase him, and this is when he got that really cool Timber Chain escape after Glimpse, and it means that these guys moved all the way over here and accomplished nothing. So EG's draft was on paper working really well. They did the same thing over on the top lane as well, and if you take a look at the mini-map, actually, those two little heroes, they're still down there, actually. They're just now thinking about moving over to engage the rest of the game. So all over the map, EG was constantly pushing in every single lane, and as a result, it gave them a lot of advantage, but they just couldn't quite get enough kills. They got too far behind, and that ended the game at an early time.
I gotta say, it was really surprising to watch because, I mean, at one point, I think they were 9-3, 10-3 even, just getting kill after kill after kill, and we got to see that trademark EG knocking down towers so fast. I mean, Ake, where do you think they started to slip?
I think it was the fight that Peter was talking about, the mid-fight. They actually started the fight with Naga Sleep when they already used the arrow, so they couldn't use the Naga Sleep setup for that, and they didn't really have to take the fight either. They just went in because, I don't know why, but
Feeling good, man.
Yeah, but even though that, they managed to get a really good kill on the OD on the top lane, like perfect torrent into Arrow and kill him before he had the possibility to use BKB or any other spell.
Yeah, I think Abrupt is almost my reaction as well to the sudden end of the game, especially with Universe picking down the top lane. Timbersaw was there, nearly getting the kill on the Disruptor, and that is an incredibly thin margin for Newbee to just identify that we can quickly kill. Now, to talk a little bit about Newbee, we have Machine here over on Jack's corner. Gentlemen, talk to me about Newbee.
Jack's Corner. I was just thinking, what can we call this? This is an absolute pleasure, of course, Jack. Loved by all, myself included. Thank you very much, Day9. Yeah, so this is a great opportunity to hopefully fill you guys in the lesser-known intricacies of the Chinese scene. And we're going to be here for every Chinese team who have kind of taken over TI7. China versus the world in the upper bracket, cheeky bit in the lower as well. This is going to be fun. I get to pick your brain a little bit about this, Jack. And I know, I mean, you can tell me what they had for breakfast, right?
Almost. I'm not that close to them.
Close enough.
Yeah.
The eggs? Is it eggs? Is it veg? What, I mean, what are they rocking?
Actually, a lot of them like American breakfast. I've noticed that from the last
I told you he could analyze breakfast. He could do everything. And maybe you can tell me where I get on a suit like that as well.
You'd have to be on the Chinese panel for that.
Okay, no, I'm not quite there yet. Barely there on the English. Let's talk about this, though, and let's talk a little bit more about how China have done this. How have they taken TI7 by storm? They're in every single game in the upper bracket. We know people were talking 13-0 LFY, kind of knocking us out of left field. Where does this come to be? How does this materialize?
Well, it seems that for the most part, no matter how Chinese teams do through the rest of the year, when they show up at TI, they're ready. And, well, if you think about it, TI, it's the international. It's a chance to represent your country.
Yeah.
For most people, it's a very proud occasion. And for the Chinese, there are 22 nationals this year, Chinese nationals. And for the most part, these guys, they grew up going to school, like, wearing their neckerchiefs to school every day, lining up in the courtyard to sing the national anthem, just learning about their favorite like national heroes when they grew up in school. So there's a lot of pride there, as there is for everybody. But in this case, it's mostly Chinese teams as well. So you have this situation where, let's put it this way, TI is the Everest of esports. And if you're going to climb Everest, it's an individual achievement, it's a team achievement, and it's sure as heck nice if you can plant your country's flag there too. So a lot of pride for everybody, and they get a chance to represent.
Well, that is incredibly romantic, and it makes a lot of sense, really, just seeing just how dominant they do come into the international. $23 million, but also pride. And when we say pride in the desk, sometimes it gets overlooked, but it is a real, so you're telling me it's a very real driving force behind some of the success of China.
Yeah, there's like an Olympic feel to it, essentially.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, interesting. I mean, someone who is no stranger to national pride on Newbee. In fact, after they picked up their first win, a real influential performance from him as well, is now SCC. And I mean, admittedly, his name is a horrible one for casters, and it does sound like a, I don't know, an overly agreeable Spanish snake, SCCC, but that's an awful joke. That's why I'm here on this panel. Let's talk about it, though. I mean, national pride, he's taken it a step further.
Yeah, so some fans know that he's served in the military. What that meant specifically was that he was in the military police, and in China, the firefighters are usually military police. They're part of the military. So for him, he was part of basically the disaster corps. So if something goes wrong, if there's fire, if he has to rescue someone, like he would be on the front lines. That corps would be on the front lines, risking their lives basically to help other people out. So you know, a year or two after that, he rose to the top of the Chinese ladder in Dota, and now he's representing his country, putting his life on the line for his country in a different way here at TI.
Outstanding. Well, we're learning a whole lot more. We'll be back in here in Jack's corner, but for now, we are going to jack off and head over to Sean.
And this is where you get to see that I am the master of segue. Also, we will be continuing our exploration of the incredible teams here at TI and those who are not as well. An incredible piece coming up to talk a little bit about Wings Gaming.
就是 TI6的时候，我们队伍就大家看来是很多变，然后不管什么英雄都能玩。其实这也是一个长期累积的过程。进入 Wings 之前，我和我之前2个队友还一起效力过一个叫 SPG 的俱乐部。
在 TI5预选赛之后，我们4个和1队的当时在1队的跳刀一起组成了现在的 Wings。
Shadow， 他是平时话也不是很多，然后比较闷。
2位跳刀，年纪最大，然后做什么事都比较稳重，看的不管什么事看的也都比较淡，看得比较清楚。
3号位 Face 边，我刚打职业就接触的队友， 一开始接触他的时候，他才16岁，就当时看着跟个小孩似的，进步到现在，堪称是国内数1数2的3号位。
然后二兵 SS 是比较活跃的一个人，无论是游戏里还是游戏外，都是话比较多，然后挑起很多能够活跃团队气氛的一个人。
5号位的 Y 是我们队伍中年龄最小的一个选手，但是他却是我们的 BP 手队长。他是年龄很小，但是心智非常成熟。确实，马尼拉 ESL 的冠军是我们赢得的第一个国际性的比赛的冠军，
然后对我们这个团队的给了一个大家互相信任的一个基础吧。
Welcome on stage, Wings Gaming。
当时是因为之前刚赢了一个冠军，可能就是大家有一些松懈。
Boom! They come in, they take down Wings immediately.
很能接受，但是经过那一次的失利，我们总结了很多自己自身一直没有着重暴露问题，然后通过那一次运用，我们认为我们整体的心态上面又更上了一层台阶。
也是因为我们也买那个互动指南，也是看着奖金一步一步升上去的，而且我们也没有想到我们最后会拿到这个冠军，会赢得这么多奖金。
进入总决赛之后，大家比平时可能更加的活跃，更加兴奋一点，也并没有
打 DC 第一场输了下去，中场休息的时候。其实我们争论还是比较多的。
是当最后一把，就是第4把，我们阵容选完之后 ，BP 选完之后，我看着那个阵容，我当时才强烈的感觉，我们这把可能赢了。
然后我就在那个。选手棚里面听到外面大家都在欢呼吧，然后我其实自己也心态也还比较好，就也没有特别激动。
在我们最后一把，我们 Shadow 使用敌法的时候，用狂战分身带我们打赢了一波团的时候，我觉得我们那一把我们真的赢下这场，是我们真的拿到这个不朽盾了。
Of the International Wings Gaming，
就是这个游戏想要赢比赛得冠军，也是要经过时间的磨练吧，才能拿到好成绩吧。
有时候我会觉得它是对我过去的一种偿还，然后有时候我又会觉得它是对我未来的一种透支。
Dota 给我带来了友情，给我带来了开心。所以我希望每一个 Dota 玩家都可以像我一样，更加的珍惜这一份开心，这一份友情吧。
Having the pleasure of watching Wings Gaming run at last TI was a real treat. I mean, just incredible play, and after every single game, you could just see their excitement erupt. It was just so amazing.
Oh, that video, man, the feels. Watching people win TI gives me goosebumps.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's just such an incredible validation of this, devoting so many hours, so many years in a row to trying to figure this game out, a game that is so hard and so challenging, and still going up against that pressure and trying to overcome any interruption focus to succeed.
People overuse the phrase dream come true, but like winning TIs and holding that Aegis above your head, that moment, every single person will remember for the rest of their lives.
And here now we see that EG and Newbee are back yet again at an opportunity to win TI. They currently are in the upper bracket with Newbee leading 1-0. And we saw Newbee just play absolutely magnificently, not bending to the will of EG early on, who was just hammering them again and again with these early pushes and these early picks. And now, again, I will ask, EG going into the draft, they do seem to have this leaning towards having a very versatile lineup. And I mean, we expect to continue, I would assume.
I think that their first 2 picks can be open, but then they have to figure out where they actually want to go with the lineup, because picking Prophet, but not being able to push more than 3 towers in the first 15 minutes or 20 minutes even, that's not so good. And yeah, they finished up with some heroes that didn't really fit with the lineup.
I thought the OD pick for Newbee was like the game-winning pick. It was like the perfect hero for that situation, but EG, they were really lacking on anything to deal with the other team when they got a BKB. Like, that was the issue, right? Like, OD got BKB and the game was, you know, had free reign for 10 seconds.
You know, Merlini, I remember right before that final pick, you were suggesting that maybe OD might be a good possibility here. What was it about OD that stood out to you as such an exceptional choice?
Talked about earlier, they had summons. He's great against summons and illusions. And then he's not so great against push, but I didn't really think they had a good way to break high ground. And then secondly, he had an Abaddon protecting him, which is great. And then thirdly, you have the double save, right? It's versus the Kunkka X combo and then versus the arrow too. So you have like multiple fail saves and no BKB carriers. Also, no one built evasion. I think OD fell off a lot when people built Solar and Halberd all the time. OD has a miserable time for any sort of evasion, but they didn't have any.
I think another big characteristic of that last game is that we didn't really see SumaiL go crazy as he has in a lot of games. He seemed to be dying very early in a lot of these fights, sometimes even dying before being able to pull off a Moonlight Shadow.
Disruptor is one of the better heroes against Mirana.
Yeah.
Really easy to catch him. We saw a couple, like, at least in that first gank, SumaiL didn't even try leaping. He just, like, turned around and arrow to creep. He was like, I need someone to get another CS before I die.
Yeah, I saw that. No, that's what we're talking about when we're a greedy player at every single point. Because for me, I'm still right-clicking. My heart's pounding. Maybe there's a chance. It's not a chance, man. But at least he gets 25 gold out of it.
He knows the scenario, and he wants to max min and get that last CS and spam by all his items.
You know, I heard that SumaiL was one of the best testers of Valve Dota patches because he is so hyper-focused on exactly how every single hero feels that he'd say things like, oh, God, you know, like he got level 3 one last hit earlier than he should have. And it turns out there was a bug that was occasionally giving 25% experience on denies to the enemy hero. So
that's how they figured it out.
Yeah.
Well, he's a pretty dominant mid laner, so he's the one to push it, I suppose.
You know, he doesn't stream very much. What is he like in terms of his practice?
Practice?
Yeah.
He probably plays the least pubs out of anybody on that team, but he's a fierce competitor. He really does get emotional over wins and losses, and he wants to win more than anybody, and that's his competitive edge.
Is it a lot of grinding in private matches or in just, you know, practice one-on-ones?
He does. Him and Universe do some one-on-ones to warm up, and I don't know. I think he is just very talented, an incredible hard worker, of course, but very, very talented at such a young age, and he just kind of gets it.
And it's just very different how people can prepare for like games and like how they actually get better at the game. Like some really like to play a lot, and that really helps them. But like for me, when I was at my top, I barely played pubs at all. I only played pubs when I wanted to practice a new hero.
You talked about watching replays of your favorite players or the players that you thought were the best, and trying to learn and emulate some of the things that they did.
And replays of opponents to see how they play, and just use that instead of playing myself.
If you like turned it into a pie chart of you preparing for an event, like how does like replays versus pub matches versus private matches and scrims?
I mean, overall throughout the year, most people play the most, but like maybe a couple of days before a tournament, it's better to watch replays and prepare in that way.
Oh, really? So the closer you are to the event, the more that you're actually wanting to be
because people are constantly changing and adapting to what's happening in the meta and in the ecosystem around them. So it's really hard to almost predict or guess what a team is going to do before you actually get to the tournament.
Well, the great news is Game 2 is about to begin between EG and Newbee, with EG currently down 0-1. Will Newbee be able to close it out with another incredible performance, or will EG tie it up?
Evil Geniuses versus Newbee. Game 2.
As always, I love when there are two excellent mid laners being matched up against one another. Incredibly excited to see SCCC's pick going into this.
It's a pretty even matchup last game in between Mirana and OD. I think SumaiL actually did come out on top. And then a couple of key ganks from Newbee onto SumaiL brought SAC back ahead.
So overall, I think Evil Geniuses just had a way weaker team fight. Their main team fight was Naga, Siren, Sleep, and an Arrow, which is, I would say, pretty weak versus the double safe that they had. And you mentioned that they probably could build a pipe or something like that, but even so, I think the damage was just not there compared to like Venomancer and OD.
Sure, that Abaddon pick was really, really great. It's a hero we haven't seen a ton of, but up against an early Mirana, it makes a lot of sense.
Interesting first two pickups from Newbee. Earth Spirit straight into Shadow Shaman. Seen some Earth Spirit and some Shadow Shaman at the tournament.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much. That Lycan, that's a hero.
There we go.
That hero is great against Shadow Shaman.
And a comfort pick for Arteezy and EG overall.
Absolutely. You build Necro on Lycan, and you don't have to worry about the Shadow Shaman disables at all. If you try and shackle Lycan, his summons are just going to kill you.
Once again, we see the exact same bans that have been popular throughout the entire tournament. Well, picks and bans. Puck, Earthshaker, Lich, and Nyx out of the pool.
Newbee starting off their draft with some team fights from Earth Spirit and some tower push from the Shadow Shaman. It's a nice combination to put together a team fight and push. EG is going to need to either pick some team fight or potentially some more split push to spread out Newbee.
Feels a little painful having Nature's Prophet get dumped off that early. There's been a lot of Lycan Nature's Prophet games that Evil Geniuses have pulled some really successful pushes off with.
Yeah, like I was just saying, they got to be really careful for that split push. So Furion, one of the best split pushes in the game, is a great ban for Newbee here in the second phase.
Oh, Enchantress. Oh, come on. That hero's awesome, man. Don't do that to me, Newbee.
And that is the thing that is, like, when you go into the main event from the group stage, you can see that Newbee are actually banning heroes that ED used to play a lot. They used Enchantress, Prophet, Shaker, and Puck, and they're banning all of those heroes now.
This is like the group stage of EG Incarnate right here on the left.
And that's why having that day off and being able to go through and look at all of EG's drafts, watch some of their replays, maybe even practice against a team and pretend they're EG.
Yeah. I mean, this is actually going to be really interesting to see the remainder. I mean, I feel like the bans are almost more interesting than the picks at this point, especially given that they are some of the most commonly picked heroes that we've seen consistently show up.
This is the most beautiful part of Dota. People just don't understand.
Peter, I will never doubt you ever again. I now believe you fundamentally whenever you speak.
Yes. So last series, we didn't actually see Sven banned out versus Lycan, which I'm very surprised to see. And Evil Genius has banned it out. I guess Newbee probably picking a lot more than the players in the last series, but it's one of the best counters versus Lycan. Either build, like the Mask of Madness Armlet build, or the Necro build gets slaughtered by Sven. He has the mass armor.
Not Lycan and all of his summons will be stunned by the AoE stun of Sven, and then he just cleaves everything down. And Sven's oftentimes build BKB, so if there's a Necro there, he can just pop that Necro real quick and not take any damage.
And Lycan's all physical. And Warcry, he just runs around and does nothing, generally.
Pick 3 for Newbee, Queen of Pain. There we go. You know, every mid player I've ever heard talk about this hero just loves Queen of Pain. Just feels really nice.
Every mid player plays Queen.
It's like a flashy hero, and oftentimes mid players they're pretty flashy, right?
Yeah.
High performers.
Who's the most modest and mild mid laner of all?
Super from LFY.
Easily. He plays DK Viper. It's just like
least flash. Man, that's what I'm talking about. He flies into
That's
a
your
rage.
guy, man.
He plays to win.
Let me tell you something. When I learned that there was a hero that had a button and was mid, I was all in on the Viper, man. He is the best.
You're a big fan of Spirit Breaker too, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in fact, for any new players who are interested in getting into Dota, strongly recommend Viper, strongly recommend Spirit Breaker. The best.
All of my friends who are not so good at Dota, their best heroes are always Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, no, it's like my best hero, like by a significant margin. I am mediocre.
So Quap's pretty great here. No Nyx in the pool, no Puck in the pool. Naturally going to be a pretty good mid laner here.
Disruptor, this hero's popular.
It's a very good pick against Queen and Shadow Shaman and Earth Spirit. Like, all of these heroes except Rasta have good escapes, so the Glimpse is going to be very good to be able to catch the Cop or Earth Spirit.
Yeah, and we saw just the mass silence from Disruptor in pretty much every single match today. Have probably the hugest swings in every single game have been a direct result of Disruptor.
Yeah, a great static field can turn the fight for sure.
So EG has a very good tower push lineup with the Lycan, as well as good team fight with Sanking and Disruptor, so they're probably going to be able to force towers early.
Bristleback, the 4th pick for Newbee, extremely durable. very annoying and hard to kill.
This hero's presented a lot of problems. We saw this in our first series between Liquid and IG. The Bristleback laning up against the Lycan. Burning on the Lycan had a pretty rough time. We'll see how EG and Arteezy managed to find him some early game farm.
Yeah, but we did see Mind Control have a rough Bristleback game, which essentially eliminated any mid line for Team Liquid, and then had a great game with Bristleback, which was huge in terms of pressuring the opponent.
Definitely a great hero. He can build some armor items like Ben was mentioning, get that early Solar Crest, reduce a lot of the damage from Lycan, maybe even dodge some attacks.
He has a lot of ways to get farm as well. He can actually go back and stack camps as well as ancient camps, so not only the normal one. So he's a lot of way to get farm, even though he gets pushed out from the lane.
So you want, what, a Silver Edge carrier that's pretty good against Quap? I like Lina's one of the ones that I like for mid, but maybe you want to save that for later.
Big bad Enigma.
Oh, yes.
Or Team Fight from EG, which I think is exactly what they needed. This hero also great with the, what's the third spell called?
Midnight Pulse?
Midnight Pulse, yeah. Awesome against Bristleback. Can keep him off your towers. I like the pick. A nice BKB hero to ignore Shadow Shaman and Earth Spirit disables, even potentially a Queen of Pain Orchid down the line. Remove that silence, allow him to get off a clean black hole. Right now they have no disable through Black King Bar, so Enigma's got a pretty nice game looking.
There's not that many ones that can do that. I think the only one that I can really think of is Venge. Silencer too, I suppose, but...
So since we have one pick remaining for these teams, what is perhaps the biggest weakness that you're seeing in these lineups that need to be filled in?
I think, I don't know, I like where EG's at right now. They got some nice team fight, they got some nice vision, maybe a little more carry, which I imagine that's what they'll get for SumaiL last year, so a little bit more damage to follow up on these disables from Sand King Disruptor and Enigma. What do you guys think about Newbee?
Newbee, either some way to deal with the Lycan or the Enigma. Like, either they can pressure the Lycan with the Bristle and then have some sort of BKB disable for the Enigma.
So definitely some disable for...
Yeah. They could also go like Bloodseeker or something too and deal with the Lycan. I've seen that as a common pickup versus the Lycan.
This Enigma is quite problematic, though.
Yeah, agreed.
Whatever carry they think they're going to pick to deal with Lycan is also going to be black-holed for a majority of the fight.
You made a great point earlier, you know, wanting to have a Silver Edge carrier to be able to use a Silver Edge ability to disable Bristleback's passive, but of course Lina, who you recommended, is maybe a good choice. 5th ban for Newbee.
So I've also seen some other matchups too. I think LC, pretty good Bristleback counter and a good versus Queen of Pain in lane. SumaiL doesn't play too much LC, but it was popular by some of the top teams in the group. I believe maybe played it very often in the mid lane.
You could potentially cancel a black hole.
Oh, that's next level.
I mean, it can happen, right?
Okay, so they banned one of the heroes that can deal with the black hole through BKB. He's the best one because if you get BKB links, you can still stop it.
Ooh, Necrophos.
Keep on going on this push strategy.
That's a mid Necrophos, I think, for SumaiL. That hero is dominant in the mid lane.
Is that something that he usually plays? Though?
I don't think so.
It's not really a SumaiL hero for me, but
I'm sure he has a decent amount of experience with it. I think he likes the hero. I'm pretty sure he plays it in pubs from time to time.
We've seen Arteezy on Necrophos quite a bit, but of course Arteezy is 99.999% going to be Lycan.
I'd be very surprised if SumaiL took up the Lycan. However, he's probably suggesting it to crit and Arteezy. He's like, let me play Lycan. I got this one. that's kind of what SumaiL and Zai do. They just suggest every hero for themselves, and you either listen, but most of the times you don't.
Of course. Now, with one last pick remaining for Newbee, it sounds like the consistent theme you're bringing up is having a good way to deal with Enigma's black hole, trying to figure out
big problem.
A core that can fit in that.
Or you need to fight around it. Maybe you do some split push. Let's see what we got.
And it's going to be
the Bloodseeker. All right.
Yeah, Bloodseeker deals with Lycan. I think you have to deal with either one or the other because they don't have the Sven, so Bloodseeker deals with Lycan. Enigma, if it gets past 40, it's going to be a tough game.
Yeah, look out for Enigma and his Blink BKB, and then we'll see how Newbee handles those team fights, but I think it'll be pretty difficult for them.
So before we get into this game, Merlini, I just want to get your thoughts on who you think came out with an edge after the draft.
I would probably say Evil Geniuses because I like the Enigma here. Enigma seems like it's going to be pretty dominant, and there's no way to stop them into the late game.
Well, it's time to get into game 2 between Evil Geniuses and Newbee. Let's send it down to the floor.
Thank you very much, Day9. And indeed, Game 2, Evil Geniuses versus Newbee. We've seen the drafts. It's EG a bit like, that's a nice support duo there. It would be a shame if someone was going to borrow that. And bang, this time round, they've got the Disruptor Sand King, switching it around a little bit in return. And a bit of a funny one from Newbee. That final pick, the Bloodseeker, but that silence is going to cause issue for some of this team fight that EG are going to bring.
The silence can cause issues, and like Ben said, you have to do something when you have this kind of draft like coming out. You're like, man, we have to deal with either the Lycan or the Enigma. So they make the choice there. We're going to go for the Bloodseeker too with that. I don't think just that. I think also they have a really fast-paced early laning phase. That's the one thing that EG can suffer in. These heroes take some time. They don't really have the greatest heroes to gank for either. Like Sand King Disruptor can gank, but they can't gank for the Enigma lane. They can secure the Lycan's lane, and then they can kind of make the rotations for the Necro, but it's still not the greatest one in comparison to where SCCC is going to be playing a Queen of Pain with Earth Spirit rolling in. And so they're going to be putting a lot of pressure and having this Bloodseeker with the Thirst get online a lot faster. So that's the one scare that I think in the first 5 to 10 minutes in the laning phase that EG can suffer.
Yeah, we've seen in the past SCCC Queen of Pain can be quite the showstopper. So a lot of hype to see what he can pull out now. SumaiL this game, as the panel mentioned, it will indeed be playing the mid Necrophos. And kind of as the panel touched upon, something we don't see that much, but SumaiL raising the stakes there in the mid lane. Giving the good luck to SCCC. SCCC will get it right back there with a thumbs up as well. I like it.
Oh, this is great.
Just dropping the mail as well. I love that. I mean, this is the great thing about the mid lane. We saw it last game. It was a little unfair. SCCC kind of brought his friends across.
We got smiles coming out from Faith. Everyone's in good manners right now.
But at the end of the day, it's such an important game. You know, for Evil Geniuses, if they end up dropping down to the lower bracket, it's obviously something that we've seen them do a lot in the past, and maybe it's saving straps for the lower bracket. But I'm sure they're going to want to bring this one to a game 3. Yeah. And the panel, they seemed a lot more comfortable with the lineup that they had in comparison to EG's lineup in game 1.
Yeah, I think. Like Ben in the panel did say, the EG's lineup, if they get to that BKB Enigma point, it's where it's super difficult. Because there's no way to cancel it. There is no way for Newbee to really deal with it in that direct way. They can deal with it in other ways of just forcing fights around it and try to take engagements like that, like pickoffs and whatnot. And I think that it's going to be important to watch the supports on the side of Newbee, because I think what they're going to just be doing is putting as much pressure on the other 2 lanes, so this Bloodseeker can just use his Thirst and Blood Rage to kind of 1v1 versus that Enigma. And we do see mid lane, Kaka actually places a very sneaky ward behind the tower with his smoke movement. So he's looking for a courier.
Look at this though. EG are playing a step ahead. They're taking it around the long way. And I think that this is going to work out. Kaka unlikely to come and check around elsewhere. Will be caught under the vision now, but EG were prepared for that there.
Maybe on the way back?
That depends. Yeah, how careful they're going to be here. It looks like they're not going to be careful enough indeed. They were careful on the way out. They weren't careful on the way back. As Kaka grabs the courier.
So that's one way to get a good start off for your Queen of Pain and your Bloodseeker. They're already going to have pretty decent matchups, but with that surge of gold, it's now a Queen of Pain Shadow Shaman with high base damage versus this Sand King Necro. And the Bloodseeker, like we said, in that 1v1. So putting that, it's pretty much a tri-lane mid from Newbee to put the pressure onto the Necrophos. Because Necro's a hero that it can be very strong in that mid lane, but if you start getting just pressured down by this Ether Shock and the Shadow Strike starts taking up, a roll hits you, you're going to be at low HP and you can just drop from that.
Here we go, going in onto Zai there. Zai, that's the Burrow Strike back in return. Him and Kaka just trading hits. But yeah, for sure. And we saw as well last game how SumaiL was pretty irrelevant for the last part of it because of the heavy pressure that Newbee put him on at the start. So yeah, indeed looking to go for a repeat performance in that state.
KP's going to get a lot because of the laning setup that Newbee does as well, that they have these 2 supports running around. The Bloodseeker has all the freedom in the world to just farm top versus Enigma because he can just walk in and kill the Eidolons. All they need to do is pretty much get people low, and this Bloodseeker can dominate this top matchup so hard with the Thirst. And even without having people low, he's still doing incredibly well. 15-3. He's gotten all of the Eidolons, I think, so far. Because Universe has summoned them, and it's still on cooldown 15 seconds, and all of them are dead. So Mugi is crushing that top lane at the moment, to be kind of expected.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've been saying, the mid lane with the presence of Newbee supports, giving that edge, certainly in terms of CS to SCCC as well so far.
Being very good with their time usage on Newbee. At the same time, Faith is going around collecting bounties, also stacking Ancients to make sure that KP does have that surge, that increase of farm potential after the laning phase.
It will bring Zai up to this top lane, but the wave's pushing in. Mugi can maintain control underneath the tower. Zai very unlikely to want to come in for any sort of dive at this state of the game with Universe. So Yeah, these lanes, they are looking super hot from Newbee in this first couple of minutes.
Yeah, EG's trying to make adjustments already.
Yeah.
Universe is probably like, he's just walking up and killing my Eidolons. I can't do anything about it. So Zai makes the move toward top, but now they're worried about the bristleback.
Look at this mid lane pressure. Because of this move up top, Kaka now sees the opening to come in onto SumaiL, bringing him down very low. There's Triple C. Does need to be careful in return, though. Takes a fair bit of harass in trade there. And does have the salve up, knows that SumaiL himself is out of regen. So at the end of the day, it doesn't get the kill. That pressure pushes him back. Okay, he's got a fresh set of tangos out from the courier. As we saw, that pressure, just SCCC using his dominance in this lane.
While he's low, though, Universe top is just getting chased out because of the thirst.
Yeah, look at this with the Blood Ride. That's going to connect Universe. He's going to be gone. I mean, this top lane couldn't have gone any better for Mugi.
He might get a return kill with the Eidolons. It's going to be very close, but no, with the poor man's shield, the damage block is too high. But yeah, just making sure, like, SumaiL being at that 30%, he has Tango, so it's not that quick heal. And now aggression on SumaiL again. Kaka, the roll off the mark with the Shadow Strike. Enough to slow him down a bit, but not to pick up a kill. But still, they're keeping him low, and this is where Bloodseeker thrives.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is the thing, you know, Mugi's saying, don't kill him, leave him alive, just play with him. Don't kill SumaiL, keep him alive on this minimal health, so he does have that boost up top. I mean, it's working out, it really is.
Yep.
Mugi feeling very safe on that top lane because of this.
All three lanes going super well for Newbee. The bottom lane, of course, is going a bit better for EG, but KP getting experience as a bristleback who's been left alone for the most part is extremely important. And of course, Enigma, Universe will, of course, will always get stuff up there, being able to not deny the wave back with those Eidolons on the range creep. So they will get some trade up, but SumaiL is getting punished heavily.
He had to walk all the way back to base and TP out, so absolutely not the situation you want to have your Necro in. This mid lane just being well and truly controlled, as well as the top lane. And as we're seeing as well, that the bottom lane not necessarily going bad for Newbee at all. He is finding farm down there, but not nearly on the same level as Mugi. But I guess in comparison, you can also say as well, obviously, the lead in the last hits is as usually down to the fact that a lot of those are Eidolons.
But those give a lot of gold.
But they do.
They do give a good shot. And at the same time, it's KP having... He's going to have a quad ancient stack already prepared for himself, and he's almost level 5 on the bristleback already, which is super significant. Right now, though, he's pretty deep. With nighttime as well, with the double bonus from Hal, they should be able to clean KP
With
up.
the field, I mean, you can hope for some sort of deny for the small. And he gets it! He actually does get it!
The one troll creep!
I can't believe he got it! There was... How much damage does that thing do? It's nothing. It's like 20?
I mean, he has a stout shield as well, so
it's... Oh my goodness.
It does... I think that was the troll creep, so it's 28. Through the stout shield as well, so... All right.
All right.
Unfortunate for EG.
I mean, I was going to bring up he could, but I didn't think it would happen. Oh, KP.
the one creep that was left.
Some say it would be skill, but KP, he had it planned out all along. Wow. I mean, well, with that, all three lanes, you know, Newbee, they're very happy with the way this game is starting off.
Oh yeah, they have a more than full level advantage on their mid laner. Over
I mean, yeah, but look at the denies from SCCC. 21 denies in this mid lane.
Yeah. Shrine comes up, we'll use that right away.
So he's got to be a bit careful.
Nice.
It's only level 2. There is a haste rune on SCCC. He has a Sonic Wave. I mean, if he wants to commit, Zai's certainly gone and well with the wraparound from Kaka. Coming in with the Boulder Smash, Zai, he'll try and play around with it here with the Burrow Strike. But SCCC just throws out the Sonic Wave, jumps in, cleans up one. I mean, he can look to play around with SumaiL as well. They're going to have Kaka moving out of range. Arcane Rune bottled up by SCCC. He won't stick around to beat down onto SumaiL, but it doesn't matter. He is just so far ahead, getting kills like this and such. This is such a one-sided affair, this laning stage. It really does feel it. I mean, top lane Mugi, 50 CS, 6 minutes in.
It's, you know, it's something we did discuss about right before the game did start. They do have very strong lanes, strong pressuring lanes, especially with that Bloodseeker last pick. The fact that they can leave him alone and make those rotations and put the pressure on EG is super important. Punishing that early kind of weakness that EG has in their lanes. It's Lycan can be strong if he has the proper support duo, but if you only have it as one support down there, that's where the offlaner is actually able to get stuff. So they force Zai to kind of be moving around all this time, and it just makes KP farm a lot in that offlane. 25 last hits already on an offlane bristleback, very significant. And the stacks continue.
I mean, what's the plan here for EG? We've seen already Newbee supports getting very active, at least the Earth Spirit as such in the mid lane, but yet to really have the plays coming out from Crit and Zai on this tanking disruptor combo. I mean, when does something kind of click into place that allows them to enable action in one of these lanes?
Their two supports need levels, that's the big thing. So they have to play pretty much, in my opinion, reactively. They have to hope that SCCC kind of like overextends, and then they can have one of the supports set up and the other one TP in. So probably have Zai playing more around the mid lane, or maybe play with the Black Hole since it's online now. And since the Black Hole is up, they're going to go for Mugi instead with this triple rotation. Mugi seems to know something's up, though.
There is an Earth Spirit in the neighborhood as well.
He has
and
the high
he's straight
ground
out. He is straight out indeed. Over to the bottom lane. And they're actually going to try and do something actively with it as well. This is such a smart move here from Newbee. Will be scanned out, though. Scans there from EG. They know that something's going on in the neighborhood. And Arteezy will keep himself hidden behind the tree line. I mean, he has to stay there. If he pokes his head out, one rupture and a lead-in from Newbee could mean imminent death here for the Lycan.
They get the nice, EG gets the D ward on the lane ward that Newbee did have top because of that rotation from Mugi. They know, they're like, hey, something's up. He knows this gank's coming way too easily.
So EG definitely minimalizing the potential casualty there. They play it safe. Now Newbee have to look elsewhere to try and make this play with Mugi as they move him around the map.
Yeah, they're moving around it. At least they're, they sent Kaka top, so it's like, okay, there's the wave that does come in, he'll be able to mooch a bit of that experience, but more rotations coming in from EG to try to at least pressure that tower. But at the same time, KP, this is where it opens it up for him. Arteezy unable to farm under the threat of where the Bloodseeker is. They still don't know.
Still 3 heroes up top from EG, seeing if they can get the catch onto Kaka. Now making the movement, both Crit and Zai. Next up could be towards the mid lane, but that high ground ward's still there for Newbee in that area, so very hard for them to get it. And Arteezy realizes that Newbee's not leaving this bottom lane anytime soon. So heads up to top, joins his teammates. Can look to try and get the tier 1 trade in return. And still, the potential for a kill is there. Crit in the neighborhood. Trying to see if they can get the glimpse. Now with the lead forward, they have the vision with the Thunder Strike. Kaka, don't know if he can get himself out of this. He can certainly play with him with the Boulder Smash. He tries for the roll away, but there's the glimpse. Gets brought back into the clutches of Artur and Universe. And EG do claim the kill and should be able to finish off this tower as well.
Tower trades, but good rotation, picking off that Earth Spirit. Zai now able to get a lot down bottom with that tower being taken out. So he's only level 3 on the Sanking. Compared to last game, he was already level 6 on the Naga Siren.
That's true.
Pretty significant how underleveled the support's actually on the side of EG.
Mugi's hunting for this. He knows Zai's low on the mana. If he finds a chance for a rupture, he'll go for it. But
no
Zai,
mercy.
Keeps himself right back.
KP's almost got the Vanguard finished up on the Bristleback. As soon as he has the Vanguard, that's when the Ancient Stack farming begins. This is an offlane Bristleback who is top 4 of the net worth. That is very threatening.
And they can certainly look to group up and fight with their cause now. SCCC, he's finished off the Veil. 10 minutes in, he's got that ready to go. So huge amounts of magical burst potential there for him.
And they should have the Shadow Shaman 6 coming out too, so they'll have that, the actual tower sieging, because their heroes don't hit buildings too great other than that. The Bloodseeker and the Bristleback, I guess the Bristle can, but it's mostly those wards. Kaka now moving toward top, waves pushing in, should be able to get level 6 easily on that Earth Spirit. And then they have pretty damn good team fight on the side of Newbee to deal with EG. EG, like we said, they're lacking on levels on their supports.
Vega also done now for SumaiL, so despite the definite tough time in the mid lane, he's not, he's still 1k net worth behind the quad, but has got that major first item. So as well, can look to start to make things happen. At the same time, Universe, he's picked up the Midas, he's good to go. He's there 4th in the net worth, definitely not suffering too much despite the fact that Mugi had such a good time in that top lane. And Universe definitely, at least going for the performances we've seen on this main stage in this series, I feel like the most solid performer out of game 1. Universe, he kept his cool. That Nature's Prophet, the plays, the split push, kind of one of the reasons that game went on as long as it did. So yeah, you can definitely look towards Universe to pull out something special here.
EG recognizes this, they know the strength of their lineup. Right, the lanes, sure, lanes didn't go the way that they probably wanted them to, but there still is that threat. Once they get their cores online, once that BKB eventually comes out for the Enigma, it's the biggest point. But till then, they have to kind of just play it back, make sure they get their levels, much needed levels on the Sanking and the Disruptor. Once Disruptor has 6, they can maybe make some aggressive plays onto this Queen of Pain with the Static Storm and the Reaper Scythe on top. But till then, they have very little kill threshold. And now Newbee, they're actually making the first go. They've got the
so
smoke online.
Newbee have so much potential here as this 4-man.
They've got Magnetized ready.
Zai.
Shaman's almost 6. He actually breaks the smoke.
He comes in.
Zai.
And with that, they have no idea where Zai actually is at the moment. No wards themselves in EG's jungle, so Zai will get out as well. So it looks like EG with that Sanking movement have avoided the potential that Newbee's smoke had there, which was an incredible amount. Immediately, KP splits himself back up towards the top. SumaiL coming in mid. If they can get the catch here, which indeed Crit can, brings back Mugi now. The whole team of EG ready to go.
From Kaka.
Good smash back from Kaka to hold back the side of EG, but the Malefice was there onto Mugi, allowing them to chase him down.
You see that call there, though, from EG? They see the Bristleback porting top.
Yeah,
it's literally instant. SumaiL peeks. He's like, we're going on this guy. We need to get the glimpse back and get the kill. So that's a very big kill, killing the highest net worth here on the map. And we have yet to see a Rupture be able to be deployed by Mugi. EG is doing a very good job of defending each other.
Yes.
As we were kind of saying.
It's as you said.
That's the way that they get back into the game. They have to sit behind each other, hope that Newbee kind of overextends a bit, and then they'll get kills and come back through that one. Zai now level 6. We said the Static Storm is online. Everyone else getting their tools. Once that Blink Enigma comes out, that could be when we see the next smoke come out from the Enigma.
Yeah, he's close as well, Universe 1600. Newbee, who are they going to find here? Could just be Crit, and indeed, Silence bursted down immediately. Crit's gone. Tanks the gang. Definitely not the worst loss there for EG. But a kill nonetheless that Newbee are going to keep the pressure on in the mid lane. They're thinking about Roche.
With the Shadow Shaman wards. With Blood Rage.
Yeah.
Throwing Blood Rage on Roche with the goo, it's actually an immense amount of damage and speed for them to bring it down. EG seems to know something's up.
There's a ping straight on the pit from Zai.
They've got Black Hole. There's no blink yet for the Enigma to get into the fight.
Can they get it quick enough? They are mass TPing over, but it's falling so fast. Walls have been sent in. EG know the state. Can Zai make the play in time? Roshan falling low. There's the jump onto the Shaman on the sideline. It's falling down. They're dropping the ult. They'll take that one, but they get Roche. Newbee have the Aegis, but the Black Hole from Universe comes in at the pip out for the pit. And EG, they take 3. SCCC may get out as well as Kaka, but EG, they're happy with that. Cleaning up 3, getting Mugi, you know, the big kill on this Bloodseeker, top of the net worth. Absolutely fantastic there.
Yeah, Newbee has to pretty much, it's go time for them right now. They know all the ultis were used by EG. They got to pretty much go for those next 2 easy objectives, the top tower and the mid tower. 3-man Static Storm, nice epicenter coming up from the side, and then the Black Hole follow-up from Universe. Absolutely perfect to bring them all down.
If only they were a few seconds earlier, it could have been that little bit greater, but at the same time, you know, we talk about how well EG took that fight. Sweet little things there, like as soon as the Roshan was going down, Mugi drops the blood right. Make sure that there's no chance for any sort of Black Hole or team fight play to happen during the last seconds of that Roche life.
Now it's all about, like we said, playing around those cooldowns. EG does have, they have a good amount of longer cooldowns in comparison to Newbee's.
Oh, Crit. I mean, Mugi's like, are you alone? He's kind of questioning it. I mean, Crit's going to go drive the TP out, but the Boulder Smash is on point. Another freebie there for Newbee.
It's just a disruptor kill, though. It's not like this is a kill that leads into an objective. They have to make use of this time very well versus these heavy ultimates that EG has. And that's not really the best one, just as it's the 5 support. They're not getting a tower. And during this time, Black Hole's in 100 seconds, Epicenter's in about 20, and Zai's almost finished up the Blink Dagger now.
He's getting there. He's so close.
That's the big team fight that EG will have. Newbee has massive team fight with their Veil Earth Spirit combo, but once Sand King has Blink Dagger, then EG actually has a way to start the fight, which Newbee kind of lacks in a way. They have the Earth Spirit, but it's not that, you know, super reliable instant stun like a Sand King or something like that.
So if EG have any plans here around this tier 1 in the mid lane, at the moment Newbee getting away with a lot of damage upon it, and seems to be that EG will opt against holding this one. They'll put the fortification, but KP and SCCC stick around, finish off the tower.
Arteezy gets the tie.
Very nicely done there by Artur.
The patience. He had them there waiting for that whole entire 8-second duration.
He's got his Necro at level 2 on the way out. Second recipe being flown out right now. So we'll soon have that level 3 Necro. We've seen how much damage this can do. I mean, if he just gets that, the Necros on the Shaman with the Wolves, he's just gone in a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
It could do absolute wonders at bringing down the backliners.
No way for you to deal with it. It's very good versus Bristleback and Queen of Pain too. The mana burn is very, very significant versus Bristle. You know, the fight goes on longer and longer, the quills become obnoxious, but not if he's completely out of mana because of a Necro book. So it's going to be a really significant item pickup for EG in those team fights.
Mugi, SMY complete, and looking straight for the BKB next.
Arteezy constantly trying to scout with one of his wolves. He has one kept with him, and the other one is just pretty much securing the areas where he expects them to make movements onto himself. So good micro coming out from Artur as expected. 10K player on Lycan.
Newbee going from objective to objective here. Take the tier 1 in the mid lane, straight up to the top tower.
So that's great for them. You know, that in the 2 minutes or the 3 minutes that Black Hole is on cooldown, they were able to claim those 2 objectives and net themselves a kill. But Black Hole's up, Blink is online as well for Enigma. It's go time with that size tanking.
Indeed. They want to find something big. They know that SCC's there in the middle lane. They did spot him out as he cleared the wave, but they want to try and cut off this push that Newbee put together up top. KP on the front lines, still under the cover of smoke. EG have the ward there. They've got perfect vision. There's the jump forward. Malefice first onto Faith. Not looking to commit the ult because they don't need the black hole for that one. That's the Shaman down. Arteezy will transform as they may look to take more. KP controlled for the moment by the kinetic field. Universe keeping this. There's the jump again! Universe with the 3-man black hole! It's absolutely perfect! They take down 3. They get the Aegis as well. Mugi will escape. There's CCC also potentially in trouble. Universe blinking forward, getting the vision. Zai comes in with the burrow strike. SCCC one more blink. Do they want to chase it? Universe did have Malefice again, but they will let SCCC be. But beautiful play there from Universe. He just created the right amount of distance. I mean, he only just dodged like a boulder smash flying in, and bam, was able to come back in. And Newbee, they did not expect him to get away with that.
That big vision advantage. That vision advantage is so important. You see Kaka's going to come in later, and he tries to get a good boulder smash and silence. He actually misses the silence, and then Universe blinks over the stun and gets the black hole.
I mean, look at this. Universe kind of comes back, and then he sees Kaka. He's like, I got to get out of here, boys. I'm going to come back in now. Blinks over the boulder smash to come back in for that one.
That's where we always talk about as like pro players and analysts and stuff, how important vision can be in team fights. Having that ward there for them, EG has all the luxury to kind of be like, okay, this is who we're going to pick and choose and go on, where Newbee, they didn't really have any real vision in that fight to see where the Enigma was located.
Very, very nicely done there by Universe. Now, you've got to watch this, man. Game
Enigma
1
is the crucial one.
I mean, Universe, he is definitely one that you can, he is always going to keep his cool on the main stage. This is, Universe very unfazed by any sort of pressure that he's put under. And, you can see here. He's keeping it cool.
It's Uni. We know him.
BKB next on the menu for this Enigma, bottom lane, hunting for Zai. Zai will be safe, though. Not quite going to catch him there with a roll forward from Kaka. SCCC, relatively close now to having that Orchid complete, so... But at this rate, it is going to be a similar time to when that BKB is online on Universe. So.
EG's probably feeling pretty comfortable now with the way that the game is starting to develop after that Roche engagement. The big thing is getting that Blink BKB on the Enigma, like we're always talking about. There's no way for Newbee to cancel it. They have to play around it really well. So we have BKB going to be built next for Mugi on top of that SNY. Faith is trying to go for a Blink Dagger because they only really have the Earth Spirit for catch at the moment on Newbee. So he wants to be able to have that extra catch to be able to take the team fights better. Because they can't just rely solely on Kaka to do everything, be all the lockdown and catch on their team.
Bit of downtime now between the sides. They look towards these crucial item moments. I mean, 20 minutes in, 8-5.
This downtime's great for EG. Black Hole is just getting off the cooldown during all this. Crit.
Because hunting. Yeah, SCCC have found him. Crit again. Life of the support, constantly trying to get this deep vision out, but pretty much every time Newbee's been able to make him pay for it.
He got the ward down. He finished his urn before dying.
Sure.
This is just the job as a 5 support. You die for your team. You die for the cause. It's better than one of your cores dying. And now Black Hole is back online for EG, so they can try to make some plays. And BKB is about 300 gold away.
Okay, so there is a bit of a window now where SCCC does have the Orchid and no BKB, so depends if they see that on the Quap or if indeed they do try and make something happen before it. But I wouldn't be surprised if EG,
they can
as
just
you say,
sit back.
content waiting, get that BKB at least on Enigma, then look to make another attempt.
Arteezy continues to keep those wolves scouting out all over the place. Getting so much information on the map.
They do actually want to go. They want to try and fight. So Universe still vulnerable, but we saw how much he did before without having to rely on the BKB.
They're going to get a quick
Jump
easy
in.
pick.
Yeah, they'll look to just go immediately onto Faith. Malefice the Midnight Pulse down. They'll put the Reaper's side, make sure that Shaman's down for 50 seconds.
They can get an invasion play here too. Arteezy's already positioned top for the push, so easy tier 2 can be clean, but Kaka is in position. Newbee may want to actually try to contest this. Shadow Shaman's dead for 40 seconds.
Kaka with that Yules as well. And another way to play around this non-BKB Enigma at the moment.
Bristleback is very farmed right now. Hood and Solar Crest are very durable versus what EG has to throw off. Universe has to just sit all the way in the back. There's a deep ward though from Newbee, so they see everything for this engagement if they want to take it. But a trade is the choice coming up.
And in fact, Universe, he says, I can smell someone in these trees, clears out the tree line with the Midnight Pulse. An absolute jackpot. He hits it, finds Kaka.
And Crit's trying to set up for a glimpse play bottom. But Mugi hides in the trees, almost get the glimpse off.
That was close there. And nearly got the vision with that field. But still indeed taking a tier 2, keeping control of their own. EG now finding the favorable trades across the map.
Slowly pulling ahead. This is the first time actually that EG has taken the lead in net worth this game. 23 minutes in.
Still very, very early days here for both sides. Diffusal, the next item for Arteezy, and he's very close to having it as well. Talking about being close, Universe pretty much with that BKB done now. Can get that recipe sent out. And then these fights become a lot harder because what do you do at this stage about a BKB Enigma? There's actually nothing, is there, on Newbee?
They have to try to split the fights and take them on from different angles. Catch EG pretty much off guard. Arteezy does get silenced up by the Blood Right, but SumaiL there with the heals.
EG are here ready to turn if Newbee come in too hard. You've got both Zai and Universe in the tree line behind the side of EG, keeping themselves hidden. And Newbee, I think they're aware. They hang around the tier 1 and they don't bite the bait too hard. They hold back.
They see the courier just went through both their wards with the actual BKB recipe on it, so they now know that Universe does have that one and may dissuade them from trying to take a head-on-head fight. So Bloodseeker going to be building toward a Radiance next, actually. Switches it up from the BKB that he had in Quick Buy.
Yeah, the Radiance, I mean, that's going to be nice for numerous amount of reasons, really, isn't it? Something that they're going to hurt a little bit for the Ghost Shroud, something that just an extra thing that these two heroes, the Enigma and the Sand King, are looking to blink in. They have to now be aware of.
Just extra damage, easier ways for him to push out the waves, and he's probably thinking like BKB wouldn't really solve the issue that could happen in the fights where he's just going to get black-holed.
And always the missed chance. You've got two cores that aren't going to be building MKB anytime soon. Maybe Arteezy down the line, but still has that Diffusal Blade queued up. Yet to invest, so we could see him change his mind at any time. SCCC as well, just working towards the safer part of his build. BKB next on the menu for the Queen of Pain, but EG
playing around their vision, making the smoke rotations. Every single one of their smokes has been to one of their observer wards that they placed aggressively in the enemy jungle.
And I think SCCC realizes, he said, look guys, the mid lane, the top lane, it's starting to push in. No one's cleaning it out. Everyone's off the map. And this is obviously the weakness when you go for these 5-man smoke plays.
He draws a circle actually on top of all of EG. He knew exactly where their movement was coming.
I mean, at this state, what's the plan here? Roshan is back up.
Yeah, and that's the secondary one. This is where probably the big next fight's going to happen.
Sure.
The Aegis and Cheese. It's hard for Newbee. They have to find some type of pick-off. If they can do some type of way to get vision into the back lines and find that Enigma, that's their biggest case scenario. Other than that, it's very hard for them to take team fights.
Kaka eyeing up potential onto SumaiL. SCCC will blink away, but try and search in the tree lines here. There's the force forward to cut it in, and they know he's there. They've got the vision on him. He'll jump back, but there with the Midnight Pulse and the Malefice, Universe has the control. And Kaka, can he do anything to escape out? He'll have the roll up again in 5 seconds. Does have the Yule Scepter, but he's just going to accept his fate and get beaten down upon by EG.
They're just trying to split up as much as possible on the side of Newbee. Radiance is now finished on the Bloodseeker, but fighting into this Blink, the Blink BKB Enigma is, they don't want to do it. And now out of this, EG pick up a nice DD rune for Arteezy, walk into the pit. Easy Aegis and Cheese coming out for them.
Absolutely, Newbee nowhere near the area. No chance of contesting it at this state with the items, and as you said, DD just being an extra bit of a bonus there for Arteezy. Grab the Aegis, Cheese goes the way of SumaiL.
It's looking tough for Newbee. What's the solution? The solution versus the Enigma BKB is you gotta play around it somehow. But they're unable to really get any big opportunities around it. Because EG has been sticking mostly together. Not really giving Newbee any chance to get some pickoffs. BKB gonna be coming out for SCCC soon. So at least he'll have that for the Static Storm and for the Reaper Scythe, but it's still the problem.
They've nearly got the Blink on play, so that sort of catch, of course,
all right, so they've
could be crucial. If as you say, if they can get that jump onto Universe, and keep him out.
They just don't have a way this time around for Newbee to get vision. There's no vision hero, where EG has the Wolves, which have been constantly scouting out, and also they've had a bit of vision advantage in the game just through warding. Those deep aggressive wards in Newbee's jungle have been really hurting. We saw in that one big fight that Universe got the black hole. That's exactly what happened. It's because they had vision there.
Starting to put the pressure here in the middle lane. SumaiL, Force and Lotus complete. I mean, he's feeling very safe for the moment.
Oh yeah. The Lotus Orb is super good versus both the Bloodright and versus the Queen of Pain Orchid, but also just in case. I mean, if he gets that Lotus Orb and it gets, like, the Rupture comes out, Bloodseeker who's ruptured can't do anything in the fight. Has to be perfectly timed though before the Rupture comes out.
Basha going to be the build here from KP after the Solar Crest and Hood.
Ah, that could be one way to stop the black hole.
That's
right?
one way to go for the. If
get
you
an
can get that right angle
and get in the right angle. Nah,
but it's very hard to do so.
Yeah, pretty much impossible.
Now EG ready to push down mid. They've got an Arcane Rune on Universe, and obviously with the Aegis and Chi still in hand, they really want to try and make something happen here. EG.
Universe is scarily approaching it.
Do they get the glimpse back onto Kaka, but still a little too deep for EG to commit fully onto the Earth Spirit, but they're maintaining hold of Newbee deep behind the tier 2. So this tower is going to be very hard for them to defend, and indeed they will not. EG take the tier 2 tower. Crit thinking about whether there's potential to go in for a play here, and in fact, well, Arteezy, he just pops the ultimate and gets out of it. Continues the farm going.
Wants to go farm faster.
I guess, and maybe feels that they're just not going to take a team fight anytime soon with the way that Newbee are dodging it.
He wanted to cut the creep wave top as well with his book and his Necro, or with his wolf. He sees SCCC pushing top. He wants to farm Ancients and cut the wave and farm as much as he can with that, since there's not an engagement happening for a while. From the way that Newbee's playing, EG definitely has that kind of read. They're all just kind of farming. They're in a position where they don't really know what they want to do, how they want to take the fights, because I feel like BKB Enigma is just so damn threatening. And especially now, Aegis and Cheese doesn't help either.
I mean, Universe as well, with the amount of space he's being given. Very, very close to having a full-out Octarine.
Almost Octarine with the level 18 on top, and he's already got the cooldown reduction talent on top. So when he's got level 18, it gets down to that, like, what, 98 second, I believe it is, or something. Very close to that duration, or 102 seconds.
And it really goes to show, again, how sort of passive this game has started to fall into this period. You look at all 6 cores, they're pretty much at the same pace. This is just, 6 top tier, best in the world players, just having all the space that they want and just hitting creeps. And no one's messing up, everyone's keeping at the same stage at this point of the game. EG overall, slight lead.
I would assume that EG probably feels a bit happier with the pace of the game. Like,
well, because of their heroes?
Perfect for them. Yeah, because they have they have the BKB Enigma. If you get to the point where you have Refresher 2 on top, it's like almost impossible for them to really take fights. And now with the Aegis still online, with Assault finished up for Arteezy, they can try to take an engagement.
Let's see what they can get here.
Newbee still just, they know. They just hide inside their base, have 1 or 2 heroes split pushing. They have no intentions of taking fights versus EG.
No. As soon as those 5 heroes are off the map, Newbee seemingly playing a wedge. This SCCC is still down bottom.
They might lose Kaka here. If he gets spotted out by Zai, it's a possibility.
I see they do scan.
They do get the scan.
Connects onto SCCC, and with a Midnight Pulse, they're going to catch him. There we go, straight away with the black hole. No messing around. Polar Smash will connect, but it's too late. The Queen of Pain's down, and Kaka with that play may have just paid with his own life. Will Yules up the SK to try and get around it, but you can't Yules underneath the Tornado. He's stuck in the kinetic field. EG, they're going to get both of them out of this push. They even bring in SumaiL to add a bit of extra pain there to the death of the Earth Spirit. Down for 70 seconds.
That map awareness.
These scans, they can read it. They know that someone's hiding there, and who better to find than SCCC on the Queen of Pain? Massive catch.
Yeah, super worth it for EG to take engagements with one-man black holes like that. They know that there's no way Newbee wants to fight them, so spending it on just the main core hero is more than worth it. And now it's going to be Octarine finished up for Enigma, and they can start their tower siege on that tier 2 bottom, which that's all the outer towers.
Yep, they've got Assault Caress finished on Arteezy. Everything's ready to go for this. As you say, just no black hole, but with the position that they're in, definitely capable of taking a fight without that.
It's not going to take too long to come back up either. 90 seconds for this one, but the next one is 90 seconds after, but now the next one's going to be much faster with that Octarine finished up.
And 90 seconds in a game that's going at this sort of pace, it's not that much, as you say. But the chance that anything crazy happens in favor of Newbee in 90 seconds.
They know the black hole's down. This is their time to try to make something happen.
But do they leave the base? It's still risky. It looks like, I mean, do they go out or do they just wait?
I think they have to try to make plays around the black hole timing. Like every single time it's down like that. It's going to get to a point where it's always going to be up. But they're struggling to get their waves out. The top wave and mid wave are out, but bottom now, they're going to have to show heroes.
And Newbee, understandably, very, very careful in this position. I mean, KP has the Abyssal. Arteezy himself. Nearly BKB on top of the Assault Cuirass, and obviously with those two items, he's going to be feeling pretty invincible in these fights.
Yeah. It's like the farm when you look at it, like you said, you look at the top 6 and it looks like Newbee can, they're in a way to be able to contest, but it's just the threat of the black hole. Yeah. It's just how much it really can. It's not even the threat, it is the black hole because he has the BKB and the blink. And here we go, smoke, it's 20 seconds till it's up. They draw the line. They see the Bloodseeker bottom now too, so they know that he's not going to be in the fight right away.
This should be a successful move from EG. Newbee, are they ready for this? Kaka on the front of it all. He's going to be the one to tank it. Jump forward straight away. They're looking for more. EG, they're not contented with just one. They get the vision. Drag back KP. Held in the midnight pulse with the Necro units out as well. EG just ripping through this bristleback, and KP's gone as well. Evil Geniuses.
Oh boy. It's looking impossible for Newbee to do anything. They don't even have to use black hole. At that time, it is just the threat of the black hole. Newbee has to completely disperse and unable to take any fight versus EG.
And of course, this push that EG are going to have, Assault Cuirass, the Necro units out, the sustain that SumaiL can offer, it's going to be terrifying. They drop the Serpent Wards in an effort to push EG back, and it looks like that will actually do the job for now, as EG back away and aren't going to look to push in any further. But as you say, EG very, very comfortable with the position they're in. They can wait out these bigger items. Now they do have that BKB on Arteezy, feeling that they're under no pressure whatsoever. They've got a 7k gold lead, not necessarily the biggest, but they know they take one fight with, or as we saw without that black hole, get the push on with the Necro books out. It's very hard for Newbee to put a stop to, and unless they have something like the Serpent Wards and the rest of their ultimates available.
I think Newbee might start trying to do some things that are desperate because it's just looking to get worse and worse as the game progresses versus EG.
I mean, it really feels like, we saw Mugi absolutely have an incredible time in that top lane, but at this stage, it feels like the Bloodseeker is just struggling to offer anything. I mean, it feels like Newbee even realize it themselves, as they're not even actively trying to fight with or around the Bloodseeker. They're just sort of letting Mugi farm and just hoping for the best by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's the BKB that we were talking about. It's just too much. They can't deal with it. They have no way to counter it. But now they're trying to bait SCCC mid. Maybe this could be the play that works for them.
BKB comes out, and now the potential turnaround. Universe will commit the black hole, but he didn't pop the BKB. It's silence. Now the turnaround. They will take down SumaiL. Can they get anything more? Arteezy pops the BKB, starts to chase towards Kaka. They found Faith. Kaka's going to be able to roll away safely. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Newbee with the edges. They've taken down SumaiL. Now Zai jumps in looking for Mugi. Mugi will get taken down. Now it's EG getting the lead. SCCC trying to finish her crit. Earn a Shadow's heal. Not enough to keep the Disruptor alive. Arteezy's lost the ultimate form. SCCC jumping back in. Kaka's there looking for the setup. Yule's up onto Zai. They've got the control. Boulder Smash connects onto both. SCCC trying to finish him off, but Zai up to the high ground. Do they have the vision? They don't have any sentries down at that point, so Zai will be able to continue to run. KP though chasing down Arteezy. 4 stack. Can Universe save him? He can't. Nothing he can do to keep KP off Arteezy. And a beautiful fight there. I mean, as you said, it was absolutely the bait there from Newbee, encouraging them, EG, to go in on that kill. We saw, the confidence that EG had just blowing that black hole on one target. Universe not even preemptively popping his BKB before committing, and then it just fell apart.
Don't think they expected everyone else to be there just because of the way Universe black hole. You usually wouldn't see him make that kind of mistake. He must have thought, hey, it's just a Queen of Pain here. No one else is in the area. I don't want to waste my BKB, but definitely paying for that one,
again.
Paying for that choice.
He's straight away going in, and immediately, once that BKB's not out, Blood Right, the pull from the Spirit, it's all going to be there. And, being able to clean off the squishy backliners, they do get the one support. Kaka too elusive. And with fights like that, Newbee starting to close the gap back up. EG do still have the lead.
That's
Newbee, they're into the pit.
The dream scenario.
They're going to get it.
They get that fight happening. Universe doesn't click the BKB, of course, if they get the win in the fight, and the Roche responds right afterwards, so Aegis Cheese going in their favor. They could not have asked for something better than that.
Very well played sequence of events there from Newbee, but definitely had the potential for that to roll out because of EG overstepping the mark and getting a little too confident with the position they were in.
Yeah. They don't really have like the craziest amount of damage in the black hole if there's someone who's BKB'd, if Arteezy's not in position. So that fight, Arteezy was far on the left side when the black hole came out. Of course, it got canceled instantly, but he also got Abyssal too. So they need to make sure if they do use the black hole on targets that are BKB'd, they need to have Arteezy in range to be able to do those. But, you know, of course, it's if the also the black hole lasts full duration.
I love this. I didn't know if he was going to do this, but he has confidence. The Blink Abyssal. Go for it. He is literally just playing this game to get behind and on top of Universe.
It was it's something we consider that could be an option. He could try to get into it. Sometimes it's still impossible. If you place the black hole like right on top of yourself or just a little bit ahead of yourself, you actually can't get behind them to use that Abyssal Blade. But it's still not even a bad item pick up to be able to get into those back lines. If he's able to like blink into the back and Abyssal Blade onto like the Disruptor or something during some of those follow-ups, it can work really great for their follow-up.
BKB done. The Bloodseeker, you got to watch it as well for the durations of like universes. What's this down to now? He's only used the couple at the bottom, so it's just down to the 9. But once that starts to get low, there are going to be more and more openings for Newbee to fight around that threat.
They just, that's a big, I mean, it's a huge swing. It's almost 7,000 gold swings because of getting that Aegis and Cheese in that big fight. So now it puts EG in a little bit of a fearful position to play into it because you don't want to play with your black hole into multiple lives, and this is where Newbee's going to try to take advantage of it, because if the black hole does come off with the BKB, they don't have to cancel it now. They can wait for people to respawn and do that. Crit, trying to walk up. He's going to tank the game.
He's going to get jumped on. Will get the Glimmer Cape off and jumps back, but the Boulder Smash comes through. They're trying to turn around the Universe coming in, but no! He gets it up, but it's only onto 1. Will kill the Shadow Shaman, but overall, EG, they're falling apart. SumaiL's gone. Universe just has to TP out of there. Arteezy trying to man up against SCCC, but he blinks away. Newbee just chasing down. Glimmer Cape is on him again. Crit will save him, but Crit pays with his life. And again, Newbee.
This is huge for Newbee now. They can actually go high ground. There's no black hole now. The only threat is Epicenter.
No buybacks either on the 2 that are down. Will pop the Aegis there on the side. Zai trying to slow them down with the Burrow Strike. But I don't think Newbee will have any plans of backing up. They're going to stand their ground, push in onto the tier 3s here.
This could be
now. They just jump in with the Abyssal. The Boulder Smash comes through onto 2. Newbee, they're doing it here. They found nearly Arteezy as well. No, the cheese comes out. Arteezy will survive. Buyback forced out though from Zai. Newbee still clean up the melee racks in the middle lane. And Newbee, they played this game very patiently, and ever since that bit of a blunder from EG in the middle lane, Newbee getting the momentum back behind them now with the 2k gold lead themselves, and they're not done. They're moving down to the bottom lane. They really want to abuse this time. How long till Black Hole for?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
They got Shadow Shaman too. This is
going to be a second set of racks for Newbee here. No holding back. They are not leaving this base. Universe, 17 seconds to the black hole. Can they keep those in track? They can't. The melee racks are gone. They make the jump in onto KP. Can they actually get this kill? The Midnight Pulse is down. They do have the Reaper side. They'll bring down the Bristle. But 2 melee racks gone. Newbee, they've done their work. They're going to be all smiles at the moment, and Evil Geniuses are going to feel incredibly shaken up.
Incredibly impressive there, the way that they played around it. Universe unable to get the perfect black holes there. And Newbee just punishes it so heavily. It just shows, though, too, how much EG does rely on getting those black holes. So if they can put Universe in like a frantic position to be forced to use that, this is where they could shine.
And then he comes in, and even though despite how close Kakra is only getting Faith, it was exactly what you said as well. He does it on top of himself.
I think he saw the Abyssal. Yeah, he's making sure that it doesn't get cancelled off.
But it meant that it wasn't good enough. And Newbee, yeah, look at that. Esther, he loves it.
A little bit of a victory dance.
He absolutely loves it.
That's got to feel good.
It absolutely has. In a game as well, 42 minutes again, only 19 to 12. But as we saw, ever since sort of the 10-minute mark, EG the ones to put their foot down. But bam, now Newbee taking down 2 melee racks. in a fantastic position. I mean, EG, of course, they still have this incredible push. They take one fight, they get one big black hole. They can do the same that Newbee achieved to them. They can clean up 2 racks in a matter of a minute. But they need to find that fight, and at the moment, Newbee are not letting them get it.
EG wants to be the ones making the jump happen now. The last 2 times, it's been Newbee kind of like baiting / positioning EG into responding. Now EG wants to be the ones to be dictating it rather than that responsive, because that's where mistakes happen. Yeah. When you're forced to just react to people, you're just like in that frantic instinct kind of thing, and you jump, and that's where the mistakes.
And Arteezy as well with this build, I think he realizes, you know, they've got to just rely on getting one fight and pushing. He's looking to pick up the Desolator. Yeah. Just everything that they can get together to make sure that that one fight they win, that's when they close the game up.
He's all their physical damage too. Everyone else is magical on the side of EG, so he knows his job. He knows what he needs to be doing in this game.
And we did see, of course, in that last fight, you know, Arteezy is still incredibly scary for Newbee. They have to keep their distance. But once his sort of backlines fall down around him, he doesn't have the control to hold someone like SCCC in place. We saw, you know, last fight, the Queen of Pain being 1 hit away from being taken down, but the Blink...
Newbee's got their lanes in good positions.
And there's the jump, look for the free pick on to start things off. Crit, can he get out? He cannot. Or maybe he can. Wait with the Glimmer Gap. No, SCCC waiting on the high ground. Will bring him down. 50 seconds. Crit does have buyback available. And EG, of course, will be doing everything to make sure they're not mega creeped. They do have that top lane fairly pushed out. Tier 2 still standing.
Yeah. SCCC already. He's like, yeah, we need to force this top lane, actually. It's really important for them to do that. 30 seconds till Crit respawns. We have Universe is about...
He's close.
He's like 1,300 gold away from the refresher, so they will have that the threat of the double black hole, but it's still about landing it. And if Newbee still, I think that's the best way for them to take these fights is to run in and force EG's hand, rather than EG just taking the pick when they want to and playing around their vision. Right now, it's very limited, actually, for EG. It's pretty much just those wolves walking around and that one ward that they did place just before during that push. So with those 2 side lanes always pushing in, and Newbee always has a lot of information on the map and allows himself to accrue a bigger and bigger advantage during this downtime.
And you can see EG with the smoke. They were hoping that Newbee would come in for that tier 2 push, but Newbee, they're smarter than that. They're not going to just throw themselves in. I mean, now they'll come forward. SumaiL has revealed. They keep KP on the front lines.
SCCC is a big threat now, too. 6 slotted. Well, he can still replace the Veil, but with the Mjolnir finished up and the level 25, 60% lifesteal talent, that can be another factor they have to add in.
But he's massive. Yeah. He really is. 24,000 net worth, 45 minutes in. I said at the start I was excited to see this. This is something we've seen in the past. SCCC, definitely one of his flashiest and finest heroes, the Queen of Pain, and this game looking to be no exception.
This is the perfect time for Newbee to start pressuring like this. It's the double catapult wave, the first one of the game that starts coming out. You see the 2 side lanes being heavily forced in, and top lane will meet there with the double catapult as well. They can start to set up that siege.
What do EG do? They are holding close to them dearly, this tier 2 tower. Newbee being so safe with the way that they slowly siege this top lane.
SCCC is not even with his team right now. He's farming jungle. He's trying to get as much as he can during that downtime. Should be able to claim the tier 2 here. Maybe they don't expect EG to commit super hard on the defense, but EG is. And now SCCC starts to make his movement back over.
The wards do get farmed up very quickly there by EG.
The side lanes, though, that's the issue. The catapults start hitting on the shrines in the mid lane, so Shrine is almost actually brought down. It's at about 150 life. And the bottom wave...
Oh, they've actually found him here. They jump in, they find him in the trees. They have the shackle onto Zai. Arteezy posts the BKB, now make the leap onto paper. SCCC comes on the back line. Universe will hold him in place with the BKB black hole. Have they got the damage to finish off? Yes, they have. Zai comes in with the AP. Hey, Evil Genius, they found 2. Can they get KP as well? SumaiL has to keep his distance. They've lost Arteezy. Arteezy does not have buyback. Mugi manning up with the BKB, looks towards Zai, will get the kill, gets the heal, keeps himself alive. KP moving in on SumaiL, Reaper side, not enough to bring down the Bristle. The mana, oh my god, the tower hits, is it enough? KP will finally go down. Universe does it there with the Midnight Pulse. EG have lost 3, but at the same time bringing down 3 members of Newbee themselves.
But EG's base, it's getting destroyed by these creeps and catapults.
I mean, as we can see there, gold does slightly favor EG. You know, because of the fact that they were behind. Being able to kill SCCC on the Queen of Pain is amazing, but Mugi, he escapes alive. Arteezy loses his life again. And as you say, the pressure still certainly on for EG. So whereas they may have been able to slow down Newbee's advance onto the base, unlikely that anything's going to happen whilst these Newbee heroes are down because of their own casualties.
The big thing for EG there now is that Universe will have refresher for the next upcoming engagements.
I mean, look at this here. We're going to be able to get a shot at Universe's perspective. Comes in, looks to the side, realizes, bam, he can commit onto this Queen of Pain.
He's still always, you see how he's using the black hole every time. He places it right on top of stuff just to make sure that that Bristleback can't blink and get the Abyssal Blade off. Very important to note those things.
Still, as we say, Newbee still with the lead.
Roche is back. It's third Roche, another Aegis and Cheese. And since we are past that 40-minute mark for quite a bit now, we do have the double runes that will be playing into favor. And oh look, a DD right outside the pit.
Perfect timing here. Newbee, they are going to have everyone back up. Same to be said for Evil Geniuses, but Newbee already closer to the pit. And EG having to deal with these lanes, being pushed in by the super creeps. There's very little chance that EG can contest this Roshan, and this should be a free Aegis and a cheese into the pockets of Newbee. They'll make a scan. EG starting to move a couple over, but it's not going to be anywhere.
The cheese is still on the ground. Oh, they actually pick it up. Arteezy almost got the
It looked like he was going to be able to deny it.
Yep. SCCC actually picked it up. It looked like he was leaving it for somebody else, but after they didn't grab it right away, he's like, no. Now he passes it over to Mugi.
They need one more of those black hole holds. And this is the thing, as we've seen. Universe, he needs to catch the cores.
Yeah.
And when he does it, it's because of the placement that he has to go for. It's so hard for him to get anything more than just that. But taking down one core can certainly put a hold to the push that Newbee try and bring on.
And it's thankful this time that they have the refresher versus the Aegis and Cheese. So now they at least have those two black holes versus the multiple lives that Newbee will have. EG. Looks like they're trying to take an unexpected fight at this tier 2 with the way Universe is positioned. But now they've shown all their faces. So now Zai actually also has a Lincoln Sphere picked up. So now if Zai throws the Lincolns on Universe, they actually cannot.
Oh, they're opening up in Black Hole. Will be committed onto KP. They're trying to burst down the Bristle on the sidelines.
He gets the cheese up though.
Gets the two-man burst up, and indeed the cheese comes out. The son of a Universe with a refreshing Black Hole. He's caught two. Has a corner SCCC, but will bring down Mugi. But Evil Geniuses, they've lost two. Buyback immediately on both SumaiL and Universe. They'll try and re-enter the fight. SumaiL falling down low. Burrow strike comes out from Zai. They will fight KP a second time. Silence is now onto the Queen of Pain. The Midnight Pulse pre-E. SCCC down low. He'll lose the Aegis. He's gone. Buyback from Crit. The Islanders are out. Can they get back in on this? Mass buyback from Newbee. They want to finish this game off. SCCC jumps forward. Will have the Shadow Strike reflected back to him.
This is their time to end it. They know that even Bristle buyback. Look, yeah, they know there's no black holes. Every single ulti.
Fully in Newbee. Can EG really hold? 60 seconds until the black hole's back. 60 seconds before Arteezy's back in the game.
This is a double catapult wave as well that's going to be coming in for the 50-minute mark.
Zai just doing everything he can to slow them down. Jumps in with a bonus strike. The Midnight Pulse bringing Mugi down low, but the wards are there. Faith gets the shackles, but the force back keeps him alive. But turning around with the boulder pull does silence the Sand King. Faith goes Scepters, drawing their attention towards the side. Zai with the Sandstorm and the Malefice is enough to bring down Faith. They pull down the Shaman. SCCC jumps in. BKB's pop. Turning towards Universe. Universe keeping himself alive with the Midnight Pulse and the Ultra Recoil heal. SCCC blinks away. Arteezy's back in the game. Back up. SCCC comes back. Crit brings him back in. Arteezy takes him down. SCCC's gone, but he did not buy back for that affair. He was already alive, so he is not on the dieback. And that cost 4 buybacks from Evil Geniuses, an incredibly costly hold, but a hold that they did have to fully commit to. And it did work. They keep those racks alive. And now we're at the point where those ultimates are going to come back into play. Black Hole is there for Universe. 20 seconds and he's got the refresher as well.
Newbee's in a threat now. If they could, if they lose a couple heroes, they can just lose the game. They expended majority of their buybacks too. Like you said, the Queen of Pain did not, but the Bloodseeker, I believe, what? We had Bloodseeker buyback, Bristleback buyback, and the Shadow Shaman buyback.
You kill the Bloodseeker, you knock him down for 2 minutes. EG.
They're looking to force it.
Can they really turn this? They're sitting at a 10k gold loss. They are down 2 racks, and that top 3, the top racks, they are now exposed.
You see this top fight again. Just able to get the cheese off on KP here was super crucial in the fight. Secondary black hole, excellent, but SCCC just demolishing Universe during that, but all the buybacks forced out.
And now here we go. EG, they're knocking on the doorstep of Newbee, pushing down the middle lane. Nice bit of goal there for Mugi as he cleans up the Eidolons with the Blood Right. But EG, they have to commit pretty hard for this. There is definitely an opportunity to take this game if they can bring down Mugi.
Level 25
whole universe puts the BKB, preemptively tries to get the jump. He found the black hole. It is onto KP. So they actually have the damage to finish him off. Zai comes in with the epicenter.
He found him.
Oh,
he saves him. Oh my God.
It keeps KP alive. Beautiful play from Kaka. He managed to save him. There's the second black hole for universe is down. They've lost two. Sonic Wave flies through from SCCC. Triple kill for Mugi. EG are all dead. And GG.
Kaka, are you kidding me?
Kaka. What a play there. The Aghanim Zerspirit, I believe he only just picked it up. Oh, keeping KP alive.
My God, that was absolutely beautiful.
Wow. And with that, that's EG down, knocked down to the lower bracket. Newbee with an incredibly deserved victory. 2-0.
We talked about the Blink BKB Enigma so much, but that was just damn impressive how Newbee played around it. Small mistakes from EG costing them heavily, but Newbee recognized what they wanted to do in this game. They had to change the pace and make sure they were the ones causing the fights to happen, and that's what they did.
Absolutely. Wow. I mean, Newbee, what a series for them to open up their run here at TI7. 2-0ing EG down to the lower bracket. And we saw that, I mean, the end of that game, EG certainly gave it their all. There were big attempts. Universe very nearly finding the black holes to seal the deal, but Newbee, they were just a step ahead from the Blink to the Abyssal plays. And that final play, that Kaka with the Ags. There was just nothing they could do. I mean, I think they saw it. They probably didn't realize what was going on. They were like, hang on. Suddenly this Bristleback that we're throwing everything on has turned into a stone and is sliding back towards the fountain.
Absolutely perfect timing. That was incredibly well played by Newbee. EG had very high moments, but just the small things, that's what matters here at the International.
Wow. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Newbee 2-0 against Evil Geniuses. We're going to head back to the panel, see what Day9 and the lads have to say about that one. PPD, how are you doing, boy?
Oh. What a game. What a game. That was stressful to watch because it was a game about universe. It was a game about being able to get the black holes that were needed, all the itemization that we saw on the side of Newbee, the Abyssal Blade and Blink, just to be able to have someone to disable Enigma during the black hole. Oh my gosh, and I cannot believe the clutch saves that came out of Newbee in that game.
The end of the game just had me screaming.
I know.
That is probably the play of the day, potentially the play of the tournament.
Yeah,
for sure.
That Bristleback did not have buyback.
Especially when the game started with, like, it was very good for Newbee with the like lanes. They had almost 3 guys mid. They had the Rasta nuking the mid hero for EG, SumaiL, and they even had the ES walking around and sniping couriers. So after that, to get into the game with the black holes to a turn for Newbee after that was just amazing.
I mean, PPD was saying this right at the start of the match. There's no real answer to black hole on the other team.
I couldn't believe they managed. Yeah. I can't believe they managed to win that game. That was, I don't know. I thought that EG had it for sure. Like Universe was going to clutch up and just multi-hero black holes every single time.
And that was the story of the mid game too. There were so many successful black holes where Newbee looked helpless, but what an unbelievable comeback.
Yeah. There were a lot of close ones. One where he popped the cheese right before the refresher came out. He was really close to catching Queen of Pain and another hero, but instead he just got one, and the Queen of Pain just went rampant in the team fight. That game was tight.
I mean, with so many incredible moments, I'm excited to hear Purge's thoughts on the match. What went right and what went wrong for the teams?
Well, there was a lot of really good game plan out of EG here. In the draft, they basically aimed for the mid game. Newbee's plan was all about the lanes, basically. Amplify their Bloodseeker, give him what they needed, maybe shut down SumaiL on the Necrophos. We saw that many times Mugi got a solo kill on Universe just by having insane damage potential, and Universe not realizing just how big of a threat that was. He ended up dying here. SCC, Zai did a great job, by the way, zoning what the Earth Spirit was trying to do to accomplish by roaming mid, but ultimately Queen of Pain is way too much to handle, and he ends up dying here as well. So across the board, it was a pretty big gold advantage, actually, about a 2K advantage, or 3K advantage on 9 minutes. But the advantage that EG had that really pushed them into the big lead this game was a mobility advantage. And a lot of that's around Glimpse from Disruptor, because if a core is pushing in a bad place, then EG can always bring him back and guarantee a kill. So we started seeing this as the team fights happen. EG got a little lucky with showing up at this Roche fight, but the important thing is that mobility advantage ends up killing one hero at the start, and they use their much superior team fight, which hurt them in the laning stage, to easily win fight after fight after fight. Saw the same thing in this second clip, if it'll play. Again, Shadow Shaman dying right at the start of the fight, which ended up giving them a great team fight. So ultimately what finally put them on the back foot, which is them getting 2-raxed, was only the one-man black hole. But I think even if he caught the Earth Spirit in this, maybe they kill 2 heroes, this is the point of the game where finally Newbee has the mobility advantage back from their opponents. They have BKBs, they're going to run their opponents down, and if you don't kill at least 1 core at the start, it's going to lead to this situation where Newbee eventually catches up, ends up winning the team fight, and possibly even gets 2 racks. So this was the big turning moment in the fight that got Newbee into the lead.
And boy, did they take advantage of it. I mean, it's one thing to find an edge in a team fight. It's another thing to convert that into the double barracks kill they managed to pull off. Now, given that we have had Evil Geniuses and Team Liquid fall to lower brackets, we now have 2 Chinese teams who have advanced. And here to talk to the winner from Newbee, we got Casey with Faith.
And Jack will be helping us translate. Faith, congratulations. The panelists were just talking about how exhausting and exciting it was to watch that second game. At one point, it looked like EG was going to be making a comeback. How much did patience play a factor in your strategy to come back and win?
就是恭喜你们2-0战胜EG，然后刚才那场比赛特别精彩，特别激烈。他们想问的就是，第2场比赛就是有时候看上去好像EG快要翻盘，你们有一段时间局势也有点烈，那你们是如何找到就是胜利的就如何打出胜利的那场？
就是他们那个谜团很肥，除了跳到 BB 以后，我们就是不好打前手或者去集火那个 NEC， 然后有一波他们中路那个 NEC 被我们抓了，然后那个谜团就差不多没开 BB， 然后空拉了那个 QP 被打断了，然后我们把他杀了，带了个盾，然后后面就好打了。
So about that Enigma, he was very farmed. He had like BKB and Refresher. So at that point, we realized that we had to focus our fire on the Necrophos. There was that one fight mid where the Enigma jumped, ulted without the BKB, so we were able to break that with the Queen of Pain and able to kill them there and kill the Necrophos as well. So that gave us the opportunity after that to get the Aegis and be able to win it going forward.
You're facing IG next. You won TI2 with IG. I have 2 questions about that. First, how does it feel to face a team that you've already played when they've gone the entire way? But secondly, how do you think TI has changed as far as the style and level of play over the last several years?
那么当然你也是2012年的 TI 冠军那往年你是 IG 的队员，下一轮你们的对手就是你的老俱乐部 IG， 所以对于这方面你有些什么样的感受？再加上作为一名老选手，以前也得过冠军的你觉得这几年 TI 有些什么样的变化让你比较深刻的感到？
我也很开心吧，就他们也赢了 Liquid， 就是下一个对手也是中国队，然后现在就是TI 办的可能就是越来越好了。
I'm really happy to be facing up against them. They beat Liquid, and we're glad to be playing another Chinese team up next. And the TI has just been getting better and better over the years.
I know you all boot camped together. You went 1-1 against IG in group stage. Did you learn anything differently once you saw them in group stage versus what you knew before as far as their style and level of play heading into TI?
那么就是国队今年基本上就是在国内一起训练的，备战 TI 那么就是你们在小组赛也对战过 IG， 好像是打了1-1平。那么你们从小组赛跟他们交锋时，有没有学到一些或者看到他们别的一些战术？
然后他们就是有一套狼人、夜魔、蝙蝠，感觉压制力特别厉害，因为小狼可以开视野，然后他们开过去抓人的时候命中率特别高。
They have one combination with the Lycan, the Bat Rider, and the Night Stalker that we feel is really strong. With the Wolves on the Lycan being able to provide vision, they're very good at ganking and just controlling vision and kind of controlling off of that. So it's something that's very strong and we'll have to be prepared for.
Jack, thank you. Faith, congratulations. We look forward to chatting with you again, and we'll send it back to you, Sean.
Thank you so much. I'd like to stress again, I cannot believe how calm Newbee played during that entire game, especially with the black holes. Truly just unbelievable that they were able to convert in that position. I mean, I'm surprised at how calm Faith actually is after that match. I would be losing my mind.
He is an experienced veteran. This is not his first time on the TI stage. He's very comfortable with winning.
Well, are you allowed to get excited at any point if you're a player?
I don't think, not until you win.
I remember at TI5 when you guys won, you just looked tired.
Well, we were a different kind of a team. We don't get that excited.
Yeah, his feelings are all just crumpled up and dead in there. Just want to play Dota.
Dota playing machines, right?
That's
what Fear
fantastic.
said. Dota playing robot, or what did he say?
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just that every team really wants to win. So like no one is just satisfied to win this series to get into the top 6, because getting top 6 is like, sure, it's good, but you really want to win, right?
You guys are like way more calm and steely than I am. I would be freaking out like every 15 minutes of every single game, maximum emotion.
Not a lot of teams showed up here to get top 6.
It's the reason I'm not in the top 6 of TI.
Maybe next year, man.
Maybe next year. I don't know.
Open qualifiers are available to anyone.
I believe in myself. I play with a jungling Bloodseeker who goes Radiance before Boots. Now, there is an interesting little piece that was made as PPD, you may very well know.
Yeah.
Position 5 for EG.
Very well fitting for what just happened.
Of course, PPD. Was asked to give a little feedback to 2015's PPD. Let's see what Peter had to say to himself.
Hello? Peter? This is Peter. Peter who? How'd you get this number? I'm you from the future. Listen, we need to talk about Arteezy. He's gonna leave the team. What are you talking about? He already left the team. No. He's going to join EG again and then leave again for Team Secret. What? Does I go too? He takes Universe this time. He takes Universe? Don't worry about Universe. He's only gone for a month. Did you kick Owie yet? Well, I kicked Owie? Why would I do that? You know, you and him didn't get along too well. Should I kick Owie? Huh. It's up to you, but I can help you win TI6 if you want. Wait, who wins TI6? Wings. Who's Wings? Listen, if all else fails, you might need to make a new team. What happened to EG? Well, you own EG now. Makes sense. So, where are you now? I'm at TI7. How do we do in groups? EG's doing well, but you're not playing. You're working main stage panel. Panel?
Ah, what a monument to vanity for PPD. Oh.
What am I doing up here?
This is the only time that this live audience here has actually clapped to us.
Go EG.
Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, PPD, one of the top 15 panelists in the world here today. Well done, well done. Did you ever think that you would climb all the way to the pinnacle of the Dota 2 community and be on this panel?
Did you?
That's right. Every 3K player has his dreams.
Hey, you inspire everybody else. It's possible, right?
Yes, I believe. Dude, Merlini, tell me what you thought of PPD talking to himself there, man. You think he had good judgment to his past self?
That was a brilliant piece. I forgot all the things that happened.
Yeah.
It's only been 2 years.
God, that was great.
I was just trying to chill out and just play some Dota, grab some W's along the way, maybe a couple of championships. It's tough out there, Everybody's hungry to win.
Now, of course, with EG going to lower brackets, this means that we are done with the upper bracket matches for today. Now we begin the best of one eliminations. Yes, I see the thumbs up. What are the thumbs up for?
I'm just ready to see some hearts break, that's all.
That's so savage.
It's the most exciting part of the tournament. When people are fighting for their lives, the elimination part is really the exciting part. Like, sure, EG and Liquid lost today, but we'll see them again tomorrow, right?
What I love so much about these competitions is those super tense moments, like the Universe black hole. Just all the focus was on how that went, and Newbee was able to capitalize. And now every single match in lowers, we are going to be playing today, back to back to back. And of course, are there any specific people who are in lowers that surprise you?
Obviously, OG.
Obviously, I mean, that's a gimme. Yeah.
I'm actually a little surprised to see Empire there. I expected them to be bottom 2.
Yeah.
But I think Resolution's a big improvement.
Right.
Anyone else?
Well, right now we have Team Secret versus Execration, which will be the next match on the stage. Cloud9 versus Team Empire, OG versus Infamous, and IG Vitality versus Digital Chaos.
If there's like any other team that I would say, then it's like Secret that actually, at least I thought we're gonna make it to the upper bracket, but they've been kind of shaky the past months. But I really think that they would make it to upper bracket with their newest addition.
They were
YapzOr.
very dominant in the EU qualifiers. YapzOr, one of the best position 4s out there, in my opinion. They find themselves in the lower bracket, but I think they're probably favorites going into this matchup.
I mean, one thing to keep in mind is that in group stages, a lot of the people in the middle were super close. I mean, like TNC was 9-7, Secret was 7-9, IG Vitality was 7-9. 1 or 2 games going better or worse in there is just all it takes to pop up into uppers and lowers. So I really do think that there's a number of these types of teams that probably are going to be dominant in their matchup.
Maybe the Group B teams. 2 Group B winners today. I was talking crap on Group B earlier.
Yeah, man.
He's just getting smacked.
Dude, Group B is where it's at. And in fact, to get a little bit of insight into one of the competitors, into Team Secret, we have an interview with Casey.
You placed 4th at TI6 with Fnatic, so I'm curious what brought you to Team Secret.
I always wanted to play with Puppey because he's like one of the best captains, right? And I play a bit different Dota, like it's more on Western side, and maybe it's more suitable with them. That's why I chose Secret.
So you said your style of play is a little bit more Western than it is Southeast Asia style. Why do you think that is?
If I compare it to Dota is more like very goofy, like they just go, like they don't care. And I think I care more about like objective sometimes. And back in Fnatic, like I have different opinions between my teammates, and you don't just go with the flow all the time.
Do you feel like you can be more yourself on this particular team than other teams?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah?
I'm in control right now.
There's a balance.
Yeah, there's a balance.
You mentioned that you always wanted to be captained by Puppey. How is his style as a captain and as a leader on the team different from other captains that you've had?
In Fnatic, I had Mushi as my captain, and I think the difference is like Mushi is more emotional, deep inside of him, so sometimes he couldn't control his emotion and then things just blows up. And Puppey is more like calm, and even he has some kind of emotions in it, he will just control it. He will make you understand like what you should be doing in the game and what you should not. He will not make you feel like everything is your fault.
Individually, it's interesting to me that you can still attain goals without being a part of the team. Like you reached 9K on the EU servers in February, right? And then just last month, you reached 10K in the C servers. So there had to have been some time in between the two where you were like,
Yeah.
what's next?
Like when I reached 9K, I actually like, I don't care about MMR anymore.
Yeah,
so I
who
just
cares?
play. I just play for fun. And yeah, after I got a 10K, I'm like, well, what do I want to do now? I actually have no idea what's in my head at the time.
Really?
And after I got my target, like, and then I started to throw in pubs. And some people is like mad at me.
Oh no.
I mean, I'm really sorry for them too.
Would you like to apologize to them directly?
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
Has it helped the confidence that you have with what you bring to the team as far as the skill level you bring to the team?
I think so.
Yeah.
Like after I got my 10K, I feel like my confidence is super high at the moment. And I started to be a bit cocky, I guess. And right now, I'm in control. Okay.
Back down again.
Yeah, back down.
Are there any teams here that you are most looking forward to playing against, or is there a team that you would really love to just have a chance to prove yourselves against?
I would say EG. Throughout the whole year, we have been playing against EG. Every time we play against EG, we lose. So I'm really looking forward to play against them. Like,
yeah.
I mean, last time we were very uncertain of ourselves, but right now, I think we don't have that anymore.
You have your confidence, it sounds like.
I have the confidence. I believe my team has. I'm sure we can do it.
Winning all of TI, what would that mean to you?
Get a second life, I guess.
Yeah?
This year is a rough year for me. I lost many things in life too. So I believe it's time to get everything back.
Always a popular team with the fans. Team Secret will be going up against Execration right now in a best of one. Whoever wins will advance to the next round. Whoever loses is eliminated. So let's introduce our very first team, Team Secret. And of course, Team Secret, I mean, we heard it in the interview, said that Puppey wants to try to keep the calm among all of his teammates, since it's really important to make sure that no one feels too much responsibility on the team.
I think the thing that he said about Puppey, about that he wanted to play with him because he's a great captain, I can really agree with that. Like, Puppey has had a couple of teams the past years. First, he played with Navi, super successful. After that, he played with Secret with a team, super successful. After that, he swapped the team to another Secret team, also very successful. Like, he's been the part of like a lot of different successful teams. So you can't really say that he's been lucky to be in a team that the others have been good. So he really has this like star vibe about him.
Only one other 10K player in the world, excuse me, no, 2 other 10K players in the world. And will it be enough for them to win this match? Their opponents will be Team Execration. Team Execration, second to last in their groups, but they did go 5-11, taking many games off top teams along the way and narrowly making their way to the main event in lower bracket today. Who are the players to look for on Team Execration, which is a team that doesn't have as much name recognition as a Team Secret?
Definitely one of the teams I know the least about. I know that Raging Potato has one of the worst usernames in all of Dota. But they managed to get a couple of victories throughout the group stage that had a huge impact on the standings. I know they took the game off of OG when OG needed it most.
Yes.
So definitely capable of putting up some big wins, especially in this best-of-1 format.
Yeah, of course, especially when you're playing at these stakes. It doesn't matter if your record is a poor one because every single win is representative of incredible strength. And to get you a little bit more insight into Team Execration, we have an interview with Raging Potato himself with Casey.
So you were already on Execration back in 2014.
Yeah.
You left to return to Mineski, and now you're back. What brought you back to Execration?
At first, I was planning to have a little break. I'm not even planning to play in the TI qualifiers. I feel lost at that moment because I'm really tired about going back and forth to Malaysia and Philippines.
Oh, okay.
Because we're boot camping in Malaysia when I'm in Mineski.
So what changed your mind? Coming back to Dota? And
the Execration manager was way back friend of mine. That's why he kept on insisting that I should play even just for the qualifiers.
And how did it feel coming back for the qualifiers?
I gave it my all because at first we're like having troubles with our players, having communication issues in the team. Then I started to think harder and harder how to win a slot for us.
What are your goals for how far you want to get in TI? I mean, a lot of people are calling you the big underdogs here. Do you think that you might surprise people?
It really depends on how the team's mood and environment in the day. It's like some of my players are like, one of them is like, this is his first LAN tournament. He never went out of the country, and now here he is in the biggest tournament. I know he's feeling scared.
So how are you helping him through that?
giving him some advice. Even in our scrimmage, I can feel his stance. Trying to calm him somehow.
Yeah. So we mentioned earlier that you played on Mineski. You were there for many years. It was a 6-player roster, so you're rotating through a lot of different positions. That also sounds exhausting to me. How did you do it, and what did that teach you as a player?
She just taught me that it's like you're going to a war. You need to be ready. It's like you need to adjust because you're the one who has the most experience of them all. So it's like from being captain, there's one player going inside the team that has an ego issue. That's why me myself, I have to step down as the captain so he can feel that he's under control of the team. Then going back and forth in any other position when the other players cannot play that position. I'm trying my best to understand them all inside the team.
Yeah. Bonus question, what should I name my baby?
Khaleesi.
How do you spell that?
I don't really know. Just pop up in my mind.
Khaleesi?
Yeah.
I'm writing it down.
I can't believe you would trust someone named Raging Potato to name your baby. But then again, now that I think of it, pretty much everyone's ID is either the coolest ID ever or the dumbest ID ever.
Where do you rate yours on that scale?
Oh, probably on the low scale, because I wanted to be cool, like the top Korean players in StarCraft that had like the one-word names. And when I was 14, I was like, I want a one-word name. I'm going to be Day. But it was taken, so I just put a 9 with brackets and was like, and we're done, and I haven't changed it in about 20 years.
It's one of the better stories I've heard, actually, about usernames. So pretty cool, man.
That's
pretty
great.
Cool.
I mean, what about Merlini? Was it just Merlin? And
I was playing EverQuest and I come up with a name. This name I came up with. 7th grade.
Wait, no, you just glossed over and I came up with it. Like, so you're in EverQuest, you're at like the character creation menu.
I pressed randomize a couple of times. I don't know if there was randomize there, maybe there was. And then they were all awful. It's like, oh, I'm a wizard. I want to do that.
So you did Merlin?
Yeah.
Yep. Was Merlino or Merlina?
I never tried them.
Never, no. The first
could be different right here.
That's great. And what is Ake?
It's my surname, Actor Hall, so it's quite boring, I guess, in a way.
No, you were born with the cool name. It's totally great. It works great. And of course, PPD, Peter Pandam.
What's up, man? How's
I
it
would
going?
be interested in hearing where PPD came from.
You know, I don't really like to admit it, so.
But we're going to have you in front of this live audience. Just admit it.
Jean-Claude Van Damme? Peter Pandam?
Come on, build a bridge for me.
I don't know, that's it. I thought it sounded cool, so I went with it.
So you thought Jean-Claude Van Damme sounded cool, and you said, I got to be a little bit more like that, so Peter Pandam.
Yeah, and then I shortened it to PPD when I came to Dota because I needed a cool 3-letter name like everybody else.
That's right, because then it creates a little allure and mystery, and then they get that reward of understanding Jean-Claude Van Damme is behind it all.
This was a great segment.
This was a successful conversation.
Let's talk about the teams or something, man. This is awful.
You know what, PPD? That's a great idea. And in fact, I want to come straight to what was being talked about by Raging Potato in that interview where he was speaking to the emotions of teams because, I mean, you've heard the calm, cool, collected attitude of many of our panelists, but it is a very common occurrence that players, especially in team games, get upset. For example, if you've ever played in a pub match of Dota, sometimes people get a little upset at their team. What? And yeah, every now and again, and sometimes it's totally my fault, and I'm like super sorry. But, I mean, I was really shocked, honestly, when all of you were just talking about how calm you were in terms of drafting and playing on the big stage. But it seems like this really is an issue for execration that could arise.
It's very surprising to hear that actually one of the players there, that his first tournament outside of his home country is TI. Like, I would never want to be at my first big tournament and then it's TI.
Yeah.
That's going to be amazing for him in, I don't know if it's a good way or bad way, but...
At least he's at TI, right? And there's a bunch of players who want to be here that aren't here.
For sure.
But, I mean, in terms of, like, how this actually impacts the game, when there's two people who are trying to call shots, two people who are trying to, in a sense, captain the team, do you find this can ever work, or is it more beneficial to have one shot caller?
I think it can work. I think having like two leaders is pretty good, especially somebody, you know, on the support side who's directing the early game, and then you have a carry who kind of knows where the game is headed and how strong they are. Generally, they're the ones that need to identify timings of, hey, I'm ready to fight, and you have that secondary leader who can back up that first leader's decision, or they can make a decision together.
Right.
The only thing that everyone needs to know is when you have to decide which ID that you have to go for. So you have to have a real captain, but then you can have other people who can come in with ideas as well.
Everybody contributes, but it is important to have somebody who pulls the trigger.
Yeah, because if there's no authoritative voice in the team, it's so easy for any sort of panic or different contrasting decision-making to kick in.
It sounds tough for Raging Potato. I think he has a really tough job because he plays core, and then he has to manage his other teammates, and that guy's crazy. He's like the offlane cuckoo.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that he's going to be up against is Puppey, who is a pretty legendary name in the Dota community. And I'm very excited to see how the two captains will match up against one another. Let's go straight into game one, the only game between Team Secret and Execration.
Teams versus Execration. Game one.
Puppey, of course, legendary drafter. Long before I even knew how to play Dota, the name of Puppey surpassed the game itself, and I constantly heard about how brilliant of a strategist he was in that drafting phase. And I've never really gotten to talk to anyone about what it is that makes him so exceptional.
Sometimes he has his weaknesses. Sometimes he's really, really good. He knows exactly what to do at the right time. He'll tell you specifically what item to build, where you need to be if he thinks that you aren't going to do the right thing. So I think that's one thing he does very, very well is micromanage.
Yeah. Very strong personality. I would say he's a bit arrogant at times, a little bullheaded, I guess.
A weakness he has is that he's a bit stubborn. So even if he loses with some lineup a couple of times, he still wants to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like the exact skill trait that would make you a good captain, which is looking at 4 other unbelievable players and saying, I know exactly what you should do, right? That can possibly get in the way of decision-making at other points. We see the usual bans, Nyx Assassin, Faceless Void, Puck, and Lich for the most popular picks that we've seen.
But a very unusual first pick, having that Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
We've seen a couple of first-pick Witch Doctors in this tournament. Not the biggest fan of the pick, but it reminds me of like an Ogre as well. We see it a little bit from VP. It's a hero they like to first pick a lot. It's very, I don't know, it doesn't show a lot, and now they can use this second pick to really pick something that matches up well against the Sand King and Lycan.
And it's going to be a Bat Rider, who's been an extremely popular pick throughout this entire tournament. Essentially a character based much around his ultimate of Lasso, snatching a single character and drawing him out to the rest of your team so that you're only fighting 5-on-4s for the rest of the game.
He lanes very well versus both Sand King and Lycan, and some BKB lockdown with the Lasso for Lycan when he eventually picks up that item will be very useful.
It seems like Secret really wants to have strong lanes, because Witch Doctor is also one of the strongest laning heroes with his cask, and also the sustain he has with his heal.
We might see some weird heroes in this matchup too. I think Secret, they've been first phase in PL, which only a couple of teams have been doing. I also think we could potentially see a Huskar pick coming out from either team in this matchup too.
It is a best of one.
Yep.
We have seen some Huskar cheese in the past.
We have.
So I don't know if this is a incorrect assessment, but as I was slowly learning more and more Dota and just occasionally watching esports matches where Secret was in attendance, it always seemed like they would be one of the teams most comfortable with picking non-meta heroes. I mean, is that correct? I mean, I've just seen some drafts that are nuts. I've heard some commentators talk about it in the games.
Goes back to what he said about Puppey being stubborn. Like, if he thinks his hero is good, he's going to pick it, whether or not everyone else is not going to pick it, or everyone else thinks it's terrible.
And that's what Ake was talking about earlier today, is you don't want to chase anybody. You want to create your own path. You want to win with the heroes that you think are good, and then watch everybody else try and figure you out.
Well, thus far, no team is really betraying.
We've had a lot of heroes
out of
picked.
Control, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what do we have, like 107, 108 total heroes
picked?
picked?
We're currently at 108 of 112. They don't have Bane, who's my favorite hero. I love Bane.
Bane's actually not bad. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him at some point. He's just, there's other heroes that kind of fill the same roles that he does a little bit better.
10 seconds remaining.
But what do we got here? We got some bans, Invoker Sven, and then a Quap, and then wait on this last one here. That's Sven ban against with Lycan. Once again, we saw it from EG in the last series. Queen of Pain banned out. Queen of Pain lanes pretty well against Bat, but I doubt Bat would go mid.
Usually in the offlane, I guess.
Haven't seen Batman in a long time.
Omni ban.
Are they afraid of Huskar that they will pick it since they ban Omni Knight? Omni Huskar.
Omni Huskar, is that a thing?
Not with Lycan, I think.
Yeah, I think Huskar Lycan would be a little bit too much raw damage and not enough control. Lycan really loves heroes that can set up kills for him.
Secret been picking some Necrophos as well, right? They really like to have these active carry heroes.
Necrophos is great versus Lycan.
Yeah.
Big fan. You can make yourself ethereal and be immune to Fizzler. Nobody can right-click you.
The get-out-of-jail-free card. And of course, in the ethereal form, you get the massive bonus heals.
Yes.
The first time that I saw that happen, I thought someone was legitimately cheating.
No, we haven't.
He just like went into ethereal form and popped a wand. Was at full health. It was like, oh!
It's a little bit out of control, I think, but that's why he's getting picked. He's good right now.
Any potential to see Brood in this best of one?
Up against Bat Rider and Witch Doctor, potentially. We've seen Liquid run it up against Bat Rider, not afraid of it at all.
It could work if Secret show their mid hero, so they actually force them to put Bat mid and being in a bad position in that way.
Execration has the last pick in this.
Yes.
In this best of one, which I think is pretty nice to have.
In terms of the advantages, what are the big advantages you get of not being the last picking team? Because obviously if you last pick, you see the entire lineup of the enemy team and get to work within that.
You get first pick.
You get first, yeah, exactly. You get first pick, but if you're going to use it on a Witch Doctor, I don't really know how much value that is. You know, we see Shaker still ignored, Wisp ignored, Puck Lich, Void, Nyx all banned. Those are pretty common. Void being the exception.
Clockwork's been an interesting hero. It's been picked a pretty reasonable amount of the time, but really hasn't had the best win rate. Only 20% win rate with Clockwork in this tournament.
You find that interesting?
Should I?
I don't know. Why is it interesting? He's just a loser.
Losers fascinate me, Peter.
Execration are going for a very safe draft here with Clock and Shadow Fiend to make sure that Shadow Fiend gets his souls early on.
Oh yeah, the Clockwork SF. Yeah, that's classic. You can.
That's perfect for a best of one.
Set the cogs up in the fountain. You right-click once, or you have a teammate right-click once, because Clock will one-shot him, and then Shadow Fiend finishes him off. And you build up some souls to start the game, get that mid lane advantage.
Oh,
yeah, it's pretty dirty.
That's awesome.
But play to win, especially this best of one for, I don't know, how much money are we dealing with here? A couple 100,000 on the line?
Yeah.
Just a couple 100 Gs, no big deal.
I mean, at this point, I'm always interested to see when there's a best of one situation in almost any esport, what the attitude is, because I feel like you can distill down a fundamental attitude of teams, whether it's play it safe, we gotta be stable, we gotta be sturdy, or they won't expect it this time. We can throw them off, we can do something insane. Templar Assassin making the first appearance of the day.
Saving their final support hero, right? Unless that's a Clockwork support, and then they're...
I think they really wanted to get the TA against this SF, because TA is one of the heroes that can actually deal with the damage that SF has early on.
Yeah.
And they might have been scared that that Execration would ban it.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Fiend deals huge bursts of damage, but Templar Assassin, of course, with her refraction, absorbs all those huge chunks, no problem.
TA infamous for doing single target damage, oftentimes struggle up against summons and illusions. Has a difficult time dealing AoE damage. Could be a potential last pick from Execration. I think that it's very possible that they pick another core here and put Clockwork and Sand King on support to kind of have that surprise, almost best of one cheese element to their draft.
And Team Secret really looks like they just need someone with great damage. Do you think that it would be possible to choose a core that needs a little less babysitting to allow Rubik and Witch Doctor to go about the map, or do you think that they really want to leverage how nice Witch Doctor can be to have in lane?
I think having someone that can do well against Clockwork and Sand King in lane is fine, but I would really worry that these are not the core heroes that Execration is going to use. I think that that fifth hero is probably going to be another core.
You can always just go something safe, like Lifestealer I think is pretty safe. You have Bat Rider on your team, seems pretty doable.
Lifestealer could be good.
Not really bad versus any of their heroes.
It's pretty good versus Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
What are some other possible options for Team Secret that would be good and bad?
I think the Necrophos is something that they, as I said before, is something that they picked, but I think they lack a bit of damage to be able to burst some. I mean, they could lasso into the Necrophos ultimate, but that means that the TA has to jump in and
how do you guys
hit there as well.
How do you feel about Anti-Mage?
So-so. I think MP just plays the weird heroes though all the time. It's like PL, PA, Necrophos, Huskar.
And Anti-Mage is quite bad against Lycan, right?
Phantom Lancer one time. Yes!
Oh, that's your hero.
Yeah, dude, Phantom Lancer and Bane, I absolutely adore, and Phantom Lancer is really nice for being able to participate a little earlier in the game.
Shadowfiend's pretty alright against PL.
Yeah, he is. The thing is, they've been picking it all the time. I'm very unsurprised to see them pick it up because they did pick it up first phase. Sven's already banned out by Execration themselves.
Lycan struggles a lot versus PL.
Yeah, Timber would be decent, I suppose.
Timbersaw could be. I like Timber. Lots of armor.
I think he's one of the best ones versus Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, and even though PL does get that defusal eventually, which can present problems for Timbersaw, Timbersaw can just kill all those illusions immediately. I do like. I like that. I like Timbersaw a lot. We'll see if they go for it, but they could also still just pick like some ranged 5-position support. Let's see. I always like Crystal Maiden, but it's so bad.
God,
Crystal Maiden versus
I
PL.
can't stand Crystal Maiden. Now that the jungle camps don't give you enough experience.
And she's so slow. She got nerfed like so many times.
Yeah, she's pretty
it's
bad.
just insane.
I always like playing CM against PL though.
Yeah.
'Cause you can just ult and PL actually can't do anything to you. It's great.
So what would you describe as the quality of the last pick that Execration really needs?
They need more AoE.
Stun, a little more AoE.
Silencer.
Silencer.
Okay. So that is going to be support silencer, I would imagine?
I think so, right?
Okay.
Well, at this point in time, the lineups have been locked. And as we've said before, it is an elimination match. Whoever loses is eliminated from TI as the very first team to go. Let's take it away with the casters.
The underdog story is always a beautiful thing. It is even better when it's elimination games at TI. Execration versus Team Secret. Team Secret are actually no strangers recently to that underdog position, but now they're coming in as the favorites. Do you think they have what it takes?
I'm not sure who really is the underdog in this matchup. I think it's very hard to say. Like this group stage has shown already that the scores aren't really necessarily representative of who you should consider the favorites, or maybe every underdog is just winning right now.
Yeah.
But you know, I think it's fair enough to say on paper Secret should be the favorites, but Execration showed pretty good form in the groups. Sure, they went to the lower bracket, which half the teams will, or actually a little less than half, but a couple got knocked out.
We cut the extra fat off.
But I think Execration have what it takes. I think they have a draft they're very comfortable with. The panel were discussing like what does this last pick need to be. They went for something completely different. So it seems like they're very comfortable with the silencer being played by RR in this game. Secret, on the other hand, have comfort picks. I just feel like their team fight in this lineup looks really lackluster. I'm a bit worried for them going into that.
Well, the panel were kind of touching on it, right? They're looking at individual pickups. I was sitting here wondering if we're going to get the Absol Rubik. I was then gratified with the Absol pickup. But then you got the Templar Assassin in mid. Very, very single target focused. And maybe that's the way they're thinking about it. The team fights will just never happen. If they play the fun, fast-paced game against Execration, is that the approach that they're looking for in their draft?
It's possible that they try to do that. We're going to have to see. I think Execration's lineup definitely has what it takes to fight back. You look at their lineup, they have many of these pretty fast-paced heroes themselves. A hero like Clockwork, Sand King, Shadow Fiend with Cogs, as mentioned by the panel, also comes online very quickly. And then you have your carry is a hero like Lycan, who is basically not necessarily all about fighting, but he's pretty good at contributing. You have Howl, you have the ultimate to make you really fast and run in and kill the heroes. And something that they also were mentioning, when you're playing against TA, this refraction is something you really need to look out for. Execration had a game in the group stage where they did exactly this. They ran Lycan safe lane with Necrobook, and it destroyed. I think it was the TA of Cloud9 in that game, I believe. Had a really hard time. Fata was constantly just losing his refraction charges to the Necrobook, which in addition also gives True Sight. It's like an amazing hero counter. He has 4 summons and bye-bye refraction, So I personally like Execration's draft here, but I think Team Secret have some players that could step up big time in a game like this.
I agree. There's a lot of talent in the lineup of Team Secret, and maybe that is what they're going to rely on, but it's a good story for everyone who is viewing. If Execration can find themselves a solid draft they feel comfortable with, that isn't just a straight, Bloodseeker, no one can counter him, Broodmother, no one can counter her kind of approach to the draft. It makes things very fun and interesting, and it looks like Team Secret, they may want to try and open up the account. James, he was coming up for the rune, a pickup by Team Secret, and James wants to get back through the trees. Maybe he's got the distance with a Burrow Strike out from Lemmick. They're going to get a little bit more space. Body blocking up Yapsor. He doesn't want to give him the vision. The first blood. James still alive. The boots are giving him the speed to escape the Team Secret gank.
Oh, I think Secret actually wanted to give that kill to the PL. I think both of their ranged heroes had the ability to get in an additional hit, but a lot of the times you want to give this carry that head start, and this time it comes back to bite them. I believe that was indeed a kill if they just committed for it. But yep, they dodge a bullet there. That's the kind of thing you have in elimination matches like this. They're the most terrifying and the most exciting games at the same time, and under pressure, mistakes like that can definitely happen.
Yeah, but this is the upside sort of for Team Secret. Okay, middle lane, Burrow strike onto mid one. They know he has no refraction charges, so YapzOr picks him up in range of the tower, and the body block from mid one. LeMig can't get out, he's blocked in by the creep wave. Mid one will spill first blood. And Raging Potato, with even that plus 16 souls, he's still forced away.
It was a great play by YapzOr, identifying that play was possible. He could actually lock him in there. Now that the creep wave in the mid has that extra creep since patch 7.0, I believe, was that earlier was 7.04, I think, added that extra creep in mid. It makes plays like those more likely to succeed just because there's more stuff in the way. And yep, they pull that off. So nice first blood for Team Secret, going the way of mid one. I think that's the player they wanted to go to more than anyone in this kind of matchup. Should secure him. Is that his bottle already coming out? It is indeed.
Yeah.
Very, very necessary in this matchup that does favor Shadowfiend quite a bit when he has this soul advantage in the beginning usually.
Yeah. Especially when LeMig was also looking for the kill. You could see them prepping with their attacks previously. Raging Potato was beating into mid one. They knew his cooldown timing of refraction, and they tried to capitalize on that. But yeah, as you said, Team Secret, YapzOr in the right place and right time. We were kind of expecting that from his Rubik. Without it, he doesn't get his levels, and that's something else to look at for the supports. The fact that Rubik has already managed to get 2 and third levels so far, trying to contest the runes, which will end up spawning on bottom, a double damage rune for RR.
You know, we got to keep an eye out for stacks in this game as well. Whenever you have Templar Assassin and Batrider in the same team, they want to farm different stacks. Batrider wants to farm the non-ancient camps most of the time, and Templar Assassin wants to farm the ancients. So in that sense, Secret's lineup is nicely well-rounded in that they want different camps in the jungle, access to those. And then you look over at Execration, they also want stacks for their Shadowfiend if possible, but generally not the ancients. They're not really the way to go.
No. Go for the easier camps. Kezu at least has that observer ward on bottom lane watching the small stack near him. So using it for pulls until he goes for something else. MP, there's no mana on the top lane apart from enough to doppelganger away from James. Puppey is in the neighborhood with the Paralyzing Cask, and this is a battery assaulting Clockwork that has committed in with a creep wave. The Paralyzing Cask won't bounce again. The TP out will be successful, and the regeneration in the base will repair the damage. It will be done by the last tick of Maledict.
He's keeping on their toes here in the top lane, but this should not be a lane that Clockwork can ever get a solo kill in. He's pretty good against the Witch Doctor, but if he goes on the Witch Doctor, the PL can just jump in with Doppelganger and spawn additional targets for the Battery Assault, and you can't really find a kill. Can also throw out a Lance that also spawns an illusion. So this is an okay lane for Clockwork. It's not fantastic, but he's getting some levels. That's what you generally want to do on that off lane as that type of hero. The last hits are secondary to the levels on Clock, and he's already level 3. Batrider, however, is level 4 actually for Secret down bottom. Kezu's having a great time, and that's worrying. We've seen Kezu on Batrider in this tournament having some outstanding games. Probably his best hero of the tournament, actually.
That's that secondary objective of the Observer Ward. The ping's coming out right now from the SK saying, I'm fairly certain he knows that he can see us. And that's problematic because it means the rotations, like Rubik was already getting a little bit of early information, having a little battle with RR as they ran around through the Radiant jungle. Top lane, troublesome, Puppey actually locked in with the Clockwork. The Battery Assault damage will be enough for James to get the kill. There was not much more MP could do about it. And James will even take both of the bounty runes to boot.
He actually managed. I think the Phantom Lancer looks like he was just out of mana at that point. And then that's when you can try to commit for that kind of play. If Phantom Lancer can't counterplay, this is a really difficult matchup for Witch Doctor. But he kind of relies on his carry to be able to help out, and Puppey was a bit out of position, got caught. Nice little play by James, immediately heading up to top again here.
YapzOr, that's very aggressive, coming into the trees. LeMig's just going to go for the straight-up Burrow Strike, and then the follow-up damage with Raisin 2 hits from Raging Potato, and that was a gift from Team Secret in the mid lane.
And they got to be careful at nighttime. Howl is really powerful right now, even though it's only level 2. This additional damage and health on all of their lanes make plays very difficult for Team Secret to carry out. So might need to take it a little bit easy. At the very least for them, they're still getting good stacks off. YapzOr's managed to double stack, or is that a triple? He's definitely double. Yeah, it's a triple stack on the right camp, and now they're tripling the top camp as well with Puppey. So 2 times triple stack Ancients ready for mid 1. Generally want to be like level 7 before you start farming those, I believe. depending on the composition of creeps. And now he's going to head in and do some regular camps, maybe leaving a little bit of mid experience to someone else. When that wave pushes back.
You do have two supports who are going to be itching for it. Both the Witch Doctor as well as the Rubik benefit from having, one, the level 6, but two, just level increase on those supports. Rubik for the burst damage, Puppey for the more control that he's able to offer as a Witch Doctor. Especially when he's sacrificing himself so much. We talk about Puppey being the hard 6 position in a team with well, I'll say with Team with Secret, just with YapzOr. He's the guy that takes everything else.
Yeah, I like that you point this out because when it comes to this support duo, it's actually a pretty strange pairing. This is kind of a thing of the past, running two ranged supports like this. Most of the time, your position 4 is more of a melee hero that is tankier, can go for these aggressive plays, similar to like what the Sand King is of Lumik. We've seen a lot of Nyx Assassin.
MP, really? James under the tower. Puppey has to let the paralyzing cuts go, and cuts apart 3, even body blocks him out, making it impossible for James to go through the trees. Another TP out to safety. Does he have the life? He'll go back to base and barely surviving.
Clutch. That was really close.
Oh boy.
He's kind of pressing his luck here a bit, but forcing MP back to base at the same time he forces himself back is a pretty okay trade-off for the Clockwork. Maybe slightly Secret favored because of course the Witch Doctor can go and take some XP in the lane, but that wasn't the worst thing in the world for James.
Team Secret also get a little bit more of an advantage looking towards that mid lane. Raging Potato disappeared into the jungle at the same time as Mid 1 did, but Mid 1 came back earlier. He came back with the catapult wave, which is still alive, beating into that mid tower, dropping it down to 286. So Raging Potato got a little bit of farm, but as you said, Mid 1 is level 7. He now has that and can look towards the Ancients. And YapzOr, this is where he also leeches so hard. You push the Rubik closer towards that level 6, closer towards that the big burst damage where his rotations become more powerful. And
this time you're not getting out. That is not happening.
His TP's on cooldown. He's got 4 one-shoters. Create the space for the clocks. Nice. Never. Okay, no, there's your Lancers. James, maybe, Lemmick, get rid of the illusions of Fate Bolt from YapzOr.
That comes
securing the kill.
The signature Fate Bolt, that's unnecessary, but just needs that gold on the Rubik, you know.
That was necessary. I sense a level of salt.
100% dead from that last tick of Melodic.
Okay,
so
I should just point out
no one here.
For the former YapzOr teammate Cinder and City NXP, he's going to possess more salt than PPD during this game.
That's hard to do. I can actually give you a little bit more of a background to this game. Speaking of past history with players, Mid 1 TA knocked me out last year in a best-of-1 elimination game. That's what Fnatic actually turned to in that game as well. So it's a very, I think if you look at Mid 1 and you're like, okay, we're playing a best-of-1 elimination game, we want to give him his best, most comfortable hero in high-pressure situations, this is the one. This is basically a repeat of last year with Fnatic. Yeah, when Mid 1 was playing that. So.
And we really have seen like games with Templar Assassin, she can sit like a couple of thousand net worth in front and is able to carry a team. Like, all you need to do is have just that little bit of momentum, and they've got it so far.
It's also just the pacing of the best-of-1 elimination games. Like, teams are generally likely to play a little more cautiously and slower. And then a hero like TA that can abuse stacks can be a very powerful tool to have in your arsenal. You see, the Execration side has barely even contested these stacks right now. They've mainly been playing their own side of the map. The Clockwork has been putting some pressure top, but apart from that, we've barely even seen their heroes cross the river. So, if that's how you're going to play, TA is a pretty damn amazing pick for this kind of stuff. And just need to wait to see when Mid 1 wants to farm these stacks. They would take him up to level 10.5, I think, and about 80-90 CS.
Oh, if he had Firefly, he really would have gone for that. Had Lasso off cooldown, 3 sticky napalm stacks on the Lycan. That was probably the best opportunity, even though he kept walking under the tower. So maybe not the greatest positioning. So YapzOr's taking up the middle. Looks like they're also going to give Lemmick that kind of space to farm up there while TA's gone jungle. Kezu on the run. This is that flash farm period we're talking about. Shadowblade build is his item of choice. Okay, level 6. Hawk. Kezu, Batrider, fantastic for getting out of the cogs. Just times out. Is there a rest? Needs the life. 6 charges won't be enough. And RR can add his first +2 for the game with the intelligence stolen.
That was perfect timing on that hookshot. Very nicely done by James. Just before the Firefly expires, sees that very little moment of opportunity. We're talking half a second here. Gets that jump, they get that nice kill. The gold goes to RR, who's generally, I think he's played Silencer for Execration in a couple of games, and he has a tendency of being very starved. He plays very hard support. This hero actually benefits a lot from getting just one item as in the support role. Generally a mobility item like Force Staff or Glimmer Cape for saving or something like that contributes quite a lot for this hero in particular, I would say.
It's kind of the sad thing for him. He's played Silencer in one game and was up against the team who just crushed here on the stage, Newbee. So
he had a hard time.
Yeah, he had a very hard time. YapzOr has a big smoke maneuver commitment here from Team Secret. You have the drums over on KheZu, so you have the movement speed that can come from the Batrider. So as the advantage, if you can be successful at this fight, potentially picking off Raging Potato. He's just trying to finish up the Ancient Black Dragon, which may just be stolen by KheZu, while mid one will finish the tier 1 tower in mid. Some decent money now being injected into the Team Secret bank account.
Yeah. Is that a Lycan ulti?
It is a Lycan ulti.
Farming? Okay. So, Secret, the biggest discrepancy right now is when you look at the CS across the board, it looks pretty even, right? Like TA has 92, Shadowfiend has about 90, PL and Lycan are even as well, but the big discrepancy is Batrider to Clockwork, and that's just how these heroes work, in essence. Like, Batrider will outfarm Clockwork quite a lot if they're both given a good game, and that's the net worth advantage. Now the question is, how much can this compared to that Batrider, as you said, already has Drum, closing in on a Blink Dagger. We're probably going to see that for KheZu around the 15-minute mark at this rate.
Well, that's the advantage of the Clockwork, the fact he already has his initiation, but KheZu still has the Firefly up and running, so getting out of the cogs is easy enough. Giving it to YapzOr, easy when you trigger Battery Assault after, so not the ability YapzOr was searching for.
It gives them some decent kill potential with Lasso, actually. If they lasso someone into Battery Assault, that deals a lot of damage, if they want to look for that.
You still need the Blink though. He's at 600 and requires a lot more, that 2250. But they may try and go for it anyway. Keep the Batrider down, keep him away from that Blink Dagger. A 3-man smoke up as they wrap around the Roche Pit. Where do they want to go? The line is drawn to actually go back up and into the Dire Jungle towards the Ancients. And who are they going to find? It's going to be KheZu, but KheZu, well, it's the other way around. He actually finds them.
They're having a hard time dealing with this Batrider, I would say. He's only got 1 death in this 70 CS and just... They didn't manage to kill him top, now he's going to break their smoke and keep farming. And TA is completely uncontested. I think that's the biggest concern for Execration is that mid one is just farming.
TA is going to kill bottom lane, they're initiating it. MP made a way through the trees on the east. Nando doesn't have the life with the stick charges and so many PLs fighting against him. Mid one just has the damage. And a very hard way to fight that. Like, Puppey revealed himself in mid only a second before that. They didn't know where...
Oh, those side blades.
Oh, ENEMYGG! Back to the trees, out of range, survive. Let the Tranquil Boots kick in.
And I was getting some...
the rocket.
Some Ferrari flashbacks right there. Remember that Rude kill?
Oh, wow, that's a long time ago.
It's a pretty long time ago. That's a very memorable moment, though. Yeah, he hit 3 side blades in a row and an invisible target there. Very nice from mid one, but not enough. Even though he had the death already, I think he picked this up at sub 12 minutes, which is very quick. They just keep stacking. All right, now he's just going to walk into the camp himself, block that off.
Yeah, but Nando's trying to make the best of the opportunity. We talked about the fact like TA is getting a lot of fun, but we also talked about the fact that Lycan is the counter. You can check the item build of Nando. He's finished his treads and he just picked up his level 1 Necrobook.
And even level 1 Necrobook is very good.
Yep, they're going to need it.
And
right now,
Shadowfiend has Shadowblade as well.
The fight's preparing on bottom lane. You've got KheZu ready to come around the back. You've got mid one ready to push in as well, straight through the middle. Observer and Sentry is down for Team Secret. So they will be aware in this fight. The hook shot gonna miss the target, and without that now, KheZu feels so confident. Jumps in, gets the silencer out, so no global silence available for the fight. Paralyzing cast, making it difficult for Raging Potato to move back out. The Burrow Strike again, holding him in position. Let Puppey stand forward, go, James will fall. Execration lose 4. The Lycan, the man who wasn't there, the sole survivor, claiming the tier 1 tower on top as the only consolation prize for Execration.
We might be seeing some of those main stage jitters from some of the less experienced players. They seem very hesitant, and that attempt from Clockwork to jump, I think he was trying to hookshot the PL under his tower, maybe into a global play. It's a very difficult play, very high risk, low reward kind of play in that tower to try to get. And Secret were just in position and counterplayed them very nicely here. We're going to see it now. I actually think the hook is already on cooldown now. Raging Potato goes in, doesn't manage to kill the PL at all. And this fight is... The moment Silencer gets grabbed, it's very difficult for Execration to counterplay this move of Secret. Their burst damage is just way too high, and they can't prevent those players from getting in and getting it done.
Yep, and it seems so hard for them to move around in the fight. Like the Paralyzing Cask is doing so much work too. Then you've got the other AoE stun, which can come in from the Rubik. The Batrider controls, you can see they know they got this fight in the bag. The second you get that early pick off, Team Secret will not be hindered at all. So instead, Execration try and make something out of something else, and that is James moving in towards the mid, looking for that angle with the haste room, but he ran over the top of Templar Assassin's trap. So Secret were ready for it. They already had the counter hero, Rubik versus Clockwork. Is one of the easiest ways to save you from cogs by throwing the Rubik outside of his own cogs.
Now the question is what Execration's lineup can do to really set up a fight that can bring them into a good position again. Secret are getting a lot more out of the map right now after taking that fight. They've taken 2 towers to the 1 of Execration. Doesn't sound like too much, but getting the mid tower down is pretty significant.
They're going to try and fight again?
Yep. They should be looking for something like this. They have the tools, right?
Or are they actually going to Roshan? It's difficult with Templar Assassin on the field.
Well, they're looking to try something mid. There's the shapeshift.
Yeah, gonna run in. There's Sentry Wars down. Hawk shot. Mid one just walked ahead. Can blink himself away to safety. The global silence is out. They need this fight to work. The Burrow Strike holding mid one in position. Templar Assassin will fall. And Nando going full dog way forward. But now paralyzing cast from Puppey. Holding James as well as Nando together. They have to get outside the cogs. YapzOr can't get the stolen epicenter in range of Execration. But James, he'll walk himself in range of Team Secret. So they can just send the PL illusions in and James will fall. It was a big kill, however. They did bring down Templar Assassin with the move.
Yeah, considering that they missed the hook shot there, that's a pretty okay outcome, I think, for Execration. Even the hook shot itself is pretty difficult to do on the TA, who does have refraction up and the blink dagger, so you need to do enough instances of damage to prevent her from blinking out. I think the thing that Execration are missing right now, apart from slightly better spell usage, is the Blink Dagger on Sand King. That's going to make things a lot easier. And we have Lumic farming at bottom. He's 600 away. Should be able to set up for a nice epicenter, since it's really nice to play Sand King when you're not the only initiation in the team. When someone else can set you up so you can get epi instead of being forced to, a lot of the times, choose between that fast Burrow Strike or the epi, he can now count on his ally to set it up, knowing he has global in the back as well. It's a very nice lineup to play Sand King in. So I think they should definitely be looking to enable him here with a blink.
Execration have a choice now. They've scouted up mid one doing Templar Assassin. Team Secret, 4-man smoke over. They've got an Observe Ward on the hill. So is the Sentry Ward. They dust down. They'll see Rage of Potato lassoed up. Someone needs to create a little bit of space before they lose the SF. James has gone in, but now he's isolated in the middle of 5 heroes of Team Secret. Trying to run out. The Cogs at least split the fight up a little bit more. No buyback from the SF. Nando just wants to TP himself out. Keep this Lycan alive. They'll be successful with that. RR will not be so lucky as attention moves towards the SK. Diffuser Blade, it was freshly purchased just before this fight, and it is nipping the heels of Execration out. So no more running away, and no more ways to contest Roshan from Team Secret.
They should be putting this Aegis on the TA. It's a good item on the Phantom Lancer as well. Gets a lot out of the second life, but mid one is just extremely far ahead right now. He can play very aggressively with this. He's also their primary structure pusher here. He can take down a couple of towers maybe with this Aegis. 18 minutes in, maybe they can get the remaining tier 1, maybe the tier 2 bottom. It's fairly easy to siege. The other tier 2s are a bit more tricky, but they should be feeling like they're in a good position with a good advantage here. We see the replay again. Yeah, Lasso on the Shadow Fiend puts them in a really bad spot.
And you can see exactly what they wanted to do. Like, there was the Observe Ward also on top of the hill. That's what set up a lot of that fight. They saw the SF coming from a mile away, and the fresh Blink Dagger, another item which was purchased just before that fight, caught Execration off guard.
Yeah. Could have maybe been a different story if they had Global Silence ready, but the Bat Rider in this game is doing a lot of work. Kezu's finding the right picks. He's been involved in 9 out of 12 kills on his Bat.
Probably the reason why at the end of every single Team Secret fight we're having a camera close-up on Kezu just going, yeah.
Pretty much.
Good fight, boys. Good fight. So, Execration, they still have some things working their way. Even though the gold is moving 6,000 in the way of Team Secret, the experience about 8,500, you still have that power that comes from the SF as well as the Lycan. Lycan, we've seen a little bit of his power throughout the fight, but not a hell of a lot. Most of it was just Necrobook focusing on the Templar Assassin. But so far, SF really hasn't had a huge influence. Apart from the initial pickoff when they were able to get the Clockwork grab, like, that was good. But the Shadow Blade hasn't really paid off. He's still working his way towards his BKB, and maybe then he'll have a chance if he doesn't get caught by the Bat Rider.
It definitely still feels like the type of game Execration can come back in. It's a fairly big lead, but it's not insurmountable at all. And their lineup, I think, fares pretty well in the core matchups later on. The Shadow Fiend is okay against PL, as PPD pointed out. I think we've talked about the Lycan against the TA.
They're forcing a fight.
They just need to get their key items without losing out too much and organizing the fights a bit better. Now that the Blink Dagger is up on Sand King and Secret don't know it, this could give them that one big fight. If Execration just get one good team fight where they trade maybe 5 for 2, 5 for 3, the game is going to almost even out because they should be able to take another tower or 2 after that fight. I see the mid tower being low already here for Team Secret.
You talk about the Blink Dagger over on the Sand King. We have a just shy of 20-minute Rubik Blink Dagger coming out on the courier to YapzOr. So your blink ability across the field now. Both KheZu, Mid1, and YapzOr all have blink daggers. Team Secret's positioning to be very difficult for Execration to counter. Not to mention Clockwork isolating a target.
That's not the easiest ask right now. And the thing about this Rubik blink dagger that's so crucial is that if YapzOr is fast, which he has a tendency to be on this hero, he can blink steal Barrow Strike, which is an incredible steal for Rubik in general. Has 2 counters to Rubik, but it is definitely possible.
Team Secret are coming down the mid lane. They've still got the Aegis the Immortal for a little bit more time. Claimed.
Puppey's signature buckler. He's the only player who does this, I think.
Funny to know what hero they're on too, they do it.
The funny thing to me about this is that that's one of the things they talked about in the panel, right? Like, you have this type of player who's very stubborn and likes the stuff that he likes and just wants to do it. And Puppey has been buying bucklers for years. And nobody else really likes buckler, but Puppey's like, this is the item. And then I asked him how long we asked him how long it lasts on creeps and heroes, and he didn't know. So that was interesting.
Critical details to justify your
He thought it lasted the same duration on creeps as heroes. I mean, why wouldn't it, right? Why wouldn't it, actually? But, yeah.
Do you know Syndrome?
I know. Slacks and I sat down and made us some really difficult questions. So that one's pretty hard.
Alright. Well, Team Secret, you've still got the Aegis the Immortal for another minute and then 10-ish seconds. Going high ground is probably not the easiest thing they want to do. We are only 22 minutes into the game, and you do not want to give Execration the ability to fight from a point of power. Especially now that Rage Potato has that BKB, he would like the fight. But Team Secret also understand they're very powerful, so the only other objectives outside the base at the moment are the Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower up at the top lane. Is that just a simple thing that Team Secret can just move towards and take, or should they be forcing something else?
It's the easiest objective on the map now, for sure. But it might still be too high risk to do at this point. How long is left on that Aegis? Half a minute. They're not going to get up there in time. They do have the BKB to play around with on mid 1, which is definitely a very good item in this game. They're probably also pretty content to farm. As long as they are sitting in the position they are right now, they're owning definitely the majority of the farm on the map right now. You see them posing very aggressively in the Radiant jungle. The Radiant has swapped up to top, but it still feels like Secret have a bit more map control by the tower advantage that they have.
This could work very well for the mid one. He doesn't know what he's running into, or then again, they don't know what they're running into. Mid one's got the Invis rune. He goes straight on top of the Clockwork, but nobody knows. The Shadow Blade's going to break in just a second, and then mid one will know exactly what he's up against. Regeneration from the Aegis, and remains an Invis. Breaks the party up of Execration and goes back to farming. Meanwhile, mid lane, they do find a target. It's going to be RR. YapzOr able to actually not take the kill for once. It's KheZu.
Proud of you, YapzOr. Good job. Didn't take the kill.
Team player.
Yeah.
Got to get that that new item on the Barrow Rider, who's already got Drums, Blink, Force, and Full Magic Wand.
Secret are holding nice grip on the map, though. This is a 10k lead now. Execration still haven't really been able to find that team fight that they're looking for. The couple of smokes they had toward mid were very easily read by Secret. It feels like forever since they got their last kill. They will be trying to push a bit up top, it looks like, having some information about where Secret's heroes are, but they don't feel confident to just go and attack this with their SF.
It's like they're trying to bait it in, so you show the SF up here, but it's the two heroes who have distance closing. It's the Blink Dagger on the SK, and it's the hook shot from the Clockwork. They want to have a fight, whereas just one hero coming back from Team Secret to defend the top lane push, but Team Secret is refusing to oblige.
Secret are just staying down here. They found a new home. Basically, the Dire has migrated onto the Radiant side of the map. And now nobody likes Dire anymore. There's nobody in that jungle. But this is what Secret want. This is the ideal situation. This is, again, this is even better for them than if Execration's heroes were top. Now they're just controlling it even harder. Execration's heroes are hiding in base. They do have a smoke on the Sand King that they could try to commit here and look for some sort of play. The last 10 minutes have been all Secret, I feel. There hasn't been too much initiative from Execration that...
Well, they're trying to find a hole in Team Secret's defense, but so far, none has really presented itself too strongly. Rockets continue to fly out from the Clockwork, trying to get vision.
Got some info there. Just going to see PL farming the camp. That could be useful.
Question is, though, where can they still initiate? Which hero do you initiate into? There's so much counter because Team Secret are so close to each other, holding each other's hands. Your vision where Team Secret are farming at the moment is non-existent for Execration. The Radiant scan 4, they don't find anything. Waiting for that Dire scan. It is actually off cooldown for the moment. And now LeMig, well, Burrow Strike going to catch out too. Global Signs as well, trying to counter the attack. TA, however, got a BKB off. She might be fine for the moment. The epicenter damage is nice, but then the Clockwork calls. It traps all of Execration on the same position. position. They cannot get away. Too much damage, and the stolen epicenter from YapzOr. Lacquer it on top, and Execration will lose 3, potentially 4. LeMig is doing his TP at the moment, and he will get out in time.
Oh, those were not the cogs, man. That feels bad when that happens. He had the right intentions, but the 4 staff from Kezo, I believe it was, just got him out of into a better position. The TA didn't get trapped inside either. Secret just get another convincing win. That was a 3-0. Another 4K advantage built from that fight.
This is more than problematic. This is Team Secret looking to push. And the ping is coming. Like, is it going to be for Tier 1 tower or Tier 3? Mid 1 is the one looking towards the mid. The rest of Secret are farming for the moment. And mid 1 just by himself can pressure the mid to look for a reaction from Execration. And that's exactly what he does, and then just bounces away. So let's have a look at that fight again. So the Burrow Strike comes in. He gets a nice double stun at the beginning, even the epicenter. But the second the silence wears off, Epi gets stolen. And that Clockwork Cogs was basically the funeral parade of Cogs for Execration.
Basically set up 3 side blade attacks in a row, I think. The Quake 4 staff from Kesso there is very important as well. And this is a problem. When Sand King jumps like that and Clockwork follows through, the other heroes need time to connect. The Lycan needs to use his shapeshift and start running toward it. Shadowfiend has to run all the way in. So the way Execration's heroes were positioned, they actually couldn't use their Sand King stun. Oh, Silencer, speaking of position.
Nice lasso, able to grab that Silencer, the stolen Burrow Strike. In there for YapzOr. You talked about how quick he has to be to grab it. LeMig, he attempted to Sandstorm as well, but Silencer down, all the towers on the top lane being removed. We're 27 minutes into the game, and now Team Secret, they want to go up. And they're able to do so. The Burrow Strike is more posturing than anything else. It does no damage whatsoever, and they know there's no follow-up. With no silencer, with no global silence, they cannot win the fight. Maybe if Raging Potato can get that blind, like, Requiem of Souls, you can see him wanting to attempt it on MP. And Puppey maybe feels the pressure. Sentry wards are going down everywhere.
Missed hookshot again. They need to connect their spells with their heroes in the right position, else it's all for naught. It doesn't matter. Here we go. There's better position this time.
Yeah, maybe they can get it, but you couldn't get the follow-up from LeMig. Mid 1 able to get himself far enough away. They're trying to get the distance. The BKB out from Raging Potato. At least he won't be affected by the paralyzing cast, but Lycan continuously stunned up. Now the global silence is out. Nando, he has to do work here. He has to find the kill. Mid 1's the primary target. The secondary Burrow is stabbed from LeMig, but Mid 1, he will finally die. Puppey will join him with a glorious death ward to, well, signify his own demise. They want more. Nando, MP, now the Lycan form is worn off. MP can come into this fight. The Burrow Strike forward. YapzOr still not dead yet. He's able to actually stay alive through so much of this, almost killing off LeMig on the hill. LeMig will get the kill, but maybe, it's still not enough. Raging Potato, Requiem of Souls up against MP. He can just dodge too easy, and Kezu and MP will stand over the corpses of Execration. It cost him 3 teammates, but the fight goes the way of Team Secret.
That was a much better organized team fight from Execration, but they're really far
Courier,
behind.
no!
Wait, did Kezo just kill the Courier?
Yeah, the Courier was making a break for the Secret shot.
Oh. What was on it?
Nothing. It was going up there at the time.
But this is the way Execration can take these fights. It was close to being good enough, but Secret's big advantage there still allows them to come out on top. Even losing the TA like that is still playable just because of how much net worth they have across the board on all of their heroes. Everyone in their lineup's actually pretty farmed. Even the Witch Doctor.
Hookshot. James gonna hit this one. MP, well, he turns on the Blade Mel. MP's not gonna fight him with the Battery Assault. Now he gets free. It's the Doppelganger. James can't stay close. The Diffuser Blade stopped him. The rocket will fly forward. It does the damage, but MP on 33 HP will survive. Has Manta available as well. LeMig's trying to close the distance. The Wolves are scouting, and now finally they find MP. Tries to break out with the Manta, but it will not work. And RR, the man who sent that Courier up to start with, he finally has his Solar Crest he went up to buy.
That's a pretty big chunk of gold.
It is.
Oh, MP doesn't have buyback. They could actually just get the Roche off this.
If I only knew. There's still Templar Assassin traps around, and that TA is also still a beast. That's a full Butterfly. Blink, BKB Desolator on mid 1. And a Haste Rune, which will get him in range of LeMig. So YapzOr gets to sit on a hill for 1 second until he 4-staffs down. But that is now no SK for 43 seconds.
And that should mean that this Aegis will eventually go to Secret. I think they're going to push in all the waves, make sure that Execration are cornered in their base, and then they can kill this Roshan very, very quickly with the combination of heroes. They have the TA, can pretty much sold this roast very quickly. Oh, he's gonna see James.
Oh, at least maybe with the Blade Mail. No, they're not even gonna, they just wait until it wears off, then mid one does the rest of the damage. Refraction protected him to start with. And the Clockwork, quick and easy pickoff. Team Secret, very methodical in this game.
They're gonna just, pushing at the mid. Roche is, it looks like TA is moving toward the Roche. The movement trajectory goes there. Oh, a nice region. Fair enough. Oh, he doesn't want it.
Just, he'll get it later. Oh,
Yapsor gets the region.
Well done, Yapsor. Well done.
Oh, Yapsor gets it. Okay.
Yeah, now we see who the real carry is.
Yeah, now you just need to sell his bottle, and then we're back to normal. You can't do that.
He can give his bottle to a carry. Come on, it's donations for the poor. Yapsor, blink in, able to find the Sand King. He's still got Burrow Strike and 15-1 charges, make that 16, 17. But that's only because Team Secret are expending abilities to kill him off. So no SK, once again, picked off outside the base. Execration, it always feels like they're one man down or one primary ability down. And this will give Team Secret the opening they want.
They seem less coordinated and more chaotic in the ball.
Reggie Potato, you got to burn the refraction. Charges the blink away! Mid one, saw it coming from a mile off. Takes the range racks. Nando was triggered his dog form as well. And now they're going to go in once more. Looking for the opening. Mid one takes the top tier 3 tower. Nando is just enjoying being on speed with his wolf form, but 70 seconds before it's back off cooldown. You will have the SK up in 6 seconds, but Team Secret, they've already made a hole in your home. And Reggie Potato, I don't think he understands like which hero he's got to go on.
That's 1.5 lanes of racks. They still have the melee in mid, and I think Secret are gonna just wait a little bit. Again, push out this wave in the mid, get that in a good position. The bottom lane is pushing in a little bit, probably courtesy of Clockwork. At least he could do that. But it's not looking good for Execration now. We're at that stage now where, judging from what lineups are facing each other, you need some sort of a miracle here to come back. If they find that perfect combination with everything, all their cooldowns ready, where they get a good Epicenter Sand King stun and Global Silence on top, and they land their key spells in addition to that, they can definitely still take the fight, but there are such a big margin for error for Team Secret. They're just going to send in mid one with their Medallion on.
Team Secret basically need to have 5 heroes standing all on the one spot for Execration to have enough control in the team fight where they can win it. But they can at least attempt to evenly trade or keep someone alive. The SK, at least the Global Silence is out, but the SF will be able to survive. Maybe mid one going down. Aegis Immortal, the only thing he'll lose where SF will lose its life. A quick buyback. They have to fight now or never. Even with the low souls, you have to hold the line. Nando's with his BKB in the fight, but mid one, the damage output is roughly 400. They'll take the mid racks. They're forcing Execration back into their fountain. And Team Secret, they want to get Negas. They'll do this the long way. No tier 4 tower push. It's safe, secure. The tier 3 tower will fall. Clockwork trying to actually jump into the front lines. There is the pickup. Mid one, just focusing on the Raging Potato. They need the dieback on the SF. They'll remove his damage. They'll remove his aura. And they'll remove Execration almost from the International. Mid one just needs to finish the job. The racks are still to be done. There's Lemic with his Burrow Strike. At least able to catch the Templar Assassin, but oh my lord, RR is gone. They've lost 4, they've lost 5. And they can be brutally, savagely wrecked out of the International. Team Secret have done it. It took 34 minutes. It was convincing, it was clean. And it felt like Execration just never got in the game.
Yeah, I was hoping for a bit more out of Execration in this game. I don't feel like this game really does justice. Some of the really nice plays we saw from them in the groups, but you know, this is a high-pressure environment. It's that one game for elimination. As we said, definitely less experienced players, and especially one of their players, as they said, first event ever. There's got to be a really high amount of pressure to play under. And at the end of the day, Secret with more experience, more composure, just all out better across all stages of the game. They had better laning, better teamwork, better fighting. Got the objectives, and they move on into the next round. So they get to play best of 3s.
Yes, they do, but of course they get to play Team Liquid in the next round. That's also a rough game after Invictus Gaming were able to knock them down earlier today, but Team Secret is definitely going to be a good confidence boost for them moving through the bottom bracket. Of course, Execration, they understood they were coming in. They were a little bit more of the underdog. A loss is a loss, but it's still fantastic experience for them. They still managed to make it out of the group stage and have won themselves a pretty penny to take home to the Philippines.
Yep. very good experience for them for sure to move on, especially for the new guy, whoever it was. He didn't want to put a name on him.
The mystery man. We'll refer to him as the guy. Or just guy. But yeah, you definitely saw the nerves approaching a little bit.
I think you did.
I think the clockwork, like that was kind of like the sealing the deal kind of moment when he let the cogs off. That was the moment everything started to fall apart. But if they got their initiations right, if you got the momentum, you could definitely see the draft working.
100%.
That piece of the puzzle looked very, very good.
You could see the logic of what they were trying to do. The execution just wasn't there. That's kind of the short version of the story. They got outplayed and they did not play their own best, which, you know, is a regret you can have afterwards, but either you show up or you don't on the day. Sometimes you have a bad day. That's it.
Yeah, so it's a terrific performance from Team Secret. They are the winner and will advance themselves into the lower bracket round 2.
That entire game can almost be summed up by one of the very early fights down in the bottom right, where there were 4 Execration members looking to make a big push on bottom tower. There was vision on absolutely everything from Team Secret, and Team Secret shut them down with a clean 4-0 in that fight. And so much was the tale of the entire game. Every move that Execration made, immediately Secret met it with great preparedness, with great execution, and punished every move.
It just feels like Execration wasn't really on the same page. I saw one of the smokes that they did. They actually drew a line, and then 2 of them is running in that line, and 1 is running the other way. So it just feels like they weren't communicating that well. Maybe they were like nervous or something.
We touched upon it earlier today. Not having counter Batrider really, really hurts. Like Lasso, like Silencer was like okay, and they had opportunities to maybe counterpick the Batrider a little bit better. Even cores that build Lincoln Spheres. I think Peter mentioned that earlier. Like they just had no way to deal with them.
I mean, it was just insane how good the coordination for Team Secret was. I especially loved it right during that siege of the main base. You just saw sentries plop down everywhere. There was like 5 sentries right outside the front. And this does mean that, of course, Team Secret will be advancing on and talking to a member of Team Secret, Yapzor. We got Casey.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Very exciting. Got to see you play your signature hero in Rubik on the main stage. You were just telling me that wasn't necessarily the plan. How did it feel to get to do that?
I mean, a part of it was the plan, but then we kind of shifted the plan towards another direction, and then they picked Clockwork, and I personally feel like Rubik is really good against that hero. So, yeah, we ended up picking it anyway.
How does it feel to get the one and dones out? The lower bracket is so tough when it's just the one game. You know how that feels. You were here just last year with Escape. You guys lost to Fnatic in the first game. So mentally, how did you overcome that? What is that like?
I mean, first of all, I do believe I'm here with a stronger team this time. Second of all, I'm a stronger player. But I think like mentality-wise, you have to just take it like the lower bracket. Especially the best of one part is only scary if you believe it's scary, and if you just feel like it's it's like another game, another normal game, and you just draft accordingly and get like your favorite heroes, like comfort heroes. I think you'll always do fine.
It's kind of unusual when you have a team with so many people from so many different corners of the world to actually get to live together and play so much together. How much of that do you think has helped the team dynamic as you head into TI, and how much of that do you think helped you today?
I'm not sure how much it helps exactly, but there are many different perspectives, especially because we have two players from Southeast Asia, and it meshes really well because different perspectives with a very experienced captain. Like he will know what to do with all these different ideas and how to put them all into one team and be able to make them really, really strong. And I believe we're getting there.
It sounds like everybody really appreciates and admires Puppey. You're not the first player who sat in this chair and said, "We owe it all to Puppey." Why do you think that? What's so great about Puppey? But what I mean is, like, what makes him? There are so many wonderful captains here. So what in particular about Puppey do you think helps with your team here at TI?
I mean, the only like good captain I've played with is probably Synderen before Puppey.
Oh, he'll like that.
Yeah, I mean, but like, I guess from my recent experience, Puppey compared to everyone else that I know is very strong-minded, but at the same time takes ideas. He doesn't only give. He like takes and gives, and he likes to share ideas with his teammates a lot. And I think it really helps me, especially it helped me personally because I was the newest member of the team. And if it wasn't for that kind of approach, I don't think I would have actually played well with him at all. So yeah.
Well, we're almost out of time, but really quickly I have to ask you about facing Liquid. You guys were pretty even throughout group stage. You 1-1'd a lot of teams, but Liquid you 0-2'd. So what are your thoughts as you prepare to face them tomorrow?
I mean, we were really shaky at the start of the group stage, so I'm not sure how much it will reflect on our play right now, because we definitely talked about the correct things and we improved a lot. So I'm like very excited and of course sad, because I'm also going to be playing against Miracle, which is also from Jordan, and I do believe everybody at home is going to be watching this game because of that. So it's in some ways some sort of a grudge match, but we're definitely prepared for it.
It'll be epic.
Yeah, I hope so.
Best of luck to you and congratulations on today.
Thank you.
All right, let's head over to Machine.
Thank you, Casey. Yes, indeed. That's one side of the coin. Now my chance to provide the other. It's the less fun of the duties, but this is an opportunity for you to provide a platform for you to kind of voice what on earth is going through your head. You are still top 16 world's best Dota players and team.
Yeah, actually, I'm already proud on what we get here, because actually we didn't expect that we will go this far. We're a team that played open qualifiers, and my teammates, like, I've been playing with them for like 2 months or 2 months only, and I think we're just not too prepared for this tournament, I think.
Not prepared in your mind, but still on the main stage. Last year, you came in through the wild card. You made it to Seattle, but not to TI. Now you're on the main stage. Now you've seen that crowd. Does that just increase the hunger? Does that make you want to come back even stronger next year, maybe?
Yeah, I think I really want to go back here. We play in this main stage, and I think we never play our best. I think because I really want to win this competition actually, but I think our plan never works. That's it. So that's
the use of the word "never." You don't need to use that. Yeah, it didn't work out this time. No, so much love. Thank you so much for taking the time for the interview. And one final question, which is, of course, you're so invested in this project. You've previously found yourself, managing and playing. You're doing so much for the Execration name. Next year, is this just going to come back big? Are we going to see more of Execration? Going to see more of yourself?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go. I want to go back in here.
Any messages for your fans?
Thank you all for supporting us, Execration, even though we never did our best, or I think we did our best maybe, right? And thank you very much for supporting us, especially to my manager, Arvin. I'm really grateful to him.
That's all for you, man.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to love you and leave you. We'll head over back to the desk to break everything down.
Thank you, Machine. And I'll echo something that PPD said at the start of today, that really TI for many of these teams is Christmas. It's a celebration of everyone who's here. And Execration, though they're eliminated, they go out with their heads held high. And Team Secret will be advancing on towards Team Liquid in the lower bracket round tomorrow.
Lumic was actually quite charming there in the end. I expected him to be a lot more sad and distressed.
It's really impressive whenever I see anyone who's able to remain that level of composure. I think I've cried after 100% of tournaments where I've been eliminated.
It's just very nice to see that he's actually happy that they made it this far. They made it to Seattle, they made it into the top 16, they got to play on the stage, and that is actually like he wants to come back the next year and maybe win TI.
That was the best I've ever seen a losers interview go. Usually they're just like despondent and they're just devastated that they're not playing anymore, but they seemed like they had expectations for themselves, and they exceeded those, and they're looking forward to doing the grind again next year.
And after this match, we see the standings as they currently remain. Of course, Invictus Gaming and Newbee remain in the upper bracket, ready to fight each other in the winners' semis. And in the lower bracket, round 2, Team Liquid now knows that they will be up against Team Secret. A very interesting match, and honestly, given the caliber of teams that we see at this event, pretty much every match is sick, including our next match is going to be Cloud9 versus Team Empire. And before we go into that, I do want to spend a little more time talking about the match that just got done between Secret and Execration. We have seen a lot out of Team Secret in terms of this game. What do you think are the real hallmarks that they'll be carrying forward into their next round matches?
I think the next match will be quite different from the one that they just played. I think they tried to play it a bit safe. They went for comfort picks and they went for strong and laning heroes. And that isn't really something that maybe works every game. I think now when they play Liquid, who they actually lost here to, if I'm correct.
O2, yeah.
O2. That they're gonna try to use that and look at the games there and try to like understand how they're gonna win these games.
One thing that I thought was great about what Secret did here is Puppey came in with a very, strong, stable strategy, and that's what matters in the lower bracket. You don't have many games to mess up, and tomorrow they'll have a little bit more leeway with the best of 3, but Liquid's no joke, so they got to really bring it.
And I want to give Kevin the chance to talk a little bit about that execution that we saw from Team Secret, the sort of plays that they were able to make, because pretty much every single significant engagement in this game went the way of Secret.
That was really what I saw as well on my side. One of the things that I caught that I thought was really important is you don't want to lose your towers before your opponents kill yours, if possible. And there was a moment here where Shadowfiend left the mid lane to head to the jungle to do some jungling. He's normally very good at clearing multiple wave camps, but it had 2 centaurs or 3 centaurs, so it had a lot of magic resistance. And in the meantime, TA was able to just whack on his mid tower for quite a long time. And after he jungled that, he even walked to the shrine to heal back up before going back to the mid lane. So just by doing that very, very small mistake, seemingly, he lost half of his tower HP. And this was 6 minutes into the game at the very start. And this has big implications because at some point later, TA shifts to the Ancients. Rubik goes to the mid lane to get his free experience. And there always has to be somebody in the mid lane from Execration's side because otherwise your tower is going to die very fast. And obviously there was the other big stuff that happened during the game, which was the missed hook shots, the lassos that came before the global silence. It was all these little things that added up that gave Secret just a commanding lead throughout the entire game.
And I mean, I said it before, I'll say it again, the way that they capitalized on every single win. I mean, after every big team fight, it seemed like a tower or 2 fell at the bare minimum. So I'm really excited to see the matchup against against Team Liquid tomorrow.
It's a showdown of the EU teams.
Yeah, man.
It should be pretty hype.
Now, our next match is one that, again, is in lower, is a best-of-1 elimination match between Cloud9 and Team Empire. And, of course, Cloud9 has had a lot of roster changes in recent times, so we got the chance to catch up with Owie 2000. Tell us a little bit about it, Casey.
You actually are coming into this having won TI before. You know what it feels like. You won TI5 with EG. So what did that teach you as far as what it takes? Because TI is a completely different beast than winning a major or winning another game. Like, there's a lot more pressure. So what did you learn from succeeding?
I think a lot of players, when they think about TI, they think about like 2 main things. They think about like the prize pool, the fans, how big the stadium. Like, it's a really cool event. It's cool to be here, but it just adds a lot of stress in that way. And they're thinking about so many things. And I think what TI5 taught me is like it's important to just be able to like focus on each series as a whole, like just focus on each series, and that's your goal. You don't want to like look too far ahead. You don't want to look at some games in the past. You just want to keep moving forward, because no team's guaranteed a TI win, no matter how good they are, no matter how well they're doing. Secret was the best team coming into TI5. They didn't win. Probably OG was probably the best team coming into TI6. They didn't win. Like, anything can happen at this tournament, and you just need to keep moving forward.
You know what it's like to go through roster changes. You've been through some pretty dramatic ones, especially last year. We talked a lot about what happened with the back and forth. How has that impacted you as a player, do you think?
I mean, roster changes are stressful. Like, if you're getting kicked or you're replacing a player, even even if you're not getting kicked, you're just coming in to replace someone, it's pretty stressful because you have to like live up to what their standard was, basically. But I think in general, moving around the rosters is very nice. Like, I've gotten to play with a lot of the top players in the world, so hopefully I've learned some things from them that I can use in this tournament.
How about how Envy came together, which is, I know now Cloud9. What was the spirit with which Envy kind of started building that team and bringing you on board? Because it did feel a little bit different from the beginning.
How it started was just we wanted 5 people who were willing to learn together and try to like grow as a team. We thought what Wings did was super cool. I think after TI6, everyone was looking at Wings. They played a long time together, and they had no results for a very long time. Mm-hmm. And then they got into some lands and they had very bad results for some time. And then they just started crushing it, and they dominated at TI6. And everyone's like, oh, this is the coolest team ever. So you want to try to emulate them.
So what do you think your strengths are as a team coming into this?
I don't know. I think we're pretty good at using the map, like splitting up resources, knowing what areas of the map we want to take. We're a very self-critical team. So like, if I look at it, it's like there's a lot of things I want to say, like, oh, we need to be better at this and this. But I think that's what we're good at. We're good at like choking our opponents out. If we get a lead, we are good at maintaining that lead. We're good at doing some weird stuff. We actually do a lot of weird stuff. That's our strength. Like, we do way too weird stuff. And like, I don't know what's happening half the games. But you know, like when you don't know what's happening, your opponent's even more confused. So no, that's our strength. I don't know.
And you're one of the few people I can ask in this atmosphere, because you've been there before, what it feels like to stand on that stage on the final day of TI after the grand finals. Being told you're the champion.
I can tell you, it's very confusing. So you don't know what's happening. It's very loud. I was just in a daze, but hopefully, if I win again, I'll be less of a daze. No, it's just.
Do you not remember any of it?
No, I remember, but I was just standing there, like, yeah, this feels good, but I don't really know what's happening.
So do you think it would be amazing to be able to put your name on this for a second time?
I mean, of course.
I mean, do you think you'd be the first one?
Yeah, it's pretty insane. It's like the 7th TI and no one's won twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say about TI that you think people would want to hear from you? This is your chance. You can say anything you want.
Nah, I mean, it's just like, thanks for the support, right? Like, TI is the community's tournament.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool.
And of course, thanks to that community support, the prize pool stands at approximately 24 million, with millions tuning in from all around the world. And I gotta say, he's talking about that idea of focusing on each series one at a time. And this is actually the most important time to do that, because this entire game decides their fate in the tournament.
That usually happens in the upper bracket, I think. If you're like a very strong team and then you think, oh, if we win this, we're gonna face this team in the next round. But especially now, as you said, for them in the lower bracket, they're gonna just look at this game and focus on that.
Yeah, it's really interesting how often players say that they have more comfort in situations where they're in the lower bracket, or if they're up against another team that is stronger than they are, that actually creates more comfort for them. That they feel like there's not as much pressure, because in a way it's okay to lose to one of those teams that's better, so they don't have as much of a risk.
And on top of that, I think they're doing the best that they are at this tournament right now, because they were looking really poor on day 1 and day 2.
Were they 1-9?
I think, and then which is pretty respectable. And I think they ended up actually in 7th place, 6th place.
It was a pretty remarkable comeback.
Yeah, 6th place from what I thought was going to be elimination.
Yeah. And of course, Cloud9 clawed their way out of that last place spot in order to be here today. And they'll be going up against Team Empire. And of course, Casey got the chance to sit down with their position 3 player, Ghostic.
So no one on this particular team has seen a TI before. So how have you been preparing for the particular pressure that's associated with the international?
Well, kind of we're in a DAC tournament. It's in China, and it was really huge for us also. Just like TI, but kind of lower price and like low pressure in DAC. But we were boot camping in Moscow for 1 week, practicing a lot, speaking with our coach, with our manager. They were helping us a lot. So we kind of prepared for now. I think we're good prepared.
You mentioned CIS. That was a big win.
Yeah.
You were the only team to qualify. That was huge. What do you think were your strengths that led you to be so successful there?
Oh well, we kind of expected much more pressure when we were playing qualifiers in CIS, but other teams didn't prepare really well as we thought. We were thinking that it's going to be really hard for us. It's going to be like best of 5 finals, like it would be 3-2 or something like that. But after all, we didn't lose a single game in playoff. I don't know, we were really good prepared for international, like I hope so.
Is there an advantage to being a younger team, do you think? Are you noticing that there's a different style of play? Because there's a lot of old guard that we've talked about on the Russian Dota scene, and you don't have any of those players on this particular team. So do you think there's a bit of an advantage? Do you look at things differently? Do you play differently?
Well, I think it's about motivation, because as my experience says, younger players are more motivated. Even without a huge experience, I think motivation is our best thing to have in a team. Like, we're all good motivated to show our skills, our strategies in that tournament. I think it's the most important thing for us.
Are there any other teams that you've been watching closely as far as how their style of play just to prepare for TI, or are you more focused on your brand of play?
Well, I would say on international qualifiers, we were closely looking to EG, how was they drafting, how was they thinking. But for international, I mean, we were working on our own strategies a lot, and I think that we're not watching other teams at all.
You ready for the lightning round?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Is it scary enough?
Ah!
Did I scare you?
No.
Okay. Ah!
Oh, now I'm scared.
Okay, pretty much. Puppies or kittens?
Kittens, of course.
Yes. Morning person or night person?
Night person.
If you could be any animal, what would you be?
Koala.
Let's say you're about to be dropped off on a deserted island with nothing but 3 things. You can bring 3 things. What 3 things do you bring?
A lot of water. I mean, like gallons of water.
Gallons of water.
Huge gallon of water. Okay.
Huge gallon of water.
Maybe a penthouse, like a huge house.
House?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant the magazine, but you mean an actual penthouse.
Penthouse.
Okay,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah. A cat, maybe.
A cat?
Yeah. I would say like a girl or a friend, but a cat is fine.
And you and the cat won't get sick of each other the way that 2 humans might.
Yeah.
That's a great answer.
Cat people.
I would also bring my cat, maybe 2 cats actually.
Yeah.
Really outnumbered up here.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm with you. That was a big moment of bonding between me and Joe. We'd like pull out our cat photos. We're like, like spent 30 minutes scrolling through. And now this brings us once again to another elimination match between Team Empire and Cloud9. Let's start with the boys in blue, Cloud9. Just a whole slew of notable names who have participated on a variety of teams through the years coming together under the Cloud9 banner. And of course, Eternal Envy and Aoi 2000. Some people were surprised to see them be able to get into the event under Cloud9 here.
This is a return of one of their older rosters. A lot of these guys have actually played together before.
And I really like that comment that Aoi 2000 made by getting the opportunity to play with so many players. He was able to learn from so many players, and we'll hopefully see the culmination of that today. They will be going up against Team Empire. Just as was said in that interview, a lot of people's eyes perked when they heard that Empire demolished their way through the qualifiers. And they were having a little bit of a struggle in the group stages leading up to today. They managed to have some interesting, long games.
Yeah, that was a tough one to stomach.
That was, that was awesome. Oh, come on, that was sick.
It was great.
I didn't have to cast. I mean, like, I could have gone to the gym midway through, come back, and it still would have been going on, except for one thing, Peter.
You don't go to the gym?
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. I set that one up for myself.
There you go.
Walked right into that sliding glass door.
Thank you for the assist.
Yeah, there it was. Now, in terms of these styles of these two teams, I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to kind of their personalities, some of the highlights coming into this match, Merlini.
Empire plays a little bit differently. They've been using very hard carries for resolution. They've been playing AM, Luna, Morphling a lot more than any of the other teams that we've seen. Cloud9, they've been running very fast-paced games. A lot of Drow Ranger. We've seen some Arc Warden. I think they're very good at getting early lead. And Medusa a lot, too.
Yeah, I've been a little surprised that we haven't seen as much Arc Warden at this tournament as was expected coming in.
He hasn't been a hero that's been picked a lot, though, lately, I think. It's a couple of teams that are picking him. Empire was one of them, but then it was also Shappy who played it, who unfortunately couldn't come here. And I think that is also one of the reasons why maybe Empire are picking the heroes that they are, because they're like 4 people who've been playing together for a long time, and then they have Resolution. So maybe they choose to pick heroes for Resolution that he can be around on his own with like Morphling and Anti-Mage and those heroes to do his own thing.
I imagine they're probably using that team chemistry to build around Resolution, who is a player who definitely, you know, he takes attention. He is, I think he has more experience on the big stage than probably this entire team combined. So, you know, his wealth of knowledge and tournament experience is going to be huge for them, and he can advise them on how to win big games.
Well, I mean, I asked earlier, how much would you even change your preparations based on what you've seen in the group stage? And I've been hearing again and again the feedback, you really got to be careful about departing from what you prepared. Resolution kind of came in at the 11th hour. So how is Empire supposed to work with that? Do you think that they've had time to practice this bigger focus on hard carries?
He's a super flexible player. I think he's one of the top carries of the world. I'm a big Resolution fan. I think they can really run mostly anything, at least within the heroes that he can play. Not Meepo, and he plays Archon a little bit, but maybe not to the extent of Chappie, but everything else I actually think he's better than Chappie at.
Yeah, educate me about Resolution. What makes him so great?
Well, he got second place at TI last year. That's already an accomplishment in himself. And I think he's been the standout player for DC and then Thunderbirds and then Planet Odd for the past like 6-7 months. Like every time we see him, he's just this amazing carry player that just seemingly can play anything in any situation and always get farm, not die. He's just very, very consistent.
He's more of the traditional one position than other carries. A lot of times we see carry players like Arteezy and No-Tail kind of adapt and play around their mid player. Resolution kind of, he takes that attention away from the mid player, and the mid player is a little bit, they have to play around him more so than him playing around them. So expect a harder carry, Anti-Mage, Morphling, Weaver, maybe even like a safe lane Void. Something along those lines I think is right up his alley.
I'm trying to think if we've even had that many games recently where that's been the case. I mean, perhaps the Alchemist game that we saw at the start of the day, but that's pretty typical with an Alchemist player.
I have a good feeling this game is going to be a little bit different than everything else we've seen today, and that's, I don't know how much of an Empire thing that is. That might be more of a Cloud9 thing, a little Jackie Mao for everybody.
Yeah, what was Howie talking about where he's like, we should do we're weird. What is it? What are the weird things?
It's just envy, man. He changes people, he changes teams. You start playing the Jackie Mao way, your games start going for an hour and a half, and you lose a little bit of insanity, but that's on both sides. Things get a little crazy. Things get mixed up, and
like 9 players in the game are going, I'm losing my mind. And
Jackie Mao is focused.
This is a fun game. I enjoy a game of Dota.
Ready.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm still chuckling about how many times.
Slark Pipe, you might see it.
Yeah. I mean, that is a hero.
Oh, he went Terrorblade Hood, too.
Yeah.
He did it on Weaver as well.
And Slark Pipe twice, right?
Yeah, I remember seeing that. And just, I mean, I think is one of the few players who's been choosing Slark fairly consistently in the group stages. I don't think we've seen him chosen that much at all.
He's one of the more position 1 players as well as Resolution. He likes to play Naga, he likes to play Terrorblade and Slark and these heroes. So
it was the Drow Pipe and the Lich Shadowblade game from Pilot Eye.
Lich Shadowblade, that's what I'm talking about.
And there's another guy that we should talk about is Fada. Fada, I thought would be a lot like Zai, who departed from the scene for like a year and then came back and was still being top form. I think many people agree that Zai's still really good. But Fada, he came back and then he has actually slipped a little bit, I would say. He's like not one of the top tier mid laners anymore.
What are the type of mistakes that you see him making?
Dying way more than he used to. He used to just not die that much.
It's just like a couple of weird things, like he's been playing puck a lot, but then he's Dream Coil, and in the end he runs out of it, and there were like really no reason for him to going out. So it just feels like he's not on top of his game the past games.
Feeling the pressure a little bit.
Maybe.
Captain Jackie Mao's coming down a little too hard on him.
He's running there with his pipe on Slark, and then it's like, I'm just going to go out from here.
I've played with Owie. I have played with Envy a couple times. I can tell you that environment can be pretty stressful.
What about it's stressful?
It's just a lot of talking. And sometimes a little too much. I think effective communication is one of the things that people don't talk about enough for a Dota team. It's really important. You don't want to use more words than you need to, and I know Jackie Mao's a big talker.
What are, like, in your eyes, what's good communication? Give me some good communication, and then give me some bad communication.
You just don't need to say more than you do. Anytime, like, you die, you say, oh, I messed up, or, dang it, like, this sucks. Like, probably a little bit more profanity than that coming out from the players, but, we like to keep it PG on the street.
That's right. If you go in those booths and say, oh, gosh darn, rats, I died again.
What you should be doing instead is communicating, okay, hey, guys, I messed up. This is what's going on with this hero, who I just died solo to.
He used this spell. He's going to do this. He's going here.
His Blink Dagger timer might be a little bit earlier than what we expected it to be, and communicating that information with your teammates is, it helps them play their game.
And it's also just as important what they're saying as to what they're not saying. You want to have as little interruption and thought processes as possible.
There's so much information going on in a Dota game, and you have to organize it. You have to facilitate it in a way that's concise, yet, you know, everybody understands what's happening.
The positive thing about that team is that most of them have played with them before and played with them for a very long time. So they are used to his form of communication, which may be a little bit different.
They understand how they play together, so there's a little bit less need for communication.
Are you guys just being tactful? Is it that when you're playing with them, he's like, oh, God, I'm dead again. Oh, like, what is it that he's specifically saying?
I'm not saying that at all. I was just giving you an example of effective communication. And unaffected.
He's not a downer. He just talks a lot about small details. I think both him and AY just go on really deep about certain things, where I think like most of the time when you want to talk about things, it's like, oh, big macro decisions. Oh, like we need to push here, let's smoke here, we need to drop a ward here. Like those are like big macro decisions that might influence your team fights. Whereas I think they're like just very, very small things, just talk, like they just speak like 3 sentences about something that you think is just so minuscule that you wouldn't even bother to mention. But it's just different priorities, right?
Sure. So the real challenge then would be to be able to process that sort of information as other players in the game and not get overwhelmed or distracted in those moments.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yes. I'm actually the worst at listening and talking at the same time while I'm just playing in my simple little games. Can't even imagine the scope when there's this much team coordination happening in these matches. So, you know, in terms of Team Empire, you've talked about Resolution. You've talked a little bit about how he's such an extraordinarily impressive carry. What are the qualities that the other 4 players you've seen consistently do to provide him that space that he needs in order to get the farm?
They like to dive towers. They like to be aggressive. So in that sense, like they're making a lot of space for him. They like really like to run around the map and get info, and then out of the info that they're getting, they're making other moves.
There was a patch where Centaur offlane was really popular and Sardar, and that was like their patch. They just constantly dove people at towers with Stampede and Sprint. They would just chain stun, keep running down people. And that's a classic CIS style, and I think they really excelled at that, although that playstyle has been reeled in a little bit.
In terms of the type of farming that we're seeing out of Resolution, you know, I've watched some games of Ramses 666, the hard carry for VP, and a lot of times he'll be staying on his side of the river, being very conservative, staying in his jungle, not really pushing the lanes too far forward. Is that a similar type of style that you see out of Resolution, or is he more bold, more forward, trying to even split push and take barracks with a character like Anti-Mage?
What I've seen out of Resolution's previous team, you know, and at this tournament, he really does prefer playing into the late game, taking the safe route, similar to, I think Ramses is probably a little bit more aggressive than Resolution. I just see him playing harder carries and taking the game to a later stage where he really, really excels.
So talk to me a little bit about those specific carry characters, like Anti-Mages, the Morphlings. I feel like the lineups that we've been seeing are pretty consistent with one another in a lot of the games. I mean, Lycan has been such a common pick, Batrider's been such a common pick, Night Stalker's been such a common pick. Are there big shifts and differences that happen? I even remember earlier you were talking about how Lich is a really useful hero to help support Morphling and these types of things.
That is one way to get Morphling work, because he's quite weak on the lane. So if like you actually have him on the safe lane and you have 2 heroes coming there to contest him, he's quite weak early on. And so Lich is a very good hero for him in the mid lane at least. But Anti-Mage is more of a counter pick to offlaners, I think. He's not good to show early on because there are a lot of heroes who actually counter him. But if the opponents show a hero like Darkseer or any other heroes that he's good against on the lane, it's a good pickup.
Yeah, I mean, that is one hero that I actually... I have no clue how to play against Darkseer. He wrecks me every single time in lane.
Try Anti-Mage.
There you go.
There it is. Problem solved. Just hit him. Just hit him, and then you burn his mana, and then he doesn't have any mana anymore.
That hero has mana. Have you played Darkseer? No. That hero has like, you can cast like 3 Ion Shells and you're done at level 1. And then you have to buy like 2 Clarities and a Mango and a Soul Ring, and it's still hard.
I'm not a big fan of Darkseer right now.
Yeah, he's tough.
Really?
I see VP's kind of played him a little bit and had some success, but I think VP is a really good team, more so than that hero being incredibly strong.
I mean, I always see him like super high up on net worth in the early game.
He's a farmer. He's more of a, that's the kind of thing about him. Most offlaners are these like heroes that farm with Blink Dagger and start initiating fights. Darkseer kind of almost takes this 2 role where he is responsible for a lot of damage and he takes a lot of farm. And
yeah.
He builds a mech, and he's just kind of in a weird place. He doesn't fit in with a lot of different heroes.
So it's not necessarily that he's affecting the enemy safe lane. He's sort of just gathering up as much resources as he can for himself.
Exactly. He's a very selfish offlaner. He doesn't provide a lot to the team until later on when he gets some farm. He works really well with Sven, which is what we've been seeing from VP, but I wouldn't expect that hero to get played in this series. I think the one to look at for sure is Lich. I think it's going to make it through. I've seen Cloud9 prioritize it a lot. first banning it and also first picking it. I think that Empire, I think a good bet for them is to try and play against it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about those style of heroes, like the Lich, the roaming heroes. I think that this is one of the hardest here, like just things to do in Dota. I mean, if you're a new player and you start to roam, or if you're me and Purge is insisting that I roam in an episode of me trying to learn Dota, I mean, it's an easy way to just consistently get yourself killed, to get no farm. I even remember you were talking earlier about how important bounty runes are in just the entire meta. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to that.
It's just more of a way for the position 4 heroes that are like roaming to actually get some levels and get some farm. So getting these bounty runes is quite big. It can make you get your tranquil boots early on, or another item that can make you a bit stronger in the early game. So yeah, it's like very good to go and take the opponent's bounty rune, because then of course you actually deny them of gold and experience as well.
It also can be difficult for the opponents to know where you're at while you're off the map looking for these bounty runes. They're not sure if you're sneaking up behind them, you could be smoked, but actually you're just trying to get some farm.
And that is also a reason why Crimson Maiden is so bad right now, because she's so slow. So if you actually, if you find her when she's trying to go for a bounty rune, she's in a very, very bad position.
Definitely.
Like, it's a long way to the towers, and there's no other hero there, and then she just dies. That's why she's not picked.
Also why Wisp is a top pick, and I would expect Wisp to be banned. One of Pilot Eye's better heroes. I think that Cloud9's performed very, very well with that, and I would strongly encourage Empire to ban it out.
Yeah, I mean,
with the Lich pick, I think you give it to Pi. I think he's played it a lot this tournament, and Cloud9 hasn't won a lot of games, and I've seen Pi.
Yeah.
When he starts to die a little bit too much throughout the game, he really just kind of starts feeding. And I think that might be a good opportunity for Empire to take advantage of.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see a Wisp pick, just because it's such an uncommon pick outside of the pro scene. It demands so much coordination to be able to execute it properly. And I also just got word that the players are still getting set up in the lobby. We're waiting for them to be able to start into this game. Want to give them their time, make sure that they get everything set up perfectly fine. And since we have a moment, I want to remind all of you that the newbie stream, the newcomer stream, is running concurrently with this one, and it's a great place to go if you've never played the game of Dota. It is the exact same stream as this one. It has all of us here on camera. It has the same commentators in the match. It is showing the same view in the match. But it also has extra pop-ups of information to help introduce, to help clarify. Look at this. Here's the stream right now. We have clips giving little bits of extra information. And look at this. We got Troll Warlord, because it's so important to educate the new players about that BBD. Sick. And this is the sort of thing that, we hope that if you are brand new to Dota, to give this a shot, to hopefully get the opportunity to learn a little bit about the sort of nuance and mechanics of the game, because so often these situations are all based around understanding super specific things, such as the passive ability of Earthshaker, the fact that he'll always stun the ground when he casts a spell, so you have to be very watchful.
Valve's done a really good job of almost I think building a better product for this newbie stream. It's it's seen a lot of success in the past, and then last year people weren't super pleased with it, but this year I think it's at a really good place where you still get the main experience of being with everybody, but you also get to learn about the game. And TI is this huge celebration of Dota, and it's not just about all the people that have been around forever and play this game all the time throughout the year. It's it's introducing this game that we love so much to all these new people.
And there's one thing that I want to emphasize, that as unbelievably hard and complex as Dota 2 is at a competitive level, I was surprised when I started playing that it is dead easy to have a blast with almost no knowledge. You choose Lina, you blow a bunch of shit up, and it's awesome, man. The ultimate, you just zap someone with a lightning bolt, and they're gone. Oh, that feels good, and I don't know anything that's going on. I mean, I think that in each individual game of Dota, there's always one or two or three things that you can learn pretty clearly that are useful for the next game. It happens to be that there's 7 million things to learn in order to be a very successful player, but you don't need to know a few million in order to play your first game.
That's what keeps it fresh.
I'm actually curious, when was your first game of Dota?
First game, I mean, I played Dota 1 way back when, so
yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know, over 10 years ago, probably?
Do any of you remember your first game?
2005, December.
Yeah, that's the same for me, I think. Yeah. Maybe even the same month.
We were all little children back then.
Yeah. Dude, what were your first games of Dota like?
Oh, I love Perseverance. I was like Owen.
Yeah, that was,
Oh my god.
Perseverance was the thing. It was awesome.
Health regen, mana regen, you got some damage.
Damage?
What,
You didn't have to go back to base? There was a secret shop?
it was the best item. You never had to go back to base.
Oh god. I see. I remember in my first games, I didn't understand the idea of regen. I was just like, brown boots and save. We're going to get a really big item. And then someone said, but if you buy regen, you can stay in lane and get money. So then I would buy like 16 tangos and be like eating trees every few seconds.
Actually, the first time that I bought tangos, I ate all 4 at the same time because I thought, now I'm going to get a lot of HP. And then it didn't happen so much.
I'm going to super duper heal.
So not a natural talent, right?
No.
Took you. Everybody has to start somewhere. You got to learn.
It says you get HP. I don't know. It doesn't stack.
My earliest memories of Dota were my friend and I just spamming Vengeful Spirit and techies. So we were a great pleasure to play with for everybody.
You're one of these players, all right.
I think I was the Vengeful Spirit, though, so it's not as bad.
Oh, so he was the bastard. You're innocent in the story, huh?
I was his assist.
Oh, yeah, naturally. Oh, you swap him in.
Yes, I swapped him
that's
into the
next
lines.
level.
Yeah.
I mean, for any of you who don't know, Techies is a hero that not even Valve lets be picked at this tournament. They're just like, no, that we don't want to ruin the experience for an entire team for an hour and 40 minutes and make 5 players on the other team very, very happy.
Or get them a free win, like last year.
Techies is rough. It's TI5. It was 2 years ago.
Oh.
But yeah.
Wait,
I was.
Did they pick last year?
Did it? Oh yeah,
Wings
Wings picked it. They did techies and like Pudge and stuff.
Yeah.
They were just throwing. They were just
God,
messing. They were just
so
messing
good.
around on the main stage.
Upper bracket.
Did they
Upper
win
bracket.
the game?
No, they got crushed.
It was like the one game they lost, other than the finals.
Yeah. It's always so funny to see how things that felt completely overpowered and confusing initially, no big deal. Seems straightforward now. And I just got the magical updates in my ears that the game is now ready to go. It is going to be Cloud9 going up against Team Empire. It will be a best of 1. We'll find out after this match the second team to be eliminated and who will be advancing forward to face Evil Geniuses. Cloud9 versus Team Empire is starting right now.
Cloud9 versus Team Empire. Game 1.
Super curious to see the drafting strategies coming up because that's one thing I love about playing Dota. You can wind up with these wildly different experiences in games.
I will do my very best to predict the mind of Jackie Mao. However,
Look at these bands. Look at the Ancient Apparition and Kunkka.
He's crazy, man. He does some crazy stuff. He's in his own world. What do we have here? Oh, Batrider first pick.
There's a Wisp here as well still in the pool.
Cloud9 going way out of left field.
And Nyx and Puck, I mean, pretty much Nyx, Puck, Night Stalker, Batrider, very common early bans that we've been seeing out of a lot of teams. Lich, also very common early ban.
There's still Night Stalker. Night Stalker's pretty good versus
Pretty
Bat.
solid against Bat, that's for sure. You definitely want to pick some heroes that you want to pick. Heroes that counter Bat. So Night Stalker can be great for that. He can be a little weak in lane, but if you run him as a support, it's fine.
There it is.
Probably looking at a 4 Night Stalker there, and then I would hope they'd pick something that can either counter the lasso here or
Oracle.
Yeah, or lane up against the Batrider pretty well.
And you know, in terms of just experience at low levels, Night Stalker has a lot of very strong effects on his level 1 spells. The fact that it's slow at 50%, but as you get higher and higher up, it's the fact that Night Stalker is just the most constricting in terms of vision player.
And also, he has 1800 range at night. That's very, very rare. A lot of the patches have reduced most of the heroes to be standardized at 800 at nighttime. He has 1800 all the time during night. And it's very hard when we're observing the games and seeing from a spectator point of view. But again, if you're a player and you're playing against Night Stalker, the game is completely different.
He shrinks the map. When he casts Darkness, the enemy's vision is greatly reduced, and it makes Batrider's job initiating, blinking in, and finding that opportune lasso very, very difficult.
I mean, I feel like that can't be overstated enough. Because, I mean, if you're playing at much lower levels, you won't even really need any extra information because you're not going to make use of it. You're just sitting on your side of the river farming safely. They're doing the same. But, I mean, these pro teams, we see them so coordinated, just pouncing in an instant. Night Stalker is going to be a very nice pickup to protect resolution down the line.
That one glimpse of a hero is all you need to blink in and lasso in. So
we've seen that more from all of these games as well, that vision is something that teams greatly...
as teams get better and better, they take more advantage of the information and the vision that they have on the map. And Disruptor here, a hero that can, you can glimpse Batrider away and it'll cancel that lasso as Batrider gets too far away from his target.
And Disruptor is just probably the biggest playmaking hero we've seen at TI today.
I've been honestly a little bit surprised by how much he's been getting played, but he's been having a lot of success and pulling off some major team fights.
Ooh, Dazzle, an interesting pick.
That's make me think about Terrorblade.
Yes, definitely.
It's Eternal Envy. He loves to play Terrorblade, so.
Up against this Night Stalker, you don't want to go late game, or you can go late game, but you need to have vision. It's difficult to do. So a lot of teams will defer to more of a group up and push style up against the Night Stalker that he really just doesn't offer a lot. He can try to run in the back lines and silence the Dazzle, but he's got a pretty rough time getting back there unless they smoke behind.
Yeah, I mean, if you get vision on a team and, yep, they're all there.
Yeah.
Can't do much.
Yep. If if they're playing S5, the information, like if you have more vision than your opponent, you just, oh, they're all together. Oh, they're all together. They're together. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah. We outlined the benefits of Night Stalker, but the cons are he's actually not that great at team fight.
He brings no team fight.
Yeah.
One of the weakest team fighters in the game.
And so Dazzle, of course, has some unbelievable save abilities. I mean,
you can shallow grave. Shallow graving somebody that's inside of that static storm. That's where I see it being most effective this game. Also being able to sustain the push that I think Cloud9 will bring this game to manage the Night Stalker's vision advantage.
In that sense, they can pick basically any push, put like a push hero, and then try to just go S5 and get some towers.
What heroes do you think might fill that role?
Terrorblade, I think it's the best, because then you also have the Grave to make sure that he can get his Sunder off. But
also Lycan.
Yeah, Lycan could work. DP, Medusa can force towers.
DP got
banned, yeah.
Maybe Pugna?
Pugna could work.
Pugna's still an option?
Doable. Drow Ranger.
Drow Ranger, yeah.
Pugna's been very interesting to trace in this tournament.
Drow's
lots early in the first 2 stages of group stage.
Let's see, they banned DP, so they can definitely get Drow or Terrorblade if they choose to. I like that direction a lot.
Yeah.
Those are two heroes that Eternal Envy is very good on.
What about outside of the carry role, characters like Nature's Prophet with the Tree Ants?
That works. I think it's more likely for the Batrider to be that 3 position, and Furion, I don't know how much I like him in the 2 or 1, although we did see Eternal Envy play a Furion. Maybe that was last tournament, or maybe it was during this. I think it was the qualifiers for TI. He last picked some Furion for himself, and I was a little bit skeptical, but he played really well and ended up winning.
They might be trying to trick Empire that the Bat is offlane and then put it on mid. Fata has been playing Bat a lot before, but it's been a long time since we've seen Bat mid though. So
we've got a PL ban here. That's PL, lots of illusions. You generally want to ban this hero when you don't have a lot of AoE, which definitely makes me think they want to go to that Terrorblade Drow strategy, one of those two.
And what about Empire banning out the Sven?
Let's see, maybe going for that Lycan that we talked about, potentially. It's not great versus Bat, but why else would you ban Sven?
That's what I was curious. Maybe
you're worried
Bristle.
about armor,
Bristle's mediocre.
Bristle, Slardar, these minus armor heroes.
I don't know. The only reason would be that Empire would want to pick some physical damage themselves.
Maybe they banned Sven as a reaction to the.
No, Sven ban came first.
Oh, so they banned Sven. Oh, then they banned PL because they thought maybe Empire would go PL with the Sven banned out.
Seen a lot of LC out of Team Empire running out of the off lane, especially versus Batrider.
Yes, he matches up really well in that lane. It's a lane that Batrider can actually can lose, which is very few, and he can remove Lasso with his press the attack on any of his teammates.
They're also setting up, in case it's a Terrorblade pick, that they can actually lock him down and kill him before he gets the Sunder off.
Definitely. Gotta watch out for that Shallow Grave, though. Dazzle, one of the better counters against LC, can always, it's very straightforward. Hey, this guy's dueled, be ready to Shallow Grave him.
Now, in terms of pickups that we just haven't seen at this point, Earthshaker, not banned, not picked.
They have to commit. They have to see whether or not they want to commit to the push right now.
Yeah.
Lich ignored as well. I was totally off there. Go me. Disappointed in myself. Thought I was better than this.
It's okay.
Just up here making up stuff at this point.
We'll cover.
Doom, big popular pick. He can provide some auras to his team if they choose to 5-man push. Also, I really like this hero for Aoi 2000. I think he's. I don't think he's the greatest roamer. This Tusk, Nyx, Sand King, support, Earth Spirit. I don't think that's really the best role for him. Farming up in the jungle and coming out with some items and having an impact on the game, I think, is where he slots in really well. And
yeah, do you see him played more as an offlaner or as a position 4 or 5?
For Cloud9, it's almost always AUA.
Yeah, so definitely a 4 position. I wouldn't be surprised to see him make a visit up to the top lane, and he could eventually take over the off lane and let MSS on the Batrider fall back into the jungle to farm some stacks. There's
Queen of Pain.
Queen of Pain. Sometimes struggles against Doom, but he can definitely go for a Lincoln Sphere, which should keep him pretty safe.
So at this point, we always ask the question with Team Empire having one more character to pick. What is the big thing that is lacking for them? Is it first they really need to see what Cloud9 does with these next 2 picks before they can even make an evaluation? Or are you looking at this lineup for Team Empire and seeing some clear weaknesses?
Well, you can't pick there. Save Resolution's here for later. You can't pick an AM because you'll get pushed down very early on with either Lycan or Drow Ranger, and there's too many heroes to ban out.
They are definitely pushing.
Yeah, I think that saving Resolutions for last, and they can go at a more early game carry, even terribly themselves if they'd like, in case they are worried about Cloud9 fighting early, and then they can go later and later with the anti-mage and Morphling, depending on how greedy Cloud9's draft is.
My concern with Empire's draft at the moment is that the only D push they really have is the Legion Commander, and he's also the person that wants to be dispelling the lasso from whoever Batrider decides to choose. So if he comes up to defend the towers, it's very likely that Batrider is going to lasso him. So with Resolution's hero last, they either need some hero that can team fight, or I don't know, I think they need some more team fight.
I think they might go for the team fight since they have Disruptor as well, which already is quite good team fight. Queen of Pain, of course, as well, with her ultimate.
Is it possible to see a Naga carry from Resolution?
Unlikely.
I like it here.
It's a good setup for the Static Storm from Disruptor, but
you can safely push out lanes without actually being there.
I think he's not going to be able to come online as fast.
Yeah, I would be concerned with that as well. What other teamfight carries or options for Resolution?
Alchemist. I think could come online early enough to deal with the push. Pretty good versus Doom. Decent versus Bat. Doesn't care too much about getting lassoed.
And there's some nice space that can be created with Night Stalker, Legion, and Queen picking off players in mid-game.
Resolution hasn't played it too much, though.
Cloud9's looking pretty solid here. C9's got a ban and then a pick here, and then Empire will have the last pick for Resolution.
I think Warlord could fit them well, but it's not a hero that Resolution plays as much, right?
Definitely not.
We should have a Jackie Mao here. Maybe.
Looks like it.
Pugna, all-in push.
Or Necrophos, some more sustain and team fight.
That could work.
I think Drow's still good.
Drow could still work as well.
What do you think about Terrorblade as a pick here still?
Definitely an option. I don't see anything wrong with it.
It's just that Legion can clear all of these illusions with one nuke early on in the game.
What do we got? Arc Warden. There it is.
Baby.
That pesky, annoying hero.
Arc Warden is super annoying. Can summon a clone of himself, cast all sorts of juicy spells that deal some nice burst damage, but he has very bad mobility, so.
This is a hero that is very good at prolonging games, which we have agreed that is the Cloud9 style. Make it crazy. Let's get that game up to 2 hours and see if they're still playing sane.
They do have Doom though, so as much as the game keeps getting longer and longer, then he's gonna get more and more farm.
Void for Resolution. Okay, team fight.
They want to fight, yeah.
Yep, they're gonna combat these pushes whenever that Chronosphere's up. Look for the early game team fights at these tier 1 towers.
So really the story of these drafts is Cloud9 going push heavy and Team Empire looking to do some conquering in team fights. I cannot wait for this match to get started because the draft is looking very different than what we've seen today. So casters, take it away for Cloud9 versus Team Empire.
You know, there is an air of destiny when it comes to this series. Both teams come out the group stage with a result 6-10. This game was meant to begin at 6:10 p.m. and this game will now go for 610 minutes. It's going to be hopefully a terrific series. Arc Warden, a fantastic split pusher, but we didn't get the real dream. No Naga. Instead, Team Empire focusing on team fight with the Faceless Void.
Is that the real dream? I don't know. You have some weird dreams, man.
I have some
That's not
amazing
my
dreams,
idea.
and all of them consider like they have to go for 2 hours in length, so I get a good night's dream sleep.
That's fair enough. Naga is a good hero to dream about if you want to dream a long Dota game in general.
Yeah, count the Nagas jumping over the fence.
So I think the panel pretty much hit the nail on the head. There's like clashing of styles. Cloud9's is more split push, slower, and then with elements of coming together to push with the Dragon Knight mainly. Whereas Empire are playing very classic Empire stuff. It's a lot about skirmishing. It's a lot about playing fast, going for kills. We don't see too much objective taking out of their lineup. They don't actually have any hero who's very good at that.
Yep.
But they have heroes that can stun and deal damage. And that is classic CIS Dota.
To be honest, I thought with the objectives we would have seen that from Resolution. I was waiting for like the Morphling pickup to come because it's been that split push objective plus team fight objective he brings, going for the early E-Blade pop rush, and a whole bunch of other options they have, but they went for the Faceless Void. Do you feel like Empire, because of this pickup, are having a bad timing option against Cloud9? The panel was saying like the longer the game goes, the better it's going to be for Cloud9. How does it work for Team Empire? They're into a bold deck where it has to be won by 45, 50 minutes max.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think Empire's lineup can definitely go late. I do see what they're saying though. I hear like Arc Warden gets very, very good later on in the game, and Dragon Knight can scale very well too. And by virtue of having a greedy 4 position like the Doom, he can definitely scale as well. But I think Empire can hold their own if they get through the laning stage and get through a good mid game, then they can definitely play late as well. What speaks for them in terms of getting there is that I think this is a very, very classic duo for, again, for CIS teams to run. This is something a lot of CIS teams have run in the past, the Night Stalker and Disruptor together. And the really logical synergy is that Night Stalker provides a lot of vision. And if you're an aggressive team that wants to run at people, you want to do 2 things. You want to fight them, and then you want to go. And then you want to force them to fight you. What can you do that with? You can do it with glimpse.
Yep.
You set up the fight, you go in. If the enemy team tries to respond, you have 2 options. You can glimpse the hero back into your team to kill it, or you can glimpse away reinforcements. So you can always guarantee this outnumbering situation. And they have plenty of ways to set it up. They have the Legion Commander duel, they have the Chronosphere, and a lot of nice synergy overall between their spells. So I think both teams' lineups are very good at different times, and then it's about whether they hit their timings correctly or not.
So we can look for those timings. As you said, Team Empire, they can initiate / counter-initiate, and they can also mess up with Cloud9's initiation. The Batrider, I'm interested to see how much of an impact he has in this game. Going up against both Disruptor and the Legion Commander makes Lasso very difficult to hit. But MSS was also the big victory offlaner of Cloud9. One of the big reasons they got a win in the last couple of days of the group stage was his big 5-man Dream Coil and 5-man Silence on Puck. The same kind of question will be asked of him in this game. Can he get that initiation? Can he give Cloud9 that momentum they really require? That's going to come from farm positioning as well as just the ability to get his items.
He definitely needs to play a very good game here. I think this is a difficult Batrider game, personally. As the panel pointed out, his vision is limited by the Night Stalker. There's the press the attack and the glimpse, as you said.
Yep.
And in addition to that, I don't feel like his lane matchup is particularly good. It's Batrider favored, but it's not the classic Batrider will absolutely destroy this melee carry without help. Void with help has potential on this lane. Time dilation is extremely annoying to play Batrider against, because this hero is all about spamming spells. And the Void is going to go for a Magic Stick, Quelling Blade, and then skill up point in time dilation early probably, and then there's no way Batrider will kill him on this lane, unless Resolution makes a really big mistake. So he should be able to hold his own.
PPD was mentioning the fact that AUI, not a great, doesn't want to see him rotate, likes to see him go inside the jungle. But thanks to the pressure being applied by Roger with this Night Stalker into mid lane, Fada was already dropped down pretty low. He's only got 1 shared Tango left, and there's 130 gold towards his 650 gold bottle. That's a rather expensive thing to push towards, so it's going to be difficult for him. But it does hold the Doombringer in the mids. No extra rotations up. Instead, it allows the other lanes to harass him pretty heavily. MSS now having to burn that south. 3 tangos left for him for consumables. Ghostic's a little bit luckier. He's got press the attack. So when Pilot Eye and Envy try and beat the crap out of him, he does have his own self-heal from abilities.
Yeah, the Ghostic Legion Commander lane is actually pretty good. If you're picking Legion Commander and you can get this kind of 1-on-2, you're pretty happy. You can purge off the Flux with press the attack, so you can almost always get out. They have no stun in their lane, so you can always just TP away. Unless there's a rotation coming in from AUI, who they have eyes on currently, so there's no risk of that up top. And that means Ghostic will be getting a lot of experience in gold here. And when it comes to this matchup, the Legion Commander versus Arc Warden, Arc is one of the heroes I don't have too much experience with and against. But one of Arc's weaknesses in lane is that he has pretty mediocre attack damage and very low armor and mobility.
Oh, Roger.
So Legion can take advantage.
It could be in trouble. Infernal Blaze just coming off cooldown now for AUI, so gets the stun, gets the slow. The Stomp, however, did not connect. He turns to go for the Void, but so slow thanks to the 3 points of Sticky Napalm. And MSS taunts his way to first blood.
This is one of the things PBD mentioned as well. Combining Batrider and Doom together can put a lot of pressure early on. Both heroes hit, I want to say, their first spike. It's maybe a bit too early to say that for those heroes, but when both heroes are level 2, you have a lot of kill potential. Infernal Blade or Scorched Earth together with the level 2 Batrider Napalm plus Firefly is very easy to connect, and it kills with on heroes without mobility.
Definitely helps when Roger also goes to invade the dire side of the river to steal the bounty runes. This allowed them with their Observer Ward to understand that no one else was nearby, so Cloud9 able to 100% know they can get away with that kill. This gives really good start to MSS, even though he's having a hard time having stacks to steal. Oposhka's not getting involved in that at all. Ghostic, they're waiting for the press the attack. The Wraith comes up too late, so easy runaway for the Legion commander. But MSS under pressure. Roger trying to use his wings to block the Manta Ray. MSS will get up the hill. There is another Void coming off cooldown now. There is no glimpse for the Disruptor, however, so unable to grab MSS and pull him back into a more, well, advantageous position for Team Empire.
And he's also getting a full creep wave. This is very nice for MSS, actually. He kept 2 supports busy. Still going to get the full experience from this unless Disruptor really annoys him with this pull. This is actually a pretty nice play coming out from Oposhka here. Forcing the creep wave to fight this stack, and it's a lot harder for Batrider to get CS, and he won't be able to kill any of these creeps.
Especially considering like the damage right now that Lizard does more than MSS does. And then they can't even get the runes. Roger's able to take the Invis rune from the bottom. Ghostic's backed off the top lane after the early pressure. He's just trying to farm up. Pylai die thanks to that Observer Ward. He understands how low he is. Only 1 point up on poison attack, but having AUI there to help out. Ghostic is in a world of hurt. Goes down. And nice rotations. AUI involved in 100% of the kills so far, but small sample size, it being only 2.
Yep. He gets to steal a nice creep here, though. He ends up devouring the Golem, the Shard Golem, which is a pretty powerful spell for Doom, since Doom has mana problems early on, so most of the active spells he actually can't afford to use very well, but Hurl Boulder is free. It's a 30-second cooldown for a very nice stun, and then if you die, because someone thought that would be funny, he actually splits into 2 small Doomlings, and they each also have that shard ability, so you can do a lot of damage by actually dying.
It's because we thought it would be balanced in. That's the balance is the word.
I mean, it makes sense. He eats the Golem and gets its ability. And then, therefore, you have to become 2 little Doomlings.
Yep. Fada just getting Shadow Striked and screamed up. FN has gone for the 1-1-3 build, so not a lot of points in harassment. Makes sense when you're going up against a DK with that level 2 Dragon Blood, not to mention Stick Charge regeneration to work with.
And FN seems to be having a very good grip on this lane. He's almost a full level ahead of the Dragon Knight. I don't think this is this quad favorite of a matchup if it's in isolation, but with both Night Stalker and Doom having been involved, it can go a bit both ways. But FN, I believe, is coming out a bit further ahead here than was expected. So that's very good for Team Empire for their mid lane.
Yeah, that's fantastic for all the lanes when you look at it. It's been a big role. Okay, well, first stun, there is nothing to follow up from AUI. That is actually Roger to rotate in, and they're going to just silence him and just push him back. Scorched Earth means that AUI will survive. But it's the aggressive wards. There's 2 Observer Wards that's being committed to watch MSS closely. Really, Fada underneath the tower? He's got so much regeneration. This kill is very difficult with rotation in from Dazzle. That's not going to help. FN's able to grab that DD rune from the top river and regen.
Empire are definitely happy with this. They got a Dazzle TP that I think was unnecessary, but they were worried that FN could go for that kill on Fata. So force a TP, force some rotation and movement. That gives more space top to Ghostic. Should be getting his level 6 very early this game, actually. Is he trying to snipe the Courier here, Roger?
He was looking for it. He knows something's around, but the Courier isn't going to play that game.
It's also very hard to kill for Night Stalker without phase boots. I think he needs to hit it 3 or 4 times. So if they're paying just a little bit of attention, they should be able to fly away from him.
Nice Obs 1 to go up on top. Gives Pilot Eye and AUI the vision advantage to fight the top lane. Ghostic hiding in the only place he can, but when Envy throws in the Wraiths, hiding in the trees. They're going to throw a secondary one. Is there a TP support to come in? Radiant have already scanned, but it was too late. Paradise and AUI were further west. These Razors continue to connect on the mark. There's so many heroes up on top because remember, you're doubling the envy. Not to mention, while all this is going on, Resolution arrives with a big Chronosphere. He's caught Pylite Die. They're going for the Arc Ward, and it's Eternal Envy they're going to bring down. This one is not a fake one. Pylite Die will manage to retreat. Doesn't have that level in the shallow graves, unable to save him. But while that happened, the Courier was sniped by the Night Stalker between the Tier 2 and Tier 3 tower, and it was holding the bottle of Fata. It was slowed up because the bottle was empty.
That makes a lot of sense.
This is actually kind of crippling for the DK who wants to be spamming his Breathe Fire. But I still also want to flag the fact that early on, at least there's now some CS coming into MSS, but because the Night Stalker was focusing more on that bottom lane, the Batrider has got nothing. And now when Night Stalker turns his attention towards the mid, they can focus onto the DK, bring him down. Stick charges won't help out. And Team Empire, critical kills now coming their way.
Yeah, Fata used the Dragon form, and he wanted to put some pressure on this tower. It's very standard Dragon Knight play, but didn't have enough assistance there. He was completely stranded on the opposite side of the river. He gets 3-on-1, easy kill with Disruptor. In many situations there, the Dragon Knight will be able to disengage by just being tanky, having raindrop maybe, maybe some treads or whatever. But right now he's not very farmed on the Dragon Knight, and the Glimpse is very annoying to deal with in these situations. Now it's day though, so now Cloud9 get to chill a little bit and probably get some of the farm that they really want. Maybe get their Doom and Batrider up to level 6 before the next nighttime would be very important. Should be doable. They have 3.5 minutes.
Getting that hand of Midas onto Eternal Envy, so both his level as well as item progression can continue, but Ghosty doesn't want to settle for this. Moving forward, try and chase down MSS. Needs the movement speed to get him, or maybe they just glimpse him back in, and the first duel of the game will be a winner in favor of the Catman.
It's great to see Empire play Disruptor. Whether you're cheering for them or just want to see good Dota, this is one of the heroes that can highlight the strength of Empire's gameplay the most. It punishes, or it rewards the own team's aggression so much that they will constantly be looking to use this Glimpse, and I think so far it's set up 2 or 3 kills for them already out of the 3 they have.
Pressure being applied by Cloud9 towards that top tower thanks to Dragon Form out from Fata. There was a TP out from AUI. He had to go towards the mid lane to try and defend that. FN happy to stand his ground, doesn't have the mana for the Sonic Wave. So they just look for some chip damage into AUI, who's very happy with this.
That's a great tower to claim, by the way. This tier 1 top is not the easiest tower to push, but getting that minute 9 is very nice. Generally, we see teams taking the opposite team's safe lane tower, but they managed to get the off lane tower early. This could give them a very interesting access point into the Radiant Triangle, including the Ancients area that might be farmed by Void later. Having easier access into that with smoke movements and just movement in general also favors a hero like Doom, who can access and just get extra farm that way. So very good for them to get that. Oh, Dragon Knight tried for the stun mid. FN with the quick blink. The old Dragon Knight stun was connected there, but now it's a very, very fast projectile. FN quick on the button there.
Phonica's Queen of Pain is normally the one that takes time when she turns to blink. But right now, thanks to her survival, finished up the full Veil of Discord, so amplification going to start arriving for Team Empire. That's a beautiful thing for Miposhka as he rapidly approaches his level 6. It's Team Empire beating that bottom tower down that will give the goal they're looking for, but Eternal Envy here with Eternal Envy to defend the bottom tower. But this is all just buying time now. You've still got Chronosphere up from Team Empire. They're still going to feel fairly confident to fight while this is up. The question mark is going to be, where do you get your return if you're Team Empire? Envy, can you keep just grouping up here as Cloud9, taking tower after tower? Is there a point where Team Empire want to try and fight before Blink Dagger is up on Legion, which is taking some time?
I think if they're in position and they have those spells ready, they can definitely defend. They have some decent spells to nuke out with, especially the overwhelming odds is powerful. If they find any sort of decent Chronosphere, they have more than enough damage to throw in there between overwhelming odds, Queen of Pain spells, and the Static Storm. Disruptor just got the Tome now, so Static Storm is available for Miposhka. They might sacrifice this tower because it's very difficult to defend, but it actually looks like Empire wants to fight this.
They're smoking, but MSS in the right neighborhood. Then again, IllidanSTR. Chrono is feared up. There's no follow-up straight away apart from putting the wall down from Miposhka, holding MSS in position. The one charge is allowing him to stay alive just that little bit longer. The tower's taking some damage, but now Team Empire move forward. They want to kill right now. All they have is a fake Eternal Envy. They don't want that, but then again, it's so bloody hard to kill off. and gives you almost nothing for your commitment. So Cloud9 get the big rotation out, big ultimates, while Fada's been chipping away at the mid tower. Mineski is here. It's a level 3 glimpse. He's now out of range of Fada.
He got pinged out. I think Bad Rider either read the TP or got a glimpse of him through the tree line out of Dragon Knight's vision in mid. Yeah, I think Cloud9 did a good job there, just disengaging. You know, you send out Bad Rider to scout. All right, he broke a smoke. He got killed. If you stick around there, you lose heroes to glimpse. Disruptor held both his glimpse and Static Storm still, I believe, for that kill. So.
And now you get the 12-minute Hand of Midas over on Eternal Envy.
It's pretty good timing.
Not too bad when you also buy the Aquila and the Wand.
Yeah, and he has a death. So that's I think this is pretty much par for the course.
MSS, here's a nice little target for you, catching out Roger. Again, trying to contest that 12-minute bounty rune in the safest area in Cloud9's jungle. Gets the Observer Ward down as well. Not certain if that was scouted out by Cloud9, but they'll know when the Ancients don't spawn.
We're going to keep looking for opportunities.
Look towards bottom lane. There's your opportunity. AUI's got Doom. He tries to. Brings the sword up, but time walk away. Resolution gets away to safety easily.
I think that nerf to Doom was one of the things that made the hero fall out of favor quite a lot. Doom used to have a faster cast point, and now that it takes longer to cast, that's when heroes like Faceless Void, who used to be hard countered by Doom, actually have a fighting chance now to react. I believe the cast time got about doubled or something like that, so you actually can react here, and you see Resolution. If that was a fast cast, they get that kill. So you can take advantage of coming out of fog mainly with Doom if you cast it from the tree line like that. But AUI ran into the vision of the Void, and it just needs a simple time walk, and he's totally fine.
Well, Team Empire right now getting farm on the hero they want to get it on, which is Ghostic. Get him closer towards that Blink Dagger. Mineski at the moment is also running defense. After the scan behind the Tier 1 tower on top, they also understand that Cloud9 is not defending this tower yet. Or if they are, they're not doing it from on top of the tower. The Obs and Sentry scout that out. And in fact, AUI scouts out the Obs and Sentry. Perfect time for a counter ward, allowing MSS and AUI to move to the top lane.
Empire can't really go for this kill on the Doom. They don't have enough in the tank. Now they do. More heroes coming in.
Glimpse, yeah, you've got that Veil of Discord and the Sonic Wave of Valvel. They'll commit the duel. And that's an extra +10, so 20 in total for Ghostic.
It's going to cost them the mid tower. Maybe if they can get top tower, they're okay with this, but trading a tier 4
that's the real Eternal Envy. He's still up there. Silenced up, Roger falls down from the sky, but now they just beat into him. Sonic Wave, Evan is not mucking around. You can say goodbye to the Arc Warden. He's the highest, well, was the highest net worth on Cloud9. And Resolution, some decent damage to the bottom towers, also forcing rotation from Cloud9.
And Empire should get this tower. So that means they got the position 1, position 4, and then trade a tower. I think they're totally fine with that. They are playing against Dragon Knight, so it's very natural to lose some map control early on. It's hard to always defend your towers if the Dragon Knight uses the Dragon Form at the right time when you don't have TPs to defend, or if the lineup just favors the Dragon Knight. Being 1 tower behind minute 15 is totally okay for Empire. They're still getting a good farm, and Envy at the end of the day just really out of position in this play, standing behind a tier 1 completely alone with no allies against a Night Stalker. It's generally not a recipe for something that is not a disaster. I don't know where I was going with that.
Yeah, I'm not certain either. But either way, Lincoln Sphere. Resolution was rapidly approaching it, just finished up his ultimate orb. This is a nice little counter to the effect the Batrider will give. Also potential enabler for Ghostic, who just completed his Blink Dagger. So hard to disable him if you want to give him the Lincolns to jump in and fight. Multiple options either way, but it secures the Faceless Void the ability to live, which is a challenge sometimes for the Void.
It's a really high value item. There's 3 great spells to block in this game that all have pretty fast cast times. So still, the Doom is important to block, right? If you've played aggressively, if you've jumped in, you can't just dodge the Doom by blinking out. Then you have the Lincolns. You have the Lincolns against Bad Rider Lasso, and you have the Lincolns against Dragon Tail of Dragon Knight. So all these 3 heroes have 1 spell that trigger Lincolns, and all of them are really integral to how the hero works in fighting. And Empire are willing to fight, so they just want to have items that allow them to weave in and out of fights with their heroes like Faceless Void and make sure they stay safe. Here we go.
Inside the daytime, the wall is up. Mineski, not what he wanted to do. Didn't catch anybody. They can glimpse back AUI if they want to, but actually, no, they can't.
He glimpsed the bat, I think.
Oh, he did it at the start. Trying to stop the initiation from Cloud9 and then blowing everything from Disruptor.
I think they just weren't expecting the
Chrono Resolution just on the tip. Vada locked in for position for the moment. FN doesn't have Sonic Wave. 3 seconds on cooldown. Vada has to just stick around for the moment, but now all the rest of Cloud9, they have arrived to the fight. Roger putting himself in front of the Red Bull. That is one hell of a flag that Cloud9 does not chase up the hill to the Radiant Ancients.
That was one of the most ambitious chronos I think I've seen the whole tournament. I'm not sure how that was supposed to land them a kill. It was on a Dragon Knight on the opposite end of the chrono, next to his tier 1 tower with teammates. Maybe he was just trying to force TPs in a reaction to Cloud9. If that's what he was trying to do, it was mission accomplished. Pretty much the whole team showed up and they didn't lose any heroes. But in order for Empire to find kills on Dragon Knight like that, they need the chrono to be closer to his own team so everyone can come in and cast their spells, ideally right on the edge so they can even duel him out of it. And maybe most importantly, they need to have an idea where Dazzle is. He can always save. That's part of the really big strength of the hero, is that shallow grave. Against this type of lineup, it's very good.
The other side of things is as well, you have the initiation from Ghost Stick. Doesn't work that well with a Chronosphere, but they need the burst damage. FN didn't have mana for Sonic Wave.
Yeah, they didn't have Sonic Wave, they didn't have Static Storm.
Yep.
I think if Cloud9 didn't come in to help, I'm actually not even sure if Dragon Knight would have died. Maybe if one hero helped him, that would have been enough to deter that aggression. Just the Dazzle there, and they would have been scared.
But as the best of one situation you're in, you know if you have one horrible fight, you're going to lose that momentum you need to have on the Cloud9 lineup.
And sometimes it also pushes you to go for over-aggressive moves because you just want to get something done. You feel like if I get this good kill, it's going to propel us in the right direction. Finding a kill on the Dragon Knight with the Chronosphere is totally worth it. He doesn't need to land multi-hero Chronos, they just need to kill the right hero. And Dragon Knight is definitely the primary target together with Arc Warden. Still, that didn't work, and that's really good news for Cloud9, because that means they can take this bottom tier 2 tower for free. When Chrono is on cooldown, I think Cloud9's line is just flat out stronger right now, so Empire has to yield that.
Yeah, they have no choice. They've been working on this tier 1 tower mid for a very long time. Yeah. And Vada's actually going to TP back in to try and defend this. Thanks to the Obs and Sentry down for Cloud9, they understand any attack that will come from the north. But for the moment, Empire will not be obliging. In fact, they're all backing up. No smokes currently on anybody. In fact, Resolution still looking for the team fight item. He's going for Blink Dagger after having that Lincoln Sphere now. MSS would love to have a crack at him. Only got drums, no Blink Dagger. Legion Commander is nearby, but underneath the Observer Wall, they know it's too far away. And Lincoln Sphere triggers. That was the Doom that actually burnt it. Then trying to get the lasso on him. That was an optimistic fight as well from C9.
Yeah, they were not going to kill him anyway.
And now FN having a haste rune moves over. MSS, drum charge or not, the duel is out. Everyone will come in to help out. 5 heroes from Empire just to be the death watchers of MSS.
Oh, PPD was talking about Envy being the guy who makes weird things happen. So far, he's been playing pretty stable, and it's everyone else is doing weird stuff.
No. This is a different type of Envy. Envy, when he plays these hard farmers, you got to wait 40 minutes before the EE factor kicks in.
I guess so.
You're only 19 minutes in. Give it time.
But I don't know if they didn't see he had Lincolns, but they had like 15 seconds on both heroes to click him and check his inventory.
Oh,
and
he's showed himself in the lane for the last minute and a half.
And if they wanted to doom him into lasso, so doom to break Lincolns and then lasso, there was no one else there. They couldn't kill him. It wasn't even close.
I suppose that's one way to trigger Lincoln Sphere. Just send Eternal Envy's illusion at him. That's one way to do it.
They have ways of breaking Lincolns. It's not only these key spells. They can also poison touch, but that's really hard to do because Dazzle will generally be standing in a very defensive position. The spell doesn't have that good cast range, but in theory, that could do it as well. When it comes to Cloud9, it's worth highlighting that even though that play failed, it's not that common to see Dragon Knight at the top of the net worth. And Fata is getting very farmed. Now he's farming a triple or a quad ancient stack. That's something Dragon Knight can also do. And we generally talk about this here. You know, he can knock down some tier 1 towers. He starts the push. This hero can carry. It gets really strong later. Some of the talents that Dragon Knight has got since 7.0 are pretty incredible. He gets this very high XP gain on level 15 if he wants.
The plus 40%.
40% there. He can take 40 damage, which helps him a lot. He has splash damage. The 25 talents are both incredible. 75 move speed or 12 armor and 12 regen. Makes him a very, very formidable late game carry, actually.
And this mid, Eternal Envy. Empire's been working on that for a while, and he's going to deny the tier 1 tower. Resolution still wants to fight, but there's just no one to fight. In fact, he's now changed up his mind for the Blink Dagger. Had enough of that. He's actually looking at a Shadow Blade.
That's good. That was an item I thought we were going to see multiple of in this game. If you're playing against Arc Warden, what you want to do is you want to catch him off guard when he's split pushing. he can't only split push with his clone because then he gets onto farm. The real hero has to go on farm as well. And Shadow Blades on both the Legion Commander and the Void later on will make the split push type of game that Cloud9 will inevitably want to play a lot harder to perform.
You want to play the vision game. Right now, Empire is looking at Cloud9, and Cloud9 can't look back. Their eyes are just too short-sighted.
They're pushing bottom, it's okay.
That they are. They've been doing this for a while. They've been trying to bait out with AUI in the lane, and then MSS waiting for the blink. But FN's on his way down.
And I think this is something Cloud9 identified in the draft. Like, look at their lineup, they can't push towers. So when Empire are grouping up to try to take a fight or to push or whatever, Cloud9 can just avoid them.
He's found MSS, jumps in, starts off with a duel. They got the damage required to kill MSS off, or do they? Eternal Envy is Boy in the bubble, and now Boy in the grave. He's actually alive. MSS turns in to keep the fight going. Disruptor will be picked off. You can say goodbye to Ghostic, and Night Stalker revealed from the weave. The stun cannot reach in time.
That was a sick magnetic field from Envy. Really nice timing on that, catching it just on the edge, so MSS stays alive. They come in for the grave and counterplay very, very well there. So Cloud9 getting 2 kills. And again, it's this weird game, right, where Empire have the vision advantage and they can pick the fights that they want to take, more or less, if they present themselves.
Well, they've presented one as the Doombringer. AUI, that's Eternal Envy, trying to help him out in the bottom lane again. The bubbles arrive. And Fada, he's got Blink Dagger. Resolution's got a Chronosphere, but he caught the Queen of Pain inside of it. He does have the damage now coming outside of it once more, but Roger, what can he do? They want Eternal Envy, but Pylai die! The grave is there! Eternal Envy will survive. Resolution will help finally bring him down, but at what cost? You've already lost the Queen of Pain. Mapochka being buffed up by Ghostic with Press the attack, trying to get him some distance away from Fada. Even the Courier is being used as bait while Resolution battling against Pylai Die. Finally, he'll get that kill, not realizing MSS is on the hill. They don't know he's there. He's got the Blink Dagger to get back down again. He'll use it now to head south, but Resolution with the Shadow Blade is chasing after Fada. They have the Observer Ward. They see him. Is there range for it? The level 4 glimpse is too far away.
It was pretty close to reach there, but Fatsa saw the movement of the Disruptor through the middle lane and then disengaged. Took the right path away to not get glimpsed off. At the end of the day, it's a pretty even fight here overall.
That's where it all began.
Now we get to see this very nice magnetic field and buys just enough time to get the sticks off, and then the grave comes from the south. Excellent defensive play here from Cloud9. And then what I was saying was that we're getting into the stage where Empire has the vision superiority and they can kind of pick their fights. At the same time, they can't force the fights to happen by going to a tower because Cloud9 can just defend pretty well. Like the pushing power of Empire is very lacking, it's very obvious. So it's this weird game. I don't want to call it a game of cat and mouse, but
how about Cat and Island? You can call it that.
I guess so.
Who's going to get stranded? Not finding an objective.
Well, Cloud9 want to fight now. Daytime?
Yep. They're smoked up. They're looking for the opening.
Actually.
Courier's running out. The MSS revealed for a second, but he gets the lasso. It's over on the Legion Commander. Not to mention the stun on Disruptor means no extra disable, but they didn't focus their damage. So Ghostic, he's got some movement speed to try and escape from this, and maybe into the trees. Problem is he's still burning. MSS gonna help out with that. The Firefly, it'll wear off in a second, but a second is long enough. Legion Commander will fall in the northern trees.
Easy daytime pick for them. When they smoke and they find anyone with Bat Rider, that's... Oh, well, not anyone. They need to either find Legion Commander or a hero who's not close to Legion Commander. And they found Legion Commander. And the counterplay is pretty difficult. Technically, there could have been a glimpse from Disruptor, but that very nice coordination with the Dragon Knight Dragon Tailing him right away enabled Cloud9 to pick up those 2 kills pretty easily. So the type of game we're going to look at now will probably be a long game, realistically. I don't think the Dragon Knight is in a position where he's just going to 5-man down mid with the Arc Warden just yet. Still think Empire has enough fighting in the tank for that. So it becomes a question of whether Empire themselves during nighttime can find these picks where they find kills close to the tower so they can at least get a collateral and start doing some structural damage, or maybe a Roshan. And a lot of it, I think, comes down to, can you find that key Chronosphere on 1 or 2 targets that are important, and at the same time get off the dual or static storm so that you are in control of the fight. It's not enough that they get a jump because of that save from the Dazzle and that we saw the Arc Warden before. It has to be a little bit better coordinated.
You're right. There's tons of sustain, and they need a way to get around that.
Empire's going to take
Vision's the easiest way to do it. So Empire, beats the bottom tower, brings out 18. They have fortification available, Cloud9.
One
They
swing.
lose nothing for it.
He's going to respect them. He's scared. Oh, okay. FN's not scared.
They're smoking.
Whatever.
Cloud9 are on their way. 4-man smoke up a long way back. They actually commit the weave pretty early on. Resolution's the man out of position. Lincoln Spear will trigger. He's on the run out. Shadowblade is down, but where is the detection? It doesn't exist. And in fact now, okay, the dust is triggered. It does chip the Faceless Void, but Ghostek, under his own Invis rune, he's not coming up. There's a Sentry Ward. In fact, 2 of them planted down for Cloud9, ready for the fight that never came.
This is giving me flashbacks to their game against OG in the groups, where they had like 2 or 3 team fights in a row that they didn't have the correct detection in, and they were being kited like crazy by 2 Glimmer Capes, or 1 Glimmer Cape even, just ruining their game. This time around,
committed.
They need the dust on the bat, I think. It shouldn't be on the Doom. Doom is not the guy who's going to jump and open the fight. Ideally, they have it on both. But there needs to be some sort of detection on the Bat Rider if they want to go for the Void to guarantee that they can get this pick off. Granted, he is the only invisible hero on the Radiant side. He's a pretty important one. It's an extremely high-value kill they just lost there from not having a dust.
Yep.
And finally, AUI runs in. He's like, I'm here to help, guys. And it's way too late. The Sentry drops down from Pilot Eye, but he's a backliner.
Yep.
He's not going to be able to get that off in time.
So it's only going to help if Team Empire commit, but as you said before, when we're talking about the very start of the game, the draft, Team Empire have the option where they can go in and they can be the big fighters, or they can be the counter-initiator. So Empire don't lose anything from backing away from a fight if you then just take one of the Cloud9 players out, thanks to Glimpse. And as far as protection from that, the only person who really has it is Fada with his BKB.
Yep, hasn't used it yet, though. It hasn't been a fight. So it's still on 10 seconds.
The farm continues for Eternal Envy. Now the full Mjolnir is completed, along with his BTs. So now they can make the Dragon Knight go sparkly.
Got some pretty big items on the way here for Cloud9. The 4 staff of Bat Rider will be completed in 50 gold. That's very, very big. The Doom is going for a, it looks like, Halberd. He was queuing up the Medallion, but he's going to finish off the Halberd first. Very nice item to break the Linkens of the Void, so he can Doom him himself. Also, just the disarm is very nice in general against a couple of these Radiant heroes. And I believe we were looking at a third thing. Assault Cuirass for Fata, actually not that far away. He is very, very far from the Dragon Knight.
Team Empire are coming. 5 heroes smoked up. They've got a good option. Both Fada and AUI locked in, but it's not that great, actually. Pylai die. Perfect positioning around the back to blink in. Resolution not wanting any piece of that. Time walks away from the fight. Now triggers up the Shadowblade. They do not have detection around him at the moment.
Fata felt very safe. He has his BKB and he was woven. So was
Glimpse.
Doom. Oh, Doom gets
This is what they want. Bring him into the duel. And Doombringer is falling. Pylai can't get close up. In fact, Pylai die solo crowned up by Resolution. He'll finish the job. So it is a 1-for-2 trade-off. You did lose the Disruptor, but Resolution turns his attention towards Fada. BKB starts protecting him and is actually Ghostek who's in trouble. Fada blinks over to him, realizing he is not any threat from the rest of Team Empire.
Where was FN in all of this? Was he forced to blink away? Because they opened on the Doom and got that guy isolated, and they chronoed the Dazzle to try to prevent him from getting Grave off. So they got those 2 picks early and lost their Disruptor, and I'm just wondering what was keeping the Queen of Pain so far away.
Yule Scepter onto Fada, they're bringing in extra help. He doesn't have his BKB, he's got 17 one-charges. Envy going to put down the protection bubble. Resolution wants to come in, Time Dilation is going to help out with that one. Firefly, however, so much damage, but so is the Sonic Wave. FN, they end Fada's killing spree and blinks away. Queen of Pain will survive to get a double kill onto MSS, but the fight's not done yet. AUI TPing over towards the Shrine, but then a glimpse back, Eternal Envy locking him in. The electronic wall, but Pylai die, gives him a secondary life. That Dazzle Grave on the money, and they are still going to retreat. No extra glimpse. Cloud9 will get out, and so will Team Empire.
I wonder if we're going to see the Queen of Pain pick up an Orchid, just having enough of this Grave to guarantee it. He can use the Yules aggressively on the Dazzle as well, but I think he wants to hold on to it for more defensive purposes a lot of the time. So here comes the Glimpse. So they get him glimpsed over. The Queen of Pain finishes off this kill, and now the Dragon Knight jumps in. Chrono on the Dazzles. Dazzle's gonna die. And the Queen of Pain is just holding on to her spells. Blinks down for a Dazzle who's already dead. Now moves over to the Dragon Knight. Kind of has to run away. So didn't get too much out of FN in this fight. Could have maybe gone for some secondary or tertiary heroes instead of the Dragon Knight, who's like the impossible kill. And it ends up being, I believe, that was just a 2-for-2 at that time.
Yep. But that's also then okay for FN. The fact he held onto the Sonic Wave, that second fight would not have gone the way of Team Empire if he didn't have that. So understandable. He blinks for the hero kill. Maybe didn't realize that Resolution was so far into Pylai die. And now Team Empire grouping up around the top. Chrono's back off cooldown. They don't have Sonic Wave for 37 seconds, but they're going to add pressure to the top tower. Arc Warden. Oh, it's not the real one. It's just another copy of Eternal Envy who can still piss off. He'll get glimpsed down to the bottom lane.
Interesting that that one doesn't get killed by Glimpse, actually. I think that's the only illusion in the game that doesn't get, but it's a clone, I suppose. But every other illusion gets one-shot by Glimpse.
Night Stalker's doing some scouting work, seeing that Cloud9 is moving over. They don't have an Observer Ward aggressively over there. It's only a sentry, but Empire get what they want. They beat down the tower. Now they're retreating back out. Resolution still looking for another item before the next fight. He's actually going to go for Manta style. He's still got his 7 charges on his Diffusal Blade. Actually, they're looking for someone to fight.
Damn, it would actually be super broken if Glimpse killed that clone. Think about that for a second. Arc Warden would be really bad if you could just one-shot that with spells like Glimpse or Hacks or whatever.
We already had the panel saying, oh man, this guy's a real hero during day 1 of the main event. The wonderful Disruptor.
Yeah. So far, Miposhka has been playing a pretty good game, except that Panic, Static Storm, Kinetic Field in his own jungle. He's been pretty much spot on with a lot of the Glimpse kills, a couple of very nice Static Storms as well, worth adding. And here comes Cloud9, they're moving toward bottom.
Watch FN's patience. He just TP'd to the tier 3 tower. Now they breathe fire as well as Hand of Mines is used on the wave. I think they may know Cloud9 is there.
This smoke is, I think, very obvious, and in a way, maybe a little bit nonsensical. At least they get a ward out down here with the smoke, which is nice, but this is not the area of the map I think Cloud9 should be targeting right now. They need to cover the Roshan pit and try to overtake more of the top side of the map. They already have these bottom towers taken out, and unless Empire get caught completely off guard by this 5-man smoke, this is just wasted time. Now they're sitting down here waiting for someone from Empire to come out, but they've already read this play ages ago, and they're not going to walk into this trap.
Yeah, Resolution's enjoying the die jungle for the moment. Currently abroad farming their own lands. Ghostic has got his farm as well, and FN can just farm the creep wave when it arrives on the bottom. Meanwhile, other items started to appear. You talked about like those Glimmer Capes causing issues in the group stage. Roger has managed to complete up one of those, and the Manta style is rapidly approaching for the Faceless Void.
Yeah, that Manta is going to be powerful. He already has the Diffusal, so Diffusal Manta, he will be able to Manta off the Sticky Napalm charges. He will be able to make it more difficult for Doom to get his Doom off on him. He can Manta off a lot of the Arc Warden spells, and just has way more kill potential in his own Chrono. Should be able to start killing cores if they don't get Graved from full HP.
Miposhka's just trying to get rid of the runes.
Fata is angry.
Yeah, he's trying to come forward, but he doesn't move fast enough, even with the assistant push that came from MSS's 4-staff. They do have the second push now available. That's in the hands of Eternal Envy. A Hurricane Pike fully completed on him.
Probably going to see a Shadow Blade next on him. That's the standard build, at least on Arc Warden, is to get a Shadow Blade at some point. Alternatively, maybe BKB tanking up a little bit to stay alive in the fights against a lot of these heroes, or...
Is it still worth going in for like the older, like the Necrobook kind of style Arc Warden? Or
Not
is it better
anymore.
just to go the straight physical damage?
You can't go Necrobook this late. I don't think it's good in this game, at least. Maybe knowing Envy and long games, maybe like 7th, 8th item, it could be a thing.
Team Empire, here they come. Resolution, look for a target. MSS is just to the north. They haven't broken the smoke yet. Resolution under the cover of Shadowblade. We'll see Eternal Envy. Chrono's in up while the duel is on the DK. They're separating the targets, and the Sonic Wave will connect on both. Fighter is deleted, but they still want Eternal Envy. Now Envy makes another copy of Envy as he retreats his real Envy back to the tier 3 tower. But there's a rest of the support. Pylite Die still there with Shallow Grave intact. The Doom is out. It's on the Queen of Pain. She's already committed most of her abilities. The Shallow Grave is used on Eternal Envy for the moment. In comes the overwhelming odds, and the damage from Miposhka will do the last bit of damage. Flame Break will tick down a couple of the Team Empire players, but Miposhka TP out just in time. The Fountain Regeneration will allow him to live, and 2 cores for Cloud9 lost. AUI is coming out for some level of revenge, but now FN can turn with a time dilation. What have they got to really help him out? A Shallow Grave from Pylite Die? Well, that's one thing, but MSS and Pylite Die, they say, bro, you got yourself into this mess. You gotta deal with it. You're dead. And now Empire moves so quickly, they're coming over towards the regeneration rune on top. I thought for a moment they may try and go for Roshan.
That was pretty much the dream connection. If they get to jump both cores at the same time and don't get counterplayed, that's the best thing they can hope for.
Dazzle was so far away from
Exactly. The 2 cores were farming over in that triangle area together, which is already pretty greedy that they're standing both in that area. And then they get the duel with Blade Mail onto Dragon Knight while they chrono the Arc Warden off. So nicely executed fight from Empire that got a big pick there. They still can't they can't get any objectives based on it though, because their waves are pushed in, but it's a lot of gold in their pockets, and they're starting to progress towards some really big items. With the Orchid completed and Queen, she's going to look toward the AC. The BKB for Ghostic is very, very close. Great item against Arc Warden, who doesn't really have any good solutions to it if you find the right duel. And even the Disruptor is closing in on Aghanim Scepter.
Oh boy. Like, if Miposhka finishes that, then Cloud9 have got more problems than I think they can currently deal with. Unless they can get the initiation, but that's the one thing that AUI cannot give them. He went for the Halberd to start with. There's no invis slide in and then get that Doom off. It's not Cloud9 who was setting the terms of the fight, and this was another problem we were flagging early on in the game. MSS, he just can't get the space, and it's not because it's not his own fault. It's just the fact that his hero just doesn't work well against Team Empire. Even if he gets the initiation, it probably won't achieve anything. So all he can do is just grab a hero in the middle of the fight and hope that enough of his cores are not controlled that they can kill it off.
Yeah, it's not easy. Really not easy playing Bat this game. I think he's done a pretty admirable job, but they haven't really been able to find the fights that they want. Especially the Doom has seemed very underwhelming to me personally in this game. He had the good first blood that he found together with Batrider, and since then AOI has been pretty quiet. And his farm isn't even that good, because they have other heroes that are claiming so much. The Dragon Knight and the Arc Warden really need to farm up a lot of the map, so AOI doesn't get to scale as much. They even have the Batrider and split push duty a lot of the time with Firefly. There's only so many creeps on the map. You can't mine a gold mine that's empty.
They're going to try and smoke up by the looks of it, but then again, Empire making their intentions rather well known. Heading in through the top, still no one's taken Roshan yet. Thanks to Eternal Envy. This is the second version of him, pushing bottom lane. Team Empire may want to come back. Mjolnir effect. Yeah, here comes the Queen of Pain. They're coming back to defend from a clone.
That's Arc Warden for you.
Yeah. It's not what Team Empire want to really have. They just finished up the Meta Silent Resolution. They just got that BKB on the Legion Commander. And they understand that, like, C9 have some really good high ground defense. They can just bubble the entire rampway if they want to.
Empire can't push.
No.
That's just the state of the game, and that's how it's going to be for a long time. I'm still, it's very uncharacteristic for a Dota game to not have a Roshan kill 40 minutes in.
Yep.
That is very unusual.
Oh, that TP, Envy, you know it's going to be a clone. He's not going to risk himself like that.
Well, still nice, 180 gold, some XP. And alright, that's enough for them to want to go Roche, because now they know there's no Arc Warden clone, which is actually a really big deal. Now Arc Warden is about half as strong for the next 15 seconds. It's on the other side of the map, and Cloud9 are not really showing any intention to go there. Okay, now they are. They're weaving up. They have a smoke on Pi, but they're not using it.
And
they actually have no idea this is happening.
And because that weave is being used defensively, there's no way they can scout out Roshan. There's no way they can actually start removing that armor from Team Empire and allow some of their physical damage to connect. In fact, this is actually Fada getting voided up. Miposhka going to glimpse him back. The wall is there. He has the BKBs. They're not going to commit much more until Resolution gets the perfect Chronosphere. It got Arc Warden as well. The Shallow Grave. It got to reach the Dragon Knight, but Pylai died. Ghostic finds his position, gets the duel on him. They can bring down the clone as well. Eternal Envy is gone. And where is the extra hunt? MSS has already gone home. The Radiant Courier was sniped off in the middle of all of that shenanigan.
I think Fata needs to realize he's not immortal, even though he's farmed on the Dragon Knight. That was one of those moments where you're like, I don't really want to BKB a glimpse, but
they're coming in.
They weren't ready to fight back. That's a very big kill. He maybe has to buy back here, which is a very big expense 40 minutes in.
Eternal Envy starts making clones again, and Team Empire have to once more back out.
But then Arc Warden had an ability, and then you're fine.
And that was the moral of the story, boys and girls.
Yeah. They hold, but that's still very big kills for Empire. Getting the first Roshan also very nice for them. That was the first one, right? It hadn't died.
Yes, that was
no cheese. So
that was the first.
I mean, that's a silver lining for Cloud9, but ultimately they're losing a lot of control. They've not really touched an objective, I think, for 15 minutes, more or less. They're just farming, trying to split push, but they're not finding anything to really progress them in the game.
And they're so close together as well. Like, you want to feel the momentum of the game. All you have to do is look at the experience graph. The fact that you've moved from the advantage that was sort of in favor of Cloud9, but it's just skyrocketed up for Team Empire. The gold graph doesn't tell you as much of a story. You know the graph is swinging up, but there's still a lot of farm for Cloud9 to get. You're running a BT Arc Warden who can do shenanigans like this, killing off Miposhka, and no one can help Miposhka in this situation. This is just Arc Warden things.
Yeah, he went for the BKB, so Very nice item on Arc Ward, and obviously against this type of lineup, makes him able to solo kill the Disruptor without getting glimpsed on either real or clone.
But now the hero he killed, the hero he was probably trying to delay items on, the Aghanim Scepter arrived.
It is available, yeah.
So 41 minutes in, it's here. It's hard to actually stop him when he's got the plus 60 gold per minute from level 10. Eventually you can reach it.
I'm starting to think about the mental game here, honestly. Empire have put themselves in a position where they can't really push very well, and then when it comes to high grounding, they're playing against Arc Ward. Are they going to get flashbacks to the group stage? Eventually, in that game against, who was it? They were playing IG Vitality, I think. The 120-minute defense with Invoker and Drow Ranger. At some point, Empire were just like, okay, you know what, let's go. And then they tried again and again and again, and eventually they lost running their heads against a wall. In a best-of-1 elimination game like this, you're going to have a lot of patience before you do something like that. You don't want to get eliminated. That was a group stage game that was passable to lose. It changed their position in the groups by maybe 1, but didn't really have the potential to take them to the upper bracket the way I remember it.
610 minutes in. 610 minutes.
If this is a 610-minute game, Toby, then I'm pretty sure there's going to be some sort of rule that comes in place before we get a 10-hour game. Something's going to happen.
Maybe that's when we start seeing the new things that Fog Tonight were coming out with, demolition runes and 6 action runes as opposed to the 4 bounties that remain.
I like my old suggestion of Roshan 5 and onwards just start dropping tactical nuke.
Sorry, this is not Command and Conquer.
I am Cannon Beacon.
Resolution's going to take out the tier 2 tower on bottom. That is the remaining outer tower of Cloud9. Cloud9 still have another 2 to remove, but of course both teams, what they would really love to do is go high ground, take out the tier 3 towers. It's the danger zone for both sides. You want to attack in, you want to push the tier 3 towers, but there's always a shrine sitting behind you until you've taken one of the tier 3 towers. This is your problem. Eternal Envy sending clones up to the top to keep that push going. AUI is actually up here too. It's almost like he's trying to play like his old Lena build. Jump in, lasso. Oh, they're pulling Resolution back so far, but do they have the control? Resolution time walks down. He's still not out of range of the tier 4 towers. He's still in range of the Sentry Ward as well. But has the distance. Now press the attack up. Remember, there's that Aegis the Immortal on Resolution. If they were going to kill him, they had to kill him under the tier 4s.
That's actually very big for Empire. They got a Dragon form and a lasso out of that. And they forced the entirety of Cloud9 back to base. They can wait out this Dragon form and try to do some more damage with their Void. Actually, never mind. The Aegis is expiring in 30 seconds, so...
Do those range creeps attack the
How
tier
much
2
damage
top?
did they do? They almost got the tower. That's pretty good. Oh, the smoke here from Cloud9. I don't really like this timing. They should probably wait another 15 seconds.
Are they going to come out? They're going to weave up, so there's a lot of armor on them. But where's the detection? Team Empire? Oh, there's the Observer Ward from Cloud9. Maybe that's what gave him the confidence, but they're looping around and they don't find anyone from Team Empire. So back to the push we go. Upside is, with all this money coming in, is a Scythe of Vice coming the way of Eternal Envy. That is a lot of chain disable to come in from Cloud9 when Empire push.
Arc Warden is one of the few heroes that still likes buying this item. Hex has fallen out of favor a lot, but when you have 2 of them, it's a pretty damn good item. The other noteworthy hero that likes to get it is Tinker, who hasn't seen much play in this tournament at all. Hasn't been picked at the main event yet at all, either. Maybe just like 1 or 2 games in the group stage only, I think. I don't even remember seeing a single game with it in, but I know it was picked. But a fairly rare pickup. Very entertaining hero to watch, though.
Nice Observer Ward down from Roger. I don't think this was actually scouted out unless AUI is just feeling a disturbance in the site on bottom lane. It's not happening yet.
C9 are being starved again. This XP and gold trap are... You know, they tell a story in a way of how this game has progressed, and especially, I like when I look at the graphs, you know, people look at the graphs. I like looking at the dots in the bottom. That's basically your counter for successful moves. It looks pretty green to me for the last 15 minutes, I'll be honest.
I agree.
Envy got 1 kill on Disruptor. That is the success story for the last 15 minutes of Cloud9's play in this game. When it comes to objectives. 0 kills, 0 towers, 0 Roche.
Everything else is just push, push, push.
And everything else is Empire making moves. Empire's moves are actually working, so they're gaining map control, and they're progressing in their lineup a lot more. We're going to end up in this awkward position maybe for Cloud9, where this Dazzle is going to be a walking Shallow Grave and Weave, and that's it. He won't have anything else to contribute. No Glimmer Cape, no Force Staff, no Lincolns. We've seen Dazzles get very rich sometimes and start getting items because they can push with Shadow Wave. Pilot Eye is really poor, man. And you look over at Empire's side, they're showing off items like Aghanim Scepter. The Night Stalker has a full Glimmer plus Solar Crest. He's fairly close to Doom in net worth in a 46-minute game, which is you know, pretty extreme when you think about it. Doom has a very easy way of ramping up money.
All you gotta do though is remember the eternal envy factor. It's the power of the Arc Warden. We were expecting this hero a lot more just because he's so hard to deal with. That's not even the real one of Arc Warden, but there's more coming in. MSS takes to the skies, but FN has already managed to retreat back out again.
The Empire heroes are trying to sandwich them here, but never mind. They're sandwiching a jungle camp. That's also very nice. All right, Roger 1 next.
Now we start thinking more about the next Roshan. So 30 seconds until potentially he can spawn up. Team Empire as well as Cloud9. Observer Ward vision around this is negligible to actually nothing at all. All the Observer Wards Empire have put down is looking towards the bottom and the mid lane and the movement out from Cloud9. That's why that big box can be drawn out saying, hey, they're gonna be in here because we saw him from the mid, we saw him from the bottom.
There's a lot of confidence from Rezo here. Two things. First of all, this movement pattern. Secondly, he bought a butter.
He found a real
he doesn't have buyback, man.
He's chronoed him up. Eternal Envy's in trouble with CemaTheSlayer. Does he get off in time? Pylite Die will be there for the shallow grave. They'll throw down the storm, but it doesn't actually control up AUI. MSS and said on the resolution, broken free by the press. The attack, Doombringer dueled up. Does he have enough damage? I don't believe so. In fact, the Doom is regenerating. One charges as well, but it's the damage done inside the base. Cloud9 having to buy back an Eternal Envy. MSS will pop to FN's Orchid. And Cloud9 are falling like flies inside their own base, and this allows Team Empire to push in. Eternal Envy will attempt the defense. Fada in close. Let that Dragon Knight do the work up against the Night Stalker, but they don't have the detection. They don't see anybody, but they have the side device. Resolution picked up for the moment. MSS trying to do the damage with a Firefly. Can't stay close enough. But they will hold their bottom racks, but Team Empire got what they wanted. They breached in, now they can take care of the shrines. Not to mention the economical disadvantage for Cloud9, having to buy back both the Arc Warden and the Bat Rider to defend that racks.
That was a 10k minute. They just made a 10k minute happen. They were 3k ahead, I think, before that play.
We can check in 1 minute and then we'll see if the graph goes vertical or not.
It's one of those really high risk, high reward plays from Rezo. So he buys his butterfly, he doesn't have buyback, he Silver Edges in behind, has a pretty good read on where Cloud9's heroes are, and he finds the Arc Warden. If you want to find Arc at this stage of the game, you need to be a bit more creative with where you look. So he checked right outside the tier 3, found the kill, and set up his team for a really great fight. We're going to see it here. So he's really deep behind enemy lines right now, completely alone. But he's expecting Cloud9 are not going to be in position for this. There's no way they're going to think I'm going to go here.
And they really weren't. They tried to actually envelop from the south, and it then just became a massive cluster fight. Some abilities not really triggering off. Legion was isolated as well, but Resolution was free to do whatever the hell he wanted. And not to mention that, FN.
Yep, FN came in and cleaned up the Arc Warden kill. The Grave was very nice there from Pylite Die, but the mobility of Co-op allowed her to connect, get that kill. Now they got a second Roshan, so that's Aegis and Cheese. You know what, Toby, this game might actually not end up being that long. Now they have built some really significant advantages. 20k on the gold. Cloud9 are going to struggle to leave their base out of just fear. Getting caught by this void.
I still want to see what happens when Cloud9 get the fight that they're looking for, which they haven't got. Like, they weren't in position for that last fight because they were scrambling back. It was a fight which they were never expecting Empire to cut between where they were and their base. It just wasn't what they wanted. From a prepared position, if they build in the bunkers, you're meant to be better soldiers from prepared positions. Team Empire are just, well, they're hit and run.
I would have a lot more faith in Cloud9 if they had something to protect their Dazzle. The issue is that when the Queen of Pain has this Aegis of the Immortal, she can actually just blink the Dazzle, Bloodthorn him, and try to kill him. And Cloud9 have to respond by protecting their Dazzle, else they have no one to protect the rest of the lineup.
They've got to stop this melee racks from going down. Oh. They may not feel like they have enough. The clone was already sent north, trying to push out the wave.
Yeah, they're waiting for that. They're waiting for the...
There's a Lincoln's triggering off, but a fresh one already on him. Fada, well, misses the breeze fire, blink away from FN, and here we go for round 3. The Orchid, actually the Bloodthorn, onto the DK, who gets dueled up, and the Sonic Wave, combining with the Chrono Shallow Grave, will still keep Fada alive. Eternal Envy's clone will not be so lucky. The Lasso pulling Maposhka further up. They're trying to stop his control factors, and the Doom is actually on Faceless Void, combining up with a little bit more damage from that Infernal Blade. Maybe they can kill off Resolution. The Glimpse will pull him away. MSS has to do the work. The last man in the front line, the Aegis Immortal, will now allow FN to come come back to life. He blinks. He's going closer towards the Dire base. Meanwhile, MSS is finally brought down, but it's all about the man who's currently squatting in the home of Cloud9. FN for 925 gold. Eternal Envy will claim his scalp.
What buybacks was that? That was only Dragon Knight?
It was only DK.
That's a pretty decent hold. They hold, the Aegis is gone. Did they expend the cheese there as well? I think so. Cheese was also used?
Yep, it was on Ghost Stick and it was expended.
All right, so they used both. They do keep Resolution alive, which is very important. But I think what we saw in that fight was what I was talking about. If Dragon Knight doesn't have buyback there, the game probably ends. The Queen of Pain is just blinking to the backline, Bloodthorning the Dazzle, and then they chrono whoever they want and kill him. And the Dazzle is like in this hopeless position. He has nothing to fend for himself, and he can't stand so far back that the Queen can't blink him, because then he's not in range to Grave. It's one of those damn it if you do, damn it if you don't moments, and it's very, very difficult for him right now. Fortunately for them, they got rid of that attack for a while, so now they have like maybe 6 or 7 minutes before the next Roshan spawns. The question is, are they willing to contest that, or are they going to hope that they can hold with buybacks once again? Because I don't think they're going to hold without them. They're going to need buybacks every single fight that Empire push into them like this.
Well, right now they only have the Doom, even Dazzle short by 900 gold. AUI and Fada are on the front lines. Resolution running around, actually takes his boots out of his infantry so he can use that fresh BKB. He's got jumps in. Where's your control? He's got it in spades. Natus style out, time dilation. At least Envy's got the bubble available. So AUI, rather tanky. Resolution still looking for that DPS. You've got Dazzle, but the silence is perfect from Roger. He actually gets the silence up, so there's no shallow grave, and they'll actually get both of them down. MSS went for the drag, so at least there's something in return. Maposhka dies for the cause for the 2 hero kills. Both supports for Cloud9 pushing up the daisies. FM wants to join him. He's TPing out to his shrine. And Empire may just feel they have enough to go high ground and finally finish this bottom racks.
They only kill supports. I don't think they can go high ground here. The Arc Warden is still going to be too big of a problem. They expended they expended Chrono, so maybe they're going to wait here. What did Ghostic take? He took the lower, pressed the attack cooldown. So now he has a 5-second purge for his allies. Extremely good against this double hex of the Arc Warden. Can basically purge both hexes almost immediately. Save against the Bat Rider.
Resolution. The gem that's currently sitting on Roger. Roger stopped by Maposhka. Able to scout out the fact there was a sentry wall, but Resolution just BKBs, beats into the melee racks. There's no fortification available, but the bubbles from Envy may just do the job. Resolution still wants to finish it. MSS waiting for the right time to blink in and lasso, but he hasn't found a good target. So Team Empire, they'll jump out. Doom will arrive back to the world of living right now, and Empire will retreat.
That's what Arc Warden can do with the 2 bubbles. You can stand inside one of them and hit the barracks, and then you can put another one on the opposite side that blocks. And if you are standing within one and the other one covers, you need to stand in both bubbles at the same time to hit the buildings they're protecting, and he couldn't. It was not possible the way they were placed. So nice defensive play from Envy to stall out once more. But where is the progress with Cloud9, man? There's not much good happening in the world of C9. They haven't really moved outside the base.
It's the glory of Envy. That's all it really is.
Pretty dead, I think. Maybe not. He's gonna pike forward. Okay, Rezo can't be bothered. Actually, he wouldn't have killed it in time. But it's like if they don't find a way to move outside the base and take a fight out there, the inevitable thing is that Empire gets another Roche, and they're not struggling to defend against Envy split push.
Yep.
Because they have so many heroes that are really farmed. The Queen of Pain, no problem. Gonna take care of it. This is a Legion commander with 4 or 5 items, no problem. Faceless Void, ultra farmed. Just gonna keep them contained, and they're playing against Night Stalker. It's so hard for them to get outside their base.
Ghost Stick is on the hunt once more. He's underneath the Dire Obs and Sentries. Maposhka, I think MSS was looking at, but with Resolution coming under, he's just out of range of the Sentry. There's a fake Eternal Envy. He'll Hurricane Pike himself down. Looking just to chip away and slow down the Night Stalker.
Getting the mid tower here with the Queen of Pain illusions.
Oh, and FN's taking the top tower. So you're taking the mid tower with the Quap illusions while he attacks into the top tier 3.
This is a good way of approaching sieging against Arc Warden. If you're far enough ahead so you can start splitting your resources out and hit 2 lanes at once, it's a lot harder for Arc. The tricky thing is that Arc Warden in most cases can actually kill the solo hero alone. But Empire's heroes are pretty beefy, man. This the Queen of Pain is a hard kill.
Is this the reason why they're going 2 Assault Cuirasses? Ghost Stick is buying one up right now, and FN already has one completely built.
I'm not sure. I don't think that's the line of thought behind it. Either it's a mistake, or they both just want to tank up, and Ghost Stick feels like it's still a better item for him than the Shiva, which arguably Queen of Pain could have also bought for them.
Yeah, normally it is the Queen of Pain who is able to buy that, but the timing that Empire wanted to push high ground, FN was the only one that could afford the Assault Cuirass.
I think they have some margin for error here with the items anyway. It's like, you know, it's an efficiency thing. Sure, having 2 ACs is not ideal, but it's also not terrible. It's not like having 2 mechs where 1 mech doesn't work. It's just the aura that doesn't stack, but he still gets the 10 armor and 30 attack speed, so the item still has value. And if they're pushing 2 different lanes, it's very nice.
FN's damage output's also increasing. I'm interested to see if he gets rid of his Eagle Scepter for this. In fact, that's exactly what he does do. So he's trying to complete up the full Mionya. And he's only 300 gold away from doing it. It would expend his buyback, but it would be his. But considering he didn't bring out the recipe, probably leans us to saying he's not. He'll hold his buyback. There's no reason to risk anything. You're 56 minutes into this best-of-1 elimination game at TI. You do not risk anything.
I don't think Empire can realistically lose this game in the next 15 to 20 minutes if they have buybacks. I think it's like almost out of the question that Cloud9 takes such a good fight that they can force all the buybacks and push and then beat them again in their own base.
Well, Cloud9 are going to try it. They smoke up the Observer Ward. I don't know if I actually saw it. There was a ping that came shortly after the smoke was triggered.
Hail Mary. He's got 3 wards on Pylite Eye, so they definitely have the possibility to set up a good perimeter to fight in.
Well, they weave.
They want to contest the Roche.
An illusion randomly appears, and that's exactly what they're looking for. But Roshan's not alive yet. He spawns in 33 seconds. Meanwhile, Legion Commander is taking the top tier 3 tower with illusions. They have to come back. And Eternal Enemy's there.
So this move once again didn't work, and it is difficult. I think Cloud9 needs to try to go for something like this. They were hoping Roshan was up so they could force a fight, but now that it wasn't spawned yet, they have to go back and defend this wave that's pushing, and Empire get to push right back at them and then look at the Roche again, and then they're fortunate enough to get it, as it looks.
Yep.
Spawning very, very soon. And they kill this extremely quickly. They have the Solar Crest, the Void is extremely farmed, the AC like we talked about. The only thing they're missing is really a Deso.
The Wraith just scattered out the fact that Roshan is there. So this is the upside for Cloud9. They have that information. Roger will clip one as well. So C9 know, if they don't get this Roshan, they're probably not holding racks. So there has to be something that they can do to contest this.
They have cooldown on Tempest for 20 seconds, and then when the Tempest is up, the Weave is out. So this is like a pretty awkward overlap on cooldowns that allows them to not fight at their full potential.
All right, now Resolution and Ghostic are doing Roshan, so Cloud9, I don't think they have that time.
Roger's getting some really good info
before
here.
Tempest is there, but will it be enough? There is actually the kill. It goes the way of the Radiant side, and maybe with the control, Eternal Envy, BKB dueled up, the bubbles are down, and Lasso pulling back the faces void, but the Sonic Wave from FN's going to arrive. Shallow Grave allowing Eternal Envy to stand his ground, but MSS will not be so lucky. Eternal Envy trying to Hurricane Pike himself away, but Mapochka, he had the damage, and it looks like Empire, they have the fight. Fada is the last man standing, and he is trapped at the front of the pit, now time locked up, and he really wishes he could go back in time. Captain Hindsight, Cloud9 in a horrendous position, a double kill for Resolution. Double buybacks out from Cloud9, but this is scrambling defense to keep themselves in TI.
30,000 gold now. And they still have Aegis and Cheese. There's no buyback on the Legion. Oh, that's an
It's just
clone,
the
right?
Tempest.
That's a clone, okay. I just looked away for a second, I was like...
He still needs to keep that clone alive. Without it, they don't hold this. The range Rax is gone. And Eternal Envy, so much work for him to do. Resolution. He's invis for the moment and now realizes not much more point to that. Has the Aegis Immortal, may as well try and kill off this Rax.
This bubble's gonna end now, and then he doesn't have the Tempest, so that's Rax down.
Yep. We've defense up from Pylite Die, but you've claimed the entire mid-Rax. No damage done to the bottom, but without the Legion Commander control, it feels like Team Empire, again, safety first. They're going to retreat. There's a big wave on bottom that had to be dealt with. And FM with a Scream just took out 8 range creeps. But let's have a quick look at that Roche fight once more.
So what sets all this up for Empire is the fact that Nightstalker was invisible and scouted the entire team out at nighttime. 2 very good defensive bubbles make this fight look fairly close by enemy. Great press the attack is going to let Resolution disengage here, and actually rather just re-engage on MSS. And the moment this chrono comes out, actually before that, the fight is just lost. It's extremely hard for Cloud9 to find a winning condition when the Nightstalker sees everything that's coming their way.
I'm really struggling to try and find a way where Cloud9 can survive. With no buyback on DK, Arc Warden, or the Doombringer, defending against Team Empire seems almost impossible. And that is where the magic, we're 60 minutes in, this is the EE zone, the Cloud9 have to enter. And if they don't enter it, then, well, Team Empire will take him out in the first round of TI.
I think we're in the rezo zone.
We're in the rezo zone? Hey, it's not even a morphling. Look at these items. He's gone so much. He's leaving his BKB just sitting in his backpack. Same with the MKB.
He's 7 slotted with a double damage right now. He is 10-shotting racks as Void right now. That is something.
They have to bubble to defend it. Here goes your defensive weave once more. Cloud9 trying to have the armor. You realize when you're doing defensive, not aggressive weaves, all they want to do is survive. BKB from Eternal Envy actually being burnt. Not certain that was exactly the item he was looking for, but the melee rack is gone. They got what they wanted, and FN's bringing the momentum for the last lane to bring in Megas in favor of Team Empire. Resolution doesn't care. Silver Edge is under the tower. MSS looking for the lasso, able to grab it. That Lincoln Spear won't break it free, but Ghostic will press the attack. And AUI, FN controls him with the Sonic Wave. AUI is actually going to pop from that. Meanwhile, up in the top fight, the Storm is nice. Vada not trapped inside the wall, but the Chronosphere is perfect. Cloud9 locked in time, space, and they may be removed right now. FN's doing the work. MSS won't make it home. And GG, Team Empire have taken out Cloud9 in round 1 of the lower bracket of TI7.
They read them very well. I think Empire pretty much beat them in most stages of the game. Cloud9 had a good, very early start when it came to pushing down a couple of towers, but afterwards the vision of the Night Stalker having good map control overall, good reads on what Cloud9 were doing. All of their smokes for a consistent, like, I think 40 minutes failed. Yeah, they simply did not find a fight that they could win in. And Empire kept setting up good kills, kept taking the better fights, and kept getting extremely farmed. Got the Roshans, got the towers. It's a pretty long game. It was beyond the hour.
Yep.
Classic Arc Warden game.
It definitely stretched out.
From the 25-minute mark on, it just really felt like an Empire game. You always know there's this comeback potential of the Arc Warden, but it's under the condition that either the Empire team brute force into them, get caught and lose heroes, or that Cloud9 find the correct opportunity, and it didn't really present itself to them.
They really, really tried, and again, like you can point out the problems with their offlaner. MSS couldn't find it, but really, Cloud9, they tried the hardest out, but Team Empire are the ones who claim the victory and move forward into the next round of TI7.
Cloud9 now out. Cloud9, of course, just had a brutal run in the group stages, only barely able to break a 1-9 start, and in this first game just could not keep up with Empire. And I feel like this game didn't really have one big explosive moment. Empire just ground them down so slowly, little by little, for the last half hour.
Just seems like Cloud9 lost their way towards the end of this tournament. Or I guess that this whole tournament, coming into the NA qualifiers, they looked dominant. They ended up in first place out of that, and they came into TI, and just the whole entire group stage was a huge disappointment. They turned it up on like day, like 3 and 4. They really started to actually win some games for once. But like this game too, I was just super disappointed in how they played and a lot of mistakes.
Empire played super well though. Resolution on the Void was very active early on. He like chronoed and chronoed and chronoed. He just got more and more kills, and it was just impressive how he could actually be on top in the farm with Void, who actually doesn't have any ability, like he doesn't have any spells to farm with, and he didn't even buy Midas, right?
Nope.
And still he was so farmed, like as Syndran said, he was 7 slotted or something with DD. That's just crazy.
As soon as he was level 6, he had a TP ready to rotate. He ported top, got a kill on Arc Warden, the enemy team's 1 position. Just really good movement from him, and he's kind of carrying this team as a stand-in. I mean, the whole team played great, but like this team with Resolution,
it's a different team.
Maybe getting a little farther than most people expected them to.
I think the worst outcome that happened in any of the Chronosphere team fights was 3 for 3s and 2 for 2s. There was not really any big backfires that I saw, and I love so much Syndran bringing up how they always want to play it safe. All they don't have is Legion Commander. Nope, not even going to push into the racks, which is, you know, especially with an Arc Warden who's so good at delaying the game. Empire didn't really fall into that trap of throwing themselves against a wall where they would wind up throwing too many kills away.
I also don't think Cloud9 committed enough to the push. We talked a lot about the Drow terribly, and I think they potentially could have ended the game sooner before Faceless Void became really big, but they wanted the safe out in the late game just in case things got there with the Arc Order, which is kind of the tendency for best of one. We haven't seen any like YOLO strats or just all-in strats coming out, but when you pick a DK and you have a pretty good push lineup and the opponents don't have that great of early game, it might be the right play.
And I mean, for the last 30 minutes, we got the chance to see so much of just grinding, careful positioning, and team fights. But let's not forget about what was going on in the early game. To talk a little bit about that, Kevin, talk to us about the tower rotations and the early moves of the game.
Well, it's pretty interesting, actually. If you look at the draft, C9 actually had a pretty big push advantage. 4 of their 5 heroes were very good at pushing lanes, whereas over on Team Empire's side, they were a lot more limited there. It was basically just Queen of Pain, Sword of Legion Commander. The rest of their heroes aren't very good at easily shoving out lanes, and you could really see this, especially in Fada's play. Almost every time that there was action on the map, he didn't walk there, he didn't teleport, he just sat in his lane, he killed the creeps as fast as he could, and he got on top of the tower. That way he could slowly chip it down and try to give his team actual map control that makes their ganks a little bit easier than their opponents. We saw this again as soon as his ultimate is almost off cooldown, rotates to the top lane, instantly turns that into an off lane tower, and does that again later. There's a gank that's happening somewhere on the map that Empire set up. They're going to end up getting a kill out of it, but Fada's always going to be in the mid lane to push it, to use his ultimate, and to chip some damage down. And ultimately, they end up getting a nice tower advantage. Gold graph was still pretty similar, and that's just because the way that Empire was playing to react to that was very smart. They didn't always know where their opponents were. They didn't really want to get doomed or lassoed, and at least until they had something like Lincoln Sphere up on Void. So they played very safe in the early part of the game because of that. And it may have looked a little passive, but it's basically just mind games at this point. Fada can be still solo pushing bottom. They don't know where MSS is. They don't know where AUI is. And they just all play safe, even on both sides in some ways. So C9 did get some good map control in the early game, but they weren't able to catapult that into good ganks and team fights in the late, and that's why they ended up losing.
I mean, it's dedication to this pushing composition that is coming up throughout this entire analysis. And it was still completely amazing to see Fada do so well on Faceless Void for the entire game. Excuse me, Resolution do so well on Faceless Void throughout the entire game. Coming up, we also have Casey down with Resolution right now to talk about their win.
Yeah, speaking of Resolution, you're kind of the star of the show. According to our panelists, PPD actually just said you're pretty much carrying the team, and you just stepped in. You didn't even think you were going to get to play this year. So I want to know what it was like for you having to step in on a team that, you know, kind of came into the entire tournament as underdogs, and now here you are. What was that like for you?
I mean, all I can say is actually, like, it feels so good to be back at TI, and like all these emotions that you get after games, like you can live with them the whole year. And I forgot how it was the last year, and now I actually remember. It feels so good. Like this inside, it feels so good.
Is it a little addicting?
I think so, yes. You want to come back again and again.
Yes, gotta keep getting more.
Yeah.
When we were watching back here, it really felt to us like it was a pretty evenly matched game for the first 45 minutes, and then things suddenly changed. What for you was the tipping point? At what point did you think, you know what, we got this?
I mean, I felt pretty confident because I had a hero that I can carry game myself. So I'm like, because we are new as a team, I can't really hope that we can build this team play or play good as a team with a strategy. So it feels so good when you have this hero that you can carry the game along with your Chronosphere. So, but the impact from the team was amazing. We all played really well for some reason. I don't know how it happened.
You play EG next. You went 0-2 with them at group stage. What are some things that you think you might need to do to improve on to be ready to face them again?
EG.
EG.
I don't know. It's gonna be rough for us because they're actually a team and they play really good as a whole. So we will need to prepare and find some ways to deal with them because we lost pretty bad in the group stages. But we are improving day by day. We are playing better as Empire. So we'll see.
Is there something to that momentum? I know there's a lot to be said for having to come in and start main stage where you have just the potential of being eliminated right away. The lower bracket 1 games are really tough. But now that you've won, do you feel like there's momentum and that gives you a little bit of an advantage in some ways because you have that confidence?
Probably yes. It's good for morale of a team, to have a win from the start, not a lose from like they did. So we'll see.
Is there anything you want to say to the fans watching now that you got to come back and play?
I mean, I really love the crowd here. It's amazing on TI. I really love you guys. It's so good when you come out for the booth and people cheering for you. It's these emotions inside.
I feel like I'm going to let you down because you're going to walk out of the room and nobody in this room is going to be able to cheer for you. Do you want me to do it, though?
Will you? Will you?
Yeah. Wait, let me practice real quick.
Better like, Rezo, Rezo.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Rezo, Rezo, Rezo. Yeah?
Yeah.
We'll work on it. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you, too.
I hope to talk to you again soon. We'll send it down to you, Machine.
Thank you, Casey. Resolution there with a big smile on his face. And I've been given the tough task, of course, getting to hear the other side of the story. I'm joined by Eternal Envy, a face many of you will recognize. And I mean, it's no fun, and it is cliche, but I think the first question I have to ask is just, what's going through your head right now?
Like winning or losing, a lot of emotions go through your head when you play at TI. I don't even know if I can explain properly how I really feel right now. I don't have the words for it at all.
If I asked maybe, okay, it's hard to explain, maybe give me a couple of just like one-word answers. If you had to put some words to it, just to try and express what's going on.
Like definitely sad, but there's still like this feeling that it's kind of over and that there's something new to look forward to. As in, like, your season is over. Like, you're already looking forward to next season, and you're definitely sad about and disappointed about this current season. But there's like the future, the past. Like, you're just thinking about everything down the line, what happened throughout the year, what happened like many years, like how it came to this, and like you're thinking about how to look into the future. It's a lot of stuff.
I mean, and you mentioned, you're looking forward, but also the year you've had. It has been quite a chaotic year for you. Do you feel like you've kind of found that, the building blocks for something bigger? AUI said that this is a plan, we're friends, it is a project, it's all about growth over time. Do you think this is what this year has kind of led to you for you?
Definitely a little bit, but I mean, we had a roster change like a few months back, so I would say it's pretty much bullshit if I were to say that the whole year was about that. We actually gave that up for that roster change. So I don't necessarily think that's true, but obviously any team you play with for whatever time you play with them, you're always going to try to build that. So that's, in that sense, it's not bullshit. But the year as a whole, I wouldn't say that was a main primary focus. It was a focus in the very beginning, but towards the end, it didn't really work out like a few months back, so we kind of did some other stuff too.
And I think the final question, I know, is get you out of here. Final question is just, you mentioned the future. What's on the horizon for Eternal Envy?
I mean, I have no idea. I'm definitely not going to quit, no matter what. But I don't think I'll retire for many years, actually. But I'm not too sure. It really depends on a lot of things. I don't even know what everyone else feels on the team right now.
That's a discussion to be had, and I'll let you go have it. Ladies and gentlemen of Key Arena, please make some noise, Eternal Envy, for joining us here and helping tell his story.
Thank you so much, Machine, and thank you, Eternal Envy, of course. Big heartbreak for Cloud9, but at this point in the tournament, there are so many talented players that pretty much well-known players are going out every single round. Empire, you got the chance to see Resolution, so thrilled, even instructing Casey on the proper way to cheer for him. They will be advancing on to face EG. And right now in the brackets, I was really looking at this before, Machine passed it back to us. I mean, all of the teams here at TI are just so good left remaining.
It's a pretty stacked lower bracket for Western fans.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you have OG, Infamous, IG Vitality, and DC, who still have yet to play today. And TL Secret Empire, TL, Team Secret, Evil Geniuses, and Team Empire will be playing tomorrow.
Yeah, that was a nice best of one. It it was Cloud9 style. It went on for over an hour, which was great. And it's tough seeing Envy lose. I think he's definitely one of the fiercest competitors in Dota, and he cares so much more than even those people who care a lot.
And he's working so hard. He's doing everything he can, like every year. So it's actually very sad to see him lose here and go out this early. But I'm sure that he's gonna come back stronger the next year.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I personally love about Eternal Envy, his stream is so awesome to watch because in every single game, you can see how much he is actually trying and working with his team and trying to play. It's very easy if you're on stream to just kind of relax some games, maybe get frustrated at moments, but I always see him stay really focused, and I always find it really entertaining to watch, so I'm absolutely going to be looking forward to his games in the future. Now, our next match is going to be an absolute all-star team in the form of OG going up against the team that narrowly broke their way into the lower brackets. It will be Team Infamous. They're ready to head out. We're going to be starting things off with Team OG. OG has always had a history of extraordinary performances in major events and also a history of struggling first round in TI. Merlini, are they going to be able to break through in this match?
I don't know. It's tough for them, dude. I really like Infamous as a team.
Yeah. Well, they're up next. Their opponents will be Infamous. You were just mentioning, Merlini, that you're actually quite a fan of Infamous. What is it about them?
Well, NA pubs are notoriously bad amongst the high MMR players, but I think these guys always bring something special to the region. They have their own little flair, and they have their personality too. They're all special. PPD, you know about them.
They play with personality, absolutely,
yeah.
Especially in pubs.
Well, Casey got the chance to sit down with Infamous to talk a little bit to them about what their experiences are like into this event. Let's go on over to Casey.
This is the first time that we've had a team representing South America at TI. So how does that feel to be on that team?
It feels pretty nice. Everyone's proud of us, and we're also nervous. Like, some people look at us like, yeah, South America, what a yoke, right? Like, the qualifiers so easy, the scene is so good. So like, we want to prove those people that we're actually a good team and we can beat them. Like, we can beat anyone. And there's also people that like cheer for us, and they're like happy to see us. Like, whoa, finally, it's like a good team from South America. Like, I knew you guys could do it. So it's like mixed feelings, but it's nice.
Wouldn't you say that in some ways it's harder to prove yourself as a pro Dota player, especially in Peru? You don't have the same technical support that other areas see, and you don't have the same professional scene that supports that.
Yeah, I think the main issue is like there's no one to tell you to do it professionally, like act professionally, like treat it as something important. Like, there's talent and there's good players. Like, I know them, I play there a lot. But like, no one treats it seriously. So like, that's like what makes it really hard. Like, find 5 people for like dedicated. Like, we've been on this team, like the 5 of us, for like 2-3 months, and we have like this goal to win the qualifier and come to TI and then see what happens there. Like, that was our goal, and we got it. It was like, we stick together.
So you've been dreaming of this.
Yes.
You've been working so hard.
I've watched every TI. Yeah.
You've watched every single TI,
Yes.
and now you're sitting right next to the Aegis. What do you think about that?
I don't know. Every time I try to not think about it because I get like super nervous.
Yeah.
So I have to stay focused. I have a group stage soon, so.
Yeah. Is it easier or harder coming in, not knowing exactly what it feels like to be here, not having that experience?
I think it's relaxing to like experience all for the first time. I've never been to the United States either, so like I'm like looking around, whoa, the streets are so nice.
Yeah.
But there's also pressure because like everyone expects me to be like Avid or like SumaiL, you know, the kind of the young players, and that's a lot of pressure that sometimes gets to me. But I try to relax and, you know, like just do my best and show them that I'm a good player.
What teams or what veteran players did you look up to the most watching?
Like all the Navi like prime times. Yeah, I have a T-shirt from them. Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
That's great.
I brought it here too for like good luck.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. What are your goals for TI? I mean, obviously everyone wants to win, but what are you setting your sights on, and what are your expectations for this team?
I think the main expectation for the team is like have at least one nice series on main stage. At least like play against, I don't know, top teams like Liquid, OG, and then like have super like, I don't know, like there's always super nice games from each TI that everyone remembers.
Yeah.
I think that's the main idea. So I have one of those games and everyone look at, wow, they play so good, that game was so fun, I love Infamous, something like that.
What would it mean to you to show the world that Dota in South America is amazing and deserves to have that representation? And
I feel super proud, like, and everyone wants to show, like, there's a lot of pressure and stuff for families and fans and stuff, so like, it'd be like such a relief to like finally get that off, like, right? Like everyone's expecting me to like solo Miracle and stuff, and if I can actually do it, I'd feel so well, like so accomplished. Like I could just come home and relax for 2 weeks and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna relax. I deserve it, yeah.
Yeah. And now you're here among all of these players. Are you ready to enjoy the ride?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty hyped.
You're like, just hurry up and do it. I just want to play. Yeah. The anticipation.
We all are. We came, I remember, and then we unpacked. And then we went to the boot camp, and we were like, all right, we're ready to play.
Yeah.
Where are we playing? And
Let's
we're
just
like,
do
well,
this.
it's 2 days. And we're like, yeah, but I want to play right now.
Soon.
Yeah, soon.
God, that is just fantastic. I love that attitude. I love that so much. He just wants the chance to play against a great team and show a good game and earn respect for his region.
That was an amazing interview. I mean, coming into this game, I didn't know so much about them, and I'm a bit of a fan of OG for some reasons, because of maybe that I played with S4 before. I don't know.
There's the Navi shirt right there that he was talking about for good luck, draped over his chair.
Now I kind of struggle to like know which team that I actually want to win. But I think both teams really deserve it. I mean, OG have had a lot of success before, so in that sense, it would be so much fun for like these guys to actually like win the series and get to play the next series as well. But yeah, I'm still hoping for OG.
These guys are just so different than what I imagined. Like, I played with Tomato for a really long time, and he's just completely different in person.
He's so well spoken.
I know.
It's pretty impressive. The interview was good.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think that he expresses something that I've heard so many pros talk about. I mean, we've talked about the $24 million prize pool here at the event. The money's great, but every single player here is so into Dota. And they are so into the validation, the ability to showcase their skill and to showcase their hard work. And that is all he talked about the entire time. I think that is fantastic. I love that.
He's 16, he's young. He's got the passion, the motivation.
Yeah.
He wants to be the best. That's a good place to start.
Well, he fortunately, I don't know, he's going to get his wish, and he's going to get the opportunity to play against OG, a team that is insane. There is no other way to put it. And of course, getting a chance to get insight into what Team OG is like, we're going to head on over to one of the most renowned supports in the world. It's Casey with OG's Fly.
You're probably sick of talking about it, so I'm going to start with what you're probably sick of talking about, which is how you've rebuilt since TI6.
Okay.
I was going back and watching some of the interviews, and we forced you guys to talk to us right after the big loss at TI6, you and No Tail. And one of the things that you said at the time was that you felt that it was possible that being favorites coming in may have hindered you in the process. Now that you've had a year to reflect, do you still think that's true? And if so, how come?
I did have a lot of time to reflect on what happened, and that was my first year. TI6 was my first year coming in as a favorite, or one of the favorites. And I definitely think it did not have a positive effect on us. But now looking back at it, it does matter. And it can be like hard to come, like be a favorite and then go into the tournament again. But if you are strong enough mentally, then it shouldn't affect you, because you look at like some great athletes in the world who continuously win and win. You can take, you know, Michael Phelps or whatever, and this guy keeps winning. And he clearly is a favorite, but he keeps doing it, so why can't we? And in the end, it's all about your mental game. That's what it comes down to, really.
Yeah, anything specific that you're doing differently mentally this time for your team?
Well, we're gonna try to incorporate some breathing exercises.
That's good.
Yeah, but mostly the way we approach how we go into each game, it's a game of itself. Like, we don't think about anything else. This is just the game. Live in the moment, have no regrets, and play to enjoy the game as well. As opposed to what happened last year, where we ended up playing to not lose. which in this moment you already lost because you're playing not to lose. You're going to be afraid of doing things. But if you are able to release all that and remove that pressure and not have everybody like in the crowd looking at you and like, let it go, you're going to play great and you're going to do great. And that's all you can ask for, because the worst thing is having to go through this competition and having regrets after, because that's what really kills you. And I've had plenty of regrets after last year. And I don't want that to happen, even if, you know, it so happens that we don't win it. As long as I don't have regrets, I'll still be happy.
So you're able to stay calm during the tournament and during the game. But is there a time afterward? Like if Kiev had gone a different way and you had ended up losing, how do you get that all out in the open and discuss it and make room for some of that?
So something we have tried to focus on is kind of talking more together. And we always say, and I always say to my team, is that if there's anything on your mind, anything at all, you can tell me, you can tell a teammate, as long as it's out, because the worst thing that could happen to a team is keeping feelings bottled up. That really destroys teams. I feel like even if we have some losses or anything, at best we would talk about it together. We would sit down and we try to find the best solution possible, which is, you know, keep it open.
How did adding S4 change the dynamic of your team?
I think S4 fit very nicely into the team. I think it was a very easy transition. He's one of the most talented players I know and one of the smartest players I've ever met. He already kind of played this role before, where he would be the tempo controller and the guy making things happen. So it kind of fit for him to go to the offlane. I mean, he's a beast. What can I say? S4 is the god of Dota, they call him.
Does he make you call him that when you're practicing?
Yeah, of course. He's very weird about it. He walks around and says, "Do you remember the time?" You know,
gather round.
Yeah, he likes to have fun, and we like to make fun of him. But
there's something about that dynamic there where you feel like you can kind of poke fun at each other. That every time I've seen it with teams, you can tell that it affects the level of trust. For some reason, it seems to correlate with they seem to trust each other.
No, that makes perfect sense. I think being able to have fun with each other and like throw these little stabs and everything, and it just makes you more of a team, really, because it's not all just business, you know. It's also having fun together, because if you're gonna spend so much time with one another, if you at least don't have any sort of like common grounds besides the game that you like about this person, it might not end very well. So I think it's great. I get along with everybody in the team in one way or another.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
OG versus Infamous. Game 1.
Just an extraordinary amount of respect for each of these teams, of course. Infamous looking to prove themselves. OG looking to build upon their incredible reputation and not get slowed down by the external pressure upon them. Already we're underway in the draft with some extremely unusual first bans, first picks. We got Alex straight up banned by Infamous. They don't want to let Ana even have a chance at picking that. And going straight into Viper Nightstalker themselves. I love one-button heroes, man.
Viper is a tomato special, one of his favorites.
It was often first ban versus them in the group stage.
Really?
He's actually really good with Viper.
I'm real interested to see what the itemization is going to be like.
You'll have a blast this game then.
Oh, God.
What really
Always
stands out to me so far are these first two bans from OG. Immediately banning Silencer and then the PL as well, and then first picking the Dazzle. I think the Silencer ban is totally intentional. It allows Fly to play this defensive support without the worry of global silence, stopping him from saving his ally. Banning out the PL also allows them to pick some single target DPS heroes for Ana or No-Tail. I thought maybe they would go Terrorblade here with the second pick, but gonna wait on that a little bit. Terrorblade very good versus both Nightstalker and Viper.
They want to keep it open, and it just seems that most teams here now in the lower bracket, in the best of one, they want to pick comfort heroes. We see the Viper for Infamous, and we see Dazzle for Fly, and Tusk for Jerax.
Yep.
So, and I mean, Jerax has been playing Tusks for so long, so that is a hero that he's super good at.
I like Tusk a lot versus Viper. Snowball and Shards are very good for getting on top of the Viper. Sigil is great for slowing him down. Viper, not, you know, a very immobile kind of core until he gets that Hurricane Pike. But he can be slowed down, and people can close ground pretty quickly with Tusk.
Nightstalker as a result the ability to gain the vision works well with Viper, helping circumvent that mobility problem, just see threats coming and position a little better.
Certainly.
Advance.
I guess that is why they banned Prophet as well, because Prophet, he opens up the map a bit, like to split push, and as Peter said, that Viper is not a mobile hero, so...
He's very focused on single target damage. He also does very poorly versus Terrorblade, which I really like that ban from them. I think it's smart.
So at this point in time, you know, if you look at OG, they have a nice, solid support, nice saving hero in the form of Dazzle, a nice roaming hero in the form of Tusk.
Yeah, Legion Commander ban, and they're telling a lot with their bans right now. I'm definitely expecting some sort of illusion hero or hero with a lot of summons for no tail. Furion's banned, Terrorblade's banned. We still have
PL's banned.
PL's banned. We still have what, like Naga Siren, Broodmother,
AM.
Anti-Mage, I suppose we could see Ana on the Anti-Mage.
AM is quite good against Viper because
yeah,
he
I
just
don't
splits.
like him that much versus Night Stalker though.
Yeah.
He's a hero that likes to farm very confidently, and when when the map's dark and you can't see that much, Night Stalker can oftentimes sneak up on you, fly over the trees while you're farming neutrals. And
as soon as you can kind of get the Manta though, then you're quite fine, but
definitely
you're still scared for sure.
King Tech has played a lot of ES. Shaker, I'm surprised we haven't seen Shaker picked up or banned at all here. I think it's pretty good versus our heroes. Very common counter initiation versus Tusk. Good hero to protect the Viper with.
Okay. Batrider ban.
Yeah, you know, I'm interested what you were saying about trying to set up for the illusion heroes for OG. Lich, we've talked about him a lot today. Haven't gotten the chance to see him for a few games. Lich, you know, Ake, you've been mentioning so much how he's great at roaming and attending to almost any lane that needs him in the early stages.
Yeah, he's not as good as like to roam, but he's very good to be on a lane like statically, to just be there. And since they have Viper mid, I don't think he's gonna go mid because Viper is already a very strong laner. So he's probably gonna go to the off lane with Lich.
Definitely, I think that Panda is meant to most likely lane up against Viper, skill the Drunken Haze level 1. That's pretty good for laning against Viper. He'll miss a lot.
That's for you to play it though.
I think No Tail plays Panda as well. That's right. So that's what I'm guessing Ana's going to play maybe that anti-mage or some sort of hard carry in one of the lanes.
Whenever they pick this hard carry, then No Tail usually goes mid and they let Ana play it.
Can you talk to me a little bit about Brewmaster? Because I mean, I haven't seen him in too many drafts. I don't really know how he would factor into a team lineup.
He is a lot of team fight. He's a blink initiator. He's really great against a hero like Viper, who doesn't really have any blinks or mobility. So once you initiate the team fight, you can stick on him with all three of the Panda summons, or you can just Cyclone him up and deal with him later.
He's like an anti-carry, an anti-non-illusion based carry.
Yes. There's an Earthshaker for Infamous, looking like that's their offlane hero. And CK, I forgot about that illusion guy.
So there's still, I think Medusa, we've seen with Ags, really good counter versus Chaos Knight.
It's still also quite open now that Brew can go mid and offlane because Chaos Knight is a hero that No Tail plays as well.
That's what I was thinking.
It's more the fun.
I agree. I think No Tail is definitely going to be playing the CK, which makes me think Brewmaster is probably going to be played by S4.
Yeah.
And our last pick for OG will most likely be Ana's hero.
And Brew is one of S4's best heroes, so I'm really hyped about that.
And you've mentioned Sven is a great pick against Lycan, any heroes that have summons or extra illusions. There's still the possibility for Infamous to pick up Sven in this last pick.
I like
up
Sven.
against the Chaos Knight.
I don't like Sven so much versus Tusk and Brew. I think these
I think it's good versus Brew.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't like it.
You destroy the Pandas with your ultimate.
I think you just get Cyclone and yours.
But you build BKB.
You're versus Tusk.
You need so when you're playing against Brewmaster, a BKB hero is important. Otherwise, you're just going to be like Viper and you're going to be spinning in the air in a Cyclone doing nothing. If you're expecting to take team fights and win them, and I think that they'll have the team fight advantage with the Lich Chain Frost is also really good against Panda because it bounces off all the little brewlings or whatever you call them.
The mini pandas.
I call them like brewlings instead of broodlings, but
these sub pandas.
That's my thing.
There's the Sven ban straight up for OG.
I told you, dude. I told you.
I like Dusa more.
All right, maybe they'll go Dusa then. What do I know?
I think Dusa fares better versus CK personally.
Fly agrees with me.
So are you expecting this last pick to be an Ana pick? No chance of Ana going safe for Chaos Knight?
I think in a best-of-1 elimination match, I don't think Ana plays Panda.
It's going to be an Ana hero who goes mid. So in that sense, Medusa could work, I guess. But if they put that mid, I think Lich can just go mid with Viper, and then Medusa is not gonna get so much.
Yeah, what do you think of Puck? All right, Invoker.
Invoker.
Okay.
On a special.
Yeah, not bad. It does pretty well versus Viper mid, I think. It can be an even matchup. I'm sure Jerax is going to be right there with him the whole time, supporting him, making sure he doesn't get...
As usual.
Yeah, too hurt in the laning phase. And
sometimes hard to play versus NS.
Sunstrike follow-up for Chaos Knight stuns.
Yeah.
Some DPS. Now they've got like 2 damage dealers, some team fight, some defensive supports, and this utility Tusk to... I'm sure Jerax makes crazy plays on Tusk every game.
Duso looking a lot worse versus Invoker. I'm not really sure what options there are to deal with CK.
Would you describe the OG lineup as very well-rounded? Or is there a particular hero that they're really focused on?
I think it's a pretty well-rounded lineup. They've got nice building push, decent. They're lacking a little bit in catch, but lots of team fight.
Troll Warlord, the final pick for Infamous. And Merlini, I need your thoughts on this Troll Warlord before we head into the game.
I just don't think there were that many better options. They had 16 seconds left of reserve time. Sun was already banned. I don't think Deuce is very good versus Invoker. The AoE blind decent versus Chaos Knight, not amazing. At least they have the Earthshaker to deal with them.
Well, Infamous is looking to showcase their skills and get the respect they feel they deserve. And of course, OG, a fan favorite going in, wants to prove that they can win at TI just like they've won 4 majors leading into this event. It's time to get into this lower bracket match. Take it away, gentlemen.
Sean uses the best phrase, can you win at TI? A question which is asked for the Peruvians because they want to be able to prove themselves. But it's also a big question for OG. Under the OG brand, they have not won a series here on the main stage. They've
won a TI.
He has won a TI. He's actually one of the 5 remaining players who have actually won a TI competing in this competition. So now they're going up against multiple odds. Who can actually double down on this? And can OG actually win?
Double down and win 2 TIs at once?
Yeah, that'll be one way to do it. That's a lot of money to pull in. He's taking fly share, 10%.
3 Aegises. Think about it. Oh, E-Guy. Is that what it's called? E-Jai? E-Jai? It's 1 Aegis, 2 E-Jai? I don't know.
I know. I don't say it right anyways.
I'm not. Yeah.
No one does. No one
say
says the Aegis of the immortal.
Anywho, yeah. Let's have a look at this game. There's a couple of really interesting things in this draft, actually. Just historically, when it comes to OG, this is an S4 classic. The Dazzle Brewmaster used to play this with Alliance back then. Really like the synergy because of how the 2 heroes play off each other very nicely. In the lane, you have the 2 slows. And then when it comes to team fights, you actually have a heal bomb every fight. You can heal this Brewmaster split to deal massive amounts of damage. And they have a very easy time getting in because they're so mobile, especially the Fire Brew, but also the Cycloning Brew, I don't know what it's called, the Wind Brewmaster, whatever.
Wind Brewing, Fire Brewing, Earth Brewing.
Yeah, let's keep it simple, I guess. That brew can also very easily get in. In addition to that, we have the... what was I going to say? We have the thing that Wings actually presented. I can't remember which tournament it was in, but they ran Invoker together with Brewmaster, where they would Alacrity the Earth Brew. That Brewling does a lot of damage to buildings, and then when you give it that attack speed and damage, it's actually pretty crazy. All right, let's look at a fight here.
Yeah.
Looks like something's going to go down.
Smoke Durax, here comes your shard down forward as Matthew trapped in at the moment. He wants to break free, but there's nothing he can do. He can turn for a void. The fissure stun! Is there enough space? Even with the Fairy Fire, it won't be enough. Now 1 second Chaos Bot stun provide the extra damage needed to kill off the Night Stalker. Tomato is going to have to rotate himself over. They go for another shard. Now it's King Tekka trapped in. The Shadow Wave with 3 heroes. Another fissure to create space, but a second time the stun will connect, giving Nortel not only a double kill, it'll be a double rune.
I'm sorry, but they get 2 kills and fly immediately. Right? Can anyone upgrade the courier? That's position 5 right there. All right, we got 2 kills, guys. Someone else got the courier this game.
That's the 604 gold that Chaos Knight's currently walking upon. Unfortunately, he's got to wait 3 minutes.
Obviously, a really good start for OG. I think they got more than they came for. They came for that 1 kill, and then King Tekka came in.
So now they're going to go for again. Durax throwing out the shards onto Matthew, but cannot trap him in this time.
I think this is a very Viper-favored lane in isolation. I'm not sure I agree with PPD that Invoker does well in this matchup. If you get help on both sides, it's obviously a totally different story. But I think the help in mid from JRX is very important, and he probably has to stick around for the majority of the time here. Once Viper starts hitting this level 2 and level 3, the Invoker can actually almost get zoned off the lane. Having orb attacks in general against Invoker is really powerful, because his primary defense in the lane is the creep aggro itself. When the enemy tries to go on you, you don't have so much to respond with, but the wave can do it for you. Viper, he's just going to hit you. The upside for Invoker is that he can, first of all, get a lot of help from Tusk and almost get a kill here.
Sunstrike, Tomato. Oh, he gets hit by it, but Ana voided up underneath the tower. He's not taking any more damage, but Tomato revealed out by the one melee creep. They know he's in there. Ana is waiting for him to break out of the tree line. And Tomato, well, he'll show himself in relative safety under the tier 1 tower, but damn, he needs some regeneration, and Courier is bringing supplies.
Yeah. To finish off this matchup, I think, in addition, one thing that speaks for Invoker in this matchup is that Viper doesn't push the lane very well. So Invoker sometimes struggles getting 2 waves under his tower and losing farm and getting harassed. Viper's not so good at that, but he's more of a stalemate hero in mid, I want to call it, who just holds the lane in place and then harasses you away. But so far, so good from OG. I think JRX has got a lot done in these first 2 minutes.
Well, they might get some more done. KingTaker has to go for the Fisher once more. Still slowed up a little bit. Was expecting some level of rotation up from JRX, but instead, he's coming down to bottom lane to try and work with S4, who's been having not the time of his life. Snowball forward, they bring in S4. Estelle just tries to do as much damage as he can, denies up the regeneration rune, and successfully TP's home.
Nice TP. Using the Frost Blast there for the attack speed slow. If he didn't get that off, he would have died for sure. So playing it to the limit there, KingTaker gets gone on again by No-Tail. So these lanes are playing out kind of the way you would imagine. Viper is starting to, even with all the help of Tusk in mid, the moment Tusk leaves, Viper is starting to build a little bit of an advantage, just getting a lot of denies mainly against Ana here will give him some experience advantage. And Tusk is immediately coming back in here to try to combat the Night Stalker. Bottom lane Troll. Troll versus Brew is actually a pretty awkward matchup because nobody can hit anything.
Either Drunken Hazed up or the Axe mischance percentage which kicks in. But it was nice for Benjaz to start with. He had the help of the Lich, so he was always dragging the wave back. The Frost Blast is guaranteed to connect into the Brewmaster at least.
Yep.
But S4 kind of got also lucky. He found the Observer when he threw down his Sentry, so he also got the double regeneration to combine up with the PMS. So his sustain in the lane ended up becoming a lot better, but he's still 9-0 CS to the 19-3, but he's getting a lot out of the lane. And you compare that to the other offlane, KingTaker, 3 for 1 on this Earthshaker. It has not been the dream start for him, dying to start with, but just cannot get anything in the lane.
This lane is difficult for Earthshaker. Chaos Knight's one of the stronger heroes because he can pull you across the fissure. He has a lot of damage output by himself, and you combine it with both the slow and the heal bomb of Dazzle. Shaker can't really come in close. He's just going to have to play to Leech here and get whatever he can and hope that the other lanes go well. Fortunately, they're going pretty well right now. Viper is starting to get a very firm grip on mid. Bottom lane, Benjaz, I think key to a couple of Infamous's wins has been getting Benjaz a very good game. Notably, the AntiMage Gaming and Secret in the group stage, for example. They did end up winning and getting a draw in that series. Benjaz was very integral to that victory. So getting him off to a good start and getting him comfortable is surely going to help. I kind of like Troll in this game. I think it's pretty good.
There's a little bit of a problem until... Oh, actually, there is on top lane. KingTaker, the Fissure catching 2. Matthew's there. The Sunstrike is going to connect, but the damage is split between Matthew and KingTaker, so Fly will fall. And a much-needed rotation from Infamous arrives on the north. Jirax is waiting to attack into the mid lane. It was the bottom lane where S4 was actually pushed off the lane. He took too much damage while trying to take a pull. So only now does he TP back down to the bottom lane where TrollWarlord's been having a free time.
Shaker's still struggling. It's nice that they get that kill, but that's still a big rotation from the supports of Infamous, and Shaker has to go back to base again. Having a hard time. And you compare him to the Brewmaster, the discrepancy is just growing and growing. That's the main gain of OG in this game, is that their offlane is faring better, and the trade-off is that their mid laner is faring slightly worse, but not enough that I think this is a cause for concern right now for them.
Jirax is coming to the mid, maybe at the perfect time.
A bit of miscommunication there. I think they wanted to fissure into Night Stalker sound slow and then Viper, but
yeah, now it's Viper who's under attack.
Oh, Jirax, that's...
It's 2 points of corrosive skin. They're not going to be killing off Tomato with what they've got right now.
I thought Infamous were going to go for that kill, actually.
Well, they might have another one. It's No-Tail. Matthew breaking free. The Fissure is there. No-Tail trying to get on the other side. Reality Rift helps him out with that. Support is nearby in the form of Fly.
I like this from Notail going bottle. I think it's good on safe lane Chaos Knight. You have very easy exit to the bounty rune. Oh yeah.
He stuck around. He tried to damage Fly. That wasn't going to work. The Fidget gets thrown out, but Fly already finds that kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Jirax is the other casualty of war. Ana under this tower, trying to invoke up the cold wall. Maybe that is enough to keep him away. The damage, there isn't a tick for him. So Ana will survive, will burn the salve. Consumables is not something he wants to keep buying when he tries to save up for that hand of Midas. But it gets offset with the death of the tier 1 tower of Infamous on top lane.
It's the nature of the Viper matchup. I think you're going into the game, your mental state against the Viper is, I'm going to need to buy regen. That's how the lane works. If you want to be greedy and try to save up for your Midas, he's going to punish you and send you back to base 4 times, and then your Midas is delayed way more than if you were to send out a couple of flasks. So
it just keeps him behind, like he's 300 net worth behind in the moment.
Rune here, he's thinking about it. Ana seems to have a read that something is fishy here, and that means Tomato can just hold the lane forever in mid. There's 15 CS up on this Invoker.
I think they're coming for the Shrine. Maybe another thing. Actually, they don't want to take S4 Shrine at this point, even if Ana is low on mana.
He has to jungle already with Invoker. This Invoker doesn't like to have to do this, going to farm jungle at 7 minutes, but I like the decision from Ana to do it. It's the best play on the map. Sometimes the best play sucks, but it's the best one, and you got to take it. So at the very least, he didn't die before when he used that nice ice wall, so he stayed alive. And 24 CS, you don't feel good about that as Invoker 7 minutes in. Yep. You feel good about not dying to this Radiant lineup, though. This is a terrifying mid lane to play Invoker in for this entire nighttime.
You probably feel better about Notel's condition.
He's doing great.
Yeah, he's having great farm up on the top. He's still only just a little bit ahead of the Troll Warlord. And the Viper is like 600 net worth in front of the Invoker, which isn't the best trade-off either, but it's the fact the Earthshaker has got nothing out of this top lane. Like King Tekka, he's died 2 times. He's really struggled to find any space to farm.
This is a great rotation from OG. They have the heal bomb.
Nice. Shaz forward, Snowball catching 2, combining with the clamp, and the Brewmaster split. Comes out for the first time. Troll Warlord, the Sunstrike would have killed him if Fly's heal bomb didn't do it. As Lich spin him round and drop him down. A Cell will die. And OG can turn this momentum with the first Phantasm use of Notel into the death of the tier 1 tower on bottom lane.
It was very clear how they prepared that. They were like, S4 is going to be about to be level 6. We're going to smoke our Tusk and Dazzle down here, use that heal bomb, and if they try to fight back, we TP in the Chaos Knight and overwhelm them. It was like a 3-step plan already there from OG. It's very clear that they were coordinating that. That's the mark of a very, very high-skilled team, that they think ahead that much. It's like chess, you know. If you can predict what's going to happen before it even does, you're way more prepared to make the right move.
Well, Benjaz is trying to predict a movement up to top. Invoker was already moving there. He does cut off his path. And there's Jirax who TP'd in here to try and defend the push. But with Benjaz here, maybe he's already moving a little bit further to the back of the tower. He can Shaz out just to harass and drag the creep wave, making life difficult, but he's not really contesting. Meanwhile, Viper continues to level up in mid. And how do you actually build this Viper? Do you go for the sustain? I'm seeing a 4-star currently in his quick buy. How does he survive in the fight while still doing the damage required?
He's going to need mobility, and he's going to need a BKB eventually. I don't think he can fight this Invoker without a BKB later on. The Chaos Knight's also going to be a problem. He's mainly getting the Force Staff to get out of Reality Rift, I think, and to be able to counterplay Ice Wall so that he can, you know, stick on his target. It's very important for Viper to itemize so that he can somehow deal his damage. That's still the innate weakness of the hero. It has incredible laning in a lot of matchups, but then you need to turn your net worth into something that actually transitions into a good mid-game. When it comes to Infamous in general, it would have been nice for them to be able to use these cooldowns of OG, like they use Brew Split and Phantasm in the same play. The problem is it's daytime, and they don't have the best pushers themselves either, so they're actually not really gaining too much out of these cooldowns from OG. Instead, they're just going to get some farm. This is extremely optimistic from Benjaz.
Yeah, he didn't run down and was right to do so. I think he scouted out the fact that the CK was there, but the Sunstrike from Ana will hit the money. Hilariously enough, Acel started his own TP and left the Troll Warlord alone on the top. He went all the way back to the fountain and just abandoned his teammate. I don't think there's much he could have done to stop it.
I'm not going with you in this, man. You're on your own.
They both had TP, but the problem was Tuskar was holding his snowball.
Yeah.
So you couldn't use it.
That's a bit of a mistake there from Benjaz. He forced a big rotation, but it's still worth it for OG to get a core kill. If that was a support that they TP 2 or 3 heroes in to kill there, I think that would have been worth it for the Infamous side. But losing Troll is big on mid lane.
They're coming to mid. Notel sets up the 1-second stun. It might be enough as well. Tomato starts his TP out. Cancelled very, very quickly. Destroyed by Anna's Sunstrike, and they're wanting more. Crit destroys the Lich. Finally, Nightstalker will hit the ground, stunned up by the Earth Bruiling. Have they got a little bit more? No-Tail Reality Rift, give the negative armor, and the stun is there. Nightstalker will fall. He cannot reach the safety of the high ground. And once more, OG take a fight and push it to the town. I'm fairly certain Fly is already up.
What should I buy? I'm getting rich, man. What to do? I've got like 400 gold.
He's got 2 kills, 1 death, and 6 assists.
Another great play.
He's got more than enough.
It's pretty much the same play they just made before. They made kind of the exact same move, well, a little bit different on the initiation order, but using the same abilities to the same effect, getting multiple kills and then a tower. They can kind of rinse and repeat this until Infamous start getting their teamfight up and running. They need the 6 on Lich, they need the Shaker to get his Blink Dagger, and I think that's enough. Then they have a response. But right now their lineup is very slow and they can't really activate their Viper very well. So OG are starting to build a very big advantage.
Yeah, that gold graph is now stretched around 4K and increasing. The experience is a lot closer, however. Remember, the gold graph is getting its spikes because of the death of those 3 Tier 1 towers and the fact that Infamous have claimed none themselves. So the money is looking good for OG, but there's still a lot coming out of the Infamous lanes. They're not keeping Troll Warlord at the #1 net worth just by sheer luck. He's building into that Mask of Madness, and then we can see if Infamous can find critical objectives across the map. And I'm wondering if that actually comes through kills, or does it actually come through forcing buildings, using that Troll Warlord's attack speed in combination with the Viper?
I think you have to wait. That's the most important thing for Infamous. You have to delay the game without losing too many heroes. You're not in fighting shape right now with your lineup. You can try to find a skirmish here there, maybe with a Nightstalker, but realistically, they're just not online yet. So keep getting the farm in, keep getting the wards out, keep your heroes safe, build toward the BKB. The BKB is the name of the game in this one. It's the best item against OG's lineup. It's like extremely good against both Brewmaster and Invoker. It is an absolute mandatory item on every core on the Radiant side at some point eventually. Shaker's probably going to get it like 3rd or 4th item, but the other heroes have to get it. Like PPD pointed out, you can't play against Brewmaster without BKB in your cores. Like, you're just going to get cycloned.
Yeah.
He cyclones one, stuns the other, and the CK goes on the other guy. Like, what's your save? Infamous don't have saves. They have Fissure.
Yeah, they
not reliable.
They have the turnaround of the fight from the Earthshaker.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen until he has the Blink Dagger.
Exactly.
As well as some decent levels. He's gone for a 2-1-2-1 build. So the Echo Slam doesn't do anywhere near enough damage at the moment until he's got more points up in the Aftershock.
We're going to see a tower trade here as it looks. OG will happily trade their Tier 1 top for a Tier 2 bottom. This tower top is extremely difficult to defend and fairly unimportant compared to other things on the map. And if OG get this bottom Tier 2, they claim a way more important objective. Looks like it's not really possible. No-Tail is laying into it, but doesn't want to commit his Phantasm.
Yeah, it's so much to commit. They've been looking to use the Phantasm in every single fight. And with Infamous gaining items, maybe that use of the Phantasm is something OG doesn't want to do, because it will feel like a window of opportunity for Infamous.
Maybe it feels like they can get it anyway. I mean, at this rate, they can. He's tanking the tower for an eternity by dropping to half health and then popping a regen rune.
Yeah, it's the never-ending life of No-Tail.
He tanked the tower for like 30 seconds.
And now he's got enough money to finish up the entire armlet too.
Yep, it's going to come out. We've seen Chaos Knights of the past often go for Midas.
Jirax, Shards just pushing Tomato up. He can't actually move back down again. The trees block his path. And I thought for a moment he's going to roll in with Fly, but that would have put Fly on the front lines. He needed a different hero to be with the Dazzle.
So how are we looking now for Infamous? I'm keeping a close eye on King Tekka because I think this Blink Dagger is what's going to change the flow of the game. Either they're going to find 1 or 2 successful fights, or they're going to fight on top such a big deficit that it gets difficult.
Oh, they're pushing to the left. I thought for a moment they would actually properly commit onto Anna. The Observer didn't reveal anything, but at the same time, their vision hadn't seen anybody else until Jirax walks underneath the defensive Observer ward on the northern Shrine of Radiant.
This is also one of the big benefits of the wards OG got out. They have really good coverage around mid. So first of all, they see some of the more common smoke positions. Often you would smoke behind your Tier 2 mid, or between the top Tier 2 and the mid Tier 2, you would smoke in that area and start moving out. So OG, with this aggressive warding, they have a pretty good read on when multiple heroes are missing, and then they can counterplay pretty easily.
Nightstalker found one.
Really awkward spot.
He took to Flight, able to see Flight. Tomato's going to come over. S4 might do enough. Dazzle, Shallow Grave at the very end, and then throws down the weave. The Sunstrike right on the money. Tomato takes so much damage, and Fly, he will still go down to the Viper Corrosive Skin, but Matthew trapped in the trees. You did all of that to kill off a support Dazzle, and nice.
Be right back.
It'll take about 10 more seconds.
At the very least for Infamous there, they forced the Bruise Split, but I still think if you're OG, you're happy with this because you killed the Viper. A big core in the game. Of course, like you said, the Troll Warlord is finding a lot of farm, and we'll be reaching a point that it gets very interesting. The question is, can Infamous actually hold heroes in place with deal damage, and can he survive?
Ball forward, OG can hold him in position, flip him like an omelet, and the Echo Slam! King Tekka arrives, Tusker won't go down, now the Lich Holding bounces forward, killing off Jirax. It's trapped between Fly and Ana, some decent damage, and it forced them away from the Brewmaster. Revealed out, the Shallow Grave still there, starts the TP, where's the stun, where's the control, where's the damage, where's the kill?
Oh, he bought a Fairy Fire. He bought and used the Fairy Fire. I actually don't think he needed it, but that was such a good play under pressure there by S4. It's great foresight by him. Stays alive. They didn't have any stun, like you said, and that's the Blink Dagger reveal from King Tekka. He got a really good echo. That's easily 2 or 3 kills if his team is able to connect, but they end up only getting the 1. And it wasn't Jerax. It was 1 support they found.
Yeah, and you lost your troll for it.
Yep. OG are looking toward Roshan.
Double damage rune on a Chaos Knight. You've got the damage, you may not have the sustain, however.
He heals a lot from critting. He heals a lot from critting when he has this double damage. Let's see if he gets a crit now, how much he heals.
I suppose with the double negative armor too, you got it from Reality Rift as well as from the Medallion of Courage.
Yeah, he heals a good 200 every crit. Now he's going to get a lack ready as well. This is like borderline disgusting, actually. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if they have the sustain, Toby.
Don't have to.
They did.
Don't have to have sustain if it only takes you 10 seconds to kill Roshan.
Nice play by OG to snipe that. Knowing that Infamous weren't really in a position to go contest, there was no darkness, no nighttime, so Night Stalker's glorified melee creep.
And no Echo Slam.
A bit more than that, maybe, but yeah, no Echo.
Not even Chain Frost. Even though like all those things did work really nicely for Infamous, like you looked at the fight, and in fact we can have a look at it again. So S4 all the way back to base, and just safety first Fairy Fire trigger. Make sure there is no chance. And I don't know if Jirax is watching that or if he's just having a giggle at the lines they spammed out after.
That's a good question. Jirax, top lane? Oh, this is intimidation tactics. He's completely alone. He's basically mind gaming him here.
Yeah, well, he's got the vision. Like, they have an aggressive Dire Observe Ward. He knows he's up against 4 heroes, but he also knows they're so far away that they can't initiate on them straight away. So what do? You just kind of knock on the door, bring the attention of all 4 heroes to you, and then just disappear.
I really like this play in general.
Oh, Jirax. Okay, hang on.
He's snowballing a creep.
Is he?
Yo,
is he actually?
Wait, what?
He's going after the Viper. Doesn't have the range for it, and Viper gonna 4-star forward. Jirax has no save here. Shards himself on the hill. They don't see him, but the fissure from King Tekka.
All right, he's just batshit crazy, man. What was that? What was that snowball?
He wouldn't have even survived the TP home. Like, even if the fissure didn't connect, he would have died from just the dot effects from Viper.
It's the mental game, though. I think that what he's trying to accomplish is to get a read on what's happening, like seeing multiple Infamous heroes or getting them scared, just getting into their heads. What I was going to say was I like this play from a support. I think I want to kind of say it was Lanham that really pioneered it at TI6, where he would play Ogre, and he would just go to the opposite side of the map where no one was, and he would just go AFK push there as Ogre until somebody came to kill him. And he was like, okay, you just came to kill an Ogre, and I killed 4 creep waves, and I don't really care. You know, I'm going to respawn, my team's farming, great.
Space is being created right now. Sunstrike, Night Stalker, that was confidence. TPing on top of the tier 2 tower, loses his life instantly. Chaos Knight's Elite's a little bit trapped, but it's Armlet and Aegis. And bottle charges. Nortal back up to 1/3 of his life. And doing a light show from everyone at home. Jirax should find some common sense.
It's really nice to hear that interview from Fly before the game. It's like, you know, there's like, you need to release, you need to not worry too much about the game. You just need to play it like every other game.
It would have been very easy to also worry about the Infamous team. Infamous is no mugs. Yeah, they didn't have a great result in the group stage, but it's the underdog factor. You understand they can lose, and OG should understand that better than anybody else. Losing to both MVP and TNC, the teams highlighted in last TI, the fact that these guys were considered the underdogs against OG. Major winners, 4-time major winners, and OG, their Achilles heel is the big one. It's still TI. They need a good performance. And this confidence is going to help him, and especially this kill is going to help him on their way. Only 1 second stun, but no tell.
Oh, nice.
4-star over the hill, but the shards, it doesn't hold him, but the snowball will stop him for a moment. Walrus punch up, and they pull Tomato up. Matthew wants to help out. 2 seconds stun over on the Viper. He's just spending his money knowing this Brewmaster ulti is down. There's way too much control for him to survive. Notel will be lucky. Fly has to self-grave to stay alive, and a cell trapped in by the shards. Jirax and S4 teaming up perfectly. Lich just wants to get to high ground into safety, but the shards just last for way too bloody long. Can't reach the tier 3 tower, and OG will achieve that for him, taking the tier 2 and pushing with this fresh Phantasm of Notel. Even without armlet, he's got 2.1k gold. And if that hard ever gets completed, Infamous just won't have the damage.
This could actually be Rax almost. They have an Alacrity Siege creep. That is...
They're going to fight.
It's pretty extreme.
They have to fight. The BK beads on the Troll. Lich is back to the world of the living. Viper can TP herself to the front line. Jirax, Anna starting their TP out. The Fissure canceling the one on the Tuskar. Notel turns around, so does Anna. All right, if you want to fight, they will happy to oblige. The EMP burn is perfect, but the BKB out from Benjaz. Notel likely to lose his life, or at least just the Aegis trapped inside the base. And OG, they are not coming to help him. They're standing their ground up on the high ground, well away from Notel. They'll let him die. It took a decent amount to get it. Infamous, of course, they want more. TPing forward towards the shrine. They've already managed to catch up to Fly. Jirax as well, trapped inside the camp. The Fissure will connect. Someone needs to reach him. Tomato navigating. Jirax couldn't push himself uphill this time. OG lose 4 heroes. They do take the tier 3 tower, but look at that line from Infamous. Mid, push.
Go end. Got them, guys. Let's just get the whole mid lane. So I think OG stuck around there because they had a feeling that this barracks would fall, and they were so close. The siege creep needed 1 more hit. Alacrity siege creep is quite something. Like, I'm not sure if you were paying attention to it, but it's like 10-shotting the barracks, and it has pretty good attack speed. The ice armor was the saving grace for their melee racks there, and the fact that OG didn't full commit. They could have full committed and guaranteed that racks, but at the end of the day, they like tried to half and half, and they got nothing. They got the tower, but they paid 4 heroes for it. That was...
Defense is coming to mid. Notel's doing the old wraparound. Comes in, Reality Rift to start with. Chaos Bolt, only 2 seconds on over on the Viper. The Echo Slam from King Tekka, trying to create space. Sunstrike making it difficult for Benjaz, but he's just beating into Notel. The shallow grave is too much, and Benjaz trapped in an icy grave. Chaos Knight will survive! The heel kicks through, a cell will fall down. Infamous thought they had a little bit of momentum, but OG, it was crocodile tears. You thought they were bleeding from the eyes, but OG, and now they're gonna make the Infamous Rax bleed.
Shallow Grave is super good with armlet heroes. Notel just healed a full 500 when the Grave expired. He just retoggled his armlet, and they couldn't bring him down.
Now
they committed so much, now they have nothing. It looked like a good Echo Slime. You know, you're tempted to go in for that Echo. There's Chaos Knight using Phantasm. They didn't have the combo. No Chain Frost was available. The Viper couldn't really connect very well. It was just Shaker and Troll against the World, and they don't win that. That's a win for World, I think.
And again, another time when like Troll was in that position where he was forced to fight, like when Notel wrapped around the side, he fought on the top of the ramp, but right on the corner of it. So the shards, Jirax had a huge option there just to lock him in. It's an old block spot, and Jirax hit the money load on the shards.
He's playing very well in Tusk. Apart from that weird snowball, it's been a great game. His shards have been pretty much perfect every single play, which is nice to see because I feel like Tusk is a hit or miss hero a lot of the times, and a lot of the players in this tournament have been, it's been like mixed success with how good the shards have been, but Jirax is showing great individual skill on this hero. Now Chaos Knight almost has a heart too. It's 24 minutes in. He is big,
and he's just about to pick up an Arcane Rune as Infamous try and finish the tier 1 tower. I say try, they'll actually succeed. And as this is smoke time, what's coming out the courier? They've got a smoke over on Lich, but there's an observer ward inside the base. There's an observer ward on the north. So OG will understand that Infamous are all outside of their home. The question is how far?
Yeah.
And in fact, it's OG who group up a smoke on Fly, so they could do exactly the same thing if they desired. And it looks like Infamous will not smoke up. OG together.
They want to wait for their Echo. It's actually just come online, so they could look for it now. They're going to have Darkness in 25, so that would be a good timing. If you smoke now, they're going to connect. But this warding from OG, this aggressive warding, is paying a lot of dividends. They have so much information to go on. They can play very aggressively in the bottom area. So you're seeing heroes constantly crossing through this top ward.
This could be the first thing to work for Infamous, and they may have just caught the glimpse of it. The Observer Ward, I believe, was looking at Ana when the smoke went, so Infamous might be aware of this. But so far, King Tekka is not acting like he is. Okay, yeah, Blink TP now, he's acting like he's aware.
Radiant's top shrine is under attack.
And OG
Shrine is going to fall now. Yeah.
Nothing they can do about this.
This is a 20 armor, 3.5k hero minute 26 with a Dazzle behind him. This Chaos Knight is very hard to kill, actually. There's 2 items right now that I think are very interesting for N0tail. One is a BKB, and the other one I think Eternal Enemy would love me to say this, but could be a pipe, at least for his team. He's actually, like, how are they going to kill this hero?
Well, you can always...
They have so much magical damage on the Radiant side. That's the only thing that's going to kill him. He can pipe himself in his illusions. Either him or the Brewmaster could get it, for example.
Well, Jirax could actually pick it up as opposed to building an Aghanim Scepter, which he currently has in his quick buy.
Yeah, I could see it on Tusk as well. Like, just anyone. A pipe for their lineup would be very good for securing and ending this game, and then the Chaos Knight going for BKB is going to make him, like, almost impossible for the Radiant lineup to deal with. Both options seem very good to me. This time, N0tail's holding onto the double damage, which indicates they want to go high ground. Else he would be using it for this Roche, so we're going to see a mid push probably coming in next. Infamous are looking for this opportunity, it's gone.
Jirax again was just muscling the mid lane down, but you know that Roshan's done. OG are coming. The cheese is on the Chaos Knight. Aegis Immortal is in the hands of the Invoker.
They feel like Chaos Knight can't die anyway. They're going to assume that he's going to get graved, and then when he gets graved at 0 health, he can armlet toggle and cheese, and that's basically an Aegis. And then Ana has the real Aegis, if you will. All right, there comes the Phantasm. N0tail's trying to split and go bottom. And they actually saw those illusions, so they know Phantasm is used for whatever they want to use that for.
Is to push mid. Chaos Knight now doing
he hits hard on those.
186 plus 155 from Chaos Knight. Onto the tower, and that's a tower with Frost Armor that he's beating into, and hasn't even triggered his double damage rune yet. The Phantasms do a little bit of chip damage, rotate in through the bottom, more doing scouting than anything else, and Fly just hit the negative armor load. He got it on both Benjaz and Tomato, that aggressive weave, so they initiate it on the Viper. A quick force-up gets him away to safety. They're going back to the tier 4 towers. Now with a Lich Chain Frost bouncing through the creep wave. It looks like the Brewlings don't even give a crap about it. They just tank the entire thing. Another good chance locking in Tomato. He knows he has to try and get out there and fight, but any chip damage into N0tail can just be repaired by that heart of his. So Ana stands his ground, killing off the melee racks. 2 more hits, 1 more, there she goes. The melee racks is down, but King Tekka on the back lines. He's found the Echo Slam. They've killed off the Saving Grace. They've killed off the Dazzle. The question is, how much more can they get? Matthews here. N0tail wants him. A 3-second stun. The shards are nice, but then again, no. It keeps Ana out of the fight. They have to turn back over to King Tekka. Jirax able to do that with his Blink Dagger. The Benjaz now to the front lines too. They find another. The silence onto Ana. OG, why are these pushes so costly? Once again, they have claimed a mid-racks, but how many heroes do you have to lose for it? N0tail back into the fight. Still has cheese. Ana up and towards the air. He doesn't have that extra life. Tomato can finally bring him down. He'll get money, but the question is, can he live? Without your life, money's not worth a hell of a lot. N0tail wants to fight harder. He may have to burn the cheese if he wants to have his stun as well as disable, but the TP out is perfect. All the way home to tell his kids of the tale.
But still 2 full lanes minute 28, so very, very good for OG with this. You're right, they could have maybe cut some casualties there if they played that a little bit sharper, but they have a lot of space to give away right now. 12k lead, 29-minute double racks, as we said, and it doesn't feel like Infamous are reaching a point now where it starts to get scary for OG. Even this Chaos Knight's just, they can't deal with him at all, and the Brewmaster is just creating space for him. The problem in this kind of fight is Chaos Knight pops Phantasm, you're blinking the Brew and you use Brew Split, and you just control arbitrary heroes in the fight, and you just take down towers. Like, how is Infamous supposed to fight this? They don't have the damage. They've got to find a way. I think this approach that they had to that fight was really good. Find the backline, kill the Dazzle, try to get the Tusk out so the saves are down, and then you can fight the course. It just takes so damn long that they already lost their racks by the time they killed the Dazzle.
They're trying to find the damage. At least Benjaz has it. He's the only one that kind of does.
Went Maelstrom now.
Yeah, he needed it to also just help clear the waves as they came towards the base.
I think this is actually the best item he can buy, and this is not a very common item on Troll.
Okay, N0tail.
Just got to go for it.
Sure, have another double damage rune. It's on the house right now. He's going to push him with Alacrity and DD. They only have one more lane of ranks to OG before they force the Megas, but the better thing is Benjaz caught out. S4 is here, so is the Tuskar Snowball. They punch him, they flip him. 17 HP, someone finished the job. Will be Ana with the last attack as he juggles the balls in victory.
He has buyback on the Troll, which will most definitely be forced here. 15 seconds on Phantasm. There's no way they hold this without buying back their Troll. He's got to buy back.
He really did not want to have to do this, but there is no choice, as you said. Echo Slam from KingTekker has to be perfect, and right now he's just trying to defend the top lane, keeping the CK illusions out. But the real No-Tail pushing him through the bottom, slowly getting Vipered up. He does have that cheese, remember. A little bit easier when you're running the armlet toggle to get back up and stay alive. Alacrity buff up once more. But the slow is a real pain. But so are his illusions. They've already pushed the creep wave through the top lane. The tier 4 towers will come under attack. Luckily, they regenerate. Your bottom racks won't. All the life on the tier 3 tower on bottom.
No-Tail's just patiently waiting here for the wave to reach. They want to get some vision in the Radiant base so that they can jump with their Brewmaster. Doesn't seem like they have a ward available.
They're coming out.
Actually, does have a ward.
Are they really going to try and come? Defensive Observer ward. There's a nice aggressive one from Infamous. No-Tail, the creep wave's coming in. There should be some good damage if you want to Echo Slam it, but they fizz you for now. Tornado trying to create space from Ana, and it did exactly that job. No-Tail, Reality, just losing the range on Viper.
He's trying to bait the BKB from Tomato. That's what he wants. This 10-second BKB.
Oh, there's Reality Rift. They go on Benjaz. They get the BKB out of him. And now the initiation has to happen. The Echo Slam on the backlines. Fly will die again. KingTekker hits the right and the money. Can they get both supports? Tomato's doing the work against Ana. Yule Scepter protected for the moment. Up and towards the end. The Lich only hasn't done enough work as KingTekker and Matthew, they're still just trying to chase the support kill. They're going to find Tuskar in the tree. Matthew will bring him down, but it took so damn long. The No-Tail could get back in and kill off the Earthshaker, leaving Tomato stranded. Hurricane Pike trying to create space, but the real CK is on the money. 1 minute without both the Troll and the Viper. S4 looking to actually make that even better, trying to kill off this Night Stalker. Ana joining the fight. The Shrine will give Matthew a little bit more life. Cold Snap making it difficult to run away. He's underneath the tier 4 tower. Reality Rift, No-Tail kills him under that tier 4 tower. As Cell, the sole survivor. Good luck, Lich.
It's gonna need to be 6 slotted to defend this, I think.
Are you talking the Lich?
Yeah.
Yep, maybe.
Need some very specific items. I'm not sure they exist.
Veil and Dagon level 5, so at least he can nuke somebody. Scythe to keep everyone else away, and an Aghanim Scepter. that may be enough. But yeah, it's way too much to repel. OG, very convincing. And again, methodical killing of the team that placed bottom in both of the groups.
OG looked pretty good in this. I think there were a couple of times they overstepped their boundaries a bit that they need to be careful with against the better teams, but that was very convincing. I like their strategy. I like the way they put their lanes. I like the way they combined their spells and look for the right moments. It's something you can really tell in some of OG's games is that they have this very good foresight, and something S4 especially is extremely good at is warning his team of what he wants to happen in 30 seconds. So like, I'm about to be 6, rotate bottom with the smoke, we make this play, they're going to do this, we do that. 3-step model, excellent plays overall. Maybe the most convincing win of the day, I guess that was.
Be next to it. I think Team Secret versus Execration.
Secret Execration
be up
was
there.
pretty one-sided.
And that's the sad side. Like Execration as well as Infamous, they were both the bottoms of the group. They did get, they weren't the bottoms because they got through to the main event, which is still a big thing for Infamous to achieve. So they have managed to play here on the main stage, but OG, they break the curse. They win a game here on the main stage. It was a best of 1. The next test is going to be very challenging as well, the lower bracket round 2 matchup.
And the thing you obviously have to remember when it comes to a team like OG, this is one of their, I don't want to call it pocket strategy, but this is some of their trademark heroes that they haven't really run too much in this tournament. There's been a couple of good games on different positions, but it's a best of 1. You need to bring out something that you're very confident in. So there's a little bit more tape on OG now for the next teams to use, and of course they showed some of their a little bit older stuff that just still works very well.
Well, the old is still good, and OG will be the winner, advancing through to lower bracket round 2. We have one more game tonight.
Although an incredible heartbreak for the members of Team Infamous being eliminated, OG is finally able to take one step forward at the TI main event. They will still have to do a best of 3 after this, where they will be up against the loser of tomorrow's match between LFY and TNC. That said, in terms of gameplay, OG looked good. Oh my God, they looked good, man. They were clean. They seemed relaxed. Fly kept asking if anyone could buy a courier throughout the game.
I think they just played very good around the Panda ulti. Like every time he had an ultimate, they went and took a team fight. They won the team fight, and the only time that they actually lost a fight was when he didn't have the ultimate. So if they were sticking around for a bit too long, then that was the times where they actually died.
They also drafted very well against the Viper. Viper was pretty much a non-factor the entire game. He got dual laned mid. Tusk constantly put pressure on them, and CK versus Vipers is a big mismatch. He didn't have Mjolnir or Maelstrom any time in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Chaos Nate was able to get the Heart of Tarask so early, I should say at all, because frankly, once Chaos Knight gets the Heart, he is so hard to kill unless you have the right heroes, unless you have a Sven, unless you have someone who can take down that number of illusions. And it just seemed hopeless at that point.
I really think that Lich shouldn't have been on the safe lane. Like, he didn't really stop S4 from getting farm and levels, and having a Lich there who can't really transition into making something more useful like later on in the game, I don't know. I don't really understand why they put him here in like there instead of having him on the offlane maybe to keep the CK down a bit.
But OG just did a brilliant job of exploiting all the weakness that they saw. And it is absolutely thrilling now for Team OG to be able to talk about their win. Casey's with no tail right now. How's he doing, Casey?
He's doing well. I think he sat down and I said, great game. He's like, yeah, I know. How does it feel to get that game out of the way, to get a win on the main stage of TI? One down.
I'm not very used to winning at TI, so it feels good. It's okay. Oh, it feels good. Best of ones are scary. It's definitely a huge step for us in this tournament. We had a couple of mishaps. We were close to getting where we maybe wanted to be in terms of group stage, but we didn't. And we dealt with the first consequence. Now we have a lot more coming our way, but we're ready.
And you get to prove yourself, or try to prove yourself at least in a best of 3 coming up. It's either going to be TNC, who I know you faced last year, lost to last year, or LFY, which is coming in very strong this year. Which team, if you had your choice, would you rather face?
I'm fine with either. I have respect for all the teams here. I don't care who comes in our way, but we're just there to do our best to, play good Dota and defeat opponents.
We talked to Fly earlier, and I know we talked to you last year about the idea of coming in with a lot of pressure on your backs versus coming in and maybe not having that level of expectation. Both of you have said that that might have been really tough for you guys last year, coming out of group stage #1 in TI6. You actually came in out of your group stage #5. Do you think maybe, I'm going to put a positive spin on that, do you think maybe that might be the way to change the mentality and change the approach and change your luck at TI?
I mean, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what makes you able to be a dominant team, to be consistently winning. I just try to, become that team. Like, there's no I in team, but this is my personal goal, is to be the most dominant, or be part of the most dominant Dota team. I don't have the answer to like how you come into TI and you're gonna the favorite as a favorite and then still win. I think it's incredibly hard. A lot of things don't go your way, and a lot of things are against you. So yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't know.
Do you, as an observer, it looks as though you guys feel a sense of calm together. The way that you're playing, the way that you're interacting together, does it feel different, the way that it looks different compared to when we've seen you with different team members in the past?
To be honest with you, again, I don't know how things might even look from the outside. From the inside, we're dealing with a lot of things. There's a lot of pressure at this tournament. But next to that, there's a million other things. Like, it's a team game. It's an incredibly complex game. Yeah, I mean, just a million things going through my head all day, every day. It's even hard to answer questions. I completely forgot the question already.
It's okay. I know that we get you right after you've been trying to play for your life out there. One last question, very briefly. I'm supposed to toss it back, but I have to ask you, what do you want to say to Infamous? Because we talked to Tomato earlier. He spoke with such great respect about you guys and some of the other teams, about what it meant to them to be able to just get up there on the main stage and prove themselves against you guys. You have to remember what that was like.
Yeah, yes, of course. I mean, mutual respect. Anybody that comes to TI, makes it to TI, deserve a huge amount of respect for what they can accomplish. Dota, at the stage that it is right now, is unbelievably competitive, unbelievably high level. Making it here is a huge achievement in itself, and Of course, it's a tough loss. Best of one. I mean, don't give up. Don't give up.
Notel, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And it's good to see you guys, and we'll chat with you again soon. Machine, over to you.
I don't think I could have said it better myself, Notel. That is exactly what I think Tomato wanted to hear, and I think the audience definitely agrees. Don't give up, best of one, and getting to the main stage. I mean, I don't need to tell you, that is an achievement in itself.
This whole experience coming to TI for first time, South America, Peru, it's amazing. Like we lost, but I'm still happy because I play main stage, and we tried our best. We studied OG last night. They did better because they're the better team, but we're happy about it.
Your first time in the US, your first time on a stage like this, and yet you get to play your game. You know, you get that interview with Casey, everyone's like loving Tomato, they're gonna wanna see what Tomato's doing next. What's Infamous doing next?
We're gonna talk we're super proud of what happened now, but sometimes people change their minds after a tournament or something, so we're just gonna talk about it.
So you'll have your talk, and I mean, after that, of course, another week of Dota. I imagine you're sticking around and watching your favorite video game?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a TI fan. I watch every TI. I'm just gonna be on my suit and watch the TI. That's it. It's awesome.
Get to see it from the stands. It is quite, I mean, I was asking you before we went on, is it scary? Later on, I have to walk out on that stage. What is it like? Give me some tips.
Oh, good luck, man. I mean, just don't focus on the crowd. Okay. Pretend they don't exist. You're just walking and looking like you're the best. Yeah, that's it.
Act like I'm the best.
Yeah, you're just walking. Like everyone's looking at you, and you're the best.
Well, Tomato with some swagger and a big win. Dude, you've taken wins off IGV, a full series, in fact. You've taken wins off Secret. You played against OG on a stage like that, and I'm sure we'll see much more of you. Ladies and gentlemen, Tomato from Infamous is leaving the tournament now. Let's give him one last goodbye.
Thank you, Tomato, and thank you, Infamous, for showcasing games. And of course, congratulations to OG for advancing on. I mean, OG might be one of the favorites for many people at this tournament, but Infamous has won a whole slew of fans. But let's not forget that OG is a favorite for a big reason. Their coordination and strategy is just unbelievable. And to talk a little bit about specifically the off-lane coach, Purge, the #1 coach in Dota, the legend himself.
Maybe for you, Sean. I don't know about, maybe not everybody. I wanted to talk about the offlane because there was so much stuff going on across the map. There was tons of kills involving Notail especially, and S4 had a remarkably good game. Ake touched on that as well with the Lich being involved. They really wanted to zone Brewmaster, but something Sin pointed out is that both Troll and Brewmaster can prevent the other person from hitting each other. Now, Brewmaster's skill is a little bit more limited here. It only lasts for 4 seconds, but it gives you 70% miss chance. So if it's just Brewmaster and Troll Warlord, he can use it a lot more than Troll can use his spin to ensure that his opponent doesn't get last hits. And Super Benjaz did have an advantage, especially for the first 4 to 6 minutes, but the problem is that there were some early Lich rotations that kind of gave S4 a lot more space. You guys probably caught this one where they went for the regen rune. Asel here got out with a very, very clutch TP, but in some ways I actually think it would have been better if he died there, because teleporting back to base means you have to walk all the way back to the bot lane, and that means that he was off of the map for a good 30 seconds, 1 minute, something like that. And these kinds of things really added up and allowed S4 to get more levels, more last hits, things like that that are going to keep him competitive with Troll Warlord. And sometimes even his rotations were effective. He TPs the off lane here, ends up getting a kill, assist with on Fly with his team, and that's all great, but that means more time that he has no boots, that he's not in the safe lane, that he's not limiting S4. And ultimately we saw the big team fight that was on the bot lane. They got them the double kill, killed the Troll, killed the Lich as well, and that ultimately turned into a tower push immediately afterwards. S4 gets the last hit. Keep in mind, we're only 8 minutes into the game right now, and then he pushes for a few more waves, and towards the end here, we're looking at a 10-minute Blink Dagger, which is insane. Level 7 Brewmaster. And this, coupled with many other factors, is just why OG made that game look so easy.
I mean, I'm super glad you bring up these sorts of timings because, I mean, often if you don't get good enough farm, it's 20-minute Blink Daggers, 22-minute Blink Daggers, and getting it at half that pace, 10 minutes, it's these little things, like you said, that add up. And if you've ever played against a good player in Dota, whew, you feel it. Now, our next match is going to be the final best of one for the day. It's going to be IG Vitality going up against Digital Chaos. And Digital Chaos, you may recall, as second place at last year's TI. Again, with so much competition at this tournament, with so many strong teams, they're still down 1 game away from elimination.
Totally different roster. Let's not give these guys credit for second place in TI just yet. It's a totally different team. I'm sure it's it's the same sponsor, same team, but not these guys.
What is it that is now different in terms of the style in DC, other than, of course, the stylish Bulba being part of the squad?
They got a little Bulba flavor to them.
Yeah.
They got a couple of Korean players coming over the seas to help them out. Got my boy Mason on the 1 position, carrying hard as always. I don't know. I like this team. These guys are my friends. So.
Oh, of course. Well, of course, I want to get a little perspective on IG Vitality. IG, of course, having 2 teams, the Invictus Gaming team proper that is up in winners, and IG Vitality. Very excited to see what they're going to be bringing. The teams are ready to come out. So let's introduce our very first team, Invictus Gaming's Vitality. Paparazzi, Super, and of course, dogfights. Notable names on IG Vitality. Thoughts on their team, PPD?
The only Chinese team not to make it to the upper bracket, them up against DC, 2 teams that were right on the cusp of the upper bracket. This is the closest best of 1, in my opinion, looking at day 1 before everything happened today.
I know a lot of people are excited about this match. Let's introduce our second team, second place at last year's TI, Digital Chaos. So many big names on both teams. I mean, Abed, one of the few players that's over 10K MMR. Bulba, who doesn't even need any description. You simply say his name and the crowd erupts.
Why is he so infamous to the newer people?
That's a great question, Merlini. Why is he so infamous?
He has a really deep history in the NA scene. One of you two want to explain?
Who are you talking about?
Bulba.
Bulba?
Yeah.
He's a fan favorite out there. He's got a great personality. He's charismatic. He's passionate. One of the fiercest competitors out there. One of the smartest competitors out there as well. How could you not like him?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's always so fun to watch. He's so active on the map. And, of course, he wears his heart on his sleeve. After a lot of the TIs, you see so much of the emotion depending on the results, the outcomes of the matches he's in. And I'm a little curious as well in terms of IGV, the players that are standouts to you.
I'm not the one to answer you exactly that question, but if I can come with another answer about the DC instead, I think it's interesting with Bulba. He's been on a lot of teams, but like all of the players that have played with him says that he's like really smart and really good. So in that sense, it's that he just can't seem to find the right team that really fits him. But he's like Envy in a way. He works he works really hard, and he's a very smart player. So I'm really hoping for him to be able to find his team and his play style.
And as always, to get a little more insight into the Chinese teams and the Chinese players, we have Jack over on Jack's corner with Machine. Talk to us a little bit about IGV.
I would absolutely love to. I mean, I'm just simply going to throw questions at you, Jack, if you're cool with that.
Sounds good.
All right, so first of all, apologies for the sweat. Me and Jack have just done about 3 laps of the key arena to get pumped, get the blood flowing, and get some serious insight in your faces. First things, of course, is that if you're unfamiliar with what this segment is about, we basically venture into the realm of Chinese Dota, and here we have Jack to guide us through it. First question, IGV, the only team in the lower bracket. First TI, I mean, what's their story from the Chinese scene?
So this is the first TI for all of their players. By the way, the last time that happened was Wings last year. When they won the championship. And they've stayed together also the longest, I believe, of any team at TI. This team formed last March, and then you ask why do they stay together? Most teams, would break apart if they don't qualify for TI as they did last year. Well, simply they've said, we play together really well. We feel we can take anybody, especially in China, because they're able to win most online tournaments and do very well domestically. So they feel that confidence, and they decide to give it another go this year. They had some issues before TI this year, but Paparazzi said at some point, you know what, we've played together for this long. Let's just get to our first TI together, and here they are.
And just away from the history lesson for a moment, personal opinion time. Do you like that approach? Because as someone that's from different scenes, you see teams sticking together, and through highs and lows, they find results. In Dota, it can sometimes be didn't make TI, let's try again. GV's new approach.
I think it's good. I think this team has done a couple of kind of revolutionary things. So back when they formed in last year, they actually had 8 or 9 players on their roster. And the reason for that is if a player wasn't performing well, they'd be able to sub in this sense of having subs, like if you're a coach or manager, if someone isn't performing well, you also have some kind of like leverage over that or pressure on them as well.
Seems cutthroat, no?
Yeah, it was. And there was another reason for that as well that also distinguishes this team. So back then, in China and in other scenes, you have a lot of star players who are the cores of your teams.
Sure.
You build a team around those stars and they find people who fit. And so in this sense, IG was keeping a bunch of subs who would be able to learn the team's play style, train and practice with them so they could step in with the bigger players on the first team if needed. Ultimately, the Valve substitution rules changed, and so they ended up keeping this roster of 5 players. And so they've stuck together since then. And
resilience is kind of the biggest takeaway from that. So you have IGV, the only Chinese team that are in the lower bracket, or at least started there. And we're going to head over back to the panel. The resilient IGV taking on DC.
I mean, technically the only Chinese team in the lower bracket, but every single Chinese team we've seen here thus far have been astounding. And to bring even more insight into the life of IGV, we have Casey with the captain of IGV in July.
A lot of teams have gone through some roster shuffles quite a bit over the last year or two, but you have all been playing together since March of 2016. A little bit of an advantage playing together for that long.
我觉得，当一个队发生了就是一些不好的事情，或者是很糟糕的时候，是出现的可能比较多的是不信任吧。当一个队伍不信任的时候，他们就会状态很糟糕。 就互相打的都不自信，每个队都在不断的换人吧。我们一直不换人，是因为一直以来大家都互相的信任。因为大家都是很好的朋友，所以很团结，所以就一直没想过要换人，然后就是都很相信队友，坚信我们一定可以打出很好的成绩。
So then how do you deal with adversity as a team when it comes up? So there have been a few times that you've lacked consistency a little bit. How do you address that as a team? Is it easier to be real with each other since you know each other so well?
是有吧，就是大家关系比较好，所以很多很尖锐的问题或者是很难解决的问题都可以直接说出来，然后这样通过时间，然后慢慢去调整，然后做到最好。
You were the team's drafter before and during DAC. How did that shape you as a player, and what kind of insights did that give?
那是我第一次做 BP 手吧，我觉得还挺有意思的。就是当 BP 手的时候，你就觉得自己在操控一个比赛，你预期它会发展成什么样，然后你去计算一些什么样的英雄更好发挥，然后更容易能赢得比赛。 非常的有趣吧。但是后来我觉得我的 BP 没有就是我们队苏鹏的 BP 厉害，所以还是把这个重任交给他。
All right, we're gonna do the rapid fire round. Feel free to stretch. Thank you. Yep, I find it helps. Yep. All right. Oh, here we go. Yep. Okay, we good? Biggest pet peeve or thing that annoys you?
就是有人在欺负女生。
Oh, it's a good pet peeve. Nice. Favorite pizza toppings?
香肠。
That's mine too. Pepperoni's good. High five. It's the best. You can bring 3 things to a deserted island. What do you bring?
电脑、女朋友、床。
Do you want to list the girlfriend first?
是的，我能重说一遍吗
So girlfriend?
Yeah.
First.
女朋友第一，电脑第二，床第三。
You'll thank me for that one later.
And of course, best of all, pepperoni's his favorite flavor. That it truly is the best pizza topping. Nothing like the garbage pizza topping pineapple. Why ruin a perfectly good pizza?
That's nice. Come on.
Are you serious?
Let's not pineapple shame up here. It's a little too political.
Gosh, why? That's so savory and salty. Put sweet. Just either way. IGV, I think it's really remarkable the fact that they've stayed together for so long. They're going to be going up against a team that went through, as PPD noted, a significant roster change from last year. To talk about Team DC, we have Abed with Casey.
Okay, we'll start easy. Actually, all of this is easy. What has it been like for you training on a North American team versus a Philippine team?
There are a lot of differences, I'd say. It's like we take scrims more seriously. The way how we play is different as well.
Yeah, how is it different?
It's like the way we communicate and strategies and stuff, yeah.
How do you feel as a team coming into the pressure of the international?
Kind of nervous, I feel, but I think we're gonna be fine.
What's the biggest part about TI? Is it the mental preparation, or is it the actual game preparation, or is it like a combination of both? What's the hardest part?
It's a combination of both, I think. You have to like be mentally prepared before you go to the actual games. So, yeah.
What about playing for Bulba? What can you say about him?
He's a nice guy. He's really funny.
Yeah.
He has a lot of cool ideas in game too. Yeah, he's really smart.
So I hear you're the best Meepo player in the world. Would you agree with that?
I don't know.
Can you do a Meepo voice? Because I can. Do you mind if I do Meepo voice?
Sure. Okay.
Ain't no problem. Some tools and a good strong back can't solve.
Oh, that's good.
Pretty good. A digger's got a dig. Huh? It actually really hurts my voice. What do you think makes you so good at Meepo?
I think my micro skills and map awareness. Yeah.
Can we plan on seeing you play Meepo?
I hope so.
Hope so. Well, are you ready for the lightning round?
What?
You're like, wasn't that the lightning round? I have some quick questions I'm going to ask you. This is the fun part, okay? Okay. What is your favorite meal?
Burgers and fries.
Burgers and fries. Cheeseburger or regular burger?
Cheeseburger.
Thank you. Good. Let's say you're stranded on an island and no one's there. What are the 3 things you bring with you if you know you're going to be stranded?
Food, water, clothes.
That's a very smart answer. Okay. Are you a morning person or a night person?
Night person.
Do you have a pet peeve? Like, what's the biggest thing that annoys you?
Biggest thing that annoys me?
Besides interviews?
Bulba.
I'm sure he won't mind you saying that.
I gotta say, for someone who's so calm and modest in his delivery, he is terrifying in mid. He is so scary to watch play Meepo. In fact, some of the only Meepo bans that we saw in first and second pick were against Abed.
I wonder if we'll see it in the best of 1.
I want it.
They haven't played it yet.
That would be nice. Like, super cool.
Likely banned in the best of 1, I would hope.
I would love that. I would love that. Just right at the start, IGV goes, all right, you don't want to play Meepo. We just don't want to see it. We don't even care what else you do. Just don't let the 10K player get his Meepo. I was looking at his historical record. He has over 70% win rate lifetime with that in all situations.
Yeah, that's
that's hard.
Meepo abuser, 10K MMR. Yeah, I mean he's a great player, but let's be honest. Meepo abuse. I don't know.
It's a hard hero to play though. You can try it.
Yeah. I will not try it.
To 10K.
That's my repick if I have a random Meepo. No.
Yeah, I mean, just the technical skill is crazy. Now, in terms of the actual drafts that we're going to be seeing, there are a lot of jokes about Bulba, and PPD, I know you know Bulba pretty well. How does he like to draft? How does he like to arrange his little chess pieces of a team?
Well, Bulba's
together?
actually not the drafter. Dubu is actually the drafter on the team. But Bulba says it's a very team effort sort of thing, more like an EG kind of style of drafting. Dubu just clicks the buttons. Sam gets a little nervous.
But Bulba's no doubt the puppet master, manipulating him and clicking on the right hero.
He definitely has a lot of opinions, but he does get in his own head. I think that's he's his own worst enemy. It's kind of his weakness.
It just takes a lot though to actually click the buttons, because then if you hear a lot of things from a lot of people, you still have to decide which idea that you should go for and what you should do with that. But if you just like listen to everyone, then you end up with a draft that makes no sense.
You know, we've talked a little bit about the significance of Meepo and Abed. Are there certain heroes that you look for on IGV that are big standouts? I know Paparazzi is known for excellent Sven play.
Oh, definitely. Lich Doom, that was their specialty throughout the group stage, and they ran it very successfully in the offlane in July. I would say actually a Doom specialist. He was very good on the hero. A lot of problems versus AA, and then they started losing games, and they started banning AA, and then they picked that. That's, I would say, the main difference I saw in.
For DC, Abed's been playing a very, very limited hero pool throughout this tournament. It's almost been exclusively Quap, Puck, and maybe Invoker once or something. He played Timbersaw as well. I guess they added Timber 3.
Yeah, and I mean, it's entirely possible that he will be able to get those picks because, I mean, given the way the bans have been going, sure, Puck's been a regular and frequent ban, but
I'm just worried
pretty well
get one of those.
That is true. Looks like teams and players are ready, which means we are now going to be going straight into the final best of one for the day. It is going to be IGV versus Digital Chaos.
IG Vitality versus Digital Chaos. Game 1.
As always, so excited to see what happens in the draft, given how hard of an influence it has in every game.
Go Mason.
Go Mason. You know, we haven't even talked about Mason. Mason was an absolute delight to watch in the NA qualifiers. He's just an exceptional player.
Back from TI4. It's been a while since he's been on this main stage, but he has only ever gotten top 3 at TI in every TI he's played in.
Later, Meepo.
Seems like DC making their homework, banning the Lich.
Drow Meepo, first ban from IG Vitality. Love it.
Getting rid of the cheese. Get that out of here. Trying to win. All right. Nagamurana, very EG kind of style here. We saw this not work out for them earlier, unfortunately.
But, you know, the net for Naga Siren to freeze an enemy in place. Great setup for Murano's long stun on her arrow.
I think that's one of Mason's best heroes, Murana. He plays like Murana and Weaver exceptionally well.
That was old school Mason. That was TI4 Mason.
Yep.
Safe lane, what? Murana, Weaver, Storm.
Sand King and Shadow Shaman seem like very safe, well-rounded picks. Shadow Shaman's ability to push down towers and have long lockdowns. Sand King, nice little bit of everything. Little stun, little wave clear.
And also that Sand King can actually also go to the offlane. So it's quite open. They have one support and then one hero that can do both.
So the way we saw Newbee deal with the Naga and the Murana was the dual combo of OD plus ABBA to render this combo completely useless. If you get rid, like Sleep, like Naga doesn't actually do that much damage. It's just a lot of setup. But if you're set up for something underwhelming, like Arrow, then if it's countered by those two heroes, then you're not actually doing that much in the team fights with these two heroes.
Enigma banned out, reducing the team fight capabilities of Naga Siren.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that the Sleep from Naga Siren with easy setups for Black Hole is a really potent combination.
And the second one's Disruptor.
Yeah, anybody's close together, you just sleep them and set up.
Early Sven pick.
As that IGV Sven pick, also taking that away from Mason, who has had a lot of success in the group stages with that hero.
Yeah, and watching Paparazzi play Sven is just a real treat. He's exceptional at knowing when it's an appropriate time to leave lane in order to farm the jungle, but also to free up any support from needing to protect him in lane.
He actually puts a lot of pressure on the other team because he's one of the heroes that clears stacks the fastest. So if you don't do anything to stop the ancient stacks, and when he's jungling, you're in a very bad position.
Also a BKB core to handle coming out of Naga Sleep. If there's some danger ahead of him, he can just pop that Black King bar after the Naga Sleep and be ready to fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
The Bulba Spirit Breaker.
Yes.
He had a great game on it in the group stage. Really set the tone. It's a great hero for establishing direction for a team. It's you just kind of you charge someone, you say you're charging them, and you hope your teammates follow up. And if it doesn't look good, you just cancel the charge and walk away.
And the probability of your teammates following up increases as you get closer to the TI main stage.
Definitely. That we'll see how the RNG gods favor Bulba in this game. Hopefully
17% is awfully high.
Yeah, why not 20? Let's go with 20%.
Ah, Darkseer.
Darkseer Sven, that's a Virtus.pro classic. These two heroes synergize pretty well. I think Sven is the one here that does enable Darkseer to be a pickable hero, at least in my opinion. Not a big fan of the hero otherwise.
Primarily due to the vacuum slurping all the heroes together in Sven's cleave.
Yeah, well, I also think Sven is a hero that'll build a Blink Dagger, and he almost becomes, he's one of the cores that has some sort of initiation power. I do like teams to have 2 initiators, so they have that now with the Sand King and the Sven.
They also have the Sand King who can actually go up to the Darkseer's lane and be able to bully the safe lane off DC a bit with the Iron Shell on Sand King and roaming around with it.
Also additional counter initiation against the sleep combo if they do want to work with that and not just rely on BKB Sven.
I gotta say, I just love watching Spirit Breaker games. It's so fun just watching him bomb in.
And there's a Death Prophet for Abed.
Ooh. I think DC has quite a good lineup against the Sun. They have the Spirit Breaker ultimate who goes through the BKB so he can CC the Sven a bit. They have Naga Net to CC the Sven. And the DP ulti also goes through the BKB.
Warcry is pretty good here though.
It is, for sure.
Yeah, lots of positive armor with the Warcry and the eventual mech from Darkseer. I think probably seeing Frev on the Mirana. And then we're gonna last pick Mason hero. I don't know if Mason does play the Mirana.
Usually no. I've seen Frev play some weird offlanes this tournament.
Yeah.
He's played Wind Ranger, Mirana.
Naga offlane?
Then it would be, I don't know.
The old one?
I don't know about that. So maybe a Dubu Naga, Bulba Spirit Breaker. Okay. See what these last bans are telling us here. We got Necrophos banned out from IGV, and then Puck from DC.
Digital Chaos choose relatively
Mason
quickly
Lifestealer.
Lifestealer. Always it's a classic combination with Spirit Breaker. You climb inside Spirit Breaker, you go cross map, surprise.
You sound like you have some experience.
I have experience on both ends. In fact, one of my first games of Dota, I did not know that Spirit Breaker was a hero. And then another hero popped out of him, and I was just like, this game is...
So what did you think was charging at you? An angry neutral?
Just a giant stampeding blue cow was just crashing right into me. Oh, it was terrifying.
If you knew it was Bulba, would you be more or less scared?
I would be exactly neutrally scared.
All right.
It would have no impact on my fear.
So he treats Bulba as a creep. As a neutral creep.
That's right.
That's mean. So the Lifestealer is very good against Darkseer on the lane as well. So they don't really have to help him. They can actually even leave him there if they want to. Just help him a bit in the beginning. Otherwise, you can see other carriers that actually suffers a bit.
I don't know how much I like this Naga pick now. There's nothing really to combo with. It's almost entirely used for counter initiation. Ooh, does he just kind of play the game slow and farm? Oh, first appearance of Storm Spirit.
Storm is always a treat to watch, just with his mobility, being able to slip into back lines, pick off squishy heroes.
Cicada Storm Spirit is great too. I saw a bit of this at DAC, I believe.
Well, I am personally very excited to see Storm Spirit making a debut here on the main stage, and of course, Storm Spirit, a first appearance as well. It is a best of one between IG Vitality and Digital Chaos. It is the last match of the day. Let's throw to the casters to find out who will win and who will go home.
It will definitely be a long night, but who will it be really long for? The team that loses, the team that has to think about what could have been.
That's dark, but true.
So is the night.
Yeah.
And it's full
Very
of
fitting.
terrors for one of these teams. That was actually really bad. IG Vitality versus Digital Chaos. Who do you feel like? We've talked about underdog teams so far. We've had both of the teams from the bottom of the group being knocked out already tonight. Do we give an advantage to IGV? Do we say the strength of China is just so strong here at TI7 that you have to go for them? Or is Digital Chaos the team with the edge?
I'm mainly looking at the draft. I think when it comes to these best of ones, I think this is maybe one of the closer matchups that we had today out of the, well, definitely one of the closest in the lower bracket in terms of how these teams performed in the group stage. DC actually showed a lot of really great promise and had a couple of games that they were in a very good position in but shouldn't have lost. And similarly for IGV, But looking at the draft, I personally like the IGV draft in this game. I'm always a big fan of these like last pick Storm Spirits that are more or less uncountered. The hero just has a tendency to really take off. There isn't much stopping him here. The only thing that he really needs to look out for is actually the Death Prophet Silence. Spirit Breaker you can pretty easily counterplay. When he charges you, you can just jump through him, and then you break the charge, you can jump away and he can't chase you forever. You can play around Song of the Siren pretty well when you have, I guess you can get Song into Arrowed or something like that, but it needs to be something very specific. Lifestealer has got nothing on Storm, and yeah, it's overall just a really good Storm game. And IGV with a solid team fight lineup, whereas as PPD pointed out, DC's lineup is a lot more about counter-initiating, and I feel like that's going to be a pretty difficult type of game to play into this type of lineup. So we'll see how it goes. I favor IGV based on draft at least, and we got a red fight.
Yeah, they're coming to contest the bottom. Spirit Breaker is charging his way down. I'm wondering how long it's going to take. Is Dubu with the first Riptide now shackled up. Here comes your charge. You'll go through all three heroes. Actually, no, it doesn't. It only connects on the Shaman, but Dubu's so low, the Riptide will help him get the kill. They're moving past the rune. Dubu, he's going to grab that as well. Actually, no. Bulba, it's a 1-for-1 trade-off. Dubu will fall. Paparazzi finds the kill. Bulba has charge available. Dogfights with heavy amounts of damage taken. We'll move off the rune, but we had 2 go the way of DC. Bulba was able to grab that rune on the bottom. So 3 runes actually the way of DC at the end of it all.
I think IGV could have maybe got away with that first blood if Shadow Shaman just kept attacking. That hero has really high base damage, so in early exchanges like that, you want to just stand your ground, hit, instead of trying to walk away with your incredible 285 base move speed. It's not really going to happen anyway.
They're going after Paparazzi. He doesn't have a War Cry. Forev doesn't have Arrow. He went for Leap to start with. So it's just the attack speed he's gotten. The double stun will allow him to retreat back to the tier 1 tower. And not to mention that, he just munched on an Observer Ward. So more money, better regen.
Why did he skill Leap?
Maybe they believe the attack speed's better.
I don't think that's the reason. He might have misclicked, or did they use it in the rune fight? Actually, I didn't really notice. It's just very peculiar.
He could have leapt away to try and survive the rune fight. I also was paying more attention to the supports dying.
I thought they were going on the Naga. Oh, anyway, he didn't have the arrow. They didn't kill. That's kind of the end of that. Let's have a look at mid. This is something that is generally a very good indication of a good start in mid. Is that
I want to look up towards top because they're actually going for a kill on Lifestealer. He's going to rage up, has Feast available. In July was burning him down quite nicely. He was like Mason's just been burning to these iron shells non-stop.
He has a lot of regen though. He went Flask plus 8 tangos, probably expecting this type of lane. Lifestealer, in addition to that, has a decent matchup against Darkseer because he can use rage and just kill the Iron Shell creep later on, and has decent natural sustain by just hitting creeps all the time. He's going to heal up. I was going to say this mid lane was looking good for Abed with the double wave. He managed to push into Sakata, but Sakata played pretty well on the tower and more or less equalized this mid lane early on. So looking good for both mid laners. Dubu is going to lay into super a bit. Steals his bounty rune. Very nice by Dubu to manage to secure that.
But this happens too when Bulba's crossing behind the tower. Like he's moving between the tier 1, tier 2 tower and the mid. The Observer ones are not near it, so no, he doesn't actually have eyes on the Courier.
Imagine you could charge the Courier.
They're going to charge mid instead. Over towards the Storm Spirit, already starting with the Crypt Swarm. Spirit Siphon already going to work as well. Death Prop is able to tank, but Dogfight's being involved in this fight. Abed doesn't actually want to get too close. Burrow striked up, but at least there is no more pressure coming from the Storm Spirit, so both mids will just have to start regenning. Maybe bottom lane is where the trouble is. Dubu on the run out, already Riptide for Rev. Threw the arrow out, and Paparazzi bone dry on mana. Will also have to retreat back to the lane. He needs regeneration too. Both Super as well as Paparazzi are out of regeneration on the bottom. And the Courier is heading up to In July on the top to try and finish his Soul Ring. He's sending the Mango north.
He's got good farm. This is something that PPD mentioned earlier on the panel, was that the Darkseer is more of a greedy offlaner that really wants to farm rather than set his team up for a long time. In some matchups, Darkseer can get shut down really hard. Something like the Nyx Assassin support role can actually just ruin your game, because if you don't get to the Soul Ring in a good time, your entire build-up is just delayed too much. But In July has a great start here. He's getting very good farm. He's in a position now where he can cut the wave because the opposing carry can't counterplay him at all anyway. Great hero against Lifestealer at pretty much every stage of the game. This Darkseer has some very nice counterplay potential, and this means In July will outfarm the Lifestealer, because this is how this lane's going to go. He will Iron Shell himself, he'll cut the wave, and then he'll go and farm the small camp. And Lifestealer is in his tower the whole time.
Bulba into Super.
Oh, good bash.
Extra bash as well. Abed dies in the meantime, but Dubu will team up with Bulba to find that kill. So Death Prophet actually dying very close to the tier 1 tower in mid. Dogfights was waiting in the tree line the entire time just for that over-aggressive play onto a Storm Spirit who was sitting at maybe a quarter of his life. And he fell for it. Storm Spirit survives, and Death Prophet dies.
Who got the kill? Oh, it was shared. Okay.
Yep.
That's still a very big kill.
It was the tower probably doing most of the work.
You can, by the way, we didn't talk about this, but you can see the wording from DC in the top area of the map, what they were intending. They're like, okay, we're going to put you against the Darkseer. We want Darkseer to not have access to the side pole because he's always going to push you in, and you're just going to fend for yourself up here while we leave you, and at least he can't farm that camp. The problem is Darkseer can just farm the other one. It's still better that they block that camp. But
they go in
lane, Sakata, if there's a bash here, he's going to die.
They really want to get this no bash, but it will still be enough with a Spirit Siphon.
I had double damage. Okay, I didn't see that. Yeah, the Death Prophet hits pretty hard right now. 150 a pop right now. So, oh, look at that.
And cancelling off the clarity of dogfights. Bottom lane, nice arrow. This is an easy combination. Spirit Breaker still charging down here, so Paparazzi can move back behind the tower. He's got 5 stick charges, just committed them there, but Bulba under the tower with Dubu. They find yet another kill with this aggressive rotation you expected from a Spirit Breaker, and you're getting exactly what you expected.
They're off to a great start, DC. All of this pressure on Sven is going to have a huge impact on the game. You can see Paparazzi has queued up an Iron Talon. He just wants to get out of this lane. He's tired of being shut down so hard, but he's being delayed a lot, and the Lifestealer isn't. Like, Mason is just free farming top. Obviously the Darkseer's being annoying and taking a small camp, but he's still getting his own. So if this is what they're accomplishing based on trading off that top, that's super DC favored.
This move is so good from DC. The smoke gang came out from dogfights as well as super. They were originally feedback going towards the mid. Now they head down into the jungle. They're looking for Sven, who abandoned the bottom lane. Arbed smoked up with Bulba, and they've seen a little bit more damage. Bulba will provide it. And this has to now pay off for IGV on top to get the counter kill. They can look towards Mason. He is the top net worth on the DC lineup. But they need that stun before he can rage and before he can infest. But rage is able to be triggered.
That kill is so much harder.
They're going to come under the tower. No rage available. Infest is up. Super. Well, he's got shackles, but the problem is, what's he going to do? Deny his own catapult? Not possible. So Mason jumps out. They got no more creep wave to fight underneath the tower. Not unless In July can do exactly this, creep skip it.
This is the kind of early game you want DC to have if you're cheering for them. This is looking very solid, and I think it's important because of the difficulty of playing their lineups later on in the game compared to the ease of execution for IGV's team fight, that DC managed to especially shut down this Sven. IGV's lineup kind of falls a bit flat if Sven doesn't have a game. That's just how the hero works. I think this hero plays horribly from behind, and they just haven't been able to secure him at all.
Problematic. At least there's some ancient stacks for him to work with, but yeah, he needs that cleave level. Forev now has a free lane on bottom to do his farm, so this is a point when DC are practically running a three farmed core lineup.
Yeah.
Plus the Spirit Breaker, who has more net worth than the Sven. Almost has as much net worth as the Mirana, just because these skank rotations, he's taken 3 of them, hasn't died once, and has 2 assists. Every single one that DC has gone for, Bulba has been involved.
Yeah, he got a really fast urn. That's such a value item on Spirit Breaker. I'm not sure if the new urn or the old urn was better. The old one gave some strength, this one gives armor. The all attributes is very nice, at least, to get some more mana pool. And Spirit Breaker is like the archetype hero you want to have an urn on, because he's just, all this hero wants to do is scout and kill. And just be involved around everywhere a kill happens, so you're almost guaranteed to get many urn charges every game.
Dogfights and In July going to try and team up again. They have the Iron Shell on the Sand King with a level 2 Burrow Strike, but now the smoke breaks. They have to jump forward. Sakata burning half his man to do this. Bulba charging forward creates more space, and the Moonlight Shadow, they can't see him. They have to throw down the Darkseer wall just to get a copy of Bulba, to be farmed up by Arbed. But that gang from IGV, it needed to work. They pulled their 3 position in to do this.
That was 2 smokes in a row from IGV that didn't give a kill. First the one to top where they didn't kill Mason, and now the one to mid where they didn't kill Arbed. So they're starting to run pretty short on ways of engaging fights, whereas DC, they have multiple smokes remaining, and they have the Moonlight Shadow, so it's...
They've got a better way to push, too. That Exorcism hasn't even been expended yet, but you've got a double damage rune at the hands of the Death Prophet. As she wants to fight, they're able to do so. Bulba pulling out of the charge, and I don't know if that was his own joke. He just cracked the cymbal, too.
Maybe he just likes that sound.
And put him bunching.
Like some players like to listen to music while they play. Bulba just plays that drumroll once in a while.
He doesn't use a drumstick, he uses the magic wand. Mason. Well, Darkseer returns to the lane, so we can't chip away at that tower anymore. And they're trying to give room to dogfights on the bottom to get his farm. A very dangerous notion when you've got Forever and Newbee ready to hunt. They can keep the vision up thanks to this. It's the Bulba charge forward. There is an Observer Ward on top of the Dire Shrine. This is what's allowing them to see when Bulba is moving out quickly. But that's the only real advantage they have. If Bulba's still able to connect, the kill will happen, so Dogfights has to return to his tower. Paparazzi's being pushed out of his own jungle by the illusions of Dubu.
Forever starting to lane to this tier 2 tower. I wonder when IGV are going to do something about this bottom lane. DC has pretty much set up camp down here. They know that their lifestealer top is pretty safe. Even if he dies once, it's probably okay, and Abed is just farming away at mid. So DC are controlling this very, very well. And
do they have the mana to really do it? Like, until Cicada's able to pick up that Soul Ring, he doesn't look like he's strong enough to get into the fight.
yeah, Storm is a... That's maybe the problem that IGV's lineup has that we didn't identify and talk about earlier, is that the 3 cores actually all have build-up time. Storm wants to farm, Sven wants to farm, and Darkseer wants to farm. So there's a lot of pressure on these supports to make the moves work, and if they fail, who are you going to rely on? Like, nobody is ready to go right now for IGV. The more I look at it, this lineup is actually very greedy.
They're about to try and push the mid. 4 heroes up from Digital Chaos. Lifesteal still farming the top. The pressure on the bottom tier 2 tower and inside the jungle has forced IGV to back up behind the tower. But now they want to fight into Exorcism and 4 Spirit Siphons available for Abed. Getting that kill is almost impossible. And there's 15 wand charges on this Death Prophet. She's got so much life.
This tower's gone.
Yeah.
You can't hold this as IGV right now. You're not in any position to fight. If you engage here, it's just going to be even worse. They cut their losses, identifying the right play.
I'm waiting for Dubu to slip around the back. Paparazzi ran to the top lane to try and combo up with In July, trying to get that Darkseer and Sven combination. The big thing that is the reason why this Darkseer is picked up. They tried to make it work, but it doesn't happen. Now Paparazzi trapped with no god strength. Arrow is perfect, combining up with the stun of Bulba. Paparazzi will fall, and Digital Chaos extending their lead now just almost above 5,000 gold in 11 minutes. 2K in the experience, momentum is theirs. But now we have that Soul Ring on the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Darkseer's closing in on mech. It's going to be a matter of how much gold is IGV going to hemorrhage before they get a good fight. Because right now their lineup has to still wait. It's 11 minutes in. Their Shaman is level 4. Their Sand King's almost 6, so that's pretty good. But they need these Mass Serpent Wards, and they need these key items, especially the Darkseer mech is going to help out a lot in their team fighting ability. So they got to play it slow. DC is also a team in the group stage that slowed weakness with going high ground. I think they had multiple games they were really far ahead in, and then they made some crucial mistakes and ended up losing. That is probably in the back of both teams' minds as well, that, you know, we could also always have that DC situation that kind of has been their Achilles heel in the groups, to be honest. They could have won a lot of games.
All right, now there's a fight down on bottom lane. This could be a nice pick-off. It's going to be Forev. The charge is coming forward. Forev can't leap away far enough, but now Abed and Dubu teaming up together. The silence stopping the Storm Spirit from getting away. So is the Ensnare. Charge still coming from the Spirit Breaker, but Song of the Siren. Dubu's buying time for the arrival of the Mad Space Cow. No, the Burrow strikes. Dogfights keeps him away, creating space for Cicada to get back past the tier 2 tower. And Dogfights, he knows he just saved his core.
That was so fast on that Burrow strike. If he's just a little bit slower, that's a kill. And DC can obviously also combine that a bit better with the song, but it's still very good execution.
So here's that Song of the Siren charging in.
There's like a bit of time maybe.
They caught a glimpse of him, I believe, from the Observer Ward just to the north, watching over the bottom rune. That's what gave him a small bit of warning that it was coming.
Yep.
But it's coming once more, and now he'll TP away. Dogfights will go north. And Bulba?
Well, he's going to know that Sand King went top, which is actually fairly valuable information.
But this Observer Ward's getting even more from IGV. It's paid dividends already. And they commit the Mass Serpent Ward, so the tier 1 tower on the top lane. In July is taking care of the creep wave, as well as any harassment from the tower. And this is a pretty simple tier 1 tower. The DC have shown no interest in defending and haven't got a revenge kill in return. Tier 2 tower on bottom is what they would like. And maybe they can still take that.
I can try for it. They have to commit Exorcism to have any hope of doing this. And you got to remember, all the time this is happening, this Sven is slowly catching up. You know, he had a super hard time and then he went Iron Talon. Now he's going to go for the Mask of Madness coming in, so full farming build-up. So DC might feel a little bit under the clock here, that they have to get something done.
Well, they're taking out the tier 2 tower on bottom. They are burning Exorcism for this, so for at least the next 2 minutes, IG Vitality know that DC aren't looking for a big fight. And they also understand that DC are probably not going to do Roshan. So now they look for the fight. The ulti is down. They did that just out of range, I believe, of the Dire Observer ward. Little uncertain if they did see it or not, but IGV ready to wrap around the back of the mid tower. Exorcism has now returned into Arbed, so he's already got the regeneration from that. And with a surge of dogfights and the Iron Shell burn, Shackles to follow up. They bring down the Death Prophet before she can get a Siphon off, and Spirit Breaker charge. They're using the Moonlight Shadow to get in close. But do they believe they have enough damage? At the moment, Paparazzi isn't there. He's battling with Dubu on bottom, and that's exactly where DC turned their attention. They look towards the 1 position of IGV.
They infested into Bulba, but he didn't have the vision to charge there. Now they're actually just going back into mid. They're like, okay, if you guys want to go into our jungle,
they're charging. Tier 1 tower is pretty low. Bulba's going in. Where's that TP support? There's still 4 heroes here. Dogfight's ready as well. Rage up from Mason. The Shackles on the Spirit Breaker. No more bashes. Dubu go to sleep. And the arrow timing. Swedish Sugar and the back end of the wall. Where's your follow-up damage? It's all from Dogfight sitting in the Sandstorm. Doesn't even go into the epicenter. 3 heroes down. Dogfights. He has the Burrow Strike. He'll have to use it to escape, not to attack. But Paparazzi. Stormbolt forward. Already lost his SK. They need the vision, but the Invis rune sitting in Arbed's bottle. He'll trigger it and get out of range of the Sentry. Want to survive the fight.
He almost found a kill on Darkseer there as well. Arbed just picked up the Yule Scepter. If he saw that TP just a moment earlier, he would have been able to Yule and then finish him off. Crazy fight overall. I'm not even sure. I guess IGV won that by a bit on this.
We can see it again. So there's the initiation. It looks crazy, but then DC come from the north and the west. But this arrow timing was so slick.
The main problem with it is that the song is so short that, yes, they connect that arrow, which would have probably connected anyway, so the song ends up doing almost nothing. And it also set up IGV for a good play with the vacuum into Sanctum stuff. So they counterplayed it very well.
That was practically a Ravage. We talk about the combination of the Darkseer working with the Sven. I remember the panel were touching on it earlier today as well, of just like the SK, is he really that much of a fantastic pickup? But when you can back 3 people into a perfect line stun like that, on top of the combination of the ultimate of the Darkseer, it definitely works.
IGV's lineup is starting to hit their stride now. This is very big, getting that Sand King Blink, 100 gold. Sven is going Blink next item. That was something they talked about in the panel as well, having multiple initiations to play with this Darkseer. IGV, I think, got through the hardest stage of the game. The last 5 minutes were supposed to be really hard. They outplayed DC, and now they're in a really good spot to continue this game. Because now we're reaching that point when, okay, when DC want to fight, they kind of have to go for these 5-man pushes with DP ulti. They're fighting into Vacuum Wall, a Storm Jumping, and the Warcry, which is just amazing this game. And this was a 3rd pick Sven.
Yep.
And then they picked DP and Lifestealer into that. So like Warcry is just incredible. Until there's a Diffusal Blade on this Lifestealer, this armor is just gonna render everyone, I don't want to say unkillable, but this DC lineup doesn't have too much damage apart from the physical.
DC need a way to penetrate the defense, literally, of IGV. Or else this graph's going to continue to swing vertically. IGV have actually managed to swing about 6,000 in the experience. This tells the tale a little bit more than the gold graph of just how much IGV are getting control of this game back. They don't hold the gold lead. In fact, for this entire game, they haven't held that yet. But that's also because DC are continuously pressuring towers, and now they're going for the big man. They're going in for Roshan. The arrow will buy them all the stun time in the world, and they have the damage. At least Roshan doesn't have Warcry.
Yeah, they have the minus armor from the Blightstone, and then DP has both double damage and Exorcism. Nice play from DC to identify they can go for this. They will probably be disengaging here. Actually, Bulba gets infested.
They're looking for a target for FTP to bottom lane.
I don't think they can kill Sakata here with this charge. He's going to try, though.
Yep, if they have enough stun time, the Observer is giving him the vision with the death ball. Actually, the push back! No, they don't! 135 HP is enough for the Storm to live.
Close call.
Very close.
If there was an arrow or just an extra swing, he would have died there. But I don't think they could have played it any better. Their layering of stuns between the charge and the Nether Strike was very good. I don't think they had an urn unless their Inspiration did it.
It was on 0, and Bulba still hasn't finished up his treads yet, so he doesn't have that bonus attack speed or strength gain. But now it's up to IGV. They've been attacked, and they will answer in kind.
Yep. The Aegis is currently sitting on Lifestealer, who is in the top area of the map. So IGV, knowing that Lifestealer is there, are going to go for the opposite play, just see if they can get some vision out here. DC are playing very safe. 5 heroes in base, minute 19, with 4 of their towers up is a pretty inefficient way to play. But if they're 100% positive there's a smoke going on and they're very scared of it, it might be the best approach. Now there's heroes starting to show on the map. Sam pings out the Sven in the bottom area. Now they're going to start moving out.
Interested to see too if Bulba discovers the Observer Ward. There's 2 locations you'll be expecting it on. One is the hill it is on, and the other one is to the south of that. And the Infest scattered by that Observer Ward, plus the charge forward from Bulba. Paparazzi turns, they go for the double stun. Not perfectly laid, which means Bulba can now run away, but it's Cicada in the back lines, hiding in the trees, jumps down the river. The Spirit Siphon is on in July. He'll get the greaves off and the back into a 4-man wall. The Song of the Siren stopping the fun. They've already had a lot of it. It's a 2-for-1 trade-off. Who is the target? You're looking at the Storm Spirit. The silence is there, but it was a little bit too early, and this will allow Paparazzi to continue the fight with that Sven, but he's losing life too quickly. Arben has a triple kill. Cicada has run away, but he's got no mana left. He'll deny himself with a Bloodstone. The small advantage that IGV had is now being turned around. DC getting their lead back into the experience in gold.
This is actually a nice side benefit of having the Naga song, is when Sven ultimate is used, you buy yourself an additional 7 seconds, and then, you know, the duration of that God Strength isn't infinite. Sun's connected on Bulba, but at the same time. So this takes quite a while for them to bring down that hero, and then this back wall is incredible, but instant Song of the Siren from Dubu to try to get things reset. And if they could have back walled into either the Sven stun or the Sand Kick stun, that's a team wipe the other way. That's the kind of fight IGV are looking for, and the back wall is great, but you know, the follow-up was already used. They used all their stuns on that opening, and then it's easy afterwards for the Death Prophet to just run heroes down. There's not enough damage to kill her.
It's just crazy that she's able to do that without, like it's just Hood Yules now on her. So survivable, but without having the exorcism damage too. Sven now being caught out. The arrow is sweet from Forev, bringing down Sven. No buyback available, and they keep the silence on the Darkseer. He can't so joy anyway. So Abed now on a mega kill streak. And they're going to take the tier 2 tower with the burning of the exorcism. The trade-off is dogfights and Cicada pushing the tier 2 tower on top lane. But Bulba, he wants more. He looks towards Super. Okay, they both pulled out of that, even though Forev jumped in and then pulled out.
Maybe they're finding their limits for how much they can dive now. There's been plays in this tournament that made me doubt they even knew it's dangerous to dive base.
Tempering their spirit
in the hard way.
In a best of 1 where you do not want to go out? Yeah, fair enough. Storm's going to TP herself all the way home. Hit himself. Dogfights left stranded.
Are IG actually going to get this top tower? IGV will get this tier 2, almost. I'm very surprised DC aren't defending this with just a single charge from Bulba or something that could have helped
He was charging the Storm Spirit who just TP'd out.
Yeah, it could charge.
It was on cooldown for a little bit longer.
Maybe charge the creep wave or something. Alright. Oh, quick blink from the Sand King. Gets away from Silence into Crypt Swarm. He'll be fine and TP out as well. This is a really good sequence of events from DC though. They were starting to let IGV back into the game a lot, but these 2 good fights have put them in a nice position again. They need to keep the pressure up, I think. Don't let IGV farm, don't let them group up. Just keep looking for these skirmishes with this Spirit Breaker. See, Bulba's going to use the smoke at the enemy shrine, then actually TP bottom and look for an opening. IGV are not connected yet. If they jump Paparazzi now, this could be a very quick kill. Oh, he blinked to farm.
Yeah, he just blinked over to farm at the moment. Naga's going to get hexed off on the side, but Paparazzi's already down. But what do they do about this? Super and Ninja reveal themselves. They throw down the Mount Serpent Walls, but Super's been bounced around like a ragdoll thanks to the badges. Almost down. The Grief will give him a little bit more life, but Dubu controls the Darkseer. You've still got the army of the Darkseer fighting for them as well as the Mount Serpent Walls. Mason will turn towards the hero, and with a charge forward from Spirit Breaker, they're able to not only farm up the heroes, but they'll farm up the wards as well. And this means pressure time. Combinations down, no Mass Serpent wards, no Darkseer back wall.
Paparazzi's getting caught out a lot this game. This is definitely not his best showing. Maybe this play wasn't too easy to read, but they've made 3 or 4 connections on him with a charge into arrow. It is hard, by all means, to farm like this. But they can't have the Sven keep dying like this. That's the main reason DC are in such a good position. Is the Sven has died 6 times. He started to come back on farm, died 2 times in quick succession.
Silence.
Doesn't look so good anymore again.
Abed catching out the Sand King thanks to Crypt Swan and was unable to blink away. And the arrow again right on the money from Perev.
DC are feeling themselves, man. They're going for one play after the other. Just keep going fast. Next play, next play.
And then
how you want to play Spirit Breaker. You want to charge.
Yep.
Da-da-da-da. Da-da.
Paparazzi's trying to get his farm on bottom lane.
He's showing again. You can see now he's starting to get paranoid. Like, he farms one wave and then he's just TPs back to base. He's scared of being charged.
It's crazy when he has the Observer Ward and Sentry still there, but you just never know what's going to be coming at you. Bulba is charging past the tier 2 tower on top. Just towards in July, he retreats to his tier 3. And this is the last remaining out of tower of IGV. And they've only claimed 2 of Digital Chaos. This gold advantage stretching closer towards 7.5, and with their death of the tower, over 8k. IG Vitality have to stop the bleed. You're right, the Digital Chaos are doing exactly what they need to. They're pushing and keeping pressure on, but where do they go from here? You're 25 minutes in. You still don't want to go high ground, do you? Like, it's a Darkseer combination in the safety of the IGV base.
Oh, Abed found super.
These pickoffs are the beautiful thing they want.
Pretty dead. Oh, it's got to be nice playing Spirit Siphon with charge. That's pretty nice. You just keep refreshing your Spirit Siphon that way. What do they need to do? I think DC keep controlling the map, get picks like this, get the next Roshan, then think about high grounding perhaps. As long as they keep picking off heroes like this, they're just extending their lead and buying more time. You feel like when you look at the draft and look at IGV's lineup that they're going to hit this point of critical mass when it gets really difficult to teamfight into them. That point is it's not even close, man. This Sven is so underfarmed. He's having a really, really rough game. Generally, at this point in time, you definitely want to have Mask of Madness Blink and the BKB, and right now he's like 2k behind par. And that's with 160 CS on that Sven as well. He's currently 6th on the overall network, on a hero that wants to play from ahead.
With no control of your Ancients, that doesn't look like it's going to be repaired anytime soon. The only way is killing heroes. That's it.
He's terrified, man. He's standing in this left side alone. His entire team is in their base. Now he's going to TP back. So he walked all the way up there to stand in the trees, enjoy nature, and then it's like, maybe I got to make some money to be able to justify just standing out in the trees.
Man, it's...
He's not even going for this pre-wave, man. This is one of the best ways of showing why Dota is a mental game, is playing against Spirit Breaker when you're behind.
The Observer Ward only just caught a glimpse of Abed moving down to the bottom lane, and he instantly moves back to base. Obviously, you already farmed the wave, but you're right, they're living in a bit of their own fear.
I think at this point, what you need to do as IGV is, this BKB on Storm Spirit needs to be put to use. They need to look to fight. If the fight goes well, you bring Sven back in the game that way. They have to make space for their Sven. He can't make space for them right now. Darkseer has the key items he needs. He has Greaves and Force. It's pretty okay. Maybe wants a Blink Dagger, but it's playable without. And the Storm BKB will be, as we talked about, just strategically in this game draft-wise, an amazing Storm game later on. So
God, this Storm game, though, is going to be a nightmare. He just walked right over the top of a dire Observer Ward. Has to bolt himself up. He's not bolting. He's actually not going over the top of Bulba. So Bulba connects on both of his stuns. And the Storm Spirit will fall. They were looking for the ward. They put the sentry down, but it's right on top of the shrine. It's the perfect counter ward if DC want to control Roshan.
It's a big kill. Now that BKB got delayed again. It was very close. Now he's 400 away. Loses Bloodstone charges again. He's down to 5. DC are still just map controlling. The Rosh will spawn in about 10 seconds, and then they can start working on that.
There's no way IG Vitality can contest that. If they do, they're going to lose so many heroes.
They can actually contest this if they smoke. It is possible. Do they have one? They haven't smoked on Shaman. I don't think you give this Aegis away. It's Aegis and Cheese. The second Roshan is so important this patch. If they know it's happening, they got to go. They got to try it.
So here's that gank on the Storm Spirit once more. It's just everybody together.
Yeah. So it's an awkward position for Storm because he feels like he doesn't have time to turn and jump over the Spirit Breaker. But so what he needs to do is he needs to jump far enough to the side that he can turn and jump across in the opposite direction. But his jumps were too short. You can see DC were having a little bit of a laugh about it. They probably thought, you know, he should have been able to get out of that one. But don't get the kills, you don't try. And well, IGV were not sure Roshan spawned or were not willing to try and contest. So that one also goes the way of DC, and they are starting to rack up serious advantages for this high ground push now.
The Mass Serpent Wards are taking the tier 1 tower on bottom lane, so all these IGV will get a little bit of injection of cash. Paparazzi has A double damage trimmer for Rev. I don't know if he caught a glimpse of him in the nighttime. I don't believe he did, but it was just a blink into the trees and a quick TP home for the Sven. And he goes all the way back to Fountain too, not even towards the front lines. He needs a little bit more money, 700 gold to get that BKB up. And then they'll have 2 BKBs with the high ground defense you know is coming. DC with an Aegis model, they're going to push up high ground. Aegis on him, Cheese on Abed.
Who's going to stop this Lifestealer when he uses Rage and hits this tower 5 times and then runs back is the question.
Your only hope is he just sits inside of July's wall.
Yeah, they have the wall.
Yeah.
He's just going to Rage, hit. Oh, my Rage is running out. Okay, 500 damage. Let's try that again. That's fun. Just 10 seconds. We're going to go again.
Mirana's trying to get there.
That's a
Just peeking
problem,
down to
man.
the shrine.
That's a really big problem. They actually have nothing.
Yep.
To deal with this Rage. He's just going to keep going. Okay, if you're going too early like that.
X, Shackle, 4-star from in. Nice double silence from Abed. Made the control very difficult. And the blink is up for Dubu. He'll actually get all 5 heroes of IG Vitality.
Group stage DC would go on that.
Yeah. Main stage, they're just like, okay, we'll just sit here and wait for Jigglypuff to draw smiley faces on our faces.
Very good choice not to go for that fight, I think. And the nice thing for, the reason that even came to be was that Mason walked in a little bit too early before he had Rage.
There goes Mason once again.
Close on the arrow there from Forev.
But they don't have the Song of the Siren to save him this time.
He still has the Aegis. How much? That's tower is down to half. Wait for the next wave. Just don't go in too early. He went in before Rage was off cooldown last time. That's why they even connected that Sven stun. He's going to heal up nicely here and go again. And IGV are not doing anything except waiting in their base. Sven Mithril Hammer is so close. 300 gold for BKB on him. The Storm is BKB, and they know Song of the Siren is on cooldown, so they can't even ensnare Isolate. But here we go.
Here comes Mason, rages up, tries to go on to Cicada. Albad's committed the ultimate as well, so Exorcism hasn't got the kill on the tower just yet. Fortification's protecting it. The spirits are close enough, now the tower will fall, but where is the attack? The BKB is still not there for Sven. He's going back and actually selling items so he can buy the BKB to fight this, but in the time he's done that, DZ have already taken the melee racks, and they're leaving.
See ya, guys. Thanks for the fight. It was a great fight. That was like the freest racks of the tournament, I think. They're just looking at them. They're like, oh, I don't have BKB, I gotta go buy it. Well, it's too late. But, okay, now IGV are in fighting shape. It does, by all means, not look good, but they have the tools to take a good fight. They know Song of the Siren is still on cooldown for a little bit, and they're going to try their luck here, going straight away. 2 BKBs, Blink Dagger, back wall. Anything can happen now. The best way to initiate is that Storm jumps a target, and they hope for DC to respond, because then they expose themselves to the back wall counterplay.
DC's flying something. They feel something is up. Now they get information. Arbed is underneath that Radiant Observer Ward. They want to go on him. The Song of the Siren, it just came off cooldown. They need to stun onto the Narc, but she blinked up, and now Song of the Siren, it catches the SK as well as the Darkseer around. What do you want? The arrow flies in, turn it off, and Darkseer, 5-second stun. Dogfight shows himself and regrets it instantly. Yule Scepter up towards the air. Forced up is still being charged, cannot hide inside the sandstorm, even dusting it so they can hit him straight away. Dogfights will fall. Abed is godlike. And IG Vitality have 2 heroes pushing up the daisies. DC will come for more. The line is drawn to go bottom lane.
Radiant's bottom shrine is under attack.
I'm trying to remember what just happened. I'm losing my mind.
Murder and murder and murder.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's like an episode of Game of Thrones.
So
Heads are rolling.
Abed had a feeling they were coming for him on the rune, so he goes and clicks. This is so greedy in a way, right? If Dogfights instant stuns him there on the way to the rune, that could have been the way back in the game for IGV. But Abed got away with it, got the rune, blinked out, and now this arrow connection is beautiful. Very nice timing. No, actually, pretty much frame perfect on that arrow connection, and then just rolled on from there. 20k lead for DC, and IGV have they've just not looked that good in this game, but they're going to have to pull out the fights of their lives right now.
They need the miracle now. They need the miracle. The force up in July into a huge back wall. There's your back wall, and the stun from Sven! He got stunned up by Ferret's arrow! He never got the hits off, and now is all the DC damage. They turn it into the storm. Sven's down for 50 seconds, and GG is over. Digital Chaos will advance, and IGV, the only Chinese team in the lower bracket, are now out of the International.
Very nice showing from DC overall in this game, I think. It's refreshing to see this early aggression that they pulled out with the Spirit Breaker. They made a lot of good connections. They realized like they need to play fast, they need to be kill hungry because the enemy team is greedy. find so many picks, especially on that Sven, and IGV never really got into the game. It felt like there was like moments where maybe it could have worked out, but DC just controlled the tempo over and over and over again. There was one fight for IGV that made me think they were back in the game.
Yep.
DC responded immediately with kill after kill after kill. Took great advantage of their own ability to take towers with Lifestealer and the Death Prophet. And so was the Roshan. Just a very well-played game by them.
I think you hit the nail on the head. IGV, you wondered when they were going to come online. We were looking for the soaring, we're looking for the mana capabilities of the Storm Spirit to do something. Sven got kind of shut out, like the laning phase just didn't work for them. And then your Darkseer had little to no influence. The Lifestealer was fine. You knew he was going to be able to regenerate anyway. The pressure that happened on the top tower, you almost looked at the rotations of DC. They attack the bottom tier 1 tower, get the kill, and then IG Vitality is scrambling underneath the dire tier 1 tower on the top lane to try and find the revenge kill. It never came. IG Vitality just couldn't get the counter initiation, the counter kills, and the counter plays against DC. They were always rotating. They were always better with vision.
Abed looks really happy. Yeah. This is obviously a very big moment for him. It's his first time playing at the International. He's all smiles. Mason, a bit more of a veteran. He's more casually just walking away like, oh, I've done this before.
Just, it's a fantastic thing. Great times. They'll advance forward. DC, your winner of our final best of 1 for today.
DC, excuse me, put on the gas right out the gate. And I got to say, MVP Bulba, dude, Spirit Breaker bombing in before the bounty rune even spawns for first blood. He had, what, 4 or 5 kills in the first 5 minutes?
He did a great job to create space in the early game, and he was like chasing the Sven, so he got basically nothing the first 15 minutes. He tried to catch up with the Mask of Madness, and he got the dagger, and then they tried to take a team fight, but then they got slept and arrowed.
I don't know, we haven't seen a ton of Spirit Breaker at this tournament, but that's another win for Bulba on the hero. They seem to be playing really well around it.
And I mean, it was remarkable to see Mason in safe lane. I don't think ever had a support show up once during the first 15 minutes of the game.
It's one of the benefits of Lifestealer.
Yeah, he was styling on those guys up there for a second.
I mean, it was amazing. I would love, Purge, for you to break down a little bit of the early game strengths that we saw at a DC against IGV.
Yeah, I can easily cover that. Definitely a lot of Bulba clips. He had a really amazing game here. The first thing to point out was his interesting starting item build. Put a lot of his net worth into an Orb of Venom, which is definitely expensive, but it gives you slow upon attack, which was used really well in this first blood here. Got a little lucky being the person that actually got the last hit. But the important thing was that it ended up vaulting his gold up into the 400 mark, which means that even though he had that greedy first purchase, he's now even faster than his opponent by also having a boots of speed on top of that. So the first crucial gank that came afterwards was a little bit of a trick play here by DC, because if you take a look on the map over here, we can see that the other support is actually hiding in the mid lane, expecting Bulba to be there, but because Bulba was bottom instead, this means that the hardcore pressure on Paparazzi forces wand charges even more tough. He also did some pressure on the mid lane. They didn't ultimately get a kill out of this, but it's, again, forcing dogfights to sit in the mid lane and to try to counteract what Bulba is doing. But we, as many clips as we see Bulba in. This one, the DD with Abed, and they're easily able to kill Cicada. We have another pressure where he ends up smoking very rapidly after Sven showed in the safe lane. This is actually from Bulba's player perspective here. You know, just normal things, looking around, seeing what he's going to do in the future. And they even run into Paparazzi in the jungle. So Bulba was just all over the place. We're only 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes into the game, and he's been in this many kills. No last hits, but you can really just feel the lane pressure, and so did Paparazzi. It was even to the point here where Bulba's taunting him. No intention of killing him, but he's going to force Sven to actually cross the entire jungle just to go grab farm on the other side of the map, which was really, really incredible by Bulba. He played amazing in the early game.
It's just crazy how much he shut down Sven. I mean, 40 Paparazzi Sven games in a row to try to learn the character, and I've never seen him shut down so hard. I've never seen a game go that poorly for him once.
Abed playing a new hero on the Death Prophet. I thought he played really well.
Yeah.
And his team played really well around him.
I think Forev getting too much farm in the off lane really hurt them. Like the Diffusal Blade countered the Warcry. The Warcry was like their only saving grace versus the Lifestealer and the Death Prophet, but he got it way too early for them to be able to handle it, like way before he got a BKB.
Yeah. I'm super pleased to let all of you know that coming up right now, we have MVP Bulba himself talking to Casey about this win for DC.
I know you can't hear the panelists, but they've been talking up, heaping you praises, saying you're the MVP of that game. So I just want to leave with that.
I was just charging people. I just pressed one button.
That's all you did, right?
Yeah, that's actually all I did.
Super simple.
Yes.
No big deal. Yeah. You guys came in pretty evenly matched, the two teams. What do you think ended up making you stronger in the end?
It's live, right? I'm just making sure.
I feel like I should say no just to see what happens, but let's go with yes. It is
okay,
live.
I wasn't told. Okay, but sorry. Okay.
What did you think standby meant? We're going to wait a few minutes to roll.
I don't know. I thought we were standing by for the last 2 minutes. Okay, anyways.
I would never waste your time.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
so sorry. Yes,
okay, so repeat the question.
The question is, you were pretty evenly matched coming in, and between you and IG Vitality. So what do you think pushed you over the top? What made you the stronger team in the end?
I think we just played well. We prepared well as well, which was really good. I don't know. I had a lot of confidence going into this. We had kind of a rough group stages, a lot of close games, a lot of throw-in games. But we learned a lot from it. So hopefully, moving forward, and it feels good, honestly. Like now we actually get to start playing Dota. These best of ones are actually so annoying. I feel so sad for all the teams that lost today. Hopefully, someone from Valve that works here, stop doing best of ones. Hint, hint.
I don't know. We'll pass along the message.
Yeah.
I'm actually talking to a TI5 winning coach. So you have won a TI5 as coach. You built this team yourself. It was Team Onyx before becoming Digital Chaos. Describe how your vision is matching what you're now seeing in reality now that you've gotten one game behind you on main stage.
It feels good, honestly. Mm-hmm. Like TI5, it felt good to coach, but it was like I was kind of just felt like I was helping my friends. I just kind of did it because I didn't qualify for the event, and I didn't want to sit at home and be emo all week. So I'm like, hey, AUI, can I coach? I asked Peter, and yeah, so I got the. It was a really fun experience, and I learned a lot. I learned a lot from Peter. I learned from everyone on that team, honestly. So I try and used everything to move forward, and it feels good to finally win a main stage game. It's been a while since I did this winner interview. Honestly, it's been
Has it been that long?
Yeah.
No.
No, TI4, I didn't make it. TI4, we again, Valve had a format where the bottom 6 didn't make it to the key arena, and that was really sad. And we were on the cusp of one game being the difference between top 8, and that was super sad. TI5 didn't qualify, and last year was I played the best of 1 match on Secret versus LGD, and yeah, it was a heartbreaker. So it feels really good to get past this best of 1 because I really wanted to play best of 3 again.
I feel so bad. I feel like I'm walking you down this sad memory lane, but you've accomplished so much. Look at you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, whatever. LGD or VP is next. You went 0-2 against VP in group stage. So do you want a rematch against them, or would you rather see LGD? Have you thought that far ahead?
I'm going to see their game tomorrow. I'll reevaluate. I think we were it was our first actual game in the group stages. I guess we hadn't. There was a real big first LAN too on this team, with the new team with the roster switch after Kiev. So it was okay. Our first real best of 2. We maybe had some bad picks, maybe some bad play, and whatever. It doesn't really matter. Now it's all that matters is the main event. So I'm fine playing in either team. Hopefully maybe I get a rematch versus LGD.
Nice.
So yeah.
Be good too.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for talking to us. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. All right, we'll send it over to you, Machine.
Quite the antithesis of the situation over here, Casey, but thank you so much, learning a lot about Bulba. And he does reference the heartbreak, and that, unfortunately, is what we're about to investigate. I do say I'm joined by Jack, of course, from Jack's Corner, and we did talk a little bit about IGV and their adventure and their resilience as a roster, and I imagine that's going to be tested in this one, Jack. First question, of course, you get to ask the cliche now, which is simply just trying to understand how they're feeling and what's going on.
就是先分享一下你现在的感受的思想是什么样的？
就感觉阵容没选好吧，然后发挥的比较差。
I just feel like we didn't draft well and we didn't execute well either.
And outside of that, I think the follow-up question is just referencing resilience. You stuck together. You stuck together for, didn't make it to the previous TI. Now you make it to the international. You're on the main stage. That's progress. That's growth. I mean, what's next?
那当然就提起这些，去年你们是预选赛中被淘汰了，没有打进西雅图。那么这次你们是打过来了，也打进了主舞台。那么你们是不是把这视为进步和往前前进，会不会一起打下去？
我觉得。 能进 TI 还是很高兴的吧，然后之后的事情可能现在还说不好。
Obviously, it's a really happy occasion to be able to make it to TI, and then what's going to happen afterwards, it's still hard to say right now.
discussions to be had, I'm sure. One final question. It's no secret, sometimes when Chinese teams do get eliminated, they tend to just go home, get it done, and watch from home in the comforts of home. Will we get to see you in the stands, or is it home time?
有的时候就是国队被淘汰时，他们会直接改签或者回国。然后你们会打算留在这里继续观看比赛，或者还是会直接回去？还是你们有什么打算？会支持谁接下来的主舞台比赛来？
之后还没考虑好吧，可能要商量一下。然后就希望中国队都能加油吧。
We haven't come to a conclusion about this. We still have to discuss it, and obviously, we hope the Chinese teams do well. We'll be cheering for them.
Sounds like they're going to be cheering for their bros. For now, though, we say one final hello to the desk. This is Super, Shay, and let's get back to some team analysis.
Thank you, Machine, and of course, the heartbreak for IGV, who've no doubt are one of the best teams in the entire world, who've showcased extraordinary matches and have an incredible lineup. And as Bulbous says, it's so painful that 4 teams have to get eliminated in these best-of-ones on day 1. With that said, that there are now 12 teams remaining here still at TI7. And I gotta ask, after everything we've seen today, who are the real standout teams for you?
I think OG played really well. They got a lineup that they really like to play. They have the playmaker on S4, and they got their... I just think that they are the team that's gonna be hard to beat.
You are such an OG fanboy, just all day today. You just won't give it up.
I told you.
Just grasp into those European
So you're gonna
teams.
see tomorrow, and the day after, OG is gonna be
All
there.
right, man, both of your teams in the lower bracket. That's all I'm gonna say.
Peter, let me not ask who you think is the team that impressed you the most, but who are you the most shameless fanboy of here outside of EG?
DC, absolutely. Mason,
there it is.
Mason and Bulba. That'd be so cool to see them win a TI. It'd be amazing.
Especially with such clean execution, too.
Bulba's playing perfect right now. I have no flaws in his game.
I love IG. XSS, I've been a fan of him since DAC.
Yeah.
And the Chinese team doesn't get that much love, but he is the guy. I just love that guy.
Yeah, I mean, his name is the enemy of commentators. That is such a hard name to say. Just cut off the middle X, make it XS. I can say that word properly. But his Earthshaker today was insane.
That was the most impressive team for me, was IG coming in and stomping over Liquid.
Yeah.
Just playing incredibly well. It'd be amazing to see Burning, win a TI. He's been around forever.
Yeah.
And
he's been trying for
such
a long
huge
time.
star in China and such an admirable player. It'd be cool to see him win.
And one group of people I want to give an extraordinary shout out to is all the fans who've managed to stay out. Hello, everyone. Hello. It's currently 10:15. Match has been going on since 10 a.m. We've been here since 7 a.m. And Sir Action Slacks is with some fans who've been here all day long. What up, Slacks?
Hello, what up, boys? We had a lot of great teams here at TI. A lot of those good teams have gone home, but you know who hasn't gone home? Are the Dota fans, baby. They're just coming out right now. How about we talk to some of them? Are you down for that? I don't know if they can hear me anymore. I don't care. Let's go. What was your favorite part of the day?
I got to say the first game of the series of the day with Liquid and IG, where we just had this 3-game series. They both knocked down, drag out. It was an awesome way to start Dota off for the International.
You were here all day from the first series, 12 hours of Dota?
I can't get any more.
My boy, dedicated. Well, favorite part of the day?
The Chinese domination of the upper bracket. My predictions are now ruined.
All right, thank you, China. Thank you for that. Favorite thing?
Oh, I'm disappointed about EE, but I'm glad to see some exciting Dota.
All right, maybe we should have a moment of silence. You want to do an anime moment of silence for EE? I don't know what they do in anime. I don't watch that. All right, what do we got here? Favorite part?
All right, so this is my first TI ever, and I cannot believe that you could rent bikes just across.
Hey, no, this is bike stuff. Don't worry about that. Old memes. All right, sir, what'd you think of the event?
It was great. First international. Don't even play the game. Watch it, but it was just an amazing experience.
You just watch. You don't play.
I don't play.
And this brought you in. Why do you watch it only?
Just the pros are they're great.
All right.
And I'm garbage.
Okay, well, that was depressing, but thank you for that. All right. And last but not least, sir, take us out. Give us some hype here.
All right, guys. We are at TI7. We've got memes. We've got Slacks as a sexy blonde chick.
Okay.
We've got tons of great Dota. And if you're not here tomorrow, go back to League of Legends.
Okay, we'll edit that out. Whoa. We'll edit that out in post. The crowd's hype. We'll see you guys tomorrow for
Yeah, that's a wrap on tonight, right?
That was clean. Actually, you know what? I hope all of you come back tomorrow. Thank you all so much, all of you, for tuning in today. Thanks for all of you for staying so long. Hello, it's a pleasure to have you here once again. I want to take a look at the brackets and talk about the big hype matches for tomorrow. Which ones are you looking for, Peter?
Who do we got playing?
LFY versus TNC, LGD versus Virtus.pro in winners. And down in lowers, we're going to have Team Liquid versus Secret and Evil Geniuses versus Team Empire.
EG versus Resolution will be nice. A little EU rivalry between Team Liquid and Team Secret. But the match to watch for me is LGD versus Virtus.pro. I think Virtus.pro could be one of the teams to make a run at the championship this year.
I think LFY versus TNC can be nice to see, because LFY had such a good group stage, so it's going to be nice to see like if they actually show up during the main event as well.
I'm looking for LGD VP. I think VP were so close to being in the lower bracket.
Yeah. I know a lot of people consider VP one of the big contenders to do super, super well, and for a long time they were just sitting in the bottom 5, and then they barely popped into top 4. And for me personally, I'm excited for just seeing LFY play anybody. They're one of the teams that just crushed game after game. Even some of their losses seemed like they were doing picks that were kind of experimental. They didn't really necessarily need to win their games. They were 12-0, just stomped game after game after game.
All right. Bright and early tomorrow morning.
That's right. Guys, thank you so much for coming out and watching TI7 main event day 1. We will see you bright and early at 10 a.m. tomorrow for day 2, where 12 teams will remain for the prize pool that has just surpassed $24 million. See you then.